The heart of the dragon, coveted by all on this continent, is possessed solely by a family named Ragnar. This is because their bloodline carries the dragon's essence. This allowed Ragnar to obtain special qualities and awaken the heart of the dragon. As a result, they possess innate, top-tier talents, both in magical power and swordsmanship. But ironically, as the heir to the Ragnar family, I failed to awaken the heart of the dragon. Unbeknownst to me, this was all the work of my swordsmanship mentor, who had been training me for 20 years. At this moment, seeing my Rose Palace completely burnt down, my mentor Landon removed his hypocritical mask. The nickname Ragnar Waste really suits you. Young Master Tyr, your talent is poor. After all these years, you never once suspected that there was something wrong with the swordsmanship I taught you. Listening to this made my lungs want to explode. It turns out you approached me from the beginning, as a teacher, just to turn me into a real waste. All this just to sell out our Rose Palace to others. But just at the next moment, my noisy mentor Landon sliced off one of my arms with his sword. Then he calmly said, "By now, young master, why do you still think this is all my fault? In Ragnar, where strength rules, only the victor is qualified to survive. If you had the continent's greatest talent, no matter how I taught you, we could have kept Rose Palace safe, even kept your mother, who always begged me to teach you well." Just as Landon finished speaking, he ordered his subordinates to bring in a cold body. It was my mother. I understood that Ragnar followed the idea of the strong ruling and the weak being outcast. But anyone who hurts my mother will not be spared. Just as I raised my sword to strike Landon, my heart was suddenly pierced by a fast-moving sword. I saw Landon respectfully greet someone, and I sensed that person was likely the mastermind behind this betrayal. In my dazed state, I struggled to see who that person really was. At the same time, a data panel lit up in the depths of my heart's darkness. Before I could clearly see the words on it, a sharp sword suddenly flew towards my eyes. I saw the one who had turned me into a ragged mess. Lon, standing right in front of me. Today's lesson ends here. I felt extremely cornered. Could this be the so-called revolving lantern before death? But what's funny is, the only thing I thought of after dying was how Lon used to be. Just as I finished thinking, the panel deep inside my mind appeared again. It showed a tutorial task, telling me to attack Lon's face with my fist. After repeatedly testing it, I realized Lon couldn't see this thing. Though I don't know what exactly is going on, I'm sure the gods want to help me vent my frustrations properly. In that case, I'll follow their lead. But what I didn't expect was, the feeling of the punch was just like real. Before I could think for a second, Lon suddenly became full of killing intent. His sword struck fiercely towards my waist. Young master, I should have already told you. Today's lesson ends here. I can understand your feelings, but you don't have much time left. You won't be able to make a breakthrough before the Enlightenment ceremony. The Ragnar family has never fought with their fists, nor have they used their mentors as tools for practice. Meanwhile, the others practicing nearby began mocking me. No wonder he's a Ragnar failure. He has no talent and blames his teacher. Is this guy really a Ragnar descendant? He must have been picked up from some garbage pile. At this moment, listening to their mockery, along with the dust of the training ground, and the pain coming from my waist after launch strike, I suddenly realized, this might not be the revolving lantern before death, but rather, I've returned to the timeline of 10 years ago when I was 17. At this moment, the panel lit up again. Since I completed the tutorial task, as a reward, my Ragnar talent was about to be activated. Then, a prompt to claim the reward appeared. I chose yes without hesitation. In that instant, a sudden burst of multicolored light erupted from my heart. As the reward was distributed, the panel displayed that from now on, I would grow at an astonishing rate. Looks like I've awakened a power-up system straight out of a novel. But the only way to confirm if this is real is to see her in person. Landon was chatting with the Lord about my talent in swordsmanship. But even if young Master Tyr is a disappointment in that regard, I will still do everything I can to make him exceed expectations at the Enlightenment ceremony in 5 months. Hearing this, Palace Mistress Cecilia took out a pouch of coins. Then I'll leave it to you, Lon. Please put more effort into teaching my Tyr. I've always believed he can become the greatest swordsman of Ragnar. But once Landon left, he kept mocking Cecilia under his breath. Only a fool would give birth to such trash. Well, whatever. It's all good news for me anyway. Not only did I get generous payment, but also the title of direct bloodline instructor of Ragnar. And for betraying Tyr, hindering his growth, and reporting it well, that Lord will even grant me a future of security. Young Master Tyr, you really are my greatest benefactor. But just then, his expression turned grim. He saw me charging toward him with full force. But I wasn't aiming for him right now. My target was my mother. As I held my mother tightly, tears streamed down my face. Mother, I've missed you. This familiar feeling made me truly believe I had returned to 10 years ago. Facing my mother's confusion, I didn't explain much. Because from this moment on, I'm going to change the future. Even if I'm still weak right now, the awakening of this system will definitely allow me to claim everything of the Ragnar family, even the entire Empire continent. Landon, just you wait. I will make sure you die a terrible death. Soon, it was night. At this moment, I was in training field number 4, completing another task assigned by the system. I was pushing my body to its limits. Though my mind is full of thoughts of revenge against Lon, my weak body couldn't possibly accomplish it. I need to make myself stronger first. In my previous life, due to my lack of strength, I was placed in a team called the Black Snow Intelligence Organization. but this also allowed me to use the knowledge I learned there now. The secret medicine that could promote my body's growth. It wasn't until the future that I learned the truth about it. A blood-based medicine capable of incredible growth. It was later identified as a true secret technique book. The moment I gained the Ragna talent, I had already decided to finish everything I couldn't in my past life. To do everything I couldn't do before. That's my absolute desire to grow stronger. Unconsciously, I had been training for almost 7 days and nights. At the same time, the manager of training field number 4, Evelyn, was sitting above watching me. She is a former captain of the White Armor Dragon Rider Squad, who retired after losing her left arm. She became the manager of training field number 4. I could hear her silently thinking, he's clearly a failure, yet he works harder than anyone else. Does he really have no Ragna talent at all? Meanwhile, I looked at the panel, seeing that the progress was at 97%. The force in my sword swings grew stronger. I didn't dare to slack off, because when I thought I could rest for a bit, found out the progress bar would drop. But this also explained the true meaning of the task. It could only be completed when I reached my physical limit. Thus, just before I was about to collapse, I pushed the progress bar to 100%. As the completion panel popped up, a feeling of powerlessness instantly spread through my body. As a reward, I would receive the Heart of the Dragon. And since I completed it quickly, I would also gain 10 years worth of magic power from my past life. Just as I was about to faint, I clicked to claim the reward. The next second, a huge amount of magic power suddenly surged into my body. This scene even left Evelyn, who was watching nearby, stunned. Could this be? Scene transition. I woke up in a dimly lit room. When I asked where I was, Evelyn walked in and said, "Please rest assured, young Master Tier. This is the resting room. But even as a descendant of Ragnar, your body can't handle such extreme training." I thanked her for that, and told her not to worry about me. But just as she handed me a cup of water, her expression suddenly turned serious. "Young Master, you should know. Before the enlightenment ceremony is held, the Ragnar family has a strict rule. You are absolutely forbidden from using magic privately." I nodded in agreement. That's because activating it before the ceremony could easily lead to a magic core rampage. Then you should also know the consequences of breaking this taboo. The moment you lost consciousness, I sensed that your body was releasing magic-like fluctuations. Young Master Tier, did you activate your magic core? But even so, I had a way to handle it. In this life, I've awakened the Heart of the Dragon. How could I be stopped by a mere taboo punishment? After all, the Heart of the Dragon is capable of storing massive amounts of magical energy and core power. For warriors of the Ragnar family, who carry dragon blood, it's nothing short of a dream treasure. It's practically a shortcut to becoming an absolute king. For ordinary people without dragon blood, their magic core is located in their lower abdomen. Forcing it into the heart would result in instant death. At that moment, I recalled that Evelyn was known for her absolute devotion to justice. She never cared about someone's strength or status. She absolutely would not tolerate injustice or underhanded behavior. But because she was too inflexible, her qualification as a direct instructor was revoked by the Lord. Then I questioned her in the tone of a master. "Can you guarantee everything you just said is true? Should someone be executed based on just a moment of suspicion? If your judgment is wrong, can you truly bear the consequences? Don't forget, I hold the first right of inheritance to Ragnar." Upon hearing this, Evelyn lowered her head and said it was all part of the protocol. But regardless of whether she'd be executed for misjudgment, she still had to test me now. As Evelyn released magical energy from her hand, there was no resonance at the location of my lower abdomen. In other words, in her eyes, I hadn't awakened a magic core. The next second, Evelyn immediately knelt down and begged me to grant her death. I admit it was my misjudgment. I'm willing to atone with my worthless life. But the reason Evelyn didn't detect anything was, of course, because the Heart of the Dragon can be hidden at will by its wielder, which means I can freely conceal my magic. The fact that humans could use the Heart of the Dragon would only be discovered years later. So naturally Evelyn couldn't detect my awakening. Looking at her now, I had a thought. Having Evelyn owe me a favor might be useful later. Perhaps it could come in handy after I get rid of Landon. There's no need for atonement. You were simply doing your duty and being willing to stake your life to seek the truth from. How many people could actually do that? Time quickly passed. Over the past few days, I was still being taught nonsense by Landon, from posture to sword swings. So to escape this situation, I came up with a good idea. I suddenly snapped my training sword in half. "What you're teaching is garbage. I don't want to learn any of it. Also, how did someone like you even become a mid-rank swordsman?" Landon, who I mocked, instantly exploded with rage. "Say that again if you've got guts," I said. "You're nothing but a waste who couldn't even beat a low-level monster. Also, you're fired. Now get the hell out of my." Hearing that, Landon pulled out the contract and tried to use the term as leverage. He refused to acknowledge this sudden termination. "How much compensation do you want? I'll pay it. Now get lost." And my intention was clear. I wanted to get rid of Landon, then take the opportunity to investigate who was behind him. The system panel gave me another novice mission, to defeat Landon. But before I could even propose settling things with a duel, Evelyn spoke up first. "Settle this grudge the Ragnar way. No need to escalate it to the Hall of Law. Once the result is decided, the loser must obey the winner's command." Hearing this, Landon was clearly pleased. He was confident that with his strength, there was no way he'd lose to a waste like me. That's a great idea. Let me, a direct line instructor, teach the young master a proper lesson. Very well. The duel between young Master Tier and Landon is set for 1 week from now. The venue will be training ground number 4. After that, I went to see Evelyn to ask why she made such a decision without my consent. Hearing this, Evelyn replied with concern. Since you've chosen to sever ties with him, then do it completely, because the people backing Landon will help him. Even if you annul the bond, it won't matter. And from questioning Evelyn, I found out she had long suspected something was wrong with the way Landon was teaching me. So she launched an investigation and uncovered a hidden truth. That guy's employer is from Winter Cypress Palace, just as I suspected. Same as in my previous life. It was all over that disgusting power struggle. I'd love nothing more than to tear that whole group to shreds. But Evelyn also told me not to worry about the outcome, because she'll do everything she can to help me. Even though going behind Landon's, he doesn't deserve the title of Ragnar Direct Line Instructor. Scene transition. The day of the duel arrived in no time. Seeing Landon and me standing on training ground number 4, the onlookers instantly began whispering among themselves. Most of them thought the outcome would be decided in just 3 rounds. After all, I'm the officially recognized waste of the Ragnar family. How could I possibly beat Landon, a mid-rank swordsman? Before the fight began, he smugly said to me, "If you sincerely apologize, we can write off everything that happened before. Don't throw your life away just to save your pride." To which I replied, "It's me who should be saying that. If you don't want to end up as a one-armed swordsman, then you better accept your dismissal peacefully." At that moment, Landon's eyes filled with killing intent. After the incident happened, he immediately went to his employer. They gave him a new mission, to pretend it was an accident and kill me during the duel. And the law hall didn't even know about this duel. So even if something happened, Landon wouldn't be held too responsible. As the teacher in this duel, Landon said he'd let me strike first. If you want to choose your death day, then I'll gladly grant your wish. As our swords clashed fiercely, 3 rounds passed in an instant. What the hell is going on? How could the ultimate waste of Ragnar be evenly matched with a mid-rank swordsman? At the same time, Landon kept mocking me as we fought. "What's going on, young master? Don't you even know yourself? Didn't think you'd last this long?" Even though Landon admitted my strength had improved recently, he still thought beating him was unrealistic. But after nearly 30 rounds of exchanging blows, Landon finally realized something was wrong. This so-called waste actually blocked all his attacks. As he struggled to figure out what was happening, I sternly asked him, "Who ordered you to approach me? Don't act like I don't know you were sent just to teach me useless swordsmanship." I answered for him, "It's Winter Cypress Palace, isn't it? If I'm right, then you must be shocked right now." Landon was completely stunned. He never imagined that even with such a flawless plan, there would still be a leak. I decided to let him first taste what it's like to lose an arm. After slicing off Lance's arm, I returned every word he once said to me in my past life. "The reason things turned out this way is because your pathetic mid-tier swordsmanship is too weak. In the Ragnar, only the victor has the right to survive." And just like that, I personally ended Lon the Mutt, completing the new task assigned by the system. Since I had completed it beyond expectations, I was granted an additional reward. But just as I clicked to claim it, a wave of intense killing intent suddenly came from above me. I couldn't even get my stance right, yet I did 300,000 push-ups every day, and finished every day with a 100 kilometers sprint before sleeping. All just to one day. The master who taught me swordsmanship for 20 years. Turns out for 20 years, he was ordered by others to teach me bizarre sword techniques. As the heir of the strongest Ragnar family, I became a laughingstock because of it. Now that I've returned to this life, my first goal was to get rid of that Mutlon. In the end, I effortlessly cut off one of his arms, then beheaded him and fed it to a monster. I repaid everything he did to me in my previous, and because of the overachievement on the task, I not only unlocked the Eye of Insight skill, but also received a year's worth of magical training in advance. Just as I was wondering what the Eye of Insight could do, an overwhelming killing intent suddenly appeared above me. The moment that person landed, the training ground exploded with shattered stones and surging magic. When I looked back in shock, I saw it was none other than the Ragnar family's Dragonborn, Captain Julius of the current White Armor Dragon Rider Squad. Why is he here? When did he start watching this execution match? At the same time, even the spectators outside gasped in cold sweat. They knew very well just how terrifying the strength of a dragon is. Can't he enter the training field normally for once? Now I have to clean up the mess again. There are only 2 reasons why the Dragonborn would show up, but there are no monsters or incidents here. Julius shouldn't be here at all. And yet, in the next second, Julius's expression instantly switched like he was remote controlled. He slapped my back hard while saying cheerfully, "Good one, Tyr. Your methods are brutal and satisfyingly ruthless. I hereby name you the king of backstabbing." But on second thought, Julius seemed to realize something was off. Considering Lance's actions, he deserved to be executed. But that wasn't the reason Julius had come here. He came to invite me to join the White Armor Dragon Rider Squad under his command. That single sentence instantly set the whole place ablaze. What the heck? Lord Julius is actually inviting Ragnar's ultimate loser into his squad. The enlightenment ceremony hasn't even begun. Isn't this way too risky? Indeed. Without activating a magic core, Julius couldn't possibly know my true potential. After all, some are born with great swordsmanship but low magic power. Yet, to everyone's shock at the scene, I simply said 3 words. I refuse. That left Julius awkwardly frozen. He made up an excuse and quickly left the area. Soon, the news spread through all of Ragna. Those who used to scoff at me started calling me young master tier instead of Ragna's trash. Meanwhile, the news reached the Winter Cypress Palace. Palace Master Emil looked extremely troubled. This is bad, really bad. That trash actually killed Lon. What will happen to our plans now? Hearing this, the person behind her calmly replied, no need to worry. After all, Lon was just a fake mid-tier swordsman. This person was Emil's older brother, Idetro Ivan, and also one of the 9 dragons, the Shell Dragon. But in truth, Emil wasn't worried about Lon's death. She feared the chain reaction caused by that duel. Now even the magic dragon had taken an interest in that trash. Even Evelyn was personally teaching him swordsmanship. They could no longer assign new tutors to hinder his growth. If Tyr starts to rise in prominence, our plan to seize the Rose Palace may be in danger. Just as she spoke, someone suddenly walked in. It was Emil's son, Siwin. My mother's. Matriarch Cecilia would never sacrifice paying attention to that trash for such a trivial matter. Emil explained, you all know that to take over Rose Palace, without angering the patriarch, the best way is to turn his son into a complete loser. Erwin waved his hand dismissively. Our plan won't be affected at all. The Dragon Fiend and Evelyn naturally care more for the weak. Even if they're powerful, they can't train trash into a threat. Little did they know, his frenzy caught Ed's attention. Erwin, I warned you. Never act rashly toward anyone, especially not someone with Ragnar's bloodline. Alright. But since you're all so worried, why don't I go have some fun first? Let that trash realize how weak he really is. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Evelyn's first sword lesson had just ended. She then asked curiously, instead of making me your apprentice, why not just join the White Armored Dragon Rider Corps and get proper training? Of course, declining it was just my excuse. Because you see, in my past life, my biggest dream was to join the White Armored Dragon Riders. And first place comes with a wish granted. If I enter early, wouldn't that be a huge waste? I can't give up the chance to show everyone my true power. Evelyn, it's not what you think. I rejected Lord Julius because I'm not worthy yet. Evelyn couldn't help but find that amusing. After all, her former captain, his judgment had never been wrong. And to understand the eye of insight better, I used it on Evelyn. The next second, besides her measurements, every bit of her info was spot on, clearly shown by the system. This skill is seriously useful. I'll definitely use it in all sorts of situations. Just then, someone suddenly called out to me. He said he was Sibert from the southern checkpoint, and he had something important to discuss with me. His face looked pretty fierce, so just in case, I used the eye of insight on him too. And to my surprise, I discovered this guy actually had deep admiration for me. He especially wanted to spar with me once. Right after, the system assigned me my final beginner mission, to shed the title of Ragnar's trash. But man, Sibert really doesn't filter what he says. He just flat out told me he used to totally agree with the nickname Ragnar's trash. But after seeing me display solid intermediate swordsman skills, all earned through my own effort, his attitude completely changed. Young Master Tier, I'll follow you until death. It was your appearance that reignited my fighting spirit after I'd given up on myself. So please grant this southern region failure a chance to spar with you. If it were the old me, I might have doubted his sincerity. But with the eye of insight, I saw everything clearly. And beyond that, behind Sibert, there were many others who shared his resolve. Seems like after I defeated G, and word got out that Lord Julius himself acknowledged me. Those who once dismissed me are now showing up one by one. Their attitude has turned into admiration. Totally unexpected, honestly. Even at this stage, people are willing to follow me. Before becoming the head of House Ragnar, I definitely need allies like this. And more importantly, I need to use this opportunity to quickly complete my final beginner quest. With Evelyn's approval, I formally agreed to spar with Sibert, as Sibert was the first to launch his attack. I tested his true strength. But seriously, he's totally underestimating himself. Not only is he fast, his strikes pack serious power too. And yet he calls himself a southern failure? It's wild. If it were the old me, I wouldn't even last one exchange. But now is easier than drinking water. When I struck back at full force, Sibert was blasted dozens of meters away, and with no strength left to fight, he surrendered, staring into my reflection in the sword. A fun idea suddenly struck me. What if I used the eye of insight on myself? In the next moment, a personal stat window appeared right before my eyes. Right after, the system delivered another message. Because I discovered my own stats, my abilities would now be displayed numerically from here on out, and I still had 4 empty talent slots, which meant my potential far exceeded imagination. As long as I kept completing the system's missions, I'd gain the remaining 4 unknown talents. My gaze landed on my stats. Thanks to the dragon heart and magic from my past life, my magic power was currently very high, but the luck stat was way too eye-catching. It actually dropped to -47. I couldn't help but wonder, had I been cursed or something? But this also clearly explained the real reason behind all my bad luck in my past life. I had to find a way to raise it fast. Evelyn watched her student's growth with pride. He not only defeated the intermediate swordsman, Landon, even if that guy was bot, He also earned the approval of the Dragon Fiend Captain. This was a god-tier start, no question. After all, in the Ragnar clan where strength rules all, there are only two reactions, admiration or hostility, and everyone gathered here clearly embodied the former. They had all developed admiration for young Master Tier. As for me, I was ready to continue sparring. I really wanted to see what talent I'd gain after completing my final beginner quest. But little did I know, after beating my next opponent, I would discover something special. So that's how it is. Looks like my path to becoming king is going to be smooth sailing from here on out. Just yesterday, I was the family's discarded failure. But today I'd become the one they all worshipped, all begging on their knees for a chance to spar with me. After I defeated Landon and received the Dragon Fiend's official approval, my name started to spread like wildfire in Ragnar. That's why so many were willing to follow me to the death. After all, strength above all is Ragnar's 1,000-year creed. And with my claim to the Ragnar succession, this kind of alliance is basically a godsend for the weak. And right after awakening my stat system, I made a surprising discovery. As long as I defeated someone who challenged me and earned their respect, my luck stat would actually increase. And so, I decided to enter frenzy mode, facing off with everyone who had once defeated me here. I wanted to see if I could at least raise my luck back to normal, and also remove that humiliating title that had followed me throughout my life. But what I didn't expect was, although my luck did after fighting nearly 20 times, the progress bar of the task had only increased by 1%. If my senses were correct, the people I defeated had already begun to truly worship me from the heart. Perhaps I needed even stronger opponents. Just then, the sound of heavy armored footsteps suddenly came from ahead. This time, it was my turn to seek your guidance. When I saw him, I was truly amazed. The others were even more awestruck by his imposing presence. This person's name is Lingtun Nashio. He's one of the 4 lords of the north, the Silver Lion. Born into a prestigious family, he is a true swordsmanship genius. I came here to experience Ragnar's swordsmanship before the Enlightenment ceremony. Please forgive my audacity, young Master Tier. Hearing this, I first used the Eye of Insight on Lingtun, but I found that he held no malice whatsoever. He was simply here to spar with me after hearing that I was the new Dark Horse. Setting aside whether I can complete the task, to spar with one of the 4 lords of the north, even if I lose, it will help me clearly understand the current level of my strength. After we exchanged smiles, we immediately unleashed our full strength at the same time. I thought this would be a prolonged battle, but the explosion in the next second erased that thought. When the smoke cleared, the onlookers were all shocked beyond belief. No one had expected that my current strength couldn't even block a single hit from one of the 4 lords. But, actually, this was understandable. I was the most favored candidate in the upcoming ceremony, and I lost. The moment my sword broke, I knew the outcome. Lingtun shook his head. That was an excellent match. It's just that your sword. And you've already fought so many battles before me. So, all things considered, I should have been the one to lose. As we exchanged pleasantries, I could tell he was someone I might truly learn from. During the mutual courtesy between me and Wellington, I got the feeling that he might be a friend worth getting close to. I hope we can have a fair match next time. It's a promise. Because I gained the approval of the 4 lords of the north, my beginner quest progress jumped up by 5% instantly. My luck also increased by 10 points. As expected, Wellington is really strong. A mix of genius and hard work. In this life, I've become much stronger, thanks to the system and memories from my past life. But the moment our blades clashed, I understood. I'm still far from strong enough to take first place in the awakening ceremony. Right then, Wellington said he actually came to see me for another reason. He handed me an invitation. I'd like to invite you to attend the Dragon Gathering with me. Hearing that, I replied, the Dragon Gathering is super famous. Someone like me clearly wouldn't be qualified to attend. What nonsense are you spouting? To someone with Ragnar blood, this kind of gathering is nothing special. It's just a celebration before the awakening ceremony. I really couldn't figure out what Wellington was planning. But the Dragon Gathering was a clique centered around Urswin, full of people who despised me. Perfect targets for me to complete quests with, and a good chance to observe the movements of Winterpine Palace and Urswin. So of course I had no reason to refuse the invitation. Then I'll take this with me. Make sure to swing by and pick me up later. Wellington burst out laughing. You really know how to mooch off me, huh? If you have any questions, just come find me anytime. Meanwhile, back at Rose Camp, as soon as my mother heard I'd gotten a Dragon Gathering invite, she instantly got busy. She called in the best tailor in the family. I stood there totally dumbfounded. Mother, what exactly are you doing? Cecilia leaned in with great excitement. I heard you received a Dragon Gathering invitation. That's a gathering hosted by none other than Emil's son, Urswin, where all the geniuses like Wellington gather. Even the Elder Council is paying attention to the Dragon Gathering. So your outfit, etiquette, and behavior absolutely cannot give them anything to criticize. I decided to enter frenzy mode and spar with everyone who had once defeated me here. I know you're perfect when it comes to etiquette, but dressing and manners are 2 different things. So I'll help you with this. Don't forget, Mom used to be an actress. Hearing this, my heart felt like it was being crushed by a vice. I was born a lowly bastard, and my mother had always felt guilty about that label on me. But it wasn't her fault at all. Then I said to my mother, having such a useless son like me must be tough on you. Cecilia immediately tried to hold back tears. Mom actually believes you will succeed. not the Ragna trash people talk about. I knew these were words only my mother would say to me. But after thoroughly defeating the Dragon King, the title of Ragna trash will disappear from me. Time quickly passed, and half a month later, today was the day of the banquet. Lingtun had already arranged a carriage outside the city gate to wait for me. But the moment he saw me, is that really you, Tyr? This makeover makes you look like a completely different person. Lingtun, don't joke around. This was arranged by my mother. Hurry up and get in the carriage. After that sparring session, Lingtun has been coming to help me train every day. Our relationship has grown closer. It's just that Evelyn has suffered a bit. She only started taking in disciples again because of me. And now, she has to teach both me and the new disciple. Not to mention that other families are getting involved. As we were on our way, Lingtun suddenly said something to me. This invitation letter actually came from Erzwin, who asked me to pass it on to you. He even prepared some fun events to welcome you. I just smiled and didn't say much in response. It seems Lingtun still doesn't know that my relationship with Erzwin is terrible. Scene shifts to the Camellia Palace. I finally arrived again at the Winter Cypress Palace, the place where Lawn had hindered my growth. It was also the place where the mastermind behind the Rose Palace lay. At that moment, Lingtun told me that Erzwin said the event would be held at the entrance. 800:00:22:15 799 00:22:15 799. Erzwin said the show would begin right at the entrance. I already knew this wasn't going to be anything good. After all, the only reason Erzwin sent Wellington to invite me was clearly because my reputation had been rising fast. He obviously wants to crush my momentum, but there's no way I'll just let you do as you please. I'll show you what true, overwhelming suppression looks like. Just then, I noticed a blue system-like glow appearing near the window above me. Could there be a mission inside Winterpine Palace? While I was still thinking, Wellington suddenly shouted from behind, "Watch out." The next second, the spot I was standing on exploded into a cloud of white dust. Luckily, I dodged just in time and avoided getting my custom-made formal wear dirty. Watching Wellington charge upward in anger, he clearly wanted to stand up for me. The hell? This is your idea of an entertaining show? Get your ass down here and explain yourself. Seeing this, I used the eye of insight on him again and confirmed he wasn't in cahoots with Erzwin. Then I looked up. As expected, only one guy would pull this crap. Welcome, Ragnar's little failure. This kind of special welcome must be your favorite, right? But what I said next shocked Erzwin for a full 2.5 minutes. Looks like it's been a while. You've become more amusing. I was charged with an offense that carries a 3-month detention. But if I could withstand a single move from father, I'd be cleared. I chose to reject that condition because I believed it was completely unfair. If I win, I deserve more than just exemption. I want an extra wager. Right at that moment, the law swordsman appeared holding an arrest order. Tyr Ragnar, you're suspected of intentionally stirring internal conflict. You are hereby taken to the Hall of Law for questioning. Everyone around was stunned into silence, except me. I calmly stepped forward for a quick look. TCH, these bastards are really jumping the gun. But I didn't plan to resist at all. I motioned for the law swordsman to cuff me, because everything that comes next will matter even more. Whether I can break through the Camellia Palace or not. Before I left, I nodded slightly at Lingtun. He glanced at the note in his hand with understanding. You see, the content on that note holds my trump card. Soon, I was taken by the law swordsman to the Hall of Law, and those questioning me were all members of the 9 dragons. Among them were Julius Ragna, the magic dragon, Idetro Ivan the uplift dragon, Osla Ragna the sword dragon, and Wolf Ragna the origin dragon. He also had another identity, head of the Senate. But I, having lived a previous life, knew Wolf valued bloodlines above all. He would surely detest someone like me, born a bastard. Sure enough, when I tried to greet him, he didn't even glance in my direction. Then, Wolf laid out all my so-called crimes at the Dragon King banquet. He said it was all my doing. And because of me, several vassal families now wanted to secede from the Ragna family. So I had to take responsibility for the consequences. He would never allow the Ragna family's name to be dragged through the mud. Hearing this, I nodded. What you said is completely correct. Anyone who dares challenge the heir to Ragna should lose their head, not just an arm. They are vassals. The monarch gave them honor and land, and they turn around to threaten the monarch's life. Shouldn't they be executed on the spot? Julius strongly agreed with what I said. Thanks to that, my punishment was greatly reduced. But in contrast, Wolf and Idetro were still against me. I understand your chivalric ideals, but you must understand that while Ragna is powerful, our territory is not large. If we don't listen to the voices of Ragna, will eventually meet a tragic end. We cannot rule this world through force alone. I respectfully replied, I will remember that. Osla is the head of the Manhwa Palace, and the one who governs the mechanical dragons. In my past life, she never showed hostility toward me, but knowing full well the fate of the Rose Palace, I asked what punishment I would receive. Wolf answered bluntly. 3 months of house arrest, and the awakening ceremony is only 2 months away. Hearing this, Alsha gave me a suggestion. Wait for next year's awakening ceremony. By then, the 75 kids I injured will also be taking part. At that moment, Mode looked absolutely smug. Before the questioning even started, the Dragon Fiend had already pleaded on my behalf, but the outcome was still that I would miss this year's awakening ceremony. Missing the ceremony is a disgrace in Ragnar, and letting someone so disgraced represent Rose Palace is nearly impossible. Naturally, this would give them a perfect excuse to swallow Rose Palace whole, but I was determined to appeal. Of course, I knew the consequence of appealing would be far more than just a light sentence. The Dragon Fiend definitely tried to defend me. At that moment, only Ed wore a wicked grin. The other 9 elders were visibly distressed. Julius even asked me, did I truly understand what an appeal meant? Of course I did. In Ragnar, where power reigns supreme, an appeal means war. The winner represents truth. Wolf believed my decision was arrogant. I was taking on this fight alone, and there was no way I could stand against the power of 15 noble families. Of course I knew that. But that's exactly why this war would rise to another level. With such a huge power gap, the two sides would settle it with proxy duels, one-on-one matches to decide the victor. Julius was secretly disappointed in me. As the defendant, I could only choose myself as my proxy. Meanwhile, Winterpine Palace would at the very least send a sword genius like Urswin. With that, I was guaranteed to lose. Did you really think, Evelyn? Or I would stand in for you. But what they didn't know was that the duel was just bait. The Real show was only beginning. By now, Wellington and Evelyn should have completed their part of the plan. They'd gathered undeniable evidence against those bastards from Winterpine Palace, and that's when the unexpected happened. The door behind me swung open, and the person who entered caused all the 9 dragons in the room to kneel on one knee in respect. That's right. It was the head of the Ragna family. My father, Kale. He actually came. I, Tyr Ragna, greet the presence of the great dragon god. At the same time, the system triggered a story quest. Quest objective: uncover the secrets of the Camellia Palace. Find what lies within. Seeing this, I remembered the blue glow I saw during the Dragon King banquet last time. Can't believe I forgot about it until now. Looks like the Camellia Palace really is hiding something. But now's not the time to think about that. I have to find a way to handle my father first. Get up, my son. I overheard things about you as I passed by. It seems the situation is quite complicated. So, are you sure you want to request a retrial through a proxy duel? I gave a firm and definite answer. But he then asked if I planned to fight on my own behalf. He wanted me to choose a substitute. Without a doubt, my father was testing me. Very well, I'll do as you wish. I have no substitute. This duel, I will fight it myself. Though I know I'm highly likely to lose. How would I know if I don't try? As your son, I choose to fight with unyielding will. As soon as I said that, my father burst out laughing. Did you all hear what my son just said? There's nothing more fitting for a Ragna heir to say. I love that attitude of yours. So, as head of the Ragna family, I'll give you a test. Tyr, if you can take one strike from me, I will clear you of all charges. You have no right to refuse. Come outside right now. Suddenly, a voice of objection came from behind Kale. Family head. You mustn't be so rash. It was because Adetro knew if I could withstand that sword strike, I would be acknowledged as the heir by the family head, even though he believed Tyr couldn't possibly survive it. But there's always room for surprises. That's why he had to stop the patriarch's decision. As a retainer, I indeed have no right to interfere in father-son matters. But according to the rules. Before he could finish, father silenced him with just one sentence. Seems you have some issues with my judgment? Understood, patriarch. We'll proceed exactly as you say. Then, father turned toward the dragon fiend on stage. He had been laughing this whole time. Of course, he was just spouting nonsense. Because he was happy to finally see the patriarch again. Father understood his feelings right away. But now was the time to handle official matters. Well then, my son. You don't object to my decision, do you? Now that things were already heading down an irreversible path, of course I had to go along with fate. My reply to father was a single word: no. Hearing it, he froze on the spot. But what I really meant was, the reward and punishment weren't fair. If I win, I want a greater reward. After all, father, you're the strongest on the continent. How could you be compared to someone in a proxy duel? Father then asked me what kind of reward I wanted. With a wicked grin, I turned and looked straight at Ed. I want Winterpine Palace. That made Ed so mad, he almost exploded. He looked like he was ready to rip me in half right then. Wolf, on the other hand, thought I was being too arrogant. But I knew my father's personality like the back of my hand. And sure enough, he agreed to my request. If you want to be heir, you'd better have the guts to ask for it. Now come with me. I'll test for myself if you're worthy. If I could withstand a blow from the patriarch, I'd earn a full royal estate, and all my offenses would be cleared. That was the promise made to me by the continent's strongest, the dragon god. But even though I was no longer Ragnar's disgrace, my level in the system was still just a puny level 2. My strength stat was a mere 18. To face off against the patriarch in his maxed out state? Ridiculous. And because, in his eyes, I still didn't know how to use magic, he chose a rusty iron sword as his weapon. But even so, my father's kingly aura remained as strong as ever, simply standing still. He exuded a pressure that made my whole body, even my bones. The onlookers were once again delighted. They believed that no matter how strong I became, there was no way I could withstand a strike that even high-level knights couldn't bear. But, before the duel began, I had already used the potion granted by the system earlier, and I allocated all my points into strength. It was a threefold increase from my original strength. I felt a sense of liberation, as if stepping into extraordinary realms. With this level of strength, I could definitely withstand my father's strike. After asking if I was ready, my father immediately launched his attack, and with my complete focus, I successfully tracked his attack trajectory. I prepared the best defensive stance. The next second, I felt my father's overwhelming pressure instantly shatter the floor around me. But this only meant one thing. I succeeded. I passed my father's test. Tyr Ragnar proved his innocence with his will. On the other hand, my father smiled faintly. It was rare for him to find such a worthy successor. Scene shifts. When I woke up from my faint, my mother, who had been caring for me, looked extremely worried. She heard that her son had almost died during the trial. She felt like dying. Then mother cried and said, "If you're still feeling unwell anywhere, I'll send someone to get the priest right away." I told mother I was mostly fine. Besides, where even is this place? At that moment, Longlius answered for her. "This, of course, is the Winter's Cypress Palace gifted to you, just now, on the family head's orders." Meanwhile, Emil, who had just been kicked out, was furious. Why should a bastard take my position as palace lord? As for Ed, he was filled with killing intent. He ordered Ezewin to kill me once the enlightenment ritual began. No mercy whatsoever. After sending mother away, I went to the room that had emitted the blue light earlier. And as for this blue key, of course, it's the key needed to open it. Then, the system notified me of a dungeon. As a reward, I would gain double experience points inside the dungeon. But this seemed more like a quest format. How could Winter Cypress Palace possibly have a bottomless cave? Either way, I had to clear it. I couldn't miss this chance to grow stronger fast. But before entering, I still needed to prepare. In my newly acquired inventory, I packed it full of weapons and gear. Once everything was ready, I returned to the entrance and officially began my first dungeon quest journey. Soon, about 100 meters from the cave, I heard the growl of a beast. The next second, a drooling monster lunged at me. Without a roar, it came charging. Thankfully, I reacted quickly and blocked it with my shield just in time. In terms of speed, I might not win, but if it came to raw power in a head-on clash, I wouldn't lose to something like this. On the next turn, I took the initiative and managed to land a strike on its neck. But the beast's hide was incredibly tough. My attack barely even scratched it. So I started mentally replaying the attack path my father once used. That's him. If I can learn it, dealing with this monster will be easy. But when I tried using it for the first time, I missed. As expected, it's not so easy to master. Forget it. I'll just use the flash strike from my previous life's secret tech. I then threw away the shield. I focused all my attention on the sword and pushed my speed to the limit. All these basics I learned from Yilin. Naturally, I could successfully perform the flash strike. In the end, I used this move to blind one of the demon wolf's eyes. Now with this, defeating it is no longer a problem. 2 months passed quickly. At this point, I had defeated 170 monsters. Exhausted, I quickly drank the basic healing potion from the system's rewards. Each time, it was only with it that I survived. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far. Now, there's only one monster left in the dungeon. It's likely the final BOS 5. The scene changes. I walked into the 5th floor of the dungeon, holding the sword left. This was a birthday gift from my mother, and the sword she gave me for the ceremony. I never expected this beautiful weapon to be discarded by me like garbage in my previous life, letting it rust and get damaged in the room. I really should have. This life, I can't make the same mistake again. I must protect my mother from harm. But what I didn't expect was that I, Ragnar, with dragon blood, would be facing a BOS 5 that's also a dragon type. Is this just a coincidence? Luckily, this BOS 5 is just a low-level drake. It's still asleep. If I can fully use the dragon heart, maybe I can take it down with one strike. I used the flash strike again. I aimed straight at the left eye of the drake, hoping to pierce its brain. But this guy had ridiculously thick skin. After dodging the drake's tail counterattack, I used another secret technique. Now, I kept jumping on the drake's body, and each jump also added a small attack. My plan was to first use normal attacks to divert Drake's attention, specifically, the reverse scale. But suddenly, Drake roared wildly into the sky. His skill dominated the battlefield. My movements were slowed by nearly 30% as Drake's massive claw came down on me. I had no time to dodge and could only block with my sword, but I still ended up suffering serious damage. I knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the more dangerous it would be. So I had to quickly find a weak spot and end it fast. Just then, I spotted the location of Drake's reverse scale, so I pretended to engage head-on, but actually ducked under it just 0.00001 millimeters from its jaws, then used flash thrust at the reverse scale's location. Right at the moment I used up the last of my strength, I successfully destroyed Drake's reverse scale, and with that, I wiped out all the monsters inside the dungeon. As a reward for killing Drake, I obtained its fang and its claw. Both were materials that could be used to enhance weapons. One would increase hardness, the other, sharpness. Perfect for repairing the sword mother gave me. Drake's roar effect releases killing intent to suppress surroundings, but only works on targets lower level than the user. I heard about this skill in my past life. Apparently, only the chosen ones could use it. Looks like after boosting my luck stat, the blessings it's brought me are overwhelming. But in Ragna, a land full of strong ones. Who knows how effective it'll actually be when used. After that, I received a story quest reward, called the Nest Compass, though I'm not sure what it's for. It's probably connected to the next story quest somehow. Whatever, no need to study it now. Better to head back, get some good rest first. But just then, a maid suddenly called out to me from behind. Young Master Tier, something's wrong. Hurry to the 4th training ground. There's about to be a brawl there. All I did was use the simplest block, yet I shocked everyone on the scene. Because while my block looked purely defensive, it could actually deliver an instant kill. But what really... I was so strong I could break a sword with a single strike. Wait, hold on. Let me explain properly, okay? Just as the brawl was about to erupt at the 4th training ground, I finally understood from her explanation that while I had been secluded training in the dungeon, news of me inheriting the family sword by strength had spread far and wide. So now, almost every day, people came from afar wanting to spar with me. But of course, some were just here to stir up trouble. They mocked me, saying they came 3 times, yet hadn't even seen my face once. Could it be that this so-called young master is just a coward who doesn't dare to fight? But Sybil wasn't having it. She didn't go easy on those blockheads. She basically took them down one by one with a single punch. If you can't even beat us juniors, you don't deserve to spar with our young master. But then came truly strong challengers. Among them, Holkus Larmy, one of the Northern 4 Lords, nicknamed Black Bear, and also Ray Ragnar, another of the 4 Lords, nicknamed Frost Queen. Holkus loudly declared, "Tyr Ragnar, get out here. Come duel me right now." Ray also came to challenge me. But since neither would give way, their conflict flared up instantly. "Anyone weaker than me has no right to stand ahead of me." Holkus snapped back furiously. "You think a month, or even a day, isn't enough for me to surpass you? I've long since become stronger than you." But that didn't stop Ray from calling him her defeated foe. So Holkus, now fuming, decided, "How about we two fight it out first? Only the winner gets to challenge me." And just like that, a battle was about to erupt. Good thing Wellington arrived in time to stop it. Otherwise, if the training ground gets damaged, Evelyn will chop us into pieces for sure. If you two really want to fight, why not let me find you a proper place? But Wellington's arrival only fired up Holkus even more. "Brother, you came at the perfect time. I don't want to fight a crazy woman anyway." Meanwhile, I decided to head over and take a look and test the effect of my newly acquired skill while I was at it. As I arrived at Training Ground 4, while activating Drake's Roar skill, I merely walked toward the group brawl, and the killing aura I emitted was enough to make lower-level people foam at the mouth. Wellington, on the other hand, was shocked. He had no idea what was causing this pressure. But my arrival, "This bloodlust is really intense. You're one interesting guy." As he said that, Holkus suddenly lunged forward with his greatsword. "Let's see if you're really as strong as the rumors say." But what he thought was a confident strike was casually blocked by me with ease. He was even sent flying dozens of meters away. That stunned Holkus on the spot. He knew he hadn't held back, yet his attack was blocked like it was nothing, and his opponent hadn't even changed expression, clearly not using full strength. Honestly, I was shocked too, even though I knew Holkus was just average, and not the brightest either. The Lanka family is naturally gifted with brute strength. They fear no one when it comes to raw power. That's how he became one of the Northern 4 Lords. When I blocked another of his attacks, I immediately used the flash thrust I had mastered in the dungeon, and caught him completely off guard. Good thing I grinded so hard in that dungeon. Now, even if I only defeated the weakest of the Northern 4 Lords, it still means I have the right to challenge the other 3, and maybe even take first place in the Enlightenment ritual. Seeing that Holkus still hadn't gotten up, I realized I might have gone a bit too hard. Luckily, he's known for being tough, so he probably just passed out temporarily. Suddenly, cheers erupted around me. Young Lord Tyr has defeated the Northern Lord Black Bear, and it was a one-hit KO too. I told them Holkus was still alive, that he was just, but before I could even finish, I made another blunder. Suddenly, the sword in my hand let out a strange sound, and snapped in half right in front of everyone. As expected of Lord Tyr, even a single blow can wreck a weapon. But once I remembered that this was the sword Mom gave me for the ritual, I didn't even feel like explaining anything anymore. Now I'm definitely getting scolded when I get back. Meanwhile, not far away stood Ray. Her gaze had been fixed on the same person, from the duel up until now. Because back when she was little, a young boy once gave her warmth in a blizzard, took her by the hand, and brought her home, saying he'd walk her back once the snow stopped. The one she longed for, and couldn't take her eyes off, was me, Taragna. But in the end, Ray didn't choose to step up and spar, or even say hi. She just left a faint smile, and quietly walked off the training ground. That smile happened to be seen by Shullington, which made him very curious. Did Ray, the cold-hearted Ray, just smile? Now that's something you don't see every day. Scene change. I was already back at Winter Cypress Palace. Since I earned the nickname Flash Tiger, the maids were cheering and celebrating beside me. They even encouraged me to keep up the momentum, and maintain it all the way to the Enlightenment ritual. The food on the table wasn't even the main event yet. Right then, Mom brought out a giant bowl of premium abalone meat. She knew how exhausted I was from training lately, so she added all kinds of nourishing ingredients to help me recover, so I'd be ready for the upcoming ritual. But just thinking how Mom always treated me this warmly, while in my past life, I often ignored and snapped at her. I never understood how much love she wanted to give me. Thank you, Mom. Your cooking is amazing. And after finishing the meal, I mustered the courage to tell them about breaking the sword. I was already prepared to be scolded. But what surprised me was, my mother didn't get angry at all. Instead, she blamed the blacksmith who forged the sword. She said the sword was made of white snow, ash, and black segment wood, and it should never break. At that moment, I finally understood that the sword my mother gave me was made of such top-tier materials. I had never imagined it would be this good. I thought it was just fine, but I didn't expect it to be this good. You see, the black segment wood is a rare material harder than iron. I asked my mother where she had bought it. She replied, I didn't spend any money on it. But no matter what, my mother felt like she had been tricked and decided to find the seller and settle the score. She was determined to have them forge a better sword for me for the awakening ceremony. I wanted to say I could use another sword as a substitute, but was immediately stopped by my mother. No way, she said. This is absolutely necessary. Now everyone can finally see your true strength. So at times like this, we need to focus on yourself even more. With that, my mother turned and walked toward the door. She said she was going right now to find the person responsible. I asked her for the specific location. When she told me it was at the Basque workshop, I was completely stunned. That's one of the top 3 weapon forging workshops in the continent, and its owner is the strongest weaponsmith in the continent. The demon blacksmith, Kelson. She's an elf, yet became the strongest smith in the human world. All the weapons she forges are historical masterpieces. Even the sword my father, the dragon god, uses was forged by her. What I didn't expect was that she's actually my grandmother. No wonder I'm so good looking. There's a reason for it. I'm a human with elven blood. At this moment, I followed my mother to the Basque workshop. In my previous life, when I worked for the Black Snow Intelligence Organization, I had heard of Kelson, the owner of the workshop. She was marked as a special protection level target, and was known as the embodiment of capitalist values. The reason was simple. She has an inexplicable obsession with money. But what she's most famous for is her title as the strongest blacksmith, the demon blacksmith. I never thought I'd have the chance to meet such a big shot. So what exactly is the relationship between Mom and Kelson? Just then, Mom suddenly shouted at Kelson. What, Mom? Gonna break your promise and get struck by lightning. The moment she said that, my mind went blank. What the heck? The world's #1 W-class blacksmith is my grandmother. Meanwhile, Grandma just looked unfazed. I'm not your mom. The day you abandoned me, I severed our mother-daughter ties. So what business do you have with this old blacksmith? So Mom had been lying all along about being an orphan. Does that mean I'm actually a half-elf? No wonder I'm so handsome. Science backs me up. Then Mom threw the broken sword straight at her. This is to return the sword you gave me. You said it was top grade, but it turned out to be total junk. Grandma was speechless. No one's ever dared to call one of my swords defective to my face. But after inspecting the sword, Grandma froze for a full 2.5 minutes. Then she solemnly asked what it had been through. Mom answered with a straight face. Who knew it was defective? You said it would never break, remember? But my son only used it for 2 months, and now look at it. Grandma seemed to realize something. But after calling me a brat, Mom warned her to watch her words. Her son is a future leader of Ragna. After all, then I formally introduced myself. I am Tyr Ragna, Lord of Winter Cyprus. It's an honor to meet the legendary demon smith. Grandma said she'd already heard a lot about me. No need for small talk. But she really couldn't believe this was her own handiwork. I gave her a firm answer. I really like this sword. So please. Hearing that, Grandma agreed to take us to the forge. On the way, I asked Mom and learned the truth. Actually, Grandma isn't her biological mother, but an adoptive one who took her in. Even though they only lived together for 6 months, that left me a bit down. So I'm a pure-blooded human after all. Then Mom started talking about the things Grandma liked. Whether it's gemstones, music, comedy, or people, she liked them all. And because she liked me, she took me in as her adopted daughter. Grandma overheard us talking and gave Mom a look. How boring, bringing up old stuff, and even sharing it with your son? But Mom just laughed wickedly on the spot. You don't have to say something so fake, you know. Clearly, Grandma was struck right in the heart. She was mad but couldn't refute it. So why did you two cut ties all of a sudden? Before Mom could answer, Grandma spoke up first. Because she said she wanted to become a lady of Ragna. Even though it was clearly dangerous, she still marched right in like she wasn't afraid to die. Meanwhile, Mom had that infatuated look again. How could I not? The head of the house was so handsome. Abs, wealth, love me. No need to say more. We'll spare you 100,000 words here. You brat. And you still have the nerve to come back asking for free forging? But as they argued, Grandma actually got flustered by Mom's teasing. Seeing such a warm scene, I realized I'd never seen this side of Mom in my past life. I still knew nothing about her. Suddenly, a memory came back to me. If Grandma loved Mom so much, why didn't she help her in my previous life? When we reached our destination, Grandma immediately pulled me into the room, leaving Mom outside muttering to herself like a fool. Not until the door shut did she realize and start yelling outside. Grandma told me to ignore her for now, because something more important needed confirmation. Be honest with me. You're carrying a relic of the primordial dragon, aren't you? Her question left me stunned. Grandma, do you mean the guardian dragon of the Ragna line? I heard that the first family had hid the relic for future generations, but I thought that was just a legend. Grandma immediately brought out the sword. Still trying to play dumb, huh? If you didn't have anything special, how could you possibly break my sword like this? Aside from relics, there's nothing in this world that can destroy it. Do you even know how much that thing is worth? In the end, Grandma didn't hold it against me. Instead, she led me to the corner of the room. Then she dragged over a wooden coffin bound by chains and said to me, "Inside is something I've always wanted but could never obtain. If you can unlock and retrieve it, I'll give it to you for free." The next second, the coffin suddenly began to emit a quest blue glow. Could this be a new story mission? This was a wooden coffin abandoned in storage for over 100 years. No one knew what was inside. Turns out it was an ancient demon sword with sentience, because its true form was a black lion that took the shape of a blade. And if you try to claim it without its approval, it will mentally dominate the wielder, trapping them in a dream forever, from which they staring at the coffin glowing blue. I couldn't help but feel this quest came way too fast. From my strange reaction, Grandma could tell that I really could see things normal people couldn't. Then she told me that inside was a relic of the primordial dragon. Back in ancient mythological times, the primordial dragon made this demon blade from one of its fangs. Its name was Moonlight. So if you can break the seal on this box, I'll give the Moonlight sword to you as a welcome gift. But if you're careless, you might die. That was Grandma's warning. Right after that, a new quest popped up in the system. It asked me to earn Moonlight Sword's recognition. But this reminded me of a memory from my past life. The Moonlight Sword once belonged to the leader of the Black Snow Intelligence Organization. It gave him, a man already one of the 9 dragons. Almost no one who saw the sword survived or remained traceable. When I first encountered Black Dragon, the leader, by chance, I could see the true form of Moonlight Sword. Because of that unusual situation, I was spared and invited to join his intelligence group. When I came back to my senses, I did a quick calculation. There were still 4 years before I'd meet Black Dragon again. Meaning, until then, the Moonlight Sword had remained sealed in this coffin. If fate wants me to claim it, then so be it. Then I might as well make it mine. So I pulled out that blue key once again and inserted it. Sure enough, it worked just like it did at Winter Cypress Palace. It could unlock a quest dungeon. To Grandma's surprise, I successfully lifted the seal, but the moment I touched it, a powerful suction burst from the wooden coffin, and dark energy surged out, spreading across my body. Before I knew it, everything went black. I passed out on the spot. When I opened my eyes again, what I saw in front of me was the tragic scene that broke me in my previous life. Looks like I was trapped inside a dream. At that moment, the Black Lion, the true form of the Moonlight Sword, thought I was already under. It tried to devour me whole and take control of my mind, so I'd never wake up from the dream again. But I didn't lose myself at all. Instead, I struck back with a reverse snap and grabbed its neck in a death grip. Impossible. A mere human resisting the most painful moment of his heart. Bet you didn't see that coming, monster. I've already overcome the despair you tried to show me. If it had been earlier, your mental control might have actually worked on me. But now, looking at this lion, something fell off from what I remembered. Back then, it stood over 10 meters tall at our first meeting. Now it was barely my size. Maybe it's because it's been sealed for too long. Either way, that works in my favor. From now on, you're mine. If you don't behave, I might go just a teeny bit hard on you. Meanwhile, in the real world, Mom was weeping uncontrollably after learning I was unconscious. She demanded answers from Kelson. I told you to forge him a sword, not turn him into a vegetable. Even Kelson was completely stunned. She had never seen something like this before. The cursed weapon had fused with his blood vessels. All she could do now was silently pray I'd be okay. Hearing that, Mom made things crystal clear. If something really happens to my son, then our family ties won't just be for show next time. But just as Mom finished saying that, my hand suddenly twitched. At the same time, a surge of black energy burst out from the Moonlight Sword. It kept pouring into my body nonstop. Once the phenomenon ended, I woke up from the dream. Mom immediately pulled me into her arms. You scared me half to death. Next time, without my permission, you're absolutely not allowed to make me worry like that again. Alright. I'm fine now. I'm really sorry. With the system displaying subjugation successful, I officially completed my second story quest. Talk about luck. I managed to catch the lion while it was still weak from just waking up. As a reward, I gained control of Moonlight, and after absorbing the demon blade within it, my mana increased dramatically. It even surpassed 200 points. From now on, my mana has awakened a spiritual nature. Its regeneration rate increases by 1.5 per second. Looks like I've now reached the level of a high-tier swordsman. But the downside is, I can't use this power just yet. I have to hold back until the Enlightenment ritual. But for some reason, Moonlight kept trembling violently ever since earlier. At first, I thought it was trying, but Grandma explained. It's just been sealed away for too long. Now that it's finally free again, it needs to vent hundreds of years of frustration. Then Grandma pointed at, why don't you test the sword's power now? Just go all out and swing at that wall. It can handle it. After asking her multiple times if it was really okay, I decided to test Moonlight's power and secretly tap into my mana too. After all, I have the dragon heart. Even Grandma doesn't know its hidden functions. As I tightened my grip and charged up, Grandma immediately realized something was off, and in the next second, I unleashed the breakthrough flash thrust. And not only the wall, even the forge's outer wall got sliced clean in two. That scene left Grandma absolutely heartbroken. My workshop, my money. Meanwhile, I was feeling conflicted about the Moonlight Sword. because after that one strike, this thing actually drained all of my mana. But right then, Grandma suddenly blinked and appeared in front of me. She was so fast I couldn't even react, and judging from her expression, she had no idea I was hiding my mana with the dragon heart. You little brat, you're not even using magic yet, and you still managed to wreck my wall with just the sword's sharpness? To Kelson, this could only mean one thing: genius. But in the very next second, the thought of profit made Kelson. I destroyed a 1 billion gold forging workshop with one swing, but instead of being mad, Grandma swore she'd forge me a full set of epic gear, because she saw in me the potential to become an unmatched powerhouse. And if her grandson wore gear forged by her, he'd become a walking advertisement for her Basque workshop, a living billboard across the continent. Just then, Mom noticed something suspicious about Grandma. Mom, don't tell me you're planning to use my son as a money-making tool. Grandma dared not say a word. She couldn't risk ruining her dream of getting rich. It was getting late. After a quick farewell to Grandma, Mom and I got on the carriage and headed back to Rose Palace. But thinking about the chaos I caused today at Basque Workshop, I felt a bit guilty. So I gave Grandma the loot I took from the Drake as compensation for the wall repair. Still, my arrival really stunned Grandma big time. No wonder she favored her daughter. Soon, she'll be able to live in luxury without a care in the world. Suddenly, a crow in the distance called out to her. Long time no see, Demon Smith. Kelson's brow instantly furrowed. She knew something bad was coming. Scene cuts. Now, only 5 days remain until the awakening ceremony, but I still train with Evelyn every day without fail. My strength surprises and delights her. She never expected that in just half a year, I would already be on the verge of surpassing her, a high-ranking swordswoman. And once my magic is unlocked in the future, even in a place like Ragna filled with strong warriors, a monster strong enough to lead them will surely rise again. Alright, Lord Tyr, that's the end of today's training session. I must admit, your progress in swordsmanship is tremendous. I believe if it's you, you might just claim the top spot in the enlightenment ritual. Hearing that, I smiled and replied, it's all thanks to your guidance, Master Evelyn. If I really do become the top candidate, I'll make sure to thank you properly during my speech. What? You'd better thank me for getting your 3-month punishment lifted. Meanwhile, my little fan club swarmed around me. Lord Tyr, don't forget to mention our names too, okay? We want to know what it feels like to be famous. Hearing that, I let out a deep breath. I really do love being this popular. Alright, I'm heading back to rest for now. Time flew by quickly, and before I knew it, the annual enlightenment ritual had arrived. It was being held at Ragna's central headquarters. As I entered the venue, it was already packed to the brim with people. Everyone wanted to perform well on this sacred stage and earn recognition as an official warrior of Ragna. Seated in the center was my father, Kyle Ragna. Next to him was the former family head, Hilda Ragna. But judging by Hilda's appearance, she hardly looked like someone over 100 years old. Still, for her to show up in person, Dad must have done some serious sweet talking. Aside from them, the high dragons had also arrived on site, and as the sound of a drum rang out, Bana, the judge of this ritual, made his announcement. The first trial of the enlightenment ritual now begins. Then he explained the content. Each participant must pick a sword from the rack and leave a mark on the wall before them with their own power. The wall is infused with snow white ore. Its hardness exceeds what normal iron swords can damage, so everyone has to imbue their sword with magic in order to leave a mark upon the wall. Next, Bana took out a black pill. He explained that this was a special elixir called Soma. One dose grants the user over 10 years worth of mana and unlocks the mana core located at the Dantian. At the same time, this is the key to whether I can pass this test. Now, I announce the first candidate, the one who has performed exceptionally well recently, Tyr Ragnar. Amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, I stepped forward and received the assigned Soma. Although in my past life, Ursin became the chief at the awakening ceremony, this time, I will definitely rewrite history. Meanwhile, a new story mission popped up in the system. Please achieve the position of chief at the awakening ceremony. Besides that, Hilda asked Kyle, is this the kid you often tell me about? Looks like you're looking forward to his performance today. Don't say that. I think you're more excited than I am. And after all, he's one of the rare elite, gifted descendants of Ragnar. Let me see what kind of expectations this child can meet. I just took a magic-enhancing pill from the exam, but it scared the examiner half to death because the mana I increased had overflowed, exceeding the maximum limit my body could handle. If I couldn't, my meridians could have been destroyed, turning me into a cripple. It turns out that once this pill is used, it can instantly enhance my mana by at least 10 years, and it will depend on one's talent to decide how much mana will be stored in the Dantian. In my past life, I was too weak to control my mana and hurt myself, but this time, I have the dragon heart. Such a tragedy would never happen to me again. With my full concentration, the mana that was overflowing earlier now began to condense towards my Dantian. Then, in the stunned gaze of the examiner, I successfully suppressed the overwhelming mana. I was so excited at that moment. Now I finally have the dragon heart and the magic core, two powerful tools. But somehow, I feel a bit drained. This time, success came so easily. As for what comes next, it's time to officially display my magic in Ragnar. I might burn myself out. After my magic attached to the sword, I immediately performed the move my father used at that time. Sword's secret kill, also called Dragon Flash. This time, I will succeed. It only took a moment. The pressure radiating from me swept across the entire field. The power of my slash roared forward like a raging dragon. In the next second, under everyone's shocked gazes, the sword mark I left on the wall appeared. It nearly stretched across the entire panel. Even Bana's expression froze like a paused remote control. Expression locked. This was the largest sword mark he had ever seen from a newcomer. Under Bana's judgment, I successfully passed the first trial of the... Meanwhile, the observing contestants were left in disbelief. Any hope they had of competing for the top spot was crushed. At the same time, the system notified me that my luck stat had reached 0. From now on, all misfortune debuffs on me would be removed. And from this moment on, my name would echo throughout all of Ragna. Seeing that, I was thrilled. At last, I could finally stand on the same starting line as everyone else. Suddenly, a system alert said many people had taken interest in my performance. Among them was Osha Ragna. He had the urge to recruit me as his personal disciple. Julius, however, got jealous. I noticed him first. He even said he'd join my white armored dragon knights. But most importantly, and most exciting, was that I caught the attention of Hilda Ragna. She possesses the legendary heart of Aegista. I absolutely must find a way to obtain it. After that, the other contestants began taking the stage one by one. Sybil's sword mark was a bit small, but it barely managed to scrape past the passing line. Next up were Ray Ragna, Halkislanka, and Shillington Natio. As members of the Northern Four Lords, they passed with ease. But the sword marks they left cast a heavy shadow over Sybil, who had gone before them. As time passed, almost everyone had finished their test. Yet my results still remained far beyond anyone else's. The only one left to take the test was Ursuin Ragna. His appearance stirred murmurs in the crowd. Looks like this is going to be a showdown between Flash Tiger and Black Panther. No. Even Ursuin won't be able to beat Lord Tyr. But what they didn't know was, the one standing on stage today was no longer the Black Panther they once knew. The mana emanating from his body was mixed with a strong killing intent. At the same time, the examiner felt a sudden pressure. He originally wanted to correct his evaluation, but it was too late. Ursin's sword had already struck the wall, and the sword mark left behind was almost on par with mine. Bana had already been shocked several times today. Now he had to deal with an even bigger surprise. But Ursin's brilliant performance also slapped his own face for underestimating the other contestants. With the sword marks being the same length, it could only be left to the higher-ups to decide the outcome. Soon after, Bana announced the successful conclusion of the first Awakening assessment. He expressed his deep satisfaction with the many outstanding talents this year. Then, he revealed that the second Awakening assessment would take place in 3 days, and that qualified swordsmen must attend on time. Of course, the most anticipated part for everyone was the ranking of the first Awakening assessment. Would Ursin take the top spot, or would it be me? I only made one long sword mark on the wall. The next day, various powerful factions from the family secretly returned, requesting that I join them. Even one of the 9 dragons, Asha, personally came to find me, eager to adopt me as her foster son. Time returned to the moment when Bana announced the ranking of the first assessment. After discussions with the 2 family heads and the 9 dragons, I scored a perfect 10. With no flaws in my speed, mana, and other aspects, I took the first place in the Awakening assessment. As for Ursin, he shockingly took second place. It's worth noting that he was not only the strongest among the Northern Four Lords, but also had been preordained to take the top spot before the Awakening ceremony. Yet, in the first assessment, he came in second. Although many accepted this decision, there were still some fanboys supporting Ursin. They argued that since both of us scored 10, why wasn't Ursin first? But soon they were silenced by the following explanation. Although Tyr and Ursin had sword marks of the same length, Tyr's depth was closer to the record set by Torkai. Torkai is one of the 5 most likely candidates to inherit the family headship. After hearing this reasoning, no one had any more objections, except for Ursin, whose face was ashen. If the higher-ups hadn't been present, he would have used any means necessary to prove his strength. As for 3rd to 5th place, they were all taken by the Northern Four Lords. They were Wellington, Ray, but I have to say, Sybil's luck was really good. Barely passing was bad enough, but ending up dead last in the rankings? 3 days from now, the second phase of the Enlightenment trial will take place in the Winter Mountains. All 87 participants who passed the first trial must prepare accordingly. Scene transition. At that moment, inside the 4th training grounds, we were celebrating our 1st, 3rd, and 87th place results. Although it was fun, I reminded everyone that the trial wasn't over yet. We absolutely couldn't let our guard down. What I meant was, in the end, both 1st and 2nd place will belong to us. Wellington responded that he would push harder next time. He wouldn't let such a big gap in scores happen again. Hearing that, I told him not to be discouraged. I just got insanely lucky this round. Who knows? Maybe the second trial will be your specialty. Besides, we're brothers in arms. Even if I come in last, you're not allowed to abandon me. Shillington was speechless, but at least his tangled emotions were slightly eased. So let's give it our all in the next round together. Soon, the next morning arrived, and I headed to the Winter Mountains alone. This was a place I could never reach in my previous life, so I needed to tread even more carefully now. I took Winter Cypress. Ed definitely wouldn't let this go so easily. But this was only the beginning. Defeating random small fries like Landon meant nothing. The ones who haunted my dreams were Siwon and Maud. Just wait, I'll make sure you taste the same pain I did. Then I took out the nest compass I received as a system reward. Its needle pointed directly, which meant there was probably some kind of nest located there. Anyway, the second trial would take place around this area, so I'd get the chance to investigate further. Suddenly, a sound from behind caught my attention. That's when I realized I was being followed. I found the stalker hiding behind a cliff wall, so I quickly drew my sword and dashed in. I stood before him and questioned, "Who are you? Why were you secretly tailing me?" In response, the person immediately identified himself. He claimed to be a member of the Swift Sword unit. Their leader had seen my performance in the first trial. That's why they specifically sent him to find me. Although I figured someone would come to recruit me, I didn't expect it to be this soon. But when I learned I wasn't being invited to join, and instead had to take a qualifying test, I was completely dumbfounded. The man in the cloak chuckled. "Lord Tyr, stop messing with me. You clearly know how prestigious our Swift Sword unit is. Just getting an interview is something people dream of." But just as he said that, a voice from behind mocked the Swift Sword unit. "Lord Tyr, join our Black Iron Cavalry instead. We're not like those clumsy fools. If you agree, I'll even give you my position as vice captain." Suddenly, 4 more figures leapt out from nearby. They too had come to recruit me into their respective organizations. But why were the Law Hall and the Security Bureau mixed in too? And none of them wanted to back down. They all started arguing. I decided this was the perfect time to slip away. Staying here any longer would just invite more trouble. But just then, I caught a whiff of plum blossom fragrance. No doubt about it. First Lady Osha was slowly walking toward my location. I heard her softly mutter, "I know I'll probably be called too impatient, but I can't suppress this urge to recruit great talent. Let them say what they want. I don't care." I didn't respond to her words. Instead, I asked if she had something important to discuss, to which Osha firmly replied, "Yes, something very important. So, Tyr Ragna, would you be willing to become my adopted son?" Meanwhile, on Ursuin's side, after his humiliating performance in the trial, he took his anger out on his subordinates, slashing them until they were all crippled. His rage wouldn't settle, as he kept thinking about Tyr's recent. After beating down every last follower, Ursuin was completely consumed by bloodlust. Even when his trusted right-hand man approached, he nearly threw his sword straight at him in a blind rage. Ed, who intervened, he calmly pointed out that venting here wouldn't change anything. If anything, now is the time to think clearly and plan ahead. "Come with me. I'll tell you a way to kill that useless Tyr the day after tomorrow." As the Dragon God's top genius, she made just a slight move, and instantly stunned me on the spot, because she completed 117 sword technique variations in a single breath. If I agreed, she would teach me everything she had learned in her life. Time rewinds to the moment Asha personally came to find me. When she said she wanted to take me as her foster child, everyone else who tried to recruit me instantly felt inferior. Their offers couldn't even compare. Meanwhile, under their stunned gazes, Asha used her exclusive secret technique, Dimensional Shift. As a surge of powerful mana spread out, Asha and I entered the Dimensional Shift space. I had heard of this skill in my past life, a forbidden technique that creates an alternate dimension sealed from the outside world. But this was my first time witnessing it with my own eyes. It completely blew my mind. Then Asha, dragging her giant sword, smiled and said, "I brought you because I want to give you a special gift." Even though acting on my own might upset the family head. Hearing that, I asked curiously, what kind of gift would require all this effort? Asha drew her sword and told me, "The family head's sword radiates a kingly aura, like the breath of a dragon descending from the heavens, unyielding and absolute. But mine is completely different. The family head focuses on one-hit kills, whereas I aim for unpredictable sword technique variations. The dragon I pursue is ever-changing." As she spoke, Asha began to demonstrate with her sword. To me, her swordplay looked completely chaotic yet refined. Her steps seemed light, yet each one held immense power. After the demonstration, she told me this was her proudest technique, Skyfall Blossom Rain, and it was the gift she personally prepared for me. I could hardly believe a person could perform 120 technique variations in a single breath. I desperately wanted to learn this technique. With eager eyes, I asked, "Can I really accept such a precious gift?" Asha nodded and gave me a definite answer. After that, she dissolved the dimensional shift. "If there's anything you don't understand, you're welcome to come find me anytime after the awakening ceremony. I hope you won't disappoint my expectations. There will definitely be a place for you in Ragnar's future. You may even become the one who leads a new era." With those words, Asha vanished into the air like a flurry of peach blossoms. Even now, I still can't calm my heart. If I had earned her favor in my past life too, maybe things would have turned out differently. But now I have another problem to deal with. Julius is about to flip out. I still haven't agreed to join his White Dragon Knights. And now I've even become Asha's foster son. Whatever. I'll come up with a plan once things calm down. At this moment, Examiner Jackie Lagna was giving his opening speech. To the 87 individuals who passed the first test, this Winter Mountain Range will become your next trial ground, even though this region has been under Lagna's rule for years. Those of you still at apprentice level must not enter the Demon Sea area. You're all here with the goal of inheriting the title of Family Warrior. So I hope everyone gives their all in today's test. Then, Jackie took out a small bell. This is the key item to complete the test. Your task is to capture a magical beast within half a month. Train it into your servant, and bring it back with the bell. These bells are also ranked by level. The higher the level, the more points you earn. There are no restrictions on how, as long as you complete the task within the time limit. Hearing this, I thought for a moment. So, even snatching from others, or getting into a full-blown fight, doesn't matter. That's actually pretty fun. Truly the Lagna clan that values strength above all. But just before the test began, Jackie gave one last warning. Don't touch the purple bell lightly, because the beast's linked to that level. Your current strength is far from enough to control them. Now, in my hand is a totem that wards off magical beasts. It will serve as a safe supply point for everyone. With everything now prepared, the second stage of the trial officially begins. In an instant, everyone each moved according to their pre-planned routes. Some believed supplies were key and wanted to hold out. Meanwhile, at this moment, Erxwin and Ed was even willing to bet his life on it. If the plan succeeded, this place would become Terlagna's grave. But what Erxwin didn't know was that a pair of eyes was locked tightly on him. The scene shifts as I prepared to attack a forest guided by the nest compass. Suddenly, Wellington appeared behind me in a flash. At first, I thought he wanted to team up with me. After all, we're both aiming for first and second place. But he said he won't give me first place this time. He's also determined to claim the top rank. Hearing that, I couldn't help but chuckle. I knew exactly what Wellington was thinking, just like when I once lost to him. He's aiming for someone stronger than himself, and striving to surpass that person, to become even stronger. I have accepted your challenge. Don't think that just because you are my good brother, I will go easy on you. After that, Wellington left this place, and I continued with my secret mission. Soon, under the guidance of the compass, I located the target. It was a mountain above my head. The system's blue light was flashing there. This was a strange phenomenon. It was also their first encounter with humans in years, because their activities were near the entrance of the legendary dragon's nest. For years, no one had been able to find this place. When the creatures saw me for the first time, they were so terrified that they didn't dare to make a sound. And all of this was thanks to the moon-white sword in my hand, forged from ancient dragon materials. The time returned to the moment when the second test of the awakening began. At that time, I was holding the compass awarded by the system, searching for the location of the dragon's nest mentioned earlier. But what puzzled me was, the compass needle kept pointing to the ground. Did it want me to dig underground to find it? I had only brought a piece of iron with me. Looks like now I'll have to rely on you, Moon-White Sword. At this moment, the Moon-White Sword had only one thought. Damn it. But I didn't care about that. Since you belong to me, you'd better obey my commands. Just then, I suddenly sensed 3 disgusting auras. Immediately, I unlocked the Moon-White Sword seal. I swung it towards the deep forest not far away with a powerful strike. The rapid sword wave instantly flattened a large area of forest. If you don't come out now, I'll make sure my next strike won't miss. As soon as I finished speaking, 3 human-like figures walked out from behind the trees. The leader, a scarred man, couldn't help but praise. No wonder you were first in the first test. The 3 of us hid so far away, yet you still found us. I was very familiar with them. They were born in Bucher Mountain Village, and they were the outcasts there. After they were recognized by the awakening ritual of Ragna, they embraced the so-called might makes right philosophy, and wiped out everyone in their village. As a member of the Black Snow Intelligence, I was sent here to investigate. Although I had confirmed that the 3 brothers were the culprits, I couldn't determine the identities of the people they had killed, because I had prepared a foolproof plan to crush their heads into pulp. In my past life, I couldn't kill these 3 scumbags with my own hands, but in this life, I'll make sure they experience the taste of beheading. But before that, I still want to know why exactly they came looking for me. If you have something to say, spit it out. Who would have thought the scar-faced man actually said arrogantly? Although I didn't want to tell you the truth. Since you're about to die, I'll show you some mercy. A big shot far beyond your reach wanted us to toy with you a little. But before he could finish his sentence, I directly said it was Yuan Long Wolf, one of the 9 dragons, who sent them. The 3 of them were stunned and asked in unison, "How the hell did you know that?" We didn't leak a single word. I casually brushed them off with a vague reply. But the real reason is that these 3 would become Wolf's lapdogs in the future. At that moment, the fat one panicked, fearing they'd be punished if exposed. But the scar-faced leader didn't care one bit. Your grandpa's in a good mood today, so I'll leave you a full corpse. I was speechless at his arrogance. When did even mosquitoes dare act this cocky around me? Right after that, I unleashed my father's signature move, Dragon Flash, and fused it with Osha's Sky Blossom Rain. In one breath, I launched a triple combo strike. That bastard was instantly blown to pieces. Killing them in one blow was expected, but what I didn't expect was that combining Osha's sword techniques would be this powerful. Even though I can't pull off her full 120-hit combo right now, successfully landing 3 in a row still gave me a great sense of pride. After cleaning up the scene briefly, I started thinking about how to enter the underground smoothly. Little did I know, a blue system glow suddenly lit up at the edge of the cliff behind me. I never thought the Nest X's entrance would be in a place like that. Then, a staircase began to slowly appear. Since the entrance was now in sight, I had to head down quickly and see what reward the system had for me this time. Meanwhile, on the other side, The 9 dragons were holding a meeting in the conference room. The one in charge of the second test reported the current ranking. First place, Urxuan Lagna. He has captured a total of 41 beasts. He has 21 companions traveling with him. Second place, Lei Lagna. But before he could finish, Julius interrupted him. What about Tyr Lagna? What's his current ranking? The soldier responded that he doesn't qualify for ranking yet. He's killed 0 magical beasts and has no companions with him. Upon hearing this, Osha looked worried. Something must have gone wrong. But Julius didn't believe it at all. Given what he knows about me, the chance of that happening is basically 0. Even so, Julius was still fuming with anger. He'd already heard that Osha personally taught me sword techniques. Osha told him not to be so mad, because there's something more important to confirm right now. What exactly are Wolf and Ed scheming? Their expressions had been off since the start of the meeting. The 2 of them were using telepathic voice transmission. Didn't expect the 3 guys I sent to deal with Tyr to work that fast. So it's all taken care of already? Then go ahead and loot to your heart's content. Ed was in a foul mood, because ever since his Winter Cypress Palace was robbed, he'd secretly searched the Rose Palace as well. But there were no relics of the primordial dragon there. So he became convinced the clue must be in my hands. Ed then sent a mental message to his subordinate behind him. Bring Urxuan to me. Meanwhile, on the other side, I was surrounded by a swarm that could mentally crush ordinary humans. Most would have succumbed instantly. But I'm not most people. For someone carrying a primordial dragon relic, there's no way I'd be affected in the slightest. After that, I used spiritual expansion. It helped me locate the final entrance point in this dark environment. Not gonna lie, I was a bit lucky, because the gate in front of me was the very ruin discovered by Heishua. It's also the Nest X of the dragon. 3 years from now, the legendary artifact inside will belong to Heishua. Sorry everyone, but this time, I'm getting there first. Beneath the dragon's feet lay countless heavenly treasures. Even if an ordinary person only got the worst one, they could instantly rise to become one of the continent's top powerhouses. But when the dragon asked me which treasure I desired, my answer was just one word: guillotine. Flashback to when I found the dragon's Nest X. The moment I pushed open the door and walked in, I froze. Because this wasn't the same ruin Heishua found in my previous life. All these treasures on the ground, and the giant dragon resting atop them, clearly show that this is the nest of a primordial dragon. What the hell is going on here? Did Heishua spread false information in my past life? Or was it discovered 3 years earlier this time, before the ruins could change? Either way, this totally caught me off guard. Looking at this dragon and sensing its power, my heart instantly leapt to my throat. Even if I risked my life, I couldn't possibly beat this thing. The only option I could think of was to turn and run. I'd come back later, before Heishua ever finds this place. But just then, the dragon behind me suddenly woke up and spoke. After all these years, this is my first time meeting a My name is Reup. I am the master of this winter mountain range. Sensing movement, I immediately turned and knelt on one knee. Honorable ancestor, I am Tyr, of the Lagna bloodline. But hearing my greeting, Reup actually facepalmed. He didn't understand why I called him ancestor. He was merely the companion of Lagna's ancestor, Sigurd. So you're the mother of Lagna's second-generation leader, Friedrey, right? But my words left Reup even more bewildered. That Friedrey is always spouting nonsense again. Sigurd and I did call each other companions, but that was merely out of mutual respect for soul communication. There were never any romantic relations between us. Besides, we're dragons. As dragons, we can't possibly reproduce with humans. Hearing that, I cut him off. Then how do you explain the dragon blood in Lagna's bloodline? Reup gave a simple reply. Because Sigurd and I signed a contract. That's how Lagna's descendants evolved from humans into dragon-blooded. But just as I was about to ask more, Reup stopped me and said that was enough greetings. Now, as the guardian dragon of Lagna, he would fulfill his duty to the chosen one. From this moment on, I, Reup, shall uphold the contract and answer 3 questions from the chosen one. Man, not having to fight Reup is a miracle beyond miracles. To better understand the Lagna lineage, I decided to use this chance to learn everything I could from him. After thinking for 49 long minutes, I finally sorted out what I wanted to ask. Then I told Reup my first question. But before I could finish, he cut me off. He said I was taking way too long, and nearly bored him back to sleep. So he asked for a moment to adjust himself. After Reup gave me his confirmation, I asked, what is the true purpose of a guardian dragon? Reup looked quite pleased at the question. He admitted my time spent thinking wasn't wasted. That's a very good question. Let me tell you the reason I exist. Far beyond the vast ocean, at the very edge of the world, there exists a monster, called the Nameless Monarch. This guy was the destined nemesis of Sigurd. And after Sigurd died, I naturally took over his role and guarded this continent. But while Reup was speaking, I noticed something strange. When he mentioned the Nameless Monarch, a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. It made me wonder, just how terrifying is this Nameless Monarch? I wanted to make that my next question. But after a short hesitation, there were just too many other things I needed to know. Things I had to get answers to first. So I went ahead and asked my originally planned second question. What exactly are the relics of the primordial dragon? What the heck? You clearly already possess 3 primordial dragon relics. Looks like your luck far exceeds my expectations. Hearing that, I started thinking back. the cleared winter cypress palace dungeon, the moonlight white sword in my hand. These two are definitely relics. But what's the third one? At that moment, Roadblock began explaining the origin of the relics. Before the nameless monarch came into being, the primordial dragon Fafnir split his spiritual essence to protect humanity on the continent. These fragments are known as creations, 31 in total, and the forms these relics take are incredibly diverse. There are no limits. They could be an object, or a kind of experience, or even a strange phenomenon. After hearing Roadblock's final explanation, I think I finally realized what my third relic truly is. So that means my reincarnation is also one of the primordial dragon relics. If you think of it as a divine authority crafted by Fafnir, then it all makes perfect sense. But it's also very strange when you think about it. Before obtaining the relic, everyone must undergo a test from the guardian dragon of the relic. But when I returned, it didn't exist. Thinking about this, I decided to modify my original second question. I wondered why I was chosen by the ancient dragon. Roadblock even mocked me for being so naive. How dare you be so sure that you're the only one chosen? There are 31 relics in total. You only have 3 of them. Although this information was overwhelming, it also made my spine shiver. Besides me, the Black Dragon also knows about the ancient dragon relics. If they too were chosen by the relics, then maybe, just like me, they could see that blue prompt panel. And even more ridiculously, they might also be reborn, just like me. Originally, I wanted to ask questions to understand the truth of the world better, but now everything had become even more complicated. A nameless ruler, who even the ancient dragon fears, and the possibility of there being other reborn people besides me. At this point, Roadblock interrupted my thoughts. He said that the 3 questions had been answered. Now it was time to give me my reward. Although there were no magic tomes like those received by the Black Snow, it was obvious that these treasures were. Roadblock then said, "Under your feet are treasures from all over the world, including magical items, spiritual herbs, and more. No matter what you choose, its effect will exceed anything you could have imagined. The chosen one." At this moment, a strange thought suddenly arose in my mind. I want the guillotine. Upon hearing this, Roadblock was stunned. What the hell? What's a guillotine? Meanwhile, on the other side, Asawin was still hunting monsters with his teammates, including this green bell. He had killed 57 monsters. Asawin then asked one of his subordinates, "Does anyone know how Bangotir is doing?" One of the subordinates responded dismissively, "I don't know if that guy is hiding because he's afraid to die. I heard his record is still 0. He hasn't even made the rankings." But in his heart, he had another thought. He started to doubt if following Asawin was the right choice. Today, this was already the 8th inquiry about Tyr's record. Unexpectedly, Asawin seemed to have seen through this subordinate. Like hell, I'd be afraid of that loser. If that bastard dares show up in front of me, I'll crush him into pieces on the spot. Just then, another underling interrupted Urxuin's punishment. He said, "Boss Urxuin, someone wants to see you. And it's urgent, right now." She's from the elven race, yet became the strongest blacksmith in the human world. Every weapon she forged is a masterpiece throughout history. Even the great sword my father, the dragon god, wields was forged by her. What I didn't expect was, she's my grandmother. No wonder I'm this good looking. It's in my blood. I'm a human with elven blood, after all. At that moment, I followed my mother to the Basque workshop. Back in my previous life, when I worked for Heishue's Intel network, I'd heard of the workshop's owner, Kirsten. She was classified as a top-level protected target, and nicknamed the embodiment of capitalism. The reason was simple. She had a bizarre obsession with money. But above all else, she was most famous for her title, the demonic blacksmith. Never thought I'd one day get to meet someone like her. So, what exactly is the relationship between Mom and Kirsten? But right then, Mother suddenly shouted at Kirsten, "What, Mom? You planning to break your promise and get struck by lightning?" I was completely stunned hearing that. What the hell? The #1 blacksmith in the world is my grandma. But Grandma's face showed no surprise. "I'm not your mother. The day you abandoned me, our mother-daughter relationship ended. So, dear customer, what brings you to this old smith?" Turns out everything Mom told me before was a lie. So doesn't this mean I'm actually a half-elf? No wonder I'm handsome. It's practically science now. Just then, Mom threw out a broken sword. "This is the sword you gave me back then. You said it was high grade, but it turned out to be an absolute piece of junk." Grandma was speechless. No one's ever dared to say one of my forged swords is garbage. Right to my face. She was stunned for 2.5 minutes before coming to her senses, then calmly asked what happened to the sword. Mom replied with a blank expression, "How would I know it was defective? You said it would never break." But after just 2 months of my son using it for woodcutting, it ended up like this. Grandma finally realized something. But after the mountain voice, the little brat, the mother warned her to be careful with her words. Her son will be a future leader-level talent in Ragna. And I introduced myself. "I am Teal Ragna, the son of Dong Bai Shi. It's an honor to meet the renowned magic craftsman." Grandmother said she had heard about me. Let's not talk about it. She just wondered if this really came from my hands. I gave a positive answer. "I really like this one. Please make sure to repair it." After hearing this, Grandma led us to the forge. On the way, I asked my mother and learned the truth. Actually, my mother and grandmother aren't biologically related. She was her adopted mother, although they had only been together for half a year. This made me feel a bit emotional. So, it turns out I'm a pure-blooded human. Then my mother talked about what Grandma liked. Whether it was gems, music, comedy, or people, she loved it all. It was because she liked me that she took me in as her adopted daughter. When Grandma heard us talking, she gave my mother a look. How boring. It's all in the past. How can you still talk about it with your son? My mother immediately smiled at that. Don't say such insincere things. Grandma was obviously caught off guard. Though she was angry, she didn't dare to argue. Then why did you suddenly cut off relations? Before my mother could answer, Grandma spoke up. Wasn't it because she wanted to become some Ragnar's wife? It's clearly dangerous there, but she stubbornly went in without fear of death. On the other hand, my mother was infatuated. Who could resist the head of the family back then? Abs, wealth, love. For the sake of not wasting time, let me save you a million words here. Stinky whitehead. Then you still have the face to come back and ask me to forge for you for free? As the conversation continued, Grandma actually got flustered from being called Mom. Seeing such a warm scene, I realized I had never seen this side of my mother in my past life. Not even up until the day I died. I still knew nothing about her. Suddenly, a memory came to me. If Grandma loved Mom so much, then why didn't she acknowledge her in our past life? Grandma pulled me straight into the room, leaving Mom standing there, muttering to herself like a fool. It wasn't until the door closed that she realized what happened and started shouting. Grandma told me to ignore her for now, because something much more important needed to be confirmed. Be honest with me. You have a primordial relic on you, don't you? Grandma, are you talking about the guardian dragon of Lagna's ancestors? But that's just a legend. After hearing me out, Grandma immediately pulled out the broken sword. Still playing dumb with me? If you didn't have a relic, how the hell could you damage my sword like this? Other than a relic, nothing else in this world could destroy it. Do you have any idea how much this thing is worth? In the end, Grandma didn't keep arguing with me. Instead, she led me to the corner of the room. There, she dragged out a chained-up wooden coffin and said, "There's something in here I've always wanted, but could never get. If you can open it and claim it, I'll give it to you for free." The next moment, the coffin began to emit a soft blue quest light. Could this be a new story quest? This coffin had been left in the warehouse for 100 years, untouched, but no one knew that inside was an ancient demonic weapon with a soul of its own. Its true form was that of a black lion, transformed into a sword. And if you try to claim it without its approval, you'll fall under its mental control and face backlash, trapped forever in an eternal dream. As I looked at the glowing coffin, I couldn't help but marvel at how fast new quests kept showing up. But based on my reaction, Grandma, that I truly could see things no normal person could. She then told me, inside that coffin was a relic of the primordial dragon, from a distant age of myth, a weapon forged from the fangs of the primordial dragon himself. So if you can break the seal on this box, I'll give you this moonlight white sword as a welcome gift. But if you mess it up, you might die. That was Grandma's warning to me. Right after that, the system popped up a new storyline quest. It asked me to earn the recognition of Moonlight White. That triggered a memory from my past life. Moonlight White used to be the personal weapon of the Black Snow Intel leader. It gave him a huge power boost, especially as one of the 9 dragons. But very few people had actually seen this, almost no one, because those who had either died or mysteriously disappeared. When I first met the Black Dragon boss, I was lucky enough to see Moonlight White's true form by chance. Because of that, I was spared, and even invited to join his intel organization. When I snapped back to reality, I did a rough calculation. There were still 4 years before I met Black Dragon again, meaning the Moonlight White sword had been sealed in this coffin all that time. Fate wants me to take it, then I'll gladly make it mine. So I once again pulled out the blue key and inserted it. Just like with Winter Cypress Palace, it activated a quest dungeon. In Grandma's astonished gaze, I successfully broke the seal, but the moment I touched it, a powerful suction force came from inside the coffin. Black mist began spreading over my body, and just like that, everything went black and I fainted. When I finally opened my eyes again, what appeared before me was a scene from my past life, one that filled me with overwhelming sorrow. Looks like I had fallen into a dream state. The sword's true form, the Black Lion, thought I was fully trapped and tried to devour me to gain full mental control, to trap me in this dream forever. But little did it know, I hadn't lost myself at all. Immediately, I unleashed a backhand strike, nailing its manifestation right in place. No way, a mere human can resist his most painful memories. Caught you off guard, didn't I, Demon Sword? I've long since overcome the despair you tried to show me. If this had been a while ago, maybe your mental control would have worked. But looking at the lion before me, I could tell, this version was different from my memories. I remember the first time we met, this guy was at least 10 meters tall. Now, he's actually about the same size as me. Could it be because he's been sealed for so long? But this is actually a good thing for me. Now you belong to me. If you don't obediently submit, I might be a bit rough with you. Meanwhile, in the real world, my mother, upon learning that I couldn't wake up, cried uncontrollably. She questioned Kelson about what was going on. I asked you to help him forge a sword, but I didn't ask you to turn him into a vegetable. Kelson was, of course, he had encountered a situation he had never seen before. The magical item had actually connected with the blood vessels of the person holding it. Now, she could only silently repeat that I won't be in trouble. Hearing this, my mother seriously stated, if something really happens to my son, Then this severing of ties will not just be a casual joke. Just as my mother finished speaking, my hand started to show signs of movement. At the same time, a black stream of energy shot out from the moon-white sword. It kept drilling into my body. When the phenomenon ended, I woke up from the dream. Seeing this, my mother quickly hugged me. You scared me to death. Next time, without my permission, you absolutely cannot make me worry like this. Alright, I'm fine. I'm telling you. With the system showing the success message for the hunt, I successfully completed the second storyline mission. I'm really lucky. I managed to catch the lion while it was just waking up and still weak. As a reward, I received the control particle of the moon-white sword. After absorbing the moon-white sword's demonic energy, my magical power was significantly enhanced, and the value even broke through to 200 points. From now on, my magical power will have intelligence. The recovery rate of my magic will increase by 1.5 per second. It looks like I've reached the level of an advanced swordsman now. But the problem is, I can't use this immense magical power right away. I must hold back until the awakening ceremony. But for some reason, since just now, the moon-white sword has been violently reacting. At first, I thought it was trying to resist again. But Grandma explained. This guy was just broken from being sealed too long. Now that it was finally free again, it had to vent the frustration of being locked away for centuries. Then Grandma pointed at the wall in front of me and said, "Why don't you test the sword's power now? Just swing it with all you've got. That wall won't break." After confirming with Grandma that it was really okay, I decided to test Moonlight White's strength, while secretly using the demon blade too. After all, I had the dragon's heart, and even Grandma didn't know it had hidden abilities. As I gripped the blade and gathered energy, Grandma instantly realized something was off, right as I used Breakthrough Slash. Not just that wall, even the outer wall of the entire Basque workshop got split in half. That sight completely broke Grandma's heart. My workshop, my money. Meanwhile, I was now cautious about Moonlight White, because after that one slap, it drained all of my mana. But right then, Grandma suddenly blinked in front of me, so fast I didn't even have time to react. And from the look on her face, I could tell, thanks to the dragon's heart, she couldn't detect my hidden magic at all. You little brat. You still don't even know how to use mana. Are you telling me you cut through all that just with raw sword force? Curson thought. Aside from being a genius, there was no way to explain what she just saw. But then, just a second later, the thought of profit lit up Curson's eyes like a firework. I just wrecked $1 billion forge with one swing. Yet instead of being mad, Grandma swore to forge me an epic tier set of gear, because she saw the potential for me to become a peerless powerhouse. If her grandson wore gear forged by her, her Basque workshop's name would spread across the entire continent. I'd be a walking billboard for her brand. Just then, my mother, watching from behind, noticed something off. "Mom, you're not trying to use my son as a money-making tool, are you?" Grandma didn't dare say a word, afraid she'd shatter her dreams of future wealth. It was getting late anyway, so after saying a quick goodbye to Grandma, I sat in the carriage with my mother, preparing to return to the Rose Palace. But thinking about how I had caused such a big mess in the Basque workshop today, I felt a little guilty. So I gave her the spoils I had taken from Drake as payment for repairing the wall. But my appearance really shocked Grandma. It wasn't just that I was her chosen daughter, but soon, I would enjoy endless riches, and little did she know, just as she finished speaking, a crow suddenly called to her from not far away. "Long time no see, magic craftsman." Kelson's eyebrows instantly furrowed. She knew that something bad was about to happen. Scene shift. At this moment, there were only 5 days left but I was still going through my daily training with Evelyn. My strength had both shocked and pleased her. She really didn't expect that in just half a year, my strength had already almost surpassed that of an advanced swordsman. If I could unleash my magic in the future, then in the strong and abundant Ragna, a monster capable of leading them would surely emerge. Alright, Teal, today's training is over. I have to admit that your progress in swordsmanship is immense. I think, if it were up to you, you might even have a chance to be the top candidate for the awakening ceremony. Hearing this, I smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Master. If I really do become the top candidate for the ceremony, I'll thank you properly when I give my speech." "What? You'd better be thankful that you saved yourself from 2 months of confinement." Meanwhile, my little followers eagerly stepped forward. "Remember to mention our names when the time comes. We also want to taste the fame." Hearing this, I sighed deeply. I really love everyone's warm welcome. Alright, I'm going to rest now. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the annual awakening ceremony. The ceremony was held at the central headquarters of Ragna. As I entered the venue, the place was already packed with people. Everyone wanted to achieve good results on this sacred stage, and gain recognition from their families as Ragna's members. At the center was my father, Kyle Ragna. Beside him was the previous family head, Hilda Ragna. But from the way Hilda looked, she didn't seem like an elderly person at all. But she was still present at the awakening ceremony. Of course, Dad's slick tongue had to play a role in this too. Besides that, those of dragon blood had also arrived on site. Then, with the sound of a drumbeat, the awakening judge, Bana, made an announcement. "The first ritual trial officially begins now." Then he explained the content. Participants must each select a sword from the iron rack below, and leave a mark of their power on the wall in front of them. The wall is mixed with white snowstone, a material no ordinary iron can scratch. so each person must infuse magic into their blade to leave any trace on the wall at all. Then Bana took out a black pill and explained it was a special elixir called Soma. Once ingested, it instantly grants 10 years worth of magical power and activates the magic core located at the Dantian. It's also the key to whether one passes this trial. And now, I will announce the first candidate. With outstanding recent performance, Tir Lagna. Under everyone's admiring gaze, I stepped forward and took the issued Soma pill. Though in my past life, Erxawin had taken first place in this ritual ceremony. This time, I will rewrite history. At that very moment, a new story quest popped up from the system. Take first place in the awakening ceremony. Meanwhile, Hilda asked Kale, "This is the child you've mentioned to me so many times, right? Looks like you're really looking forward to his performance." "Don't say that. I'd say you're even more excited than I am. Besides, he's one of the rare top-tier prodigies in Lagna bloodline. Then I'll watch closely to see just how much this kid can surprise me." I merely swallowed a pill that boosts magic during trials, but it nearly scared the examiner half to death because the magic it gave me overflowed, far beyond what my body could handle. If I can't suppress it, my meridians might rupture, leaving me crippled. Turns out that just one dose of this pill can instantly grant over 10 years worth of magical power, and the amount of power stored in the Dantian depends on the user's talent level. In my past life, I was too weak and got hurt from being unable to control it, but in this life, I have the dragon's heart. There's no way I'll ever suffer the same fate again, under my focused will. The overflowing magic from before actually began to condense at my Dantian. Then, under the stunned eyes of the examiner, I successfully suppressed that overwhelming. I was beyond excited. I had finally combined the dragon's heart and magic core. Though honestly, it felt almost anticlimactic. This lifetime, it was all too easy. Finally, I could unleash my magic publicly as a Lagna. I've held back for so long. I nearly drove myself crazy. Now that my magic enveloped my body, I immediately unleashed the move my father once used. Sword/kill, also known as Flash. This time, I will definitely succeed. The pressure I released spread across the entire arena, and my swing surged forward like a mighty dragon charging out. The next second, amidst the stunned expressions of the crowd, the sword mark I left on the wall slowly appeared. Even Bana's face looked like someone hit the remote, changing expressions on cue. Instant mood switch. This was the largest sword mark he had ever seen from a newcomer, and with Bana's official approval, passed the first awakening trial. Meanwhile, the other contestants watching from the sidelines were in disbelief. Any desire they had to compete for first place completely faded away. At the same time, the system notified me that my luck stat had returned to 0. All the misfortune attached to me will now completely vanish. And starting now, my name will echo across all of Lagna. I was beyond thrilled. At last, I could stand on equal footing with everyone else. Suddenly, the system notified me that multiple people were now interested in me. Among them was Ausha Lagna, who now had the urge to take me as his personal disciple. Julius, on the other hand, was jealous. I saw his potential first. He already agreed to join my White Dragon Cavalry. But the biggest win, the best thing of all, was that I caught the attention of Hilda Lagna, because she possesses the heart of the eagle beast, and I must find a way to obtain it. After that, other contestants started stepping up one by one. Though Sybil's sword mark was kind of short, it barely scraped by, just above the passing line. Next up is Ray Ragna, Horkus Lanka, and Wellington Natio. As the 4 lords of the north, they naturally passed with ease, but the sword marks they left behind were a heavy blow to Sybil, who was ranked before them in the test. As time passed, almost everyone had completed the test, but so far, my performance still far exceeded anyone else's. The only one left to be tested was Asawin Ragna. His appearance caused murmurs among the crowd. It looks like it's going to be a showdown between Flash Tiger and Black Panther. No, even Asawin wouldn't be Teal's match. But little did they know, standing on the stage today was no longer the Black Panther they knew. The magic power emanating from him was mixed with a strong killing intent. I wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Asawin's sword had already struck the wall. The sword mark he left was on par with mine. Today, Bana had already been surprised multiple times. Now, he was going to be shocked even more. But Asawin's impressive performance really slapped those who had previously underestimated him in the face. With the sword marks being the same, the final judgment would be up to the higher-ups to determine the winner. Soon after, Bana announced that the first awakening assessment had successfully concluded. He expressed his satisfaction with many of the talented individuals who had performed well this year. Next, he announced that the second awakening assessment would take place in 3 days. He instructed all the qualified candidates to be present on time. Of course, this last announcement was what everyone was most looking forward to. The rankings for the first awakening assessment. Would Asawin secure the top spot, or would it be me? Let's wait and see. I had only left a long sword mark on the wall. The next day, various powerful family organizations secretly approached me, requesting that I join them. Even one of the 9 dragons, Ausha, personally came to find me, eager to take me as her subordinate. Time returned to the moment when Bana announced the rankings for the first assessment. After joint discussions with the 2 family heads and the 9 dragons, it was decided that I had scored a perfect 10. In aspects like speed and magic power, there were no flaws. I took first place in the awakening assessment. As for Asawin, he surprisingly took first place. He was not only the strongest among the 4 lords of the north, but he had been predetermined to take the top spot even before the awakening ceremony. And just like that, I was ranked first in the very first trial. While many accepted and agreed with the decision, there were still some diehard Erxuan fans. They argued, if both scored perfect 10s, why didn't Erxuan get first place? But their protests were quickly shut down by what came next. Though the lengths of Tyr and Erxuan's sword marks were similar, Tyr's depth was closer to the record set by Torkai, one of the 5 strongest candidates for the next family head. Naturally, after hearing that, no one had anything left to argue, except for Erxuan, whose face looked like death. If the higher-ups hadn't been here, he definitely would have gone all out to prove his strength. As for ranks 3 to 5, they were all taken by people from the northern 4 lords, namely Wellington, Ray, and Horcus. But credit where it's due, Sybil had some real luck. Not only did she scrape past the pass line, she also landed in dead last of the ranking list. 3 days from now, the second awakening trial will take place in the Winter Mountains. All 87 who passed the first trial, be prepared. Scene transition. Back at Training Ground 4, we were celebrating scoring 1st, 3rd, and 87th place in today's results. Even though it was a blast, I still reminded them the ceremony wasn't over yet. We can't afford to relax. What I mean is, in the end, both 1st and 2nd place will belong to us. Wellington said he'll work harder from here on, so he won't fall so far behind next time. I told him not to beat himself up. I only got lucky in this first trial. Who knows? Maybe the second trial will be where you shine the most. Besides, we're sworn brothers to the end. Even if I end up dead last, you better not abandon me. Wellington didn't know how to respond, but at least his messy thoughts finally calmed down a bit. So let's give it our all together in the second trial. Time skipped to the next morning. I arrived alone at the Winter Mountains, a place I could only dream of reaching in my past life. From now on, I'll have to be even more cautious. That Ed guy definitely won't let this go. But all of this is only the beginning. Defeating petty trash like Landon is nothing. The ones I dream of taking down every night are Erxuan and Maud. Just wait. I'll make you both taste the same pain I went through. Then, I took out the Nest compass I got from the previous system reward. The compass needle pointed straight at the Winter Mountains ahead, which meant the location of the next trial would be somewhere in this area. I'll investigate thoroughly when the time comes. Suddenly, a noise from behind caught my attention. That's when I realized I was being followed. I spotted the stalker hiding behind a cliff wall, so I instantly drew my sword and flashed over, appearing right in front of him and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you secretly following me?" In response, the guy immediately revealed his identity. He claimed to be from the Gale Sword Squad. Their leader had seen the results from the first trial and sent him to find me personally. I figured that guy might try to recruit me, but I didn't expect it this fast. But when I heard I wasn't being invited, but had to go take an entrance exam instead, I was completely speechless. The cloaked man chuckled. "Come on, young Master Tyr, don't mess with me. You know full well how prestigious our Gale Squad is. Just getting an interview is already worth kneeling over." But just as he finished, a mocking voice came from behind him, taunting the Gale Squad. "Tyr, just join our Black Iron Cavalry instead. We're not like those Gale Squad fools. If you agree, I'll even give you my vice captain position." Suddenly, 4 more people jumped out from the shadows. All of them were here to recruit me into their organizations too. Even people from the Law Hall and Security Bureau were here. Before I knew it, they were all arguing like crazy. I decided to slip away during the chaos. The longer I stayed. But just then, a faint scent of plum blossoms hit my nose. Of course, the First Lady, Aosha, was walking toward me. I heard her muttering to herself. I know people will call me shameless for this, but I just can't suppress my urge to claim such a rare talent. So what if people criticize me? I didn't respond to her words. Instead, I asked why she had come in person. Aosha firmly replied, "It's indeed something important. So, Tyr Lagna, would you be willing to become my adopted son?" Meanwhile, over on Erxuan's side, after failing the first trial, he took his anger out on his subordinates. He wildly slashed them, crippling them all. His heart remained unsettled for a long time, thinking back on Tyr's recent performance as his rival. After defeating all of his subordinates, at this point, Shiwen had already lost his temper and was blinded by rage. Even when his uncle walked over, he threw his sword directly at him without hesitation. However, after blocking it, Ed didn't seem to care much. He stated that venting here wouldn't change the current situation. The more it's like this, the more one needs to calm down and think through a plan. Follow me. I will tell you a way to kill that useless Tyr in 2 days. As the first human of the Dragon God, she only made a slight move, but immediately stunned me. She managed to complete over 100 sword technique variations in just 1 day. This is why I agreed to become her adopted son. She would then teach me everything she learned in her lifetime. Time returned to the moment when Osha personally came to find me. After she said she wanted to take me as her adopted son, those who had previously wanted to invite me into their organization all became quiet. The conditions they offered were insignificant. Meanwhile, amidst their shocked expressions, Osha used her exclusive secret technique, the free space. With a burst of powerful magic, Osha and I entered this free space. In my past life, I had heard of it, where this skill could create a completely isolated alternate dimension. But this was the first time I saw it with my own eyes. It was absolutely shocking. At this point, Osha, dragging her large sword, smiled and explained. The reason I brought you here is to give you a very special gift, although my actions may anger the master. Hearing this, I asked suspiciously, what kind of gift would require such a big effort? The next moment, Osha drew her sword and told me. The master's sword gives a feeling of a king's might, like the breath of a dragon descending from the heavens. It is a cost no matter the price, but I am quite different from him. The master focuses on killing with one strike, but I wish to achieve an unpredictable sword technique with my sword. What I pursue is the dragon, an existence full of variations. As she spoke, Osha began to swing her sword. Her sword technique seemed to have no pattern at all. Her steps light, but full of strength. After Osha finished her demonstration, she told me this was her most proud technique, called Skyflower Rain, and it was the gift she personally prepared for me. But I could hardly imagine someone actually managed to execute 120 skill transformations in a single breath. I seriously want to learn that technique so badly. Then I looked at her with eager eyes and said, can I really accept such a precious gift? Osha nodded and gave me a definite answer. After that, she lifted the space isolation spell. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come find me anytime after the awakening ritual. I hope you won't let down my expectations. The future of Ragna will surely have a place for you. You might even become the one who leads a new era. After saying that, Osha turned into a flurry of peach blossoms and vanished. Even now, my heart still hasn't calmed down. If in my past life I had gained her recognition too, maybe the outcome would have been different. But for now, I have another problem to deal with. Julius has almost visited me 3 times already, and I still haven't agreed to join his white armored dragon cavalry. Now I've even become Osha's adopted son. Forget it. I'll think of a strategy when I have time. Very soon, it was the day of the second awakening trial. At that moment, Jeki Ragna, the examiner, was giving a speech before the trial began. As the 87 who passed the first trial, the Winter Mountain Range will now become your new training ground. Even though this region has been under Ragna's rule for 1,000 years, if your level is only at Apprentice Knight, you absolutely must not venture deep into the Demon Sea. You've all come here with the goal of inheriting your family's warrior legacy, so I expect everyone to give their all to pass today's trial. Then Jeki took out a small bell. This will be the key item for completing the trial. The task is to capture a monster within half a month, then tame it, and bring it back to the trial site. These bells are categorized by level. The final score will vary depending on the bell's rank. There are no restrictions on the methods you use during the trial, as long as the task is completed within the given time. Upon hearing that, I thought deeply. So that means I can snatch from others, or even get into a big fight over it, and it's still fine. This really is fascinating. This truly reflects Ragna's philosophy. The strong reign supreme. But right before the trial began, Jeki reminded us of one thing. Do not casually touch the purple bells. The monsters tied to that level are ones you guys simply can't tame yet. Right now, I'm holding a totem that wards off monster attacks. It will serve as a safe supply point for everyone. That's all the instructions for now. That marked the official start of the second awakening trial. In an instant, everyone each followed the route they had prepared in advance. Some prioritized gathering resources and wanted to lay low for a while. Others wanted to jump straight into combat with monsters. Meanwhile, Urxuin and Ed was even willing to stake his life on this. If the plan succeeded, this place would become till Ragna's grave. But what Urxuin didn't know was that a pair of eyes were fixed tightly on him. Scene shift. As I was preparing to attack a dense forest guided by the Nestex compass, Wellington suddenly appeared behind me without warning. At first, I thought he wanted to team up with me. After all, we were both aiming for first or second place. But little did I know, Wellington had come to challenge me. He said he absolutely wouldn't give up first place to me this time. He was determined to take the top spot himself. Hearing that, I couldn't help but chuckle. I knew exactly what was going through Wellington's mind. It was the same as when I once lost to him. Using someone stronger as a goal to surpass, then becoming someone even stronger than that. I accept your challenge. Just because you're my good brother, doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. After that, Wellington left the area, while I continued with my secret operation. Soon, guided by the compass, I locked onto my target, a cave located above my head. Inside, the system's blue glow was flickering. This was a group of monsters capable of controlling human minds, and this was the first time in 1,000 years they had seen a human. Because the area they dwell in lies before the gate of the legendary dragon, Nestex. No one had found this place for 1,000 years. But what those monsters didn't expect when they saw me was, and all of this, was thanks to the moon-white sword in my hand, forged from a primordial dragon. Let's rewind to the moment the second trial officially began. At that time, I was holding the compass rewarded by the system, searching for the location it referred to as Nest X. But to my frustration, the compass needle kept pointing toward the ground. Was it telling me to dig underground? All I had on me was a cheap iron shovel. Looks like it's all up to you now, Moonwhite Sword. At that moment, Moonwhite Sword had only one thought, and that was, F*** my life. But I couldn't care less what it thought. Since you submitted to me, you better listen to your master obediently. But just then, I suddenly sensed 3 disgusting auras. Without hesitation, I released the seal on Moonwhite Sword and unleashed a powerful slash toward the depths of the nearby forest. The violent wave flattened a massive patch of trees in an instant. If you still won't come out, my next strike won't be a warning shot. As soon as I said that, 3 smug-looking swordsmen walked out from the shadows of the trees. The scar-faced man in the lead praised. As expected of the top scorer from the first trial, we hid so far away, and you still found us. I knew them all too well. They were born in Booker Mountain and were scum even back then. After being acknowledged through Ragna's awakening ceremony, they took might makes right to the extreme and slaughtered everyone in their home village. As a member of Black Snow Intelligence, I had been dispatched here to investigate. Although I confirmed they were the culprits, I couldn't identify a single one of their victims. Because these 3 had taken extreme measures, they stomped their victims' heads into pulp. In my past life, I didn't get to personally kill you bastards. But this time, I'll make sure you experience the taste of beheading. But before that, I still wanted to know why they came looking for me. If you've got something to say, spit it out. Unexpectedly, the scar-faced guy spoke arrogantly. Wasn't planning to tell you the truth at first, but since you're going to die anyway, I'll be merciful. A certain big shot, way out of your league, asked us to play with you. But before he could even finish, I revealed that the one who hired them was Yuan Long Wolf, one of the 9 dragons. They all froze in shock and blurted out in unison. How the hell did you know? We didn't leak a single word. I casually gave a vague answer to brush them off. But the real reason was because these 3 would eventually become Wolf's lackeys. The fat one panicked, afraid they'd be punished for exposure. But the scar-faced guy didn't care at all, because he was certain I'd die today. Your granddaddy's in a good mood today. I might just let you die with your corpse intact. Hearing that, I was speechless. Since when did even mosquitoes dare act this arrogant toward me? I immediately used my father's dragon flash technique, and fused it with Aosha's skyflower rain. With one breath, I unleashed a triple/combo. Instantly wiping them out was only natural. But what I didn't expect was just how powerful the fusion with Aosha's sword technique would be. Though I still can't pull off 120 consecutive strikes like she can, I still felt overwhelmingly proud. After cleaning up the scene quickly, I began pondering how to successfully enter the underground. But just then, the edge of the cliff behind me lit up with a blue system glow. I never expected the entrance to Nest X to appear in such a spot. Staircases gradually started materializing. Now that the entrance was found, I had to head down quickly and see what kind of reward the system had for me. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 9 dragons were having a meeting in the conference room. A soldier in charge of the second trial brought the current rankings. First place, Urxawin Ragna. Second place, Ray Ragna. But before he could finish, Julius cut in. What about Till Ragna? The soldier replied that he currently didn't qualify for ranking. The number of monsters he'd slain, 0. Companions, 0. Hearing this, Aosha seemed a bit worried. Could something have happened? But Julius didn't believe it at all. Based on what he knew about me, the chances of that happening were basically 0. Even so, Julius was still visibly frustrated. Aosha told him not to get too worked up, because there was something more important to confirm. What exactly were Wolf and Maud up to? Their expressions had been off since the start. At that moment, the 2 were speaking via sound transmission. Didn't expect the 3 guys I sent after Till to be so efficient, since it's already dealt with. You can loot to your heart's content. But Ed was extremely frustrated, because after his Winter Cypress Palace was looted, he had secretly searched the Rose Palace, but found no trace of a primordial dragon relic. So he was convinced the clue had to be in my hands. Right after that, Ed gave a telepathic order to his subordinate, bring Urxawin to me. Meanwhile, elsewhere, I was surrounded by a group of monsters that threatened human minds. Ordinary people would succumb in an instant, but I'm no ordinary person, especially someone carrying a relic from a primordial dragon. There's no way something like that could affect me even slightly. After that, I activated spiritual expansion, allowing me to locate the final entrance point even in the dark. Gotta admit, I was pretty lucky, because the gate that appeared before me was the ruin discovered by Black Snow. It was also the dragon's Nest X. 3 years from now, the legendary relic inside. Sorry, everyone, but right now, I'll be claiming it first. At the dragon's feet lay countless rare heavenly treasures. Even if an average person got the most worthless one, they could instantly become one of the strongest on the continent. But when the dragon asked me which treasure I wished to choose, my answer made it question its own existence. Let's go back to the moment I found the dragon's Nest X. The moment I pushed the door open, I froze in place. Because this wasn't the ruined Black Snow discovered in my previous life. These treasures covering the floor, and the massive creature resting atop them, clearly revealed this was actually a nest of a primordial dragon. What the hell is going on? Could it be that Black Snow spread false rumors in the past? Or maybe discovering the site 2 years earlier altered the outcome? Whatever it was, this was far beyond my expectations. Looking at this dragon, whose strength was completely unknown, my heart instantly shot up into my throat. Even if I risked my life, there's no way I could beat this thing. The only option I could think of was to retreat, and return another time before Black Snow discovered it. But just then, the dragon behind me suddenly woke up and spoke. It's been 1,000 years, and this is the first time I've seen a living chosen one. My name is Reup. Startled by the sound, I turned and dropped to one knee. Respected ancestor. I am Till of House Ragna. But hearing my greeting, Reup frowned. He didn't understand why I addressed him as ancestor. After all, he was merely the partner of Ragna's ancestor Sigurd. Hearing that, I asked in confusion. Then, you're the mother of Ragna's second-generation leader, Friedli, right? My words left Reup completely dumbfounded again. That Friedli again, spouting nonsense. It's true Sigurd and I referred to each other as partners, but it was simply out of respect for weaker souls with limited communication. In truth, there was never any romantic relationship between. Besides, we are dragons. As dragons, it's impossible for us to create offspring with humans. Hearing this, I interrupted it. What is the deal with the descendants of Ragnar possessing dragon's blood? In response, Roblox gave a simple reply. Because I signed a contract with Sigurd, this allowed Ragnar's descendants to be elevated from human, but just as I was about to ask more, Roblox told me to stop asking. Now, it will fulfill its duty as the guardian dragon of Ragnar for the Chosen One. From this moment on, I, Roblox, will answer 3 questions from the Chosen One. I really don't have to face this Roblox. It's such a huge stroke of luck, and to understand Ragnar better, I decided to use this opportunity to investigate everything about it. After about 49 minutes of deep thought, I finally gathered all the questions I wanted to ask. I then told Roblox my first question, but before I finished speaking, I was interrupted. It said I was being too tedious, almost making it bored enough to fall asleep again. So it asked me to give it some time to adjust. After Roblox finished its action, I asked, what is the meaning of the existence of the guardian dragon? Upon hearing this, Roblox was quite pleased. It acknowledged that my thinking time was not wasted. This is a good question. Let me now tell you the meaning of my existence. Across the vast ocean, at the farthest end of the world, there is a monster named the Nameless Lord. This guy is the destined archenemy of Sigurd, so after his death, I naturally took his place and protected this continent. But just as Roblox was speaking, I suddenly noticed something strange. When it mentioned the Nameless Lord, its eyes showed fear. This made me wonder what kind of terrifying being the Nameless. I was about to make it my next question, but after a brief thought, I abandoned the idea. There were simply too many things I wanted to know. I needed to clear up everything first. Then, I asked my first question as originally planned. What exactly are the relics of the ancient dragon? What the heck? You already have 3 relics of the ancient dragon. It seems your luck is beyond my imagination. Hearing this, I started to make connections. The successful dungeon run in Winterpine Palace. Moonlight sword in my hand. These 2 must be relics, no doubt. But what is this 3rd one? Meanwhile, Roblox explained the origin of the ancient dragon relics. After the Nameless Lord was born, the ancient dragon Fafnir divided its spirit into 31 parts, which became the 31 relics. These relics have many forms, and there are no limitations. They could be an item, an experience, or even a strange phenomenon. And after hearing the last part from Roblox, I seemed to understand what the 3rd relic on me was. So, my reincarnation is also a relic of the ancient dragon. It's like imagining it as a power created by Fafnir. It makes perfect sense. But speaking of it, it's also strange. Before obtaining relics, one would undergo a test from the relic's guardian. But when I returned, there was no such thing. Thinking of this, I decided to modify my original first question. I want to know why I was chosen by the ancient dragon. Roblox actually mocked me, saying I was so naive. How can you be so sure that you're the only one chosen? Don't forget, there is only one relic. You only have 2. Although this information is overwhelming, it made my spine tingle. Along with me, the Black Dragon also knows about the ancient dragon relics, and Borkelsen. If they are also chosen by the relics, they may also be able to see the blue prompt panel like me, and even more absurd, they might be reincarnations just like me. I originally wanted to ask more about the truth of the world, but now it's becoming much more complicated. The Nameless Lord, even feared by the ancient dragon, and the possibility of reincarnations other than me. At this moment, Roblox interrupted my thoughts. It said the 3 questions were answered. Next, it was time for me to receive my reward. Though it wasn't the magic books that Black Snow and the others got, these treasures were clearly far superior. At my feet lay treasures from all over the world, containing rare treasures, elixirs, and so on. No matter which one you choose, its effects will exceed anything you could ever imagine. So please start choosing. Its power will far exceed anything you can imagine. So go ahead, make your choice. Chosen one. Chosen one. At that moment, a strange thought suddenly popped into my head. What I want is you, Roblox. What the hell? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Erxwin was still out hunting monsters with his team, including this Greenbell one. He had killed 57 in total. Then Erxwin asked the guy next to him. The guy scoffed and replied with disdain. Maybe that brat's hiding somewhere scared to die. He's still sitting at 0, right? Didn't even make it into the rankings. But in his heart, he had another thought. He was starting to question whether following Erxwin was the right choice. That was the 8th time today someone had asked about Till's score, and as if he saw right through the guy, Erxwin grabbed his neck in a flash and snarled, "You think I'm afraid of that worthless trash? If that guy shows up in front of me, I'll tear him limb from limb on the spot." Just then, another teammate cut in, interrupting Erxwin's punishment. He told Erxwin their boss wanted to see him. Immediately, No delays. She's the supreme mother of the square dragons. And I am the heir of the continent's most powerful family. If we strictly followed the generational hierarchy, I'd have to call her great-grandmother at minimum. But in the end, we became companions through life and death. And it all started when Rob asked me what reward I wanted, and I shyly blurted out her name. Rob was genuinely stunned by my answer, but she quickly recovered. I'll assume that was some kind of joke, but I must admit, it's an amusing idea. Then Rob repeated her earlier question. I looked at her with firm resolve and replied, I already said what I want. But the very next second, Rob flew into a rage. She immediately unleashed Dragon's wrath on me. I've lived for 2,000 years, you brat, and you dare play word games with me? You think I won't revoke the reward and leave you with nothing? But I didn't respond right away. What I needed now was to show Rob my resolve. I had to endure her dragon's wrath without flinching. But compared to the time I fought Drake, this was more than 10 times stronger. In just 2.5 minutes. So, in order to reduce the damage to my body, Rob thought I was incredibly foolish. A low-level dragon like Drake is seen by the mother of all dragons as nothing more than a mosquito, easily crushed. I shouted angrily at Rob. You already promised me. You said you would give me any treasures, and as the guardian dragon, you should be included. Why can't I choose you? For me, this is actually a DB. If Rob doesn't agree with what I said, then my life will end here today. But obtaining her is certainly worth more than any treasure, as the partner of my ancestor Sigurd. Obtaining her would be a powerful confirmation of legitimacy. It would help me secure the position of the strongest on the continent. So even if it means risking my life, I must seize this opportunity. I don't need you to sign any cursed contract with me. I only need your affirmative answer. Please, be with me. But just as I finished speaking, Rob suddenly wavered in her heart, because she saw the shadow of Sigurd in me. After a deep breath, she said, Fine, I agree. Then Rob form began to shrink, and finally, she revealed her human form before me. She smiled and spoke to me. Little Tear, you really exceeded my expectations for humans. I've developed an inexplicable interest in your future. Now, I will show mercy, and give you the opportunity to be my partner. And seeing me standing there, dazed and lost in thought, Rob reminded me. Don't be fooled by my beauty. I already belong to you now, but my body is already over 2,000 years old, so I'm not young anymore. But strangely, her words didn't affect me at all. I was completely fixated on the hollow spots above her large chest. Seeing this, Rob explained. I lost my dragon heart 50 years ago. Now, there are less than 3 years left before my death. Therefore, I cannot leave here anymore. This means, compared to treasures, I can't offer you direct or substantial help. But even so, you still have to stick with that answer. Do you choose me? Hearing this, I smiled warmly. Of course. And my answer won't just be for 3 years of companionship. From now on, I will become stronger. I will find more ancient dragon relics. I firmly believe that among these relics, there must be something that can replace your dragon heart. At the same time, I earned the title of Guardian Dragon's partner. I also established a mental link with Rob and I gained a large amount of leveling experience. From now on, please take care of me, Little Tear. But as I just said, I can't leave this dragon's nest. So before you find a substitute for the dragon's heart, I will stay here for the winter. Then, Rob took out a magic book. Also, there's something I need you to do in front of me. Master this magic book and open the Thunder Gate. Only then will we truly establish a mental bond. No matter where we go, it won't break. When I got the magic book, I was extremely excited. This is the treasure Black Snow obtained in my past life. The magic book of Amon. Looks like the reason is that in 2 years, Rob will fall. This timeline clearly matches up. At this point, Rob said she would only give me 1 month, because she believed my talent was enough. I gave a slightly reluctant response. I am still in the second test of the Enlightenment ceremony. Less than half a month is left before the time runs out. So I asked Rob could I come and train with her after the ceremony is over? Rob replied that there was no problem, but she didn't agree with my suggestion. Instead, she gave me another solution. Before the second test ends, I must master this magic book and open the Thunder Gate. Otherwise, she will never allow me to leave here. Not even a step. She said the greatest joy in her life was defying her decisions. Now, I'm definitely finished. That means I only have 310 hours left. Damn, I haven't even killed a single low-level monster yet. I just became the partner of my ancestor, who lived over 2,000 years, and I've just learned that in 3 years, she will definitely die, because her original dragon heart has become a hollow state. If I can't find a replacement in 3 years, her only fate will be death. And in order to be with Rob for the rest of my life, I swore to the heavens, no matter what, I will save her. Because I believe that among the ancient dragon relics, there must be something that can replace the dragon heart. Rob was moved by my sincerity, which is exactly why she wouldn't let me leave her side so easily today. To form a true spiritual bond with me, Rob demanded that I fully master this grimoire of Amon and open the Thunder Gate before the second awakening trial ends. In other words, I only had 310 hours left. It definitely sounded tight. But in this life, I had awakened the dragon heart in advance. Plus, I had intel from Black Snow from my previous life. I knew that to awaken Amon's grimoire, the key was mastering both the quality and quantity of mana. With that advantage, I might not even need 13 days to finish training and complete the task. Scene change. 12 days passed in the blink of an eye. At that point, Roadblock was stunned. She didn't expect me to surpass her expectations. Once again, I had redefined what she thought of me. Not bad at all, little Till. You managed to open the Thunder Gate in just 12 days. From now on, we are officially bonded, physically as well. When you return, be sure to put more effort into this grimoire. Once you reach a certain realm, you'll be able to hear my voice anytime, and even borrow my power freely. Of course, that's only if you manage to keep me alive 3 years from now. Otherwise, all this will be for nothing. I told Roadblock not to worry, like at all. I will absolutely keep my promise. I'll find a primordial dragon relic that can replace your dragon heart. Roadblock might be old physically, but her mindset really wasn't that different from a young person's. My words brought comfort to her hollow heart. She raised one mighty claw, and a surge of teleportation magic wrapped around me. She declared her pact with Sigurd officially ended, and looked forward to our next meeting. After 1,000 years, a new companion. But the moment I got teleported out of the dragon's nest X, I ran straight into a crisis. Damn it, there's less than 8 hours left before the second awakening trial ends. Forming a companion pact with Roadblock was great and all, but the trial was still just as important. With standard monster hunting, I'd never get first place now, so there was only one way for me to turn things around. And that was stealing someone else's score. In my past life, so chances are, he's leading again this time. What can I say? Fate always loves pulling some weird tricks, which is why my first target for score stealing is Urxuin. As long as I can defeat him, I'll naturally take over his current first place position. Meanwhile, on the other side, Urxuin was facing his own dilemma. Before the second awakening trial even began, his uncle Ed had approached him. Ed had pulled out a black orb from the totem that blocked monsters, and explained its function to Urxuin. Although it was called a monster summoning orb, if you simply amplify the aura sealed inside, it could repel monsters of a lower grade from approaching. But if you crush the orb directly, it would unleash its original function, summoning a monster. In other words, you could summon monsters however you like. The second awakening trial was all about monster hunting scores, and knowing Till's personality, he would go all out targeting the highest risk monsters first. Urxuin instantly understood Ed's true intention. He wanted Urxuin to use the orb strategically, to lure Till in, then kill him. But Ed told Urxuin that he'd only guessed until they found the primordial dragon relic hidden in the Rose Palace. Till's life must be preserved. After hearing that, Urxuin thought of a brilliant plan. Capture Till and torture the information. That was perfectly in line with what Ed wanted, but he still insisted on proceeding with extreme caution, because currently, my power was nearly on par with Urxuin's, maybe even a few % stronger. So from Ed's perspective, capturing and interrogating me directly seemed too crude. He informed Urxuin that I was deeply attached to my companions. If he captured them as hostages, he could force me to give up clues about the ancient dragon relic. That seemed like a more effective plan, even though Urxuin kept Ed's words in mind. There were only 8 hours left until the trial ended, and I still hadn't shown up. Even my monster kill count remained at 0. Just then, Felix Ragna, ranked 7th, walked over. He too hadn't been able to find any trace of me, so he assumed I'd already been eliminated by one of Elder Yuanlong's thugs, but Urxuin was utterly speechless. He couldn't believe the so-called Hope of Plum Blossom Palace had such lousy judgment. No wonder Alsha Ragna had her heart set on Till. It made perfect sense. Felix was so mad, he could barely breathe. He absolutely hated being mocked over that subject. But unfortunately, he was no match for Urxuin. He could only swallow his anger for now. Suddenly, Urxuin summoned all members of the Mosquito Dragon Society. Since that trash Till is hiding on purpose, then we won't wait for him either. Proceed with the plan as originally outlined. But what Urxuin didn't know was that his every move was being watched by Ray. Scene shift. At this moment, Sybil and the others had just taken down an HS-ranked monster. But before they could even celebrate for 2 seconds, a sword suddenly pierced through Sybil's back. The attackers were members of the Dragon Society. They had come under orders to eliminate Till Ragna's followers, but I was completely unaware of any of this. I was still searching everywhere for Urxuin's whereabouts. Suddenly, a mysterious figure called out to me from behind. So I finally found you. Till Ragna. The girl collapsed into my arms, and in that instant, I read her memories. This was a skill I had learned from Amon's grimoire, Soul Sync. It not only allowed me to move objects with telekinesis, but also to read thoughts, even memories. Let's rewind to the moment I left Dragon Nest X. If I wanted to charge into first place at the final stage of the trial, I had no choice but to give up on hunting monsters. I had to switch targets to the other examinees. That's right. I was going to start stealing their scores, and my first target was, just like in my previous life, the top scorer, Erxuin. But just then, a weak, faint voice called out to me from behind. Finally, found you, Till. And when I turned around and saw it was Ray Ragna, I was shocked. Had she been attacked by monsters? Why was she so badly wounded? I wanted to ask what happened, but my gaze immediately locked onto the fresh, sword wound on her chest. It was clear. She'd most likely been assaulted by another candidate. Who did this to you? But Ray just replied, "It doesn't matter. You need to head west, now." Suddenly, Ray stumbled and collapsed right into my arms. The moment our hands made contact, it triggered something. I activated the soul synchronization skill, preparing to read her memories. At that moment, I saw Rayla Ragnar hiding behind a tree, secretly observing all of Shiwen's plans. She saw that all the little fanboys who came to participate in the second test had been tied up. Their injuries were quite serious. Standing in front of them was Shiwen. It was obvious that this was Shiwen's plan. But what was infuriating was that Shiwen said it wasn't necessary to capture so many people as hostages. He thought that 2 or 3 people would be enough. As for the rest, they would just be thrown to the monsters. Rayla couldn't stay silent anymore. She shouted at Shiwen, warning him not to act recklessly, and pointed out that this behavior was crossing the line, and would be severely punished by the law hall. But when Shiwen saw that the one coming was just Rayla Ragnar, he didn't take her seriously at all. "This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want trouble, get lost." Unbeknownst to him, the next moment, Rayla immediately drew her sword and activated her magic. "Who says this has nothing to do with me? Tyr's friend is my friend." Shiwen was speechless upon hearing this, but soon, he became cold again. "It seems like you really want to oppose me today. Then don't blame me for feeding you to the monsters as well." With those words, Rayla immediately launched herself to strike first. But unfortunately, Shiwen's strength far surpassed that of the other northern 4 lords. With just a single sword strike, he easily blocked Rayla's attack. He even severely injured her. Just as I was reading the memory up to this point, it was forcibly interrupted. The system notified me that I didn't have enough qualifications, and the skill usage had reached its limit. In order to clarify Shiwen's intentions, I quickly asked Rayla, "Why did that guy harm the people from the 4th martial arts arena for no reason?" Rayla seemed quite surprised and said she hadn't said anything at all until now. After my repeated urgings, Rayla finally gritted her teeth and slowly explained. "Shiwen had planned to eliminate you before, but because you didn't have any score recorded by the end, and no sign of you appeared, he decided to use your friends as hostages to lure you out. But that's not what I came here to tell you." However, before Rayla could finish, I interrupted her. "Where is Shiwen? I'm going to find him and settle the score personally. It's one thing if he bullied me in the past life, but this time, he's even trying to bully me and my friends." But this time, I couldn't get an answer from Ray. "You absolutely must not go looking for Erxuin. The examiners from the Bureau are Ed's people. They're all in this together. Even if you go, there's no way you could handle so many of them alone. If you ask me, this second trial isn't a test at all. It's an elaborate trap to kill you. They plan to eliminate you here in the Winter Mountains, quietly." I thanked Ray for the warning, but I really had no time left. "Please, just tell me. Where is he?" Seeing how determined I was, Ray shouted back, "Are you an idiot? You'll die if you go alone. So answer me this. Does your death solve anything?" "Of course I know that. And because I know, I have to go. I never want to experience losing my comrades again." Ray didn't back down either. "I get how you feel, but don't forget, this is Ragnar we're talking about. A nation where strength is everything. Sacrifice is something that happens here every single day." But in the next second, one sentence from me completely disarmed her anger. "Then if you already know all that, why did you step in when Erxuin was abusing someone? You didn't want to just stand by and watch either, did you?" "I'm done living like a helpless coward. The reason I'm so desperate to get stronger is so I can stomp down anyone who's ever bullied me, and anyone who still dares to try." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a member of the Dragon Society suddenly rushed to report to Erxuin. "Till, that trash has appeared. He's currently at the northern cliff of the Winter Mountains. And that's not all. Ray Ragna, the one you seriously wounded earlier, she's there too." Erxuin immediately let out a maniacal laugh. "So you finally decided to show yourself? Huh? Now I'll prove once and for all that you'll never surpass me. You worthless bug. I am the true new king." But suddenly, a telepathic voice interrupted Erxuin's madness. "Don't forget what I told you. You're not supposed to confront Till directly. You're supposed to use the hostage to draw out information about the ancient dragon relic. You can kill him anytime you want. Just not now." Erxuin gave a verbal promise. But with his personality, there will definitely be a bloody disaster today. At this moment, Wellington passed by the spot where Sybil's supplies were stored, looking at the mess on the ground and the bloodstained bell. Wellington concluded that they must have, so he called upon Halkus, who was standing behind him. "Next, please lend me a helping hand. He is Shiwen, the strongest among the northern four lords of Ragnar, and I'm just an unimportant younger member in my family. At this moment, we are going to settle things in the second highest test of this enlightenment ceremony. The outcome will be life or death. If I lose, I will give you anything Shiwen wants, including my head. I will give it all to you without hesitation. Time returned to the moment when I convinced Rayla Ragnar to tell me the truth. So I quickly rushed to the spot where my companions were kidnapped. In this life, I don't want to repeat my past mistakes. I want to trample everyone who has bullied me in the past, and anyone still harboring any luck-based thoughts. And now, Shiwen and his group are once again actively causing trouble for me. Then I will stay and deal with it to the end. But after defeating a snow beast along the way, the noise attracted dozens of them. Clearly, these monsters posed no threat to me. But what I need to do now is to race against time. Only by doing so will Sybil and the others have a greater chance of survival. Suddenly, the person giving orders to Shiwen's group should be his uncle, Ed. He must have done his homework and planned to eliminate me without raising any suspicions, as Rayla said earlier. Many of the examiners are from Ed's side. But I also have my own surefire plan, because I know Shiwen is a guy who hates being ordered around. His variable is naturally based on his own mood. So as long as I seize this variable, I won't have to worry about or fight anyone other than him. Facing the large group of snow beasts, I immediately activated my ultimate move. I used the dragon triple/combo on them. In just one round, I wiped them all out. The only one left alive was the boss-level snow beast. I saw my chance when it was roaring and using a skill to increase its attributes. I leaped high and held the moonlight sword in reverse. I struck its fatal weak point without error. After dealing with the obstacles, I headed back to my destination. Meanwhile, Ray Ragna had finally made up her mind. Aside from my mother, she was probably the one who understood me most. You've always been like this since we were kids. I really can't do anything about you. This time, I'll reluctantly lend you a hand. On the other hand, things weren't looking good for Sybil. Every passing second, he was being humiliated. The type Erxwin hated most were guys like them, weaklings who never shut up. You'd better keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, don't blame me if I cut you down right now. Luckily, a voice message interrupted Erxwin just in time. Don't forget what the director of the bureau said. Creating unnecessary variables won't help us at all. Erxwin was clearly annoyed, but he still obediently lowered his sword. Suddenly, his expression twisted again. He was so angry, he looked like he was about to explode. They even sent 4 elite swordsmen just to kill Till. Looks like Uncle still doesn't believe I can win. Meanwhile, I had finally arrived at the scene, and the moment my companions saw me, it was like hope had returned. Of course they believed I could rescue them. Erxwin, on the other hand, instantly turned serious. Can't believe you actually dared to come here alone. Till Ragna, I've been waiting for you for quite some time now. I didn't respond. My eyes were scanning everything, seeing my comrades so badly beaten, and Sybil in a dazed, confused state. My rage was already boiling over. I almost drew my moon-white sword to attack recklessly. Erxwin, seeing my movement, also stood up immediately, hand on his sword, ready to fight. But then Bako's voice rang and telepathically once more. That's enough from both of you. How many times do I have to say it? Don't create unnecessary variables. Erxwin let out a deep sigh. Since you already know what I'm after, Till, let's skip the nonsense and get to the point. If you want to save these worthless dogs, then just tell me. But before he could finish, I cut him off. What's wrong? Are you scared? Erxwin looked confused. You think your presence would scare me? Don't make me laugh. I gave him a calm, cold smile. Oh, it's not just fear. You're afraid of losing to me in this trial. You could never play this despicable hostage drama in front of me, but I do understand your feelings. After all, I am just a worthless existence in your eyes. Being able to slightly surpass you in the first test and take what you desire, it's no wonder it makes you, the strongest of the northern 4 lords, a little restless. My intentions are quite clear. I want to trigger Shiwen's most prominent sense of pride to create a variable. Since you are so eager to prove yourself, how about we have a sword duel that belongs to Ragnar? If you're too afraid, I won't force you. After all, right now, I am indeed stronger than you. At this moment, Shiwen was clearly thrown off balance, and his current state is exactly what I wanted. If I lose this duel, anything, including my head, I will give it all to you, if that's what you want. But if I win... Before I could finish my sentence, Shiwen suddenly burst into laughter. You worthless fool. You still think that with Ragnar's legacy, I'd be afraid of you? You really think too highly of yourself. At that moment, the telepathic voice reappeared. They were the 4 high-level swordsmen secretly hiding in the woods. But at this point, they could not stop Shiwen's impulsiveness. Shut up. I must kill this fool today. Plans, who cares about them? Then Erxwin slowly stepped forward. Next will be the sword duel belonging to Ragnar. Until it's over, no one is allowed to interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. With those words, the duel officially began. I immediately launched a preemptive strike, drawing my sword and thrusting forward. Even though that move couldn't hurt Erxuan at all, it served as a warning to him. He could never be my match. And during the brief exchange, Erxuan mocked me without holding back. You're just a lowborn with no real skills. How dare you speak so arrogantly again and again? Let me show you now. The true power that comes from pure Ragna blood. As he finished speaking, Erxuan unleashed his ultimate move, Heavenly Dragon Roar. His sword aura turned into a dragon and charged straight at me. I have to admit, the force behind that move was indeed impressive. However, now I have countless buffs I never had in my previous life. Webai, Alshaw's Skyflower Rain, my father's Dragon Flash, and all the clearance rewards given by the system. With one sweeping side slash from me, I matched Erxuan's ultimate move blow for blow. His shock was only natural. So, do you really think you can beat me with your current strength? However, I might give you one chance to change your mind. Here we go. Just how epic is the latest episode of... The moment I forcefully blocked Erxuan's longsword, I suddenly realized a grave truth. That is, the one who pierced my heart with a sword in my past life was Erxuan. At the moment we clashed evenly. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. Based on the current situation, I clearly had the upper hand. One of the One-Long Guild members even started to waver. I was still skeptical of Tyr's strength. But after seeing it with my own eyes, this guy actually got even stronger again. Just as he hesitated whether to switch sides, a voice from behind him immediately erased any thoughts of betrayal. Damn it. Hurry up and execute the next step. Divert the attention of any proctors who aren't one of us. Hearing that, the man turned around and gave the order. Now, everyone has spread out according to the previously planned formation. Make sure not to let the supervisor notice or approach this area. As for Tyr Lagna, just leave it to the boss, Erxuan. Meanwhile, Erxuan's thoughts were pulled back to the time when Kunlun was involved. Ed had set his life goal. That was to seize the supreme throne of Lagna. In addition, the surname Lagna was just a disguise. From now on, everything you create and gain will belong to the surname Troywan. Although when he was young, he didn't fully understand his Uncle Ed's implied meaning. He truly understood everything during our battle. At that moment, a soldier in charge of the second assessment came to report. He told the people of Julong that Tyr Lagna had appeared. Upon hearing this, Julius was very excited. I told you Tyr wouldn't make any mistakes. It seems that the first place in this second assessment is not necessarily Erxuan's. On the other hand, Wolf was surprised. Earlier, he thought I had been secretly eliminated by the rogue he specially assigned. As for Ed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he and Wolf were allies, his plan was not to kill me immediately. He was waiting to find the clues to the ancient dragon relics in the Rose Palace. Then he would secretly eliminate me. But just then, the conversation of two soldiers behind him caught Ed's attention. According to the recent news, Tyr and Erxuan had some friction. They were now in a duel, using the Lagna family sword. At this moment, Ed was in a cold sweat. Damn it. I repeatedly warned you not to create unnecessary variables, but you didn't listen. Now, I can only pray that Erxuan wins this battle. Meanwhile, the battle between Erxuan and I had once again reached its peak. Although I used unpredictable footwork, Erxuan was obviously getting more and more excited. He was able to perfectly predict my attacks and block them. As for Erxuan's inner thoughts, he admitted that my progress was indeed astonishingly fast. But there was one thing he would never admit. Progressing quickly doesn't mean that all abilities improve. In Erxuan's view, I was still slower than him in terms of movement speed, and he had completely figured out the pattern of my attacks. Then, the next second, Erxuan suddenly launched his sword with great force. This move was the sword technique Ed had taught him. Erxuan suddenly thrust his sword forward with great force. This move was the sword technique Ed had taught him. The throne-piercing sword. Its speed was so fast, even I couldn't react in time after just pulling back my attack. In the end, with no other choice, I was forced to catch Erxuan's sword barehanded. Little did I know, this familiar sensation actually brought back memories from before my rebirth. Back then, I forced myself to stand despite the intense pain, determined to fight Landon to the death. Turns out the face I tried so hard to see while dying back then was yours, Erxuan. Looks like my earlier speculation was completely wrong. On the day I died, I went mad trying to find the one who burned down Rose Palace. Even though I had no clues, Landon took off his mask at the last moment just to show off. Plus, from what Evelyn told me, Landon had deep ties to Troywan of Winter's Cypress Palace. That's why I concluded the one who killed me must have been Ed. This person was most likely Ed. Later, there was another reason supporting that theory. That throne-piercing sword was one of Ed's killer moves. But Ed was never as arrogant as Erxuan. Because that move often risked losing the weapon, he always used it with extreme caution. After realizing who my killer was, my emotions surged instantly. Then I clenched my fist with all my strength and crushed Erxuan's sword into pieces on the spot. Right after, I returned the favor with the same move. Even though Erxuan easily tilted his head to dodge it, the killing intent I unleashed at that moment was the true response I wanted to give him. Feeling that overwhelming pressure, Erxuan clearly started to panic. He couldn't understand where this murderous aura came from. After all, I was now using every ounce of strength I'd cultivated until now. I had activated the dragon heart awakened in this life. As for Urxuan, the only explanation he could think of was that I had hidden my true power during the first enlightenment ritual. But just as he was deep in thought, I had already flashed forward to stand right before him. I have to admit, Urxuan truly deserves to be the strongest of the 4 noble lords. He actually managed to react and block my charging strike. Then I mocked him with a line. If this is your full strength, then you've already lost completely. Suddenly, Urxuan grabbed my hand forcefully. His sword even grazed my neck, cutting it. So in order to break free, I quickly used the Moon Self sword to flick a layer of snowy mud into his eyes. Only then did I manage to escape his grasp and pull back. But in just the blink of an eye, my figure appeared in front of Urxuan once again. Then I unleashed a flurry of 49 chaotic slashes, knocking the long sword from Urxuan's hands. And next, I planned to let him taste what it's like to have his heart pierced. The strong rule. The weak have only death awaiting them. Here it comes, here it comes. Just how intense is the latest episode of Tyr Ragna? At the very moment I was about to pierce Urxuan's heart, an unexpected divine figure appeared, trampling on the sacred dignity of Ragna's sword duel. What Urxuan did next completely shattered everyone's understanding. Time rewinds to the moment Wellington discovered Sybil and the others injured. He also noticed that many of the bloodstains on the ground weren't from monsters, but were man-made. So Wellington quickly deduced, if Sybil and the others were wounded and dragged away, then the only possible culprit was Urxuan. Upon hearing this, Halkus was confused. Didn't Urxuan already take first place? Even if he got more bells, it wouldn't affect the results of the first trial or the third round score. To that, Wellington gave an explanation. Because Urxuan likely wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate Tyr, so Sybil and the others were taken hostage, to lure Tyr into a trap. Hearing this, Halkus was absolutely stunned. Urxuan's despicableness truly lives up to the rumors. This strategy could indeed change the results of the first trial. However, Halkus' sister Erica held an opposing view. This is Ragna, after all. Besides, the trial didn't explicitly forbid such actions. Wellington was briefly at a loss for words, but after thinking for a moment, he firmly replied, that's exactly why you don't understand Tyr. But I believe, once you truly get to know him, you'll understand. As for what's next, I ask for your help as well. Hearing that, Halkus chimed in. Come on, sis, this sounds fun. Why don't you come with us? But Erica flat out rejected the offer. The only reason I followed you was because you knew Tyr Ragna. But now, I haven't even seen his shadow. And what I hate the most is weak people who need to be saved. So you go ahead. I'll stay out of it. With that, Erica turned and was ready to leave. However, Halkus did not follow his sister's decision when he saw this. Meanwhile, Wellington also chimed in, saying, actually, Erica, I know the reason you want to meet Tyr. And because of that, I can swear to the heavens, if you follow me, it will greatly help you achieve your goal. In this back and forth, Erica agreed. So, the three of them began searching for Shiwen's location. But little did they know, they hadn't even run half a kilometer before being intercepted by a group of people who had been lying in wait in the area. They were members of the Dragon Association. At the forefront was Olian, who had previously entertained thoughts of betrayal. Long time no see, Wellington. But you actually abandoned us and stood with that trash. From Erica's expression, it was clear she didn't understand who the person Olian was referring to. On the other hand, Wellington showed a cold, murderous intent. I don't want to fight with old friends. Please move aside immediately. Olian, upon hearing this, arrogantly refused. In that case, we'll have to deal with you obstructing us first. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zibble had already woken up from the trance, and he was using his leg to hold a short sword, freeing himself from the restraints. That's right. Earlier, I had deliberately responded to him using the same moves as Shiwen, because I realized Zibble had woken up. That's why I used that move, to send him the tools to free himself, and left the task of saving the other comrades to him. Switching scenes. At this moment, I was preparing to pierce Shiwen's heart with my sword, but suddenly, it was blocked by a mysterious force. This was something I had not expected. After all, I chose to duel Shiwen with swords, to avoid a situation where I was outnumbered, but I also recognized the opponent's identity. His name is Liam Troywan. At this point, Liam suddenly spoke. Sorry Shiwen Xiao. Please forgive me for my unnecessary actions. After the test ends, I will personally seek you out to accept punishment. Then, he ordered his 3 companions to stay by Shiwen's side. The rest of the work can be left to him. Due to the heavy exhaustion from my earlier battle with Shiwen, suddenly facing an opponent who launched a full-force attack did catch me slightly off guard. But if you think that my strength is no match for a senior swordsman, you're terribly mistaken. After encountering his sword technique, Liam Troywan was also greatly shocked. At the same time, he understood why Shiwen had fallen into defeat. My strength had already far surpassed that of others. Although it's a pity to kill a genius like you, for the sake of Troywan, I must eliminate any obstacles. Goodbye, Tyr Ragna. After this, I will bury your whole body properly. However, just as Liam finished speaking, his heart was unexpectedly pierced by a sharp weapon. When he realized it was Shiwen's doing, he hurriedly asked, what's the meaning of this, young master? I'm on your side. Shiwen responded coldly. I already told you before the duel. No one is allowed to interfere with our fight. If anyone does, I will not hesitate to kill them. Even if it's my own flesh and blood, I'll kill them without mercy. Perhaps this is the most romantic moment when a man will stop at nothing for his dignity. For the sake of maintaining the sacred dignity of the Lagna sword duel, Ershewin actually chose to stab his uncle in the back after being saved by him. But in the end, he was doomed by his own arrogance. At this moment, as Liam prepared to deliver a fatal blow to me, he was unexpectedly intercepted by Ershewin's sudden appearance. His heart was immediately pierced by Ershewin's long sword. When Liam saw who had attacked him, he immediately asked, "Why are you doing this, Ershewin? I'm on your side." Ershewin responded with a bloodthirsty gaze. "I told you before the sword duel. No one is allowed to interfere with my fight with Tir Lagna. Otherwise, I will kill them, even if they are my relatives." Suddenly, Ershewin's expression became fierce. "Do you think I'll lose, so you chose to interfere? Let me tell you, that's an insult to the future heir of Lagna." Then, Ershewin turned to me and said, "I recognize you, Tir Lagna, but it's only recognition, nothing more. In my logic, I won't allow anyone stronger than me. I will become the strongest heir of Lagna and claim the position of the next successor. I won't allow anyone stronger than me to exist. I will become the strongest heir of Lagna and claim the position of the next successor. So, there's no way I'll lose to someone of your level here. Any obstacle that hinders my path to godhood." With those words, Erxowin raised his long sword. He swiftly condensed dark magic into it and slashed down at me. But just as his attack fell, I had already leapt above his head, and my next strike landed cleanly and directly after the swing. At the same time, Liam's men saw their commander severely wounded. They immediately ran, but their actions only enraged Liam further. "Don't any of you dare worry about my life. Put everything into helping young..." Hearing this, the subordinates hesitated. After all, their own commander was backstabbed just for interfering. But then Liam's next words made them realize this order wasn't optional. "If young Master Erxowin dies here today, then the rest of us are probably as good as dead too." Meanwhile, Erxowin, still battling me, recalled what Ed once told him. "Never underestimate a descendant of Ragna. They are like candle flames in the wind. Give them even a sliver of a chance, and they could ignite once more." At the time, Erxowin didn't believe Ed's words. That made Ed's impression of him change drastically. Now, the gap between your strength and mine isn't so huge anymore. But even with things developing like this, Erxowin remained lost in his own inner world. "You mongrel with impure blood. I could tear you to pieces with one hand. Only I deserve to be the strongest in the north, the one to inherit Ragna's supreme throne." At that moment, Erxowin's arrogance drove him to unleash his ultimate move again, Heavenly Dragon Roar. But an attack of that level, against me, now awakened with Dragon Heart, was easier to block than eating a meal. So, let me show you the heights I've now reached, and erase all of you who dared to try to kill me and those close to me again. As I unleashed my ultimate combo move, Dragon's Wrath, Erxowin's pupils instantly shrank in shock. Just how enormous was the gap between us now? It was no longer something that could be described. With "our strengths aren't too far apart," like Ed once said. In the end, under this move of mine, Erxowin died with regret in the northwest. I personally severed his head. This battle was ultimately a victory for me, Tir Ragna. This is a black summoning orb capable of stunning monsters. Though it's used for protection, it still bears the word summon, because each one seals a powerful monster within, and it became Liam's only hope to turn the tide. He planned to release the sealed monster, to create the illusion of candidates being slain by beasts. Time returns to the moment I killed Erxowin with my own hands. Seeing their young master brutally killed, the elite swordsman's pupils all shrank in fear. But this state of shock didn't last long. Suddenly Liam shouted, "What the hell are you all standing around for? Hurry up and execute that damn Tir Ragna on the spot." In an instant, 3 elite swordsmen immediately grabbed their weapons and charged forward. But I still looked down on them. Not because I could easily take them all on. On the contrary, I couldn't possibly win against this group still full of stamina. It seemed I'd have to resign myself to die. But just at that moment, a turning point appeared that would allow my story to continue. My comrades who had fought and bled with me suddenly appeared and blocked the enemy's attack for me. Not only that, Halkis and her sister had also come to my aid. So I asked them how they knew where I was. Wellington responded, "Isn't rescuing comrades in danger the obvious thing to do?" But honestly, all the credit goes to Sybil. He's the one who led us here. Immediately after, Wellington fixed his gaze on the enemies. "Don't you know what you're doing is a serious crime, especially interfering in the Sacred Enlightenment trial and trying to kill a candidate?" Upon hearing this, the enemies began to falter mentally. They immediately used telepathy to seek Liam's orders. "What should we do now? This situation is getting more and more complicated." Meanwhile, Liam was still drowning in pessimism. The ancient dragon relics in Rose Palace were lost. The plan to assassinate Tir Ragna had failed, and Erxowin's unexpected death halfway through. But soon Liam pulled himself together and came up with a plan that might reverse the situation. That was to kill everyone who witnessed the scene. In this order, Liam also communicated with the other 3 teammates through voice transmission. As for the execution of the plan, it was to create a false scenario where the examinee was killed by a monster, then destroy all the Ed ordered the secret used on Tyr Lagna to be spilled out. And all of it was revealed. The black summoning beads contained in the monster's totem, once destroyed, would summon the monsters sealed inside. Everything he did was to protect Troywan. However, just the next second, a sword suddenly attacked. It pierced Liam's heart again. The person behind this was Blue, the examiner for the second test. There were also people from the Plum Blossom Palace and White Armored Dragon Knights. It seems that those two powerful figures were also involved. After eliminating Liam, a member of the White Armored Dragon Knights said, "If you don't want to end up like your team leader, you three had better surrender and stop resisting." With that, the crisis for me was completely resolved. At the same time, I was physically exhausted, and I didn't have the strength to even stand, but I didn't fall in the snow. I fell into Ray Lagna's arms. "Thank you for everything you told me earlier." Ray smiled and said it was nothing, but he also scolded me for being so reckless to reach this point. Just then, Wellington ran over and said to me, "Tyr, do you still call me a brother? You didn't even ask me for help with something so dangerous." Meanwhile, Zibble and the others were crying profusely. "Thank you, Tyr boss. We didn't expect you to come to rescue us at the first moment. We can die without worry. But speaking of which, Tyr, it's really good that you survived. Before we go back," I shamelessly said, "please take Air Shiwan's bell for me. I still want to fight for first place in the second assessment of Kalwa." Meanwhile, on the other side, a soldier responsible for reporting the assessment situation suddenly ran into the meeting room. He told Jiolong some unexpected news. That is, Air Shiwan is dead. With that, the new week's content comes to an end. I hereby announce that this comic will be permanently discontinued. I'm really sorry. Please forgive my selfishness. And also, Dragon Girl here wishes all my lovely viewers a happy new year in advance. This year may be coming to a close, but next year's story will be even more exciting. See you all next week. To witness how I clinch first place in the Enlightenment exam, my magic has finally gained the lightning attribute, and the level of compatibility has reached a stunningly advanced degree. This shocked the examiners on site for a solid 2.5 seconds. After all, even among Ragna's geniuses through the ages, none have ever reached this level while still a novice swordsman. But little did they know that in the very next second, I unleashed my new secret move, Thunder Dragon Slash, on Examiner Lon. Although he casually waved it away with ease, my exam score doubled because of that move. Time rewinds to the moment the second Enlightenment exam came to a close, when everyone saw the examiner had changed. Their expressions turned curious and shocked. No one could understand why he, who hadn't shown, would suddenly come here to serve as an examiner. His identity was none other than one of the 9 dragons, Danglong for Ragna. Holding the score sheet, he solemnly murmured to himself, a pass rate of over 50%. And only one person died, especially the first place score. Truly a remarkable young talent. Then Four made an important announcement to everyone present. From this moment on, all are officially promoted to novice swordsmen. Right after, Four also announced the rankings from the second Enlightenment ceremony. First place scored 1121 points, once again secured by me, Tyr Ragna. Second place, Wellington, 926 points. Third place, Erica, 843 points. Fourth place, Ray, 789 points. Fifth place, Hulkus, 621 points. But just as the rankings were fully announced, Four unexpectedly declared to all 45 pass, only 4 will be selected to proceed to the third trial. They are Wellington, Erica, and me, Tyr Ragna. The others lost eligibility, because in the second trial, the bells engraved with the incantation were extremely rare items. They were divided into quick incantations and core commands. Even if someone got lucky and obtained one, if they weren't a genius, they might not understand the meaning within. Although I'm not listed among Ragna's top genius candidates, thanks to my system and the rewards it brought, I'll force my way into a tier beyond geniuses. The incantations I couldn't comprehend in my past life. In this life, I can see through them with just a glance. Is it the butterfly effect caused by changing history? On the other hand, Four was thrilled to see 4 qualified students. It made his trip back here all worthwhile. Four then signaled us to step forward by rank and demonstrate what we comprehended from the incantation stones. This so-called comprehension means assigning an elemental attribute to your magic. As the first place candidate, I stepped forward amidst everyone's envious gaze. Although history was altered because of me, now that I've personally killed Urksuin, I believe nothing in the future will ever make me feel fear again. As I released my magic, I told Four, the element I've gained is lightning, and right now, I'm at the stage of infusing my magic with the lightning attribute. In the blink of an eye, my magic color shifted completely to the hue of lightning. The level of compatibility already reached expansion stage, but even that wasn't my limit. The dragon heart I possess in this life still hasn't shown its full power, and under the boost of the dragon heart, my compatibility instantly rose to control level. Four was absolutely thrilled. Tyr, you really are just like the rumors said, a gifted member of the new generation. You actually reached control level so effortlessly. But just as Four finished his sentence, his pupils shrank in shock. Because my compatibility didn't stop at control level, it continued to surge even higher. In the end, I successfully pushed it to the expansion level. At the same time, I did something that shocked everyone present. Without saying a word, I used my new secret technique, Thunder Dragon Slash, on the mighty Danglong himself. When foresaw my attack heading for him, he instantly waved his hand and countered with his move, Water Pressure Sever, effortlessly nullifying my secret technique. A mere novice swordsman dares challenge one of the 5 dragons? Tyr, you've truly raised my expectations for you yet again. I've decided I will add an additional 1,000 points to your original score as a reward. This is the nature of the Jiolong, one of the 9 dragons. They highly value those who dare to challenge themselves, and I made good use of it to let Fa Rue better understand my presence. As a result, my score for the first assessment directly reached 2,121 points, far surpassing second place, who had 1,195 points. This also scared Horkus half to death. This score was more than 3 times higher than his. He immediately realized the gap between us. Next came the demonstrations by the other 3. The process will be skipped. In the end, Wellington gave the water element attribute to the magic, with a matching level that reached control. Additional reward, 500 points. Ray gave the ice element attribute to the magic, with a matching level that reached discovery. Additional reward, 300 points. Erica gave the fire element attribute to the magic, with a matching level that also reached discovery. Additional reward, 300 points. After this, they all gradually left the exam site. Once only the 4 of us were left, Fa Rue solemnly announced to us, the 3rd assessment of Kaohua officially begins now. In an instant, a powerful oppressive force suddenly weighed us down, making it hard to breathe. This is the power possessed by dragons. It was simply terrifying. And with that, the comic content for this week comes to an end. Looking forward to the new week. However, I must remind the fans here that my translation of Korean is not accurate, so if any corrections are needed later, I ask for your understanding. Shiyulala. She is the supreme mother of all dragons. My father controls the dragon god of half the continent, but the 2, who were not supposed to have any fate together, changed when the 3rd Kaohua assessment began. I felt the presence of Rodblock. Could it be that Rodblock's dragon heart was stolen by him? But this is just my wild guess. The truth of the matter can only be confirmed when I meet him face to face. That's right, the content of the 3rd Kaohua ritual assessment for Lagna is to see who can meet the dragon god, the family patriarch, the fastest. As for the ranking, the key lies in the priority of the meeting. Additionally, through this meeting, the same goes for the 5 who entered earlier. In Ragna, there are no shortcuts for those who wish to become successors. At that moment, Erica let out a frustrated sigh. Forget that the pressure from the 9 dragons is already suffocating. We still have to carry the patriarch's pressure and cross Dragon Valley. How are we supposed to overcome that? In response, I gave her the most straightforward answer. Counter their pressure wave directly. Apparently, my words left Erica completely stunned. So Wellington gave a more official explanation. What Tyr meant is that we have to actively interfere with the pressure waves from the 9 dragons and the patriarch until they weaken and we can overcome them. After all, magic itself exists as a fluctuating force. It has a vibrating nature. Their pressure on us is built through those waves. So we need to calculate matching counterwaves to cancel out their pressure. As Wellington finished explaining, I added, if you can't even control and regulate your magic consciously, then you're not qualified to face the patriarch. The next second, Erica looked stunned in disbelief. I thought maybe she understood, but she suddenly asked, aren't you guys from the same country as me? Why is it so hard to understand what you're saying? Then Erica gave her own very vague interpretation. Like, just use some damn reverse-type magic against this pressure, or whatever? Wellington nodded and said, close enough. But that only made Erica even angrier. She cursed Wellington for being a stubborn bookworm. If you'd said it like that earlier, I would have understood. Why go around in circles with all that nonsense? Little did they know, while they were arguing, I had already released magic waves that neutralized the pressure from the 9 dragons and the patriarch. At that moment, Wellington and Erica stood frozen in amazement, speechless. What I left them with was, if you aim to become the next patriarch, you'd better be able to move this fast, and this precisely. After that, I maintained the wave of magic, and sprinted toward Dragon Valley. Seeing this, Fur marveled at how I carried that person's aura, and wondered what terrifying heights I'd reach in the future. But he still turned back and kindly reminded us. The rankings for the 3rd trial are determined by order of arrival. You all better speed up, or you might not even get to meet the patriarch. My mother, Cecilia, was in the middle of an important negotiation, but in the very next second, my grandmother Kirsten suddenly burst through the door and shouted, "Your mother has great news for you." Cecilia scoffed in response. "No matter how great the news is, I've told you time and time again, you need to maintain your decorum when you're here." But Kirsten once again treated that so-called decorum as mere background noise. "Your mother is finally going to be rich." Ever since our little Tyr's popularity skyrocketed, orders have been pouring non-stop into the Basque workshop. We no longer have to worry about supplying gear to the masses. I'm going to forge extra accessories and raise custom prices by 10 times. No, 20 times. Cecilia wanted to be happy for her, but she was more worried about how I was doing in the enlightenment ceremony. Even though I placed first in both the first and second trials, she could only wait quietly in Winter Cypress Palace. She believed the only thing she could do for me was provide practical support for my future life. She was certain I'd achieve final victory and gain the patriarch's recognition. So she had already prepared an important ceremonial outfit for me. But right then, Cecilia suddenly interrupted Curson's wonderful fantasy. Hey mom, do you know how to make prosthetics? Meanwhile, elsewhere, the dragon god was chatting with a crow. I know what you're worried about, but as parents, we don't really have the right to stop our children's dreams. Especially when they're young and full of passion, no one can stop them. Don't forget, we were once like that too. This place, called the Black Grave, is proof enough of that. After hearing the dragon god's words, the crow continued rambling on. To that, the dragon god calmly reassured him. He wanted to see Ragnar rise to even greater glory. And if anyone, they'll be discarded here like the others. Even if my son is a reincarnator, I will support him unconditionally in taking the throne. Alright then, that wraps up this week's episode of Tyr Ragnar. Let's hope next week's chapter isn't full of filler again. Bye-bye for now. Before I could truly stand atop the continent, my father actually drew his sword and split me in two. Because if I couldn't survive that one strike, he would deem me unworthy of challenging his supreme authority, let alone ever speaking of claiming the throne of the strongest in the Ragnar family. After trekking for 4.5 hours, I finally climbed to the peak of Dragon Valley under the dragon god's pressure. And there, I met my father, the examiner of the Third Enlightenment trial. Yet, even under his pressure, I still sensed the presence of roadblock. Then father suddenly asked if I knew the name of this place. I gave a firm answer. This is the Black Grave of all those who challenged you and were That's right. In other words, this is the seat reserved for Ragnar's strongest. As he spoke, father's eyes suddenly filled with killing intent. Then tell me, Tyr, do you believe you're qualified to sit here? I calmly gave him just one word in reply. Absolutely. But father wasn't satisfied with my answer. He said it was too careless. Before he stood in this place, tens of thousands had perished by his blade. He gave me another chance to answer. But I still replied coldly. Absolutely. This time, father didn't interrupt. Instead, he asked me why I insisted on that answer. Hearing that, I chose to remain silent. Because the reason I want the strongest throne is to end this damned battle for power. Any obstacle in my way, I'll cut down with my own hands. Obviously, that's not an answer my father could accept. Without hesitation, I drew the moon-white sword and challenged the head of Ragnar, my own father, to a Ragnar sword duel. Seeing my stance, father couldn't help but smirk slightly. He naturally understood what I meant. Then he solemnly said to me, from this moment on, I will treat you as a challenger, not as the son of the dragon god. Now show me what he has taught you. Hearing that truly shocked me, because by he clearly meant roadblock. But before I could process it fully, I suddenly felt my upper and lower half split apart, and my moon-white sword shattered in front of me. All I could see was my father finishing his draw-slash technique and sheathing his sword. Could it be that I'm dead? Was I cut down by my father as a challenger? Before I could even make sense of it, my consciousness had already left the real world. At that moment, seeing my soul-like form, I became even more certain that I was truly dead. But strangely, I felt no regret. After all, compared to my past life, I had done enough in this one. I took over Dombai camp. I personally took down both Landon and Ershuan. Even if some of it was due to luck, I still experienced the joy of this second life. And yet, this may have been the end of the road for me in this life. But little did I know, my physical body hadn't suffered any injury at all. It was a mental attack move called the Sword of the Heart, though my father felt it was cruel to use it. If I couldn't survive that move, then I had no right to call myself the heir of Ragnar, let alone dream of challenging the supreme throne. Even as a reincarnator, I'd still be nothing but a failure. Just then, the moon-white sword suddenly burst into my soul realm. Damn it, get it together already. If you're gonna give up this easily, I might as well have eaten you back then. Because of that one line from the moon-white sword, my soul, which had been slowly dissipating, began to recondense. That's right, how could I die here like this? Heaven had given me a second chance at life, and granted me all sorts of ways to grow stronger. If I still couldn't become the strongest on this continent, that would be truly pathetic. At that moment, I picked up the moon-white sword again, and in the next second, I shattered the entire soul world into pieces. When my consciousness finally returned to the real world, I realized everything that just happened was an illusion. And after witnessing my resolve, my father gave me a smile of approval. Tyr, you've passed. And just like that, this round of the Kauhwa ceremony came to an end. Next came the moment to reveal the final results. At that moment, Horkus asked his sister Erica, so what exactly did you gain from the third test? I'm dying of curiosity. Hurry up and tell me. Erica responded that it was a secret and couldn't be shared. But what Horkus said next caught Erica completely off guard. If it were our Tyr, he would have told me everything without holding back. The reason Horkus said that was because she had chosen to stake her entire future on one person from the Ragnar family, and that person was me, a Ragnar rising star, with ambition, power, and connections. Hearing this, Erica quickly asked, did you sign a contract with Tyr? Clearly, she was getting nervous. Luckily, Horkus replied that she hadn't. Erica let out a huge sigh of relief. Just then, a drum sounded, and Inquisitor Bana formally announced, Tyr Ragnar has successfully retained his title as chief of this enlightenment ceremony. The crowd erupted into passionate cheers. witnessing the rise of a new star in the Ragna family. But in the very next second, Ed, seated among the 9 dragons, suddenly stood up. Many assumed he was about to avenge Urxuan, forced Tyr to pay the price right away. But Bana quickly issued a warning. This is the closing segment of the sacred enlightenment ceremony. Any personal matters can wait until after. Yet what Ed said next left everyone frozen in shock. As director of the Central Bureau of Affairs, I officially invite Tyr Ragna to become my deputy director. What the hell? What's this guy playing at? The boy once seen as the lowest of lowborns had now risen with unmatched strength to the highest stage of the family. But just as I was about to accept, a secret, both good and bad, was suddenly transmitted into my ear. If I'm not mistaken, you're a reincarnator too, aren't you? Time rewinds to the moment when Ed offered me the position. He said, perhaps sincerely, as director of the Central Bureau of Affairs, I formally invite Chief Tyr to serve as my deputy director. His words instantly caused an uproar among the candidates. Everyone believed Ed was putting on an act. After all, in the second trial, I had personally killed his most beloved nephew, Urxuan. On the other hand, I activated the Eye of Insight and saw through Ed's trick. So you've been hiding the secret of the ancient dragon relic all along. I may possess the relic, but in this life, I absolutely won't let you have your way. Don't even think about hurting anyone close to me again. Suddenly, Julius, who was seated among the 9 dragons, shouted furiously, what kind of trick are you pulling? Stop treating all of us like fools. Everyone knows you're trying to avenge Ershuan's death. Unexpectedly, looks like you all misunderstood me. Even though my nephew's death saddens me, don't forget, in a place like Lagna, where power is everything, that's just daily life. I swear I have no ulterior motives. I simply want to bring new blood into my Central Operations Bureau. However, despite Ed's explanation, Julius still didn't believe him. He knew better than anyone how fond this guy was of scheming. At that moment, the judge sitting below, Bana, kindly reminded Ed, that's enough already. I know you want to recruit talented individuals, but the designated selection process hasn't officially started yet. After finishing, Bana turned to me and asked if I'd made my decision. If not, he was willing to give me another 2.5 minutes to consider. To that, I answered honestly. I hadn't, but it didn't seem necessary to think any longer. Instead, I wanted to hear the opinions of the 9 dragons. As my words spread through the hall, the first to speak was Osha Lagna, the leading dragon god. In the name of the Plum Blossom Palace Master, I vow to pass down all my teachings to Tyr. That statement stunned all the new students, because everyone knew Osha had no children. So offering to teach everything meant she likely wanted to adopt me as her heir. I found the whole thing rather amusing. It seemed her visit to me earlier wasn't just a coincidence. She truly wanted me to become the successor of the Sword Dragon. With the favor of 2 dragons behind me, Wellington looked at me with utmost admiration. Sure enough, I've never regretted making you my brother. As for Erica, she focused on the promise from Osha, thinking that as the first wife of Lagna's leader, her promise was already as high as it could get. She figured the other 9 dragons wouldn't even bother speaking. But little did she know, things wouldn't be that simple. Suddenly, the crow circling above my head spoke in human tongue. I want to join this talent recruitment battle too. Then it dove to the ground at lightning speed. As the dust cleared, the crow revealed its true form. He was none other than Black Dragon Rob Ragna, one of the 9 dragons. I've been watching you ever since the enlightenment ceremony began. Kale, the dragon god / my father, was right. There are many interesting things about you. So here's the promise I can offer. I'll grant you the position of Wushua. What do you say? Wushua refers to a top rank in the Black Snow Intelligence Organization, second only to the leader. Its prestige rivals even that of Aosha. I never imagined something I worked half a lifetime for in my past life would come so easily in this one. Suddenly, Danglong Four snapped me out of my thoughts. He shamelessly said to me, Tyr's performance certainly left a deep impression on me. Don't forget, our Danglong Hall is open to you unconditionally. With that, 4 of the 9 dragons had responded. Now only Julius remained. Everyone was waiting to see what kind of promise he would make to the chief. But when he finally spoke, his words left everyone utterly confused. I won't offer any kind of special treatment or rewards. If Tyr wants to join my White Armor Dragon Cavalry, then he'll have to work his way up from the... On the other hand, after hearing all the responses from the 9 dragons to me, I couldn't help but smile with a slight grin. In my heart, I already had the answer to my choice. Little did I know, just as I was about to make it public, a sudden voice startled me to the core. Following the energy, I realized it was the former family head, Hildur Agna, who calmly asked me, if I'm not mistaken, you're a reincarnator, right? I was incredibly shocked by this, but quickly adjusted my emotions and calmly responded, I don't know what you're talking about. Hildur ignored my words. Although I don't know how many times you've been reincarnated, I must say, your acting skills are really impressive. Upon hearing this, I froze. What did she mean by this? Could it be that reincarnation has limits? Seeing my expression change, Bana asked if something had suddenly affected me. I quickly explained, could you give me a little more time? I need to adjust my state. Bana agreed, but he said the initiation ceremony was important, and it could not be delayed too long, as it was sacred. After that, Hilda revealed a shocking secret to me. You don't need to hide anything from me, because I am the same as you. Only my reincarnation journey has already come to an end. In other words, Hilda has already been reincarnated many times, and she has used up all her chances. But why are there so many reincarnators? How many more are hidden around me? What surprised me the most was that the person who first discovered my secret was actually her, the former family head. To confirm my guess, I asked Hilda, "Does that mean you can reincarnate multiple times?" Hilda seemed a bit surprised, but said little. "You didn't know that? It seems Kyle didn't tell you anything. But there's one thing I must tell you. Kyle hates reincarnators. So it's really curious to me that you survived the third initiation test. It's quite impressive." Seeing my orange-colored face, Hilda gave me a suggestion. "If you want to know the secrets of your family and this world, come find me later. I'll tell you." At that moment, I seemed to understand. The reason why my father used the heart sword on me was simply to test my determination as a reborn one. As for the presence of Rodbrock's aura in his energy field, it's likely because the dragon's heart really is in him, stolen. And the reason my father did this is probably because Rodbrock's existence in this world is to welcome every reborn one. As for my judgment, I also have my reasons. After all, humans can never defeat dragons. The only way to do so is to have a father with semi-god strength. It seems things are getting more and more interesting. I really want to uncover the secrets of my family in this world. Afterward, under Barna's urging, I revealed my final destination, my choices. With that, this week's comic comes to an end. Thank you all for your support of Dragon Sister. And in this new year, I hope my beloved fans will continue to support me and follow me. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Let's all go earn together. Wait, I almost forgot to mention something. There's a part of the comic I just couldn't fit in, but it's important and can't be left out. I just hate how the comic author always leaves a cliffhanger at the end, and the next chapter can't be a perfect resolution, only a forced one. Alright, enough rambling. As for the completion of the enlightenment ritual, it's also part of my storyline. In the end, I received a system reward called the Ether Core. Although I don't know its exact use, I believe the system won't let me down. To prepare for the big DL event that will happen in Ragnar in 5 years, I chose to join the White Dragon Cavalry, which has the worst benefits, because only this way can I maximize my control over my own military power, and this is just the first step to becoming the head of the Ragnar family. However, this time Wellington didn't want to continue traveling with me. He chose to join the Dragon Ascension Academy and become a direct disciple under Master Longfai. But this is still a good beginning. After all, in the previous life, Wellington gave up the enlightenment reward. He chose to betray Ragnar and return to his family to develop his own FD influence. Although I don't know how much history will change because of me, it seems that so far, the changes have mostly worked in my favor. After that, we said our goodbyes. We both looked forward to reuniting, wondering how much stronger we would each become by then. As for Lei, she did as expected. She returned to the Water Fairy Palace where her mother, the Ice Dragon, resides. There is no better place for her to stay. As for my little admirers, even though they really wanted to follow me forever, unfortunately, their grades don't meet the minimum standards of the White Armor Cavalry, so we had to temporarily part ways. Just then, a call interrupted my thoughts. Looking closely, it was Hulkus. My sister Erica and I have also decided to join the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Please take care of us. Tear. It seems I won't be too lonely in the future. They will definitely become strong allies on my new path. I expressed my gratitude for their help in the first initiation test. Without them, I might not have been able to secure the position of chief. Although I was just being polite, Erica took it seriously. Then you must remember my kindness forever. As for Hulkus, he showed me an unnatural enthusiasm. Of course, I have no idea what they're plotting. Why do they suddenly like me so much? Before I could think much, the Dragon King Julius came over. Welcome all of you to the new members of the White Electric Dragon Cavalry. Before we head to the headquarters, as the captain, I want to hear about your ambitions, rookies. Upon hearing this, Hulkus spoke first. I want to become the most handsome and fierce warrior in the Dragon Cavalry. Then, other members continued to speak. I want everyone to know my name. I want to be the strongest among my peers. I want your exclusive recognition. But in my view, their ambitions weren't enough. I believe Julius must think the same as me. So I gave him the answer that would suit him best. In 5 years, I will become the captain of this White Armor Dragon Cavalry. When I said this, Julius burst into laughter. As expected, you are the rookie I'm most excited about. But I still have to remind you, my position is not so easy to shake. After hearing everyone's speeches, Julius told us to remember this statement. As expected, before starting work, let's have some soul-stirring encouragement. Every drop of your sweat, every drop of your blood, will be engraved in the history of Ragnar like a legend. Our shields will not break, and our swords will not shatter. And at the end of the path filled with blood and sweat, there awaits the highest honor for you. Welcome to all the new members joining the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. As soon as the words were spoken, a huge dragon suddenly landed behind Julius. Its name is Kuin. It is the partner that fought alongside Woolamas on the battlefield. Its species is the Neenfur dragon, and it is the only symbol of a member of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Next is the Sacred Team Initiation Ceremony, and the time to start looking for your own partner. Everyone, get on the flying dragons of your seniors. The Neenfur Dragon's nest is our next destination. At this moment, looking at Julia's smug back, everyone, including me, felt a shock. So this is what a dragon knight is like. It looks like I also need to prepare to welcome my own flying dragon, a familiar figure. And she is my mentor, Evelyn. Long time no see, young Master Teal. You truly kept your word. This choice is just as you told me back then. I was quite surprised by Evelyn's sudden appearance. I then cautiously asked, does your appearance here mean you've officially rejoined the White Armor Dragon Cavalry? Evelyn gave a definite answer to this. In addition to that, there was something about Evelyn that left me confused. That was the fact that her missing arm had been replaced with a prosthetic. Alright, this week's comic content ends here. See you next week. Goodbye. It is a special dragon species born from a male. It has the rare ability to hide in shadows, but the difference in birth has caused it to suffer severe racial discrimination. However, when I saw it for the first time, I immediately decided it would be the partner to help me reach the peak of the continent. Let's go back to the moment when I saw Evelyn undergo a huge change. I saw her arm, which had been missing, now replaced with an exquisite prosthetic. It was only later that I learned that all of this was thanks to my mother and grandmother. That day, my mother personally came to find Evelyn, who was training the troops, and expressed her deepest gratitude. If it weren't for your help, my little Teal wouldn't have achieved such success today. Evelyn responded decisively. I'm now just a retired training ground instructor, and even without my intervention, I believe Teal would have certainly achieved results on his own with his talent. Cecilia shook her head. Teal once told me about you. He said you were the only one who truly supported him, reliable, and stronger than imagined. So stop being modest, and don't put yourself down too much. Since the day you met Teal, the darkness in his heart has been illuminated by your guiding light. I truly hope that in the future, you will continue to be that guiding light. After hearing these words, Evelyn's inner gloom started to fade away. What replaced it was her renewed determination to return to the front lines. Ultimately, she swore to the heavens that she would never let down the gift Cecilia gave her. From now on, she would be loyal to Teal. As for me, sitting on the dragon's back, I fell into deep thought. Mother has never given up on me. Now, she's doing everything she can to help me. Thank you, Mom. In this life, I will definitely make sure you enjoy the happiness you didn't have in your past life. And also, I ask for your help, Evelyn. In the future, I'll need your guidance as I still have much to learn. The scene changes. Evelyn and I quickly arrived at the Neenfur Dragon's nest. This also meant the initiation ceremony for the White Armor Dragon Cavalry had officially begun. Next, I would be finding a flying dragon partner to fight alongside. At this point, I asked Evelyn a question. What if I can't find one? Does that mean failure? Evelyn confirmed. But she also added, the probability of that happening is very slim. Even so, I still worry about Hulkus and his siblings. I wonder if they can find a partner that fits their personalities. Suddenly, my thoughts were interrupted by Evelyn's words. Why don't we take a walk for now? Perhaps, young Master Teal, you'll soon find the person you've been looking for. The scene shifts. Now, appearing in our sight is the Neenfur Dragon's monstrous breed. At this moment, appearing in our sight is the monstrous breed of the Neenfur Dragon, the tyrant predator with the largest size of 15 meters and brown scales. It is the poison dragon species among the Renfei dragons. Its body is snake-like. The unique poisonous stinger at its tail is its deadly weapon. Next is the blade dragon species among the Renfei dragons. Although it is a gentle herbivore, if it senses danger approaching, the blades on its wings can be extremely dangerous. As for this one, it is the swift dragon species with fire-breathing abilities. They usually travel in groups. Although they are not large, they are highly intelligent. Then Evelyn told me that the 4 types of dragons we encountered earlier were the dragon species other than the white dragon that the White Electric Dragon Cavalry is currently raising. But when she asked me if I had made a decision, my response was vague, because before I came here, I had already made my decision about which one to choose. I just haven't seen it yet. This decision actually goes back 6 years after the Great DL event. A creature called the Shadow Evil Dragon attacked the Renfei Dragon's nest, slaughtering over 100 Renfei dragons that the White Electric Dragon Cavalry had carefully raised. Not only that, 8 villages were burned that day, and dozens of swordsmen died in battle. Therefore, it was classified as a level 2 disaster by Ragna. In order to quickly quell the DL event, the family had sent out 2 powerful dragons, the Magic Dragon and the Sword Dragon. As expected, they soon captured it. The reason it was called the Shadow Evil Dragon was because it possessed the rare ability to hide in shadows. If I could find the Shadow Evil Dragon, it would be the perfect partner after WR. Suddenly, a movement from the SD at the cliff ahead caught our attention. At the same time, my plan began to take shape. I finally found that guy. On the other side, Julius was sitting on a high peak, watching every move of the new recruits undergoing the initial. At that moment, Asha found him. You look quite happy. Naturally, Tyr has finally chosen me to lead the White Electric Dragon Cavalry. Then Asha said, speaking of Tyr, I'm here to see Tyr as well. I have a question for you. Do you plan to cultivate Tyr as an important candidate for the future army? After hearing Asha's words, Julius was somewhat speechless. He remained silent for a long time. To this, Asha calmly said it was normal. After all, this was a matter concerning it needed to be. However, She reassured Julius not to worry. She wasn't here to poach anyone. She was here to give Tyr the best development advice. Although Julius was puzzled, he wondered what kind of advice Asha could give to Tyr, who had chosen the white electric dragon cavalry. Little did he know, the next second, his expression changed, because Asha spoke 3 words. Join forces. Meanwhile, at the Shadow Evil Dragon's side, it was being surrounded and bullied by the other dragon species. Evelyn, seeing this, became extremely anxious. This had actually happened several times before. It had been ostracized by the group since the beginning. Although I had taken measures from the unit's perspective, it was ineffective. We guessed that this might be related to its unusual birth. I was very confused about this, until Evelyn's explanation shocked me. Because that creature was actually a male-level disaster monster born from Beepool. It seems its rare trait was inherited from Beepool's bloodline. But you must know that this level of monster is located at the center of the Demon Sea. Why is it here? And why did it give birth to a child? Evelyn explained that the child should not have been born. At this moment, I asked about the name of the Shadow Evil Dragon here. Evelyn replied, "It's called Umbra. In ancient language, it means shadow. It seems I now have another reason I must choose it. I've made my decision. I'm going to make it my partner." With that, I jumped off the flying dragon. This time, I'm going to let Umbra experience a different life. It's a special dragon species born from a male, with the rare ability to hide in shadows. But its birth difference also led it to face severe racial discrimination. But the moment I saw it, the partner who can help me reach the top of the continent's strongest. However, I must now help it out of its predicament and gain its exclusive approval. At this moment, as I leaped off Evelyn's flying dragon, I immediately reached into my storage space. Then, I threw 4 sharp swords toward the position in front of me, and activated the skill I had previously acquired, soul synchronization. Using telekinesis, I controlled all the swords. Under this effect, its tolerance reached an unexpectedly high level. At this stage, every action and move I made unexpectedly shocked Evelyn from above for a full 2.5 years. How is this possible? When did you become so proficient with telekinesis? You even used it in a completely different way. This growth rate is absolutely outrageous. Meanwhile, I watched Umbra, surrounded and under attack, and the feelings I had once discarded resurfaced. Perhaps because I sympathized with its situation, I couldn't help but think about it again. When I got within a manageable distance, I jumped off the swords. I then imbued the swords with lightning magic properties. At the same time, this was my newly learned skill, Thunder Dragon Mark. Under their bombardment, the area where Umbra was located was immediately enveloped by a powerful electric shock. Although I didn't immediately take out the 4 attackers harassing Umbra, they had already fled in panic under my pressure. Once the threat was eliminated, I walked straight toward Umbra. But when I asked it how it was doing, Umbra immediately showed me its snarling teeth, and then flew away without a backward glance. At that moment, Evelyn walked over. That child's emotions are a bit unstable now. If you want to tame it immediately, it may be difficult. Take it slow. I responded cheerfully. Am I the only one who thinks it needs companionship right now? Although it was rejected by the group, it still wants to stay in the nest and not leave. I guess that creature must have understood loneliness. After all, compared to physical pain, the trauma caused by the mind is even harder to bear. Please, Evelyn, while Umbra isn't too far away, let's hurry and go after it. The scene shifts. At this moment, Umbra had perched on top of a mountain, looking at its steady breathing and the mark on its neck. The recent battle had clearly... Suddenly, Umbra became alert again. This was because it saw me once more. At the same time, Evelyn reminded me not to act too hastily. In fact, there were countless teammates who had tried to tame Umbra, but all had failed. Some even suffered irreversible injuries. And considering its current state, before Evelyn could finish speaking, I interrupted her. Let me handle this myself. After all, this is my initiation. As I got closer, Umbra treated me as an enemy. Since that's the case, I'll use Drake's roar to confront it. However, my level was clearly higher than Umbra's, causing it to quickly feel fear under the influence of my skill. I immediately seized this opening. I took out a healing potion and poured it on the wound on Umbra's neck. In just a moment, it was fully healed. It also regained some stamina. Looking at Umbra's surprised expression, I proactively signaled that I was the... Then, I began to read its memories. As I suspected, although Umbra resented the group that bullied it, it really wanted to befriend them. After a long period of solitude, it deeply felt the pain of loneliness. However, Umbra's feelings toward me were still very cautious. The sudden warmth made it unable to accept me immediately. I smiled at Umbra and said, "Don't be too cautious. I truly mean well for you." While speaking, I rummaged through my storage space, because I had already prepared a gift for Umbra, a delicate gemstone. From Umbra's expression, it was clear that it really liked it. But since it hadn't fully accepted me yet, it could only pretend not to see it, despite the pain. But when it opened its eyes again, the gemstone had already been placed around its neck. Looking at the emotional look in Umbra's eyes, I told it this was its welcome gift, and I assured it, as long as you follow me, from now on, there will be as many of these gems as you want. I also heard you don't like reins and saddles, but you don't know how majestic and magnificent it would look if you decorated them with gems. Eventually, after my constant persuasion, Umbra finally accepted me. At the same time, at the Buscare workshop, Kelson suddenly felt uneasy. He had the strange feeling that someone had been tampering with his vault. That's right. The gem was something I had swiped from my grandmother's vault. Consider it a tiny bit of commission. I'm sure she won't mind. At this moment, after the system notified me that I had bonded with Umbra, I also gained a new skill. It's called Trust of Umbra. Though the proficiency is only 1%, as it increases, I'll be able to more successfully unlock Umbra's potential. I'll also receive a 10% power boost. 2.5 hours later, Evelyn finally returned from the hunt, but suddenly, she was frozen in place, stunned by the scene before her. She actually saw me and Umbra being affectionate with each other. What did you do to it? Until now, it's never shown this kind of behavior. Hearing this, I replied, of course it's my charm. Naturally, Evelyn didn't believe what I said, and I wasn't planning to keep her guessing anymore. Actually, I just cured its emotional trauma, and gave it its favorite thing. But the result was good. Now Evelyn no longer has to worry about Umbra, but just as she was relieved, the next second, I directly hopped onto Umbra's back. This scared Evelyn half to death, even though you're now life and death partners. Tear, you've never received any flying, and without reins or a saddle. Trying to control it is a suicide. I disregarded Evelyn's words. After all, she didn't know about my newly acquired skill, which allows me to perfectly control Umbra. Thus, I had my first dragon flight. Then, I told Umbra, take me to the place you most want to see. This body had been dead for over 10 years, yet it showed no signs of severe decay. 500. 00:14:43, 279. 00:14:43, 279. Yet it showed no signs of severe decay on its entire body. Just as I was pondering what was going on, the corpse suddenly came back to life. It opened its massive mouth and lunged towards my neck. Let's rewind to the moment I successfully tamed Umbra. Not only did I have my first dragon, but I also told Umbra, take me to the place you most want to see. The scene shifted. What I didn't expect, though, was that at an altitude of 10,000 meters, there was a cave I had never seen. This place was part of the Winter Mountain expedition assigned by the organization, but the exploration of this place hadn't reached 100% for me. Looking at the place Umbra chose, I was certain of one thing. It really loves shiny things. But as I absent-mindedly looked around, I spotted a very dangerous plant not far from view. This plant is called the Soul Return Grass. It's a unique plant from the depths of the Demon Sea. It grows by absorbing moonlight, and it is an unparalleled tonic for demons. I never expected to find Soul Return Grass blooming in the Winter Mountains, which is filled with demonic energy. But there is one thing I don't understand. Clearly, dragons and demons are natural enemies. Umbra, how are you able to live here? To be safe, I immediately burned all of it. As a result, my actions directly provoked Umbra. It started roaring and growling at me. I responded, I won't touch anything here except that plant. Just as I finished speaking, the scene before me stunned me into place. It took me a while to snap out of it. Then I quickly moved closer to get a better look. This corpse appeared to have been dead for at least 10 years. But why was there no severe decay on its body? Could it be that this creature had extremely strong magical power in its life, which allowed its body to barely remain intact until now? But someone must have locked it here to die a slow death. Forget it. Although there are many questions, this isn't the time to focus on them. I'll come back and investigate later. But little did I know, at that moment, the corpse behind me suddenly let out a chilling laugh. Little did I know, at that moment, the corpse behind me suddenly let out a chilling laugh. Immediately, it opened its massive mouth and lunged at my neck with a fierce bite. At that moment, even though I sensed the killing intent approaching in time, the words it spoke made me pause. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Umbra stepped forward. Otherwise, even if I had dodged the attack, I would have been grazed. Next, I saw Umbra unleash Dragon's Fury on the large body, attempting to suppress it with pressure. But clearly, the opponent's level was far higher than Umbra's, so Dragon's Fury had no effect at all. Seeing the large body's attack coming again, I was once again overwhelmed with shock. Earlier, it had been repeating my father, Kyle's name non-stop, and now it even mentioned the Black Dragon. To prevent Umbra from getting hurt, I quickly acted to try to control its mouth. But unexpectedly, the large body suddenly changed its attack direction and bit my wrist. As it spat out the unforgivable words again, I became even more certain of one thing. Its imprisonment here is definitely related to my father and the blood. At the same time, Evelyn rushed towards me with her sword raised. Under her continuous sword strikes, the large body's head was instantly destroyed, killing it. Evelyn then quickly inquired about my injuries. It seemed the situation wasn't good. Sorry, I was careless and didn't dodge. The moment I finished speaking, my brain started sending out poisoning warnings, and my mental state began to deteriorate. If I'm not mistaken, this poison isn't ordinary corpse poison. If I can't find the antidote immediately, I'm probably not going to survive long. Meanwhile, Evelyn also understood the severity of this poison. She suggested we return to the White Armor Dragon Cavalry's headquarters for treatment. But Umbra immediately began to yell at Evelyn. In no time, it used its head to charge at her. It's clear now that Umbra disagreed with the suggestion. However, Evelyn, desperate to help, didn't seem to notice this. She continued to explain that she meant no harm. I'm doing this to save your partner, who's in a life-or-death crisis. Suddenly, I said, Evelyn, wait a minute. Let me talk to Umbra. Do you have a way to help me detoxify? Umbra nodded in response. All right, I leave my life in your hands. The next second, Evelyn was the first to object. If you don't act quickly, you'll lose your life. This poison is mixed with demonic aura, responded. I know this all too well. But if I go back and it's not treated properly, I'll only have a 30% chance of survival. So I feel I must trust Umbra. After all, Umbra knows this cave well. It's had many battles with this large body. So during this process, it must have learned how to deal with this kind of corpse poison. Evelyn, don't worry. Just trust me. And also, thank you, Umbra. After that, Umbra bit some returning spirit grass and shattered a crystal nearby with its claws, placing the two together. Seeing this, Evelyn asked, do you want me to mix these for young Master Teal to eat? Upon hearing this, Umbra nodded frantically. Although unsure if this is reliable, Evelyn didn't hesitate at all. She picked them up and began catalyzing them with magic. Finally, she brewed it into a liquid and made me drink it. Seeing that the situation didn't improve, Evelyn and Umbra became extremely worried. Suddenly, from my heart, a surge of energy erupted. It was the dragon's heart. Evelyn, too, was stunned beyond belief. These two things really did act as the antidote, but it seemed the situation wasn't over yet, because the lightning magic I released began to shift from white to black. This was a phenomenon I had never seen before. Meanwhile, at the White Armor Dragon Cavalry's headquarters, Julius was furious, almost exploding with rage. This was because his subordinates reported extremely bad news. It always happens, doesn't it? Whenever something good happens near me, something bad inevitably follows. So this is the attitude the heavens have toward me, huh? As for what his subordinates reported, it was the 5th Division of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry, on a mission. All members were wiped out. I was bitten through the carotid artery by a not fully decomposed corpse. I thought that its deadly corpse poison would make me regret in the Northwest forever. But unexpectedly, I gained the opportunity for a thorough cleansing and rebirth. But this opportunity was supposed to be for those under 5 years old, and required the help of dozens of high-level magicians, who would perform a 7-day and 7-night purification ritual. The reason I could get this chance was because of too many coincidental factors. The first factor was the deadly corpse poison that could have taken my life. The second was that even though the body was dead, the magical power contained in it was still incredibly strong, and the magic flowed into my body through the wounds. The third factor was that I absorbed the demonic energy accumulated over thousands of years. And finally, with Umbra's special formula, these factors placing me in an unbelievable state of equilibrium. It neither harmed me with poison, nor did it turn me into a demon from absorbing too much magic. When the cleansing process was complete, I suddenly woke up. Seeing this, Evelyn immediately helped me up and asked me about my condition. I responded that she shouldn't worry too much. I was completely fine now. Evelyn sighed in relief at this point. Otherwise, if something happened to me, she probably wouldn't live long either. Afterward, I opened my status panel, and it showed not only that I had undergone the cleansing process, but also that I had gained the traits of the Shadow Evil Dragon. However, the system also had an additional warning. If I mismanage it, I could very likely become a lower-tier Shadow Evil Dragon. As for after absorbing most of the body's power, my magic power had increased by 85 points. This was simply amazing. In addition, I realized something. The reason the soul return grass I consumed didn't contain magic energy was because the crystals in this cave were made of pure energy. This energy diluted the magical energy, causing the soul return grass to have a reverse medicinal effect. But it was all thanks to my complete trust in Umbra. Otherwise, I probably would have had to go through the cycle again. Now, not only did I possess the complete form of Ragnar's descendant, but I had also gained the cleansing process and the traits of the Shadow Evil Dragon. From now on, my growth rate will be unimaginable to anyone. Who exactly is the true identity of this corpse? Little did I know, while I was thinking, Evelyn suddenly noticed something unusual on the rock wall. Young master, look. It seems like there's something written on the wall, like a diary. I guess he was definitely as powerful as the current family head in his prime. The diary starts like this. After being defeated by Kyle and the Black Dragon, I could only come to this unknown cave and struggle to survive. But it seems my body doesn't want me to take revenge. At this moment, as I saw this, I immediately recalled the moment when I was bitten on the arm. It seems this guy's death was related to my father and the Black Dragon. It seems my magic core was damaged by the Black Dragon, causing my body to deteriorate at an accelerated rate. But in order to survive and seek revenge, I had no choice but to consume the soul return grass, which might let me live in another form. In the end, my thoughts were wrong. I consumed too much magic energy. My consciousness started to be consumed by demonic power. So, after realizing I would never be able to take revenge, I decided to leave everything I had in this cave and refine my beloved sword, turning it into a lock to trap me after I turned into a demon. If anyone with fate ever finds this place, my only request is to avenge me. Just as Evelyn and I were reading what this powerful figure left behind, we were both stunned. Because the next part of the text described the long-lost Phantom Sword technique and Storm God technique. This meant that This person was a legendary figure of Ragna. He could freely use the power of wind, the wind god, Hertak Ragna. But at the same time, he was also a tragic hero. It said that 40 years ago, he fought until the last moment to preserve his family's position. But why did the Black Dragon get involved in that family conflict? Suddenly, my thoughts were interrupted by Evelyn. Could it be that? Suddenly, my thoughts were pulled back by Evelyn. I saw her suddenly kneeling on one knee. I was bitten by a corpse that hadn't fully rotted, piercing my artery. But I gained a chance for rebirth from this misfortune. This directly placed me in the position of dominance on my future path to becoming stronger. Back to the moment when the true identity of this corpse was revealed. I never expected it to be the legendary figure of Ragna, the wind god, Hertak. But there's just one thing I can't understand. Why did the Black Dragon intervene in that battle for the family head? Suddenly, my thoughts were interrupted by Evelyn. I saw her suddenly kneeling on one knee. I immediately asked her who she was kneeling to. It can't be me, right? Evelyn gave me a negative reply. Even though Lord Hertog was defeated by the family head and exiled, he is still the legitimate heir of Ragnar. I just heard him earlier. And that's a serious crime in anyone's eyes. I must be executed immediately. So, before Evelyn could finish speaking, I quickly interrupted her. Stop talking nonsense. The person you killed wasn't even a Ragnar anymore. It was just a monster that lost its human consciousness. And you only acted to save me, the heir. Even if it's a crime, it's redeemed by your action. But let me tell you in advance, everything that happens here must remain confidential. Anyone who speaks of it will have bad luck in their future. Even if I say so, Evelyn still felt uncomfortable. So I could only suggest she focus on one thing. That is to become the successor of the Wind God, inheriting everything he left behind. My words made Evelyn pause. You know, the Wind God's secret skills are on par with the current 9 dragons. This has nothing to do with what we're discussing. Also, didn't you say you wanted to be the sword that accompanies me for life? Then you should seize this opportunity to become stronger. Otherwise, you might drag me down. After this, Evelyn swore eternal loyalty to me. Meanwhile, I agreed to her following me, and swore to make her my first sword. Thus, time quickly came to the end of the initiation ceremony. At the White Armor Dragon Cavalry headquarters, Halkus was boasting that he was the first to find his partner. Unlike me, the first place in the initiation ceremony, who still had no news. But just as he had been boasting for a couple of seconds, his expression immediately froze in disbelief. What's going on? What exactly did Teal bring back? People started murmuring, criticizing my actions as inappropriate. In their view, Umbro was just an unruly wild beast. I thought we had a genius contestant this time, but it turned out to be the captain's. Little did they know how extraordinary this dragon truly was. As for me, under Evelyn's lead, I arrived at the location for the initiation ceremony to sign off on its completion. But Evelyn had a question. Urius said he would be waiting here. So why can't we see him? The blonde man who had saved me earlier quickly explained. The captain received an urgent message, so he had to return to the office for a while. Just as he finished speaking, Urius suddenly descended from the sky, riding a dragon. Everyone listen up. I know you just completed the initiation ceremony and haven't had time to rest, but an urgent situation has arisen. You will all be dispatched to the Branky Fortress immediately. Looks like what's coming is finally here. We're already heading straight into combat. But Ed, you're way too eager, huh? You already set your sights on the Dragon Slayer's sword so soon. Next, I'll reluctantly accept your request for the Dragon Slayer's head. It's the elder of the 10,000 swords. The only sword the strongest Ragnar family fears. It's said that anyone who possesses it can slay dragons. But today, the Dragon Slayer's sword was stolen. During transport, the mastermind behind it was one of the 9 dragons, Ed Troyvan. He plans to use the Dragon Slayer's sword to start a major rebellion against Ragnar and avenge the recently deceased Exavon. Back when Urius gave the emergency order, everyone was about to be dispatched to the Branky Fortress. When these words were said, the older members of the White Armor Cavalry were naturally puzzled. One of the men asked Urius in confusion, Captain, what major event has happened? This mission is so urgent that even the new recruits must participate. They haven't even completed their training yet. Urius immediately responded. The 5th Division's Captain Trina and the 14 members he led have all gone missing. This sudden news sent a chill down my spine. Trina was a highly respected veteran in the White Armor Cavalry. Even Urius would seek his advice as a senior knight. But based on my memories from my past life, Trina had lived to retirement age. Could it be that this is the butterfly effect caused by me changing the course of history? Then Urius added. According to the Black Snow's report, the predicted death rate for the 5th Division is 89%. Even if they are still alive, they are in a state where they can no longer continue the mission. Therefore, I'll form a temporary team from the remaining members of the 5th Squad, and those who are not currently on a mission to continue searching and carrying out the task assigned to Trina. As for the team leader position, Julius gave it to Evelyn, reminding her that there are still 2.5 hours before the mission starts, and she must complete basic training for the new recruits before then. Before Julius left, he said this. I don't think Trina and the others will die easily. They won't be threatened, but they must avenge them. Trina's task is to transport the Dragon Slayer sword for the merchant team in Ragna. With his addition, the task was quickly solved, but in fact, this event was merely a diversion. Their true goal was to steal the Dragon Slayer's sword being transported. Remember, in my previous life, Ed used this sword to start the greatest betrayal in Ragnar's history. But when comparing the history before and it seems like many things have changed. So to verify if this is due to my presence, I must confirm it with my own eyes. At the same time, I triggered a hidden mission in the system. It asked me to obtain the Dragon Slayer's sword by any means possible. Time quickly passed, and after 3 hours, noticed a strange phenomenon. The moon tonight seemed different. Little did I know, these points were all from the white electric dragon cavalry. By the time I realized and tried to sound the alarm, it was already too late. A sudden bombardment from the sky sent him straight to the afterlife. Then, Evelyn gave the order. Everyone, throw all the DY we brought down. Don't waste a single one. As countless DY fell, most of the Branky fortress was quickly bombarded into ruins. Faced with such a sudden attack, the head of the shift immediately ordered everyone to take cover inside the fortress. Otherwise, they would die here today. But the white electric dragon cavalry would never let them have their way. The dragon riders landed and surrounded those trying to escape. Capture them all. Don't let any of them get away. Let them know the cost of provoking us. The white electric dragon cavalry. The price is sending them to the afterlife. Meanwhile, in the forest not far away, a man was running south, holding the Dragon Slayer's sword tightly. He was muttering. If I had come even a moment later, things would have gone wrong. At the same time, he was muttering something under his breath. If I had come even a moment later, things would have gone wrong. Fortunately, even though they promised to stop the white armor dragon cavalry, I still had my doubts. But now this is good. As long as I deliver this sword, the task entrusted to me by that person will be successfully completed. From now on, I'll be free from worries. Little did I know, the next second, he had already achieved this ideal state. As for the person who executed him with the sword, it was one of Ed Troiven's subordinates in his team. The mother, sickly, holding her already rotting son, even crazily wanting to attach the enemy's severed head to his body, because she believed that this was the only way to give Exavon peace. And now, her lover, Ed Troivan, was fulfilling this request for her. Back when the person transporting the Dragon Slayer's sword was suddenly executed, the killer was actually one of Ed Troiven's subordinates in his team. He received the highest level urgent command. Anyone who knew about this matter was to be killed without mercy. Afterward, this man took the Dragon Slayer's sword and found his superior. After a simple verification, it was confirmed that this sword was indeed the legendary Dragon Slayer's sword. Now that the task of stealing the sword had been completed, they would begin executing the extermination plan. However, the Branky fortress, which had been bombarded from a distance, hadn't yet reached the cloaked man. We must ensure that all key white armor cavalry members have landed, before ordering the subordinates prepared with artillery to fire. Every pest under the Troivan family's reign will be exterminated. On the other side, after nearly half an hour of encirclement and battle, all members of the Branky fortress had been captured, but completing Urias' mission so easily made me question things. Anyone would find it hard to believe that these guys could annihilate the 5th Division, which was experienced and strong. To get to the bottom of it, I quickly selected some of the enemy's bodies and used soul synchronization, and I was shocked to learn some startling news. But they hadn't even seen the Dragon Slayer's sword. For ordinary soldiers, this was understandable, but for officers, this was clearly wrong. In that case, I felt something bad was about to happen. At that moment, the veteran glasses-wearing girl suddenly asked in confusion, "Teal, what's going on? Is there something troubling you? Or have you made some new discovery?" Little did I know, before I could respond, the guy with the yellow hair immediately cut off the conversation. Our new Flash Tiger team member seems a bit nervous with the practical mission. This is just a regular thing for me. I'll quickly adapt. Otherwise, but I didn't really pay attention to the guy with the yellow hair. I was still focused on the doubts I had encountered earlier. Then, in the next moment, I suddenly had a flash of insight and thought of the worst outcome. To verify my guess, I immediately ran in the direction I had in mind. Seeing my intense reaction, the guy with yellow hair immediately panicked. "Tear, what's going on?" The girl with glasses, after some thought, said, "I think he doesn't like being controlled." But while they were guessing, I had already started my verification actions, with a swing of my sword on the fortress wall. The girl with glasses and the others were also attracted by the noise I made. They too saw a shocking scene. Because around this fortress wall, countless explosives and Molotov cocktails had been secretly buried. Since only the 3 of us knew about this, we had to tell the rest of the team immediately to leave. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But just as I finished speaking, a black cannonball shot towards the location I was at. It hit the pile of explosives with deadly accuracy. "Everyone run. We don't have much time." Meanwhile, at the source of the cannonball fire, the leader in a cloak was commanding his subordinates, and Arthur Zue Man quickly ordered the detonation of the explosives buried under Branky Fortress. Absolutely don't let the white-armored dragon knights leave alive, especially that guy Tyr. This is also to ensure that he can rest in peace after his death. As for the person the cloaked man is referring to, it is the previously killed Exawin. But his mother is really something else. She didn't even bury Exawin in a grave. Instead, she treats him as if he were a child, comforting and caring for him every day. "Mom knows you're in pain, but don't worry. I will make sure they bring back Tyr's head for you to see. Even Mom can let him experience the sensation of being stitched up multiple times. Breakthrough. My skill, soul synchronization, has achieved an epic level breakthrough. This is all because when I opened the Thunder Gate, my thinking speed and sensory QG were greatly enhanced. Even when a small stone passed by me, I could sense its inner thoughts. Time rewinds to when I discovered a large number of ZY barrels buried at the Blanky Fortress. But as soon as I was about to inform my teammates, a shell came flying in. It precisely detonated the Y barrels at my location. Everyone run. We don't have much time. Meanwhile, Evelyn is leading the white armored dragon knights, hunting down the remaining black rebels who are fleeing. Arthur, though, is still hard to believe that the 5th Division, led by Tyr, was executed by such a lackey. Arthur believes there is definitely a conspiracy behind this. Someone powerful is pulling the strings. During Evelyn's distraction, Arthur feels like something is obscuring her vision. Fortunately, she reacts quickly and dodges in time. She barely avoided being directly hit by the incoming shell. Only the very edge of her uniform was grazed. Little did she know, the truly terrifying part was yet to come. Just as Evelyn looked up, it was already speeding toward their location at the Blanky Fortress. Everyone, quickly find cover, and keep an eye on what's happening in the sky. The moment she finished speaking, she successfully reunited with Evelyn and the others. Evelyn, now acting as the temporary leader. Meanwhile, I was left frozen in place from shock, because at that very instant, the restraints in my mind had been lifted. My thinking speed and senses had been heightened. And to confirm my suspicions, I activated my soul sync skill. The next second, I can see all the objects around me being read into my mind. Before, I had to touch them. But now, suddenly, my thoughts were pulled back by Evelyn's tap. Tyr, what are you doing? Now is not the time to be distracted by other thoughts. Quick, retreat with me to the fortress. But instead, I tightly grabbed Evelyn's hand. I wouldn't let her carry out this action. This confused Evelyn greatly. What are you doing? The situation doesn't allow us to stay here any longer. I calmly responded to her. The safest retreat is to return to Blanky Fortress. My words left Evelyn stunned for a while, but after my explanation, Evelyn quickly ordered the other team members to follow my lead. During our escape, Holkus was confused. We just ran out of here. Why are we going back? But she still chose to believe me, including you. The lives of 21 people are in your hands. We will temporarily follow your lead without question. I explained my reasoning. If we run outside the fortress now, we'll either die or be severely injured. We might even fall into a trap set by the enemy. I have reason to believe this, because I read one of the enemy's thoughts through the debris of a fallen shell. They think the outside of the fortress is safest, but they don't realize that the fortress is the only place we can survive. In addition, I understood one more thing. I can use the enhanced soul synchronization to lead the team to safety. At this moment, I could clearly sense the location of a ZY barrel, and the location where artillery would strike next. In the end, I eliminated all dangers. I found a path where we could continue to escape, but when we reached the end of the road, everyone in the team was stunned. It turned out to be a dead end. Soon, the team started complaining. Some even begged me to find another way. But before I could explain, the rock wall above us suddenly collapsed. We were buried by the falling debris. On the other side, the cloaked man leading the group received the message that DY had been taken care of. Just like that, we were buried under piles of falling rubble. On the other side, at this moment, the cloaked man received the message from his subordinates that DY had been taken care of. He decided to begin executing the final plan. Attack the ruined Blanky Fortress to avenge young Master Exoin. Bring back that useless Tyr's head to report to the lady. However, the cloaked man never expected. Under my meticulous calculation, the collapse didn't cost us our lives. We fell into the fortress's secret basement. Our bodies only sustained minor scratches. At the same time, we discovered 2 black rebels here, and a betrayed ally locked in a cage. Members of the 5th Division, led by Tyr, on a mission. After binding the 2 enemies, Evelyn led the group to unlock the restraints on Tyr and the others. During the following time, Tyr explained the events of the disaster. But when they learned that the mastermind behind this conflict was a general of Ragnar, Evelyn could no longer sit still. Although she suspected it could be an insider, she never expected it to be him. Seeing that everyone was getting emotional due to their anger, Tyr hurriedly calmed them down, telling them not to be too impulsive. With the strength of all of us combined, we are not yet a match for that group. Therefore, Tyr suggested, quickly send the message to the Black Snow team waiting outside. No one disagreed with this, except for me. I raised a doubt. I suspect that the Black Snow team outside has already fallen into a trap. Otherwise, they would have known to come to the fortress to look for us. I suggest we continue hiding in the fortress for now. After all, those guys will definitely come here to confirm our situation. Once we can effectively hide in the ruins, there is a high chance we can seize the opportunity to win. After hearing what I said, Tyr's expression suddenly changed. Didn't expect this kid to be so sharp at such a young age. It looks like the new member of the White Armored Dragon Knights is quite good. Then Tyr gave an order. Everyone listen up. We absolutely cannot sit idly by. From now on, we will fight back exactly according to this kid's plan. I only used the most basic combination technique, but it immediately shocked my battle-hardened teammates, because they felt that a rookie shouldn't have this kind of strength. But once they learn the origin of this combination technique, they'll understand. After all, this technique originates from Ragnar's family master and the strongest sword technique of Sword Dragon Osha. After all, this involves the strongest sword techniques of the Ragnar family head and Sword Dragon Oshana. Moreover, if I can thoroughly master the Sword Dragon Skyflower technique, I could even perform a series of 120 consecutive sword strikes, just like Oshana. Let's rewind time to when the White Armor Dragon Cavalry's 5th Squad began their encirclement counterattack. This time, we decided to stay hidden in the fortress ruins. We waited for the enemy behind the scenes to come and check the situation. And indeed, things went exactly as I had anticipated. General Ragnar, who planned the attack, was leading his subordinates to search through the corners of the fortress. But soon, he became puzzled, because both he and his subordinates only found the bodies of the black members. There was not a single corpse from the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Just as the general was thinking about what was going on, 2 of his subordinates behind him suddenly went to the afterlife in an instant. Before the general could turn around, a sword suddenly pierced up from the ruins beneath his feet. Although he narrowly pulled out his sword and avoided the fatal strike, his left cheek was still grazed by the attack. To his surprise, the one who ambushed him was Evelyn from the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. The general immediately launched his counterattack, but his intentions were quickly seen through by Evelyn. She immediately stomped hard on his chest, causing his strike to miss. She also managed to distance herself to a controllable range, seeing that the entire squad had fallen into an ambush by the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. The general immediately shouted to his remaining subordinates. Little did he know, it was already too late. His subordinates were either severely wounded or had already gone to the underworld to join their ancestors. At this moment, Evelyn coldly said, "I really can't believe it's you. But according to Ragnar's law, Article 360, you are guilty of treason and must be executed on the spot." After saying this, Evelyn continued to engage in battle with the general. The two fought back and forth without anyone gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the general was quite perplexed. He didn't understand how Evelyn and her group survived the barrage of explosions. But this thought, besides making him emotionally unsettled, it also gave Evelyn the chance to break through the situation. After Evelyn quickly dodged the general's sword, she immediately followed up with a horizontal slash. To prevent the enemy from having a chance to breathe, Evelyn launched multiple piercing strikes in quick succession. The general had no chance to retaliate. Seeing the strongest enemy fighter fall, Evelyn shouted to the surrounding troops, "You treacherous rebels better not resist any further. Our ambush, you have no chance of winning. So if you surrender voluntarily, I promise you won't lose your lives here." Suddenly, the general, who was too weak to stand and fight back, gave an order to his still-living subordinates. "Everyone, listen up. From now on, everyone use the final secret WQ." From the looks in Tyr and the other veterans' eyes, it seemed they already sensed the enemy's scheme. Only I had no idea what this so-called secret WQ referred to. But soon I understood. The next second, the guy I had wounded suddenly fully revived and charged at me again. Even though I reacted quickly to block and defend, I could see the strain on his face and bulging veins. And I realized what the secret it was Ragnar's forbidden blood technique, reverse blood surge. And just as before I could react, he directly blasted me away several dozen meters. An even trickier problem immediately followed. Looking up at the increasing enemies above us, I realized they were likely targeting me. Before I could retaliate, a veteran stepped forward, blocking the barrage of sword strikes. Even at the brink of death, he told me to run and not look back. Looking at the self-sacrifice of the veteran, I felt immense guilt, but also intense anger. You bastards really have a death wish. I only used the most basic combination technique, and yet it immediately stunned my teammates in this life-or-death battle, because they thought a newcomer shouldn't possess such terror. But what they didn't know was that the limits of my combination technique are far beyond Dragon Triple Slash. Now, looking at the fallen veteran who died protecting me, my heart was filled with mixed emotions, but also an overwhelming rage. I will not spare these bastards who have chosen death. In the blink of an eye, the 9 enemies were obliterated under my combination technique, Dragon Triple Slash. At the same time, to prevent more of my teammates from getting hurt, I decided to open the Thunder Gate and end this battle at once. As I charged up for Dragon Triple Slash again, I could clearly feel its power had increased significantly. The next second, all the enemies within 1,000 meters around me were stunned by my new strike. I even managed to perfectly avoid affecting my teammates. Seeing this, everyone, except for Evelyn, was stunned by the area attack. Some felt inferior, others admired me. When the dust cleared, several shocking sword slash marks were left on the ground. But to my surprise, that general actually survived my enhanced combo technique. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. He silently thought, even if the entire army is wiped out today, I cannot let Tyr Ragnar, that HD guy, escape unharmed. Meanwhile, I was in excruciating pain from the overload earlier, unable to stand properly. Originally, I wanted to try breaking through the Dragon Force Slash after opening the Thunder Gate, but in the end, I failed. At the same time, I sensed an enormous killing intent from behind me. When I turned around and saw the enemy, I discovered that it was the general charging toward me. With PG, I could tell right away. He was clearly trying to drain his life force in one go and self-destruct to take me down with him. But right now, I didn't even have the strength to run away. Just as I thought I was going to fall here, Evelyn suddenly appeared in front of me. She immediately used the wind spirit technique she learned in the mountain cave, the wild hurricane, and directly shredded the attacking general in midair. To prevent his self-destruct sequence from activating, Evelyn leapt toward him and used another wind spirit technique, the whirlwind. The move seemed weak and powerless, but the force of the wind that appeared out of nowhere had already wrapped and nullified the self-destruct energy. With that, Evelyn defeated the general, the last enemy. The white armor dragon cavalry achieved a complete victory. Finally, I could breathe a sigh of relief. I almost had to go through reincarnation again. Meanwhile, the morning sun rose. Under the sunlight, my teammates were extremely happy. They all thanked me for saving their lives. If it weren't for my life-risking help, they would have had a hard time dealing with such enemies. As for this outcome, it was exactly what I wanted to see in this life. At that moment, veteran Trina, supported by others, walked toward me. He asked me when I learned these techniques. Although I wanted to tell him, as the secret of being reborn, I couldn't let them know for now, so I just casually made up a lie to brush it off. Knights of the Order. The manga has been updated to the latest chapter. The following chapters have not been illustrated yet. The following content is from the original novel's advanced plot. It is an exclusive manual translation. If you don't want to hear the novel, you can exit now, after the manga is updated. Arthur will update the latest manga content for you as soon as possible. Just now. The White Armor Dragon Knights achieved a complete victory. Meanwhile, Emil's palace began to stir. The palace gates were suddenly forcefully pushed open. Knights swarmed in, starting to occupy. The internal atmosphere became extremely tense. The captain of the military bureau spoke up. Director, what's happening all of a sudden? Your sudden actions. Both Shibi and the butler's expressions turned thoughtful. They looked at the prosecutor, Ed, in the center. Troy Wan. Ed just stood silently in front of his twin sister, not responding. Brother, what are you doing? Emil looked at him with a defiant, piercing gaze, staring at him. You can't possibly not know this, right? Princess, what are you talking about? This is an order that Princess issued without my permission. An order with the royal seal. Emil was momentarily shocked, but he shamelessly responded. So, what's the problem? Princess, I have the authority to deploy agents from the Central Bureau at will, and you even issued an absurd order to kill members of the White Armored Dragon Knights. Emil's eyes widened. To say such things in front of so many people, just as I thought. Indeed. Looking around, the palace maids and attendants who overheard, along with the all showed thoughtful expressions in front of those underlings. What is this? Being disgraced in front of subordinates? Have you noticed something? A typical sarcastic tone. Emil tightly bit her lower lip. What exactly are you trying to say? Forgery of seals. Even if you claim to be a princess, this is an unforgivable crime. Unlawfully mobilizing family forces. Do you not know that even a small mistake could lead to a charge of treason? What's worse, you have even the White Armor Dragon Cavalry, which represents the dignity of the Ragnar family. Once the he will surely be furious. Are you saying you will confess this to the family head honestly? Why not? Because that poisonous sister. My life is also at risk. Shouldn't I survive? Emil finally realized the severity of the situation. Her face turned ashen. Why is it so extreme? As long as we handle things properly, shouldn't it be fine? If the White Armor Dragon Cavalry's expedition is wiped out, the blame will naturally fall on the likes of Black and others. Your Highness, that unrealistic plan is already in chaos. Isn't that obvious? Just now, the Central Hall received a report from the White Armor Dragon Cavalry, Squad 5. They discovered a third-party force besides Black. They said they've captured 4 of them, who are on their way back. And do you know what else they added? It seems to be deeply connected to Ragnar. The details will be reported in person. Now, do you finally realize what a foolish thing you've done? Shaking, Emil's hands trembled. Her face turned pale. The plan failed. And now, I've been captured. Emil finally realized. Carl's face suddenly appeared in her mind. A lifetime together, skin to skin. And now, I've been captured. Emil finally realized with great concern. Carl's face instantly appeared in her mind. A lifetime of companionship, skin to skin. But a dictator who knows nothing of their heart. What if he knows about this? What will happen? No need to think too much. He will, of course, even try to push the blame onto his mother's side. The Trojans. Begging will be futile. Kyle cares wholeheartedly for the safety and reputation of Ragnar. Oh, brother. Help me. If it were my brother, you would surely have a way, wouldn't you? Please, please, help your sister. Ed's lips slightly twisted. Action. I've always wondered why that kid is so impulsive and foolish. Seems like he inherited the princess's traits. Brother, princess. My foolish and slow-witted princess. Why do you have to do such unbearable things? You should just be a beautiful decorative doll, as usual. Then you could enjoy the rest of your life, getting what you want. Then simply accept what Edgar brings. Why go through all this trouble? Suddenly, Emil's eyes grew sharp. A strange impulse surged in her heart. Is it because you don't know? That's why you ask? If you, brother, could just stick to our agreement, I wouldn't have done this. You're saying I didn't keep the agreement? Are you struggling? Dear Ragnar. You didn't kill that damn bastard. And now you still want to embrace him? Heh. I didn't expect you to do such things for such a reason. How can you say that? Watch your words. Action. For me, it's everything. But taking that kid away, the enemy's mother, revenge is natural. With that enemy, everything related to that enemy, everything I need to protect, should be torn apart and burned. Only then can I calm the rage inside me. This is Emil, Troyan's heart, the soul of action, even the slightest release of it. Zayed touched his mouth. The madness in Emil's eyes could not be quelled by words. Why? Did you not think about the fact that this was just Action's revenge plan? What is it? Not only must T2 Ragnar be killed, everything about Ragnar. Only then will Action's soul be truly comforted. But because of the princess's blessing, even the last remaining plan was shattered. The princess destroyed all his great plans. Emil couldn't make proper eye contact with Ed. When I looked at her, it was always with a kind gaze. Today it turned so cold. Her eyes filled with disdain and cruel sarcasm. If I could carry those emotions, perhaps I would understand. But that gaze carried no emotion. It was purely indifferent. It seemed she didn't see me as a person. Emil suddenly realized. That gaze was exactly how Ed had once truly viewed himself. That expression made her think of someone. Since childhood, Emil had always had that image in her heart and mind. That presence, occupying the dominant position. The most important thing is, as the core of the plan, the Dragon Slayer, lost due to this incident. Father probably will never see the princess as his daughter again. Emil's face turned as pale as paper. Even though Father tried to break free, the childhood trauma resurfaced again. I will handle the rest myself. But after His Majesty's passing, he will likely only be content to be a caged canary. What is that? Please come in. Brother, 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 brother. Let go of this hand. Let go immediately. Emil was forcibly held by the agents, her arms restrained, dragged into the inner palace. Bang. Ed no longer looked at Emil. Instead, he glanced around. He saw the maidservants and butlers deep in thought, trembling in fear. Please, Director, please save me. I'll do anything for your request. Please, just now. The chief butler grabbed Ed's leg, collapsing on the ground. Having heard what shouldn't have been heard, he vaguely guessed his own fate. If only earlier, I had served Princess well. Ed looked at the chief butler with a calm gaze. He said, kill them all. The agents' swords were quickly swung. Screams filled the entire palace, but it didn't last long. The palace was instantly stained red with blood. Second Deputy Director Morgan walked over. Everything has been sorted out. All verified personnel will fill the positions. We cannot allow this to happen again. Understood. I will arrange the proper people. And as for Ed, midway through his sentence, he tightly pressed his lips together. Morgan realized what he was about to say, lowered his head. The captured ones will also be dealt with. It's truly regrettable. Especially that guy, Hildra. Then Ed gave a slight gesture. He took a step forward. The rebellion has already been crushed. No matter how much they try, they will only fall into Robert's trap. It will be in vain. For a long time, Ed kept thinking about the Black Dragon who had been secretly opposing him. The figures in both the Central Martial Affairs Bureau and Black Snow. Since ancient times, they had been circling around the core of Ragnar and the relics of the ancient dragon. A fierce battle broke out in the dark. Kale knew the truth, but only quietly watched. However, the balance that was once uncertain has recently completely tilted towards the Black Snow side. To be more accurate, the operations planned by the Central Bureau of Machinery have repeatedly failed. This phrasing is more appropriate. And at the center of all of this is an entirely unexpected figure, Tyr Ragnar. Ever since getting involved with him, everything has become a mess. His toes stepped into the blood pool, making a sound. Yeah, I should have admitted it from the start. He is not a vessel that Action could bear, but a vessel that can oppose Ed Troyan. Not properly judging this. That was my mistake. Hidden under that youthful, handsome face was a sharp edge that reached its peak. So it's awkward. After opening the door, Ed's eyes deepened. From now on, I will treat you as my nemesis. With the return of Squad 5, a rumor quickly spread through Winterla. White-armored Dragon Knights, Squad 5, successfully rescued people on their mission, returning victorious after treating them. Under normal circumstances, this would be an ordinary, uneventful matter. However, due to the implications of this event, the rumors grew more and more intense. The greatest achievement was the construction of the River Patrol. River Patrol. Tyr Ragnar's heroic deeds spread like wildfire. The survival of those presumed dead team members, their rescue from unexpected enemy attacks, their counterattacks and captures. Tyr not only deeply participated, but also matched up with Bald Hammer Slaban. After this fact was exposed, it caused an uproar. Bald Hammer Slaban is a famous terrorist, right? Yet he even cooperated with him. even cooperated with him. Although rumors spreading is common, this is really something extraordinary. Since setting a new record, it's been clear that something is off. Haha. Weren't they saying this isn't just a training assessment, but an actual combat assessment level? Looks like there will be another exam soon. Actual combat testing. It seems the promotion time is approaching the shortest possible. All those rumors boil down to one thing: an unprecedented growth momentum. Considering he's only 15 years old right now, this speed is truly astonishing. Where is the limit of that speed? Everyone is filled with curiosity. Thus, people failed to pay attention to other facts in time, such as the fact that this mission may have some unexpected twists. The Dragon Sword Balma. Type: expansion, mysterious attack power unknown. Wearing conditions unknown. Effects unknown. This item is currently sealed. It is necessary to unlock the built-in mysterious power to read its information. Tyr read the Balmon data window. He gently touched the blade. As expected, just as I thought, there's something called mysterious power. In ancient times, gods and humans coexisted harmoniously, leaving behind the legacy of the mythical age. But those are often like illusions, difficult to fall into the hands of humans. However, once obtained, one can gain true mysterious power. KR is one of them. Ed. Trojan once obtained Bamon's mysterious power, the dragon-slaying feat. That guy clearly knows how to unlock this. What method does he use? Tyr didn't know that part. But his curiosity was very strong. He thought perhaps he could find a clue. So he reached out to touch the blade. Yet he was met with a sharp sound. The blade of Drake, or Moon Sword, let out a hateful scream. Even Balmon, as if rejecting Tyr's approach, even the breath was filled with resistance. A small wound was barely drawn, since it contains the myth of dragon slaying. And I, who have a deep connection with dragons, have been out of sync from the very beginning. But because of this, it stirred my fighting spirit. I wanted to subdue that guy for my use. It seems to have some mysterious connection. But right now, I really can't think of a solution. So I had no choice but to toss him back into my bag. After all, the most important thing is not to let Bauman fall into Ed's hands. Iblin, Lehman, and the other 32 members from 5 squads have arrived. Tyr was awakened by the voice of his adjutant. He was with the other team, looking for Julius to report back. Let him in. A thud sounded as the door opened with permission. Julius stood up and greeted them warmly. Come in, our heroes. Haha, I'm so sorry. I couldn't stop Mr. Trainer and the injuries of the other team members. Iblin slightly lowered her head, as if avoiding artillery fire. Julius shook his head. No. I'm happy for you. And for the others who made it back. The injured can be treated, but those who left cannot be brought back. Isn't that right? You've worked hard. Thank you. I heard the newcomers performed very well. Julius's gaze landed on the team members. All eyes turned to Tyr and Eric. The siblings are truly remarkable. They are incredibly clever. Oh, if not for their captain, you probably wouldn't even know what would have happened. Can we not recruit such newcomers again, boss? That's right. Let's not bring in those strange characters again. Selford and the team members expressed admiration for the newcomers' performance, occasionally patting their heads. It was also a form of encouragement. Thanks to Tyr, and to Tyr. Thanks to Tyr, and to Tyr. And the Erica siblings who appeared at the end of the battle. Only then could we capture the agents from the National Security Bureau. They will all become the backbone of the team in the future. Iblin also confirmed the final strike. Julius's lips naturally curled into a smile. Everyone has worked hard. Thanks to all of you. The burden of the year 21 has become much lighter. I've actually received the grand prize from the Dragon of Magic. Wow, is this a dream or reality? Hawks, flattered by the praise of the one he admired, was a bit elated. Erica smiled confidently. Tyr couldn't figure out his thoughts. All right, everyone has worked hard. Let's go rest first. The specific reward detail. Thud. Also, team leader of Squad 5 and Tyr Ragnar have something to discuss. Let them stay. The team members patted Tyr's shoulder, praising his hard work, and then left the office. Only 3 people remain. Julius, as usual, playfully smiled and asked Tyr, "You said you saw it?" Tyr nodded. He would soon understand what he was saying. Li Jimei, yes. Thanks to you. I was able to draw the 5th seed. I clearly remember there were only 3 during the opening ceremony. Now there are already 5. So fast, Julius said, hands behind his back. This point must be remembered. I will be careful not to let it become a liability. Just keep that posture. Don't move. Tyr straightened his back. It seemed that from now on, Julius's question would become the core of this meeting. Julius's eyes began to shine with a strange light. The sword hidden in the journal. What did the Dragon of Magic sword you saw look like? As expected, finally, Tyr tightly clenched his fist. The long-awaited moment. Julius was attempting to teach the church. Julius was attempting to impart teachings. He is Chapter 75, The Plum Blossom. 5 Galu. Tyr unconsciously swallowed a dry gulp. Dragon sword. Tyr's target is clearly his father, Kale's sword. But it was Julius who made him determined to walk the true path of the sword. It was by following the path Julius outlined that I was able to conceive the idea of the dragon's grip. By creating that kind of him, M.O. Long Julius was trying to impart teachings. So, even though I didn't realize it, I felt nervous. I still tried to suppress it, yet my heartbeat kept pounding. This guy's heart just couldn't calm down. That also means this is what Tyr desires. Tyr took a deep breath, then slowly spoke. Whenever I think of Julius's sword, the thought that comes to mind, I believe the dragon's sword is violence. Oh. Julius's face turned pale at this completely unexpected response. Why do you think so? Because that is the essence of magic. A brief answer. A short silence deeply lingered. Then puff. Julius couldn't help but laugh. Why would Princess Manhwa give you such advice? I think I understand. Your insight is truly unique. At that moment, the world surrounding Tyr and Julius had already changed. The glass space around them shattered. Julius's signature was unlocked, battling in a world of charred, broken ruins. At first glance, it seemed like the deathly black dragon world, but not quite. In Tyr's eyes, it was completely different. The essence was different from the beginning. The world where the black dragon once appeared was just one of nature's laws, but this is not the case here. This is a world where everything is out of order, a world that should not exist. You're right. A world that should not exist. You're right. The essence of magic is just as you said. Violence, destruction, annihilation, and the end. It plunges humanity into fear and insecurity, into darkness. That's its essence. At that moment, Julius appeared, though I didn't know when. He was holding a sword. I felt vitality. SSSSSS. He gently swung the sword through the air. An extremely simple, unmatched trajectory. What does the sword of Princess Manhwa look like? Gorgeous and beautiful. Yes, Princess Manhwa's sword contains the essence of life, from the seed sprouting to thriving and growing, and ultimately blooming into a brilliant flower. It is the embodiment of life, soft yet swift. The sword techniques are based on curves and circles, and precisely because of that. Julius continued his explanation. The speed of the sword gradually increased, but my sword is the opposite. It is composed only of straight lines and slants. It cannot turn. It cannot avoid or deflect. Once it collides, there is only one outcome, either shattering or breaking. In the accelerating sword strikes, there is deep, opposing force. The skin gradually felt hot. So, I longed for that stronger, more overwhelming power, with one surge of energy. To give it all, never retreat. I couldn't help but recall the slogan of the White Armor Cavalry. Never yield, never retreat, never retreat, never retreat. That lesson had long been incorporated into his swordsmanship. This is the true essence of the dragon of magic sword. Slash after slash. Slash after slash. Julius's sword vanished in the light. It began to fragment and refract. It was as if the light had been broken into dozens of shards, shining, shining, shining. Every time the light flickered, a deafening thunder followed. Right after that was overwhelming destruction. The ground was greatly reduced. The canyon was fully exposed. The hills collapsed. Only deep pits remained. It was as if an apocalyptic disaster had befallen the world. Dragonlius. Unconsciously, he was surrounded by pitch-black shadows, radiating intense killing intent. Tyr was startled. He instinctively took a step back. All this time, the kind and gentle side of Julius had vanished. Only a violent and destructive demon remained. Rumble. Before anyone noticed, the dark, murderous aura from the demon dragon had already shrouded the blood-red sky. At this rate, suddenly whoosh, the latent demonic poison in his body suddenly stirred. His mind instantly cleared up, and a brand new scene came into view. What is that? The sword light scattered by Julius began to shimmer faintly, for some reason. It felt strangely familiar, though its aura and destructive force were different. It wasn't uncommon in this mission. The common vision of the White Dragon Cavalry, blade feather strike. As Tyr muttered to himself, the demon dragon's rampage ceased. Ha! A swirl of dust clouds rolled, sweeping over the spot where Tyr once stood. Julius sheathed his sword and began to laugh. Looks like you've seen the true nature of demons. You saw through even that. This move is called Demon Dragon Stagwings. Wasn't that from the Sword Maidens? Yeah, such vague words. But Tyr quickly grasped their meaning, and his gaze changed. So the language of the Sword Maidens was the foundation of the dragon's 6 wings. Julius shook his head. No, it's the other way around. The demon dragon's 6 wings is the foundation of the Sword Maiden's art. Seeing Tyr's reaction was so cute. Julius couldn't help but chuckle. This is the true form of the demon dragon's 6 wings, untainted by any magic. Shush, shush, shush. Julius waved his sword again. The sword light was a mixture of straight and diagonal lines. Seemingly simple basic swordsmanship. The dragon's 6 wings is nothing but an outer shell, darkened. What's inside? It becomes whatever is put inside. The white armor dragon knights put their own swordsmanship inside, and naturally, it became a collection of sword maidens' techniques. Dry saliva. Although Julius casually, in reality, it was far from that. His lifelong vision, created with great effort, was so easily handed over to the squad. This is something unimaginable in most martial families. To think I released my sword without cost. Is it surprising? Yes, after all, there has never been a precedent. No precedent doesn't mean it can't be done. Julius's wicked smile grew deeper. In fact, it's not just me doing this. The white armor dragon knights all do it this way. Unless it's due to family or sect legacies that require keeping secrets, team members usually don't mind sharing their visions and insights. In contrast, they would discuss the bottlenecks they encountered and seek new solutions. Sometimes, unexpected external stimuli can guide them to explore another path. Visions are not just to be hidden. They should be shared, discussed, and critiqued, analyzed when problems arise, and solutions sought and refined. In this process, they will come to understand each other better. Dragon Dance 6 Arts was created to establish such a foundation. Visions. Each member incorporates it into their own insights, state, emergence, sharing together. Therefore, the Dragon Dance 6 Arts continues to evolve, and the Sword Strike team continues to win. The White Armor Dragon Knights are invincible, precisely because of this reason. Tyr felt as if something heavy had struck the back of his head with force. Tyr felt as if something heavy viciously struck the back of his head. The idea of sharing a vision is completely unexpected, all along. Visions are like life experiences, something not easily shared, even between parents and children. This is common knowledge, but precisely because we shared such a life, we were able to build such deep camaraderie. For example, the members of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry are all Julius's children and disciples. You can't help but laugh bitterly. Aren't you worried about betrayal? Why let it leak out? It might lead to the method being uncovered. Yes, that might happen. Although there hasn't been any traitors so far, but if there really is, then let them go. At that time, the Dragon 5-6 Wings and Sword Maiden team will become different from before. In fact, because the method is uncovered, we might even become better. Julius gave a mischievous smile. Knowing the hidden secret recipe doesn't mean one will immediately become an SSS-level chef. Isn't that so? Even if all the trump cards are lost, we still won't lose. Don't you think this is arrogance? No matter how kind Julius is, he still represents Ragnar's knowledge. The refusal to accept Princess Manhwa's proposal is because of this reason. What does Princess Manhwa's proposal mean? Princess Manhwa once said, "Should I make you my and his mutual heir?" An heir refers to a disciple. In other words, Princess Manhwa proposed, making Tyr the mutual disciple of both him and Julius. Making Tyr the mutual disciple of both him and Julius. You are already with me. You have become my disciple and family. Why do this again? It will only disrupt the discipline of the army. So I suggest, Princess Plum Blossom, if you really want to take a disciple, then take another one. Then, why did Li Ji Mei come to find me? Haven't you already accepted the Plum Blossom blooming? On the path to the 24 Plum Blossom sword, I simply added what I originally intended to convey. The depth is naturally different. That is your blessing. Boom, boom, boom. Till's heart was pounding violently. Julius still said no, but handing Li Ji Mei over to Teal actually means letting Teal become the joint heir of Princess Plum Blossom and Julius. Julius gripped the sword. From today on, I will teach you the magic Dragon 6 Wings, 1 hour at a time. But be careful, the essence of magic is not so easily touched. That will be a very difficult task. Teal nodded heavily. He picked up Drake's blade. This is also a kind of opportunity. No matter what, I still want to get Julius's sword demon. This kind of thing is too brutal. Sometimes it even devours its master. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, 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 centered on Julius, a dark aura began to roll. Boom, boom, boom. Teal gathered magic power, firmly gripping Drake's blade. It seems this will not be easy. 1 hour later, Teal walked out of Julius's office, exhausted. Are you okay? Evelyn's inquiry made Teal weakly shake his head. It's killing me. Captain's guidance is indeed strict, but many times, you have to enjoy that moment. I will have to be more careful in the future. Julius indeed seemed very pleased when Teal was suffering. The first guidance ended like this. The first guidance ended like this. It will be harder in the future, right? Teal couldn't help but smile. However, he had already mastered the basics of the 6-winged demon dragon. The parts he didn't understand before were also slowly starting to make sense. Although it's exhausting, his mood was very good. The most important thing is, during the swordsmanship lessons, the words of Julius kept echoing in his ears. Do you have a reason for doing this? Why are you doing this? I'm not too sure either. I'm just doing what the head of the family taught me to do. When asked about the opportunity to share his memories, Julius's answer was unexpected. I didn't expect him to mention his father. Everything I am comes from the head of the family, so I just returned him to where he belonged. Julius's gentle voice conveyed absolute loyalty to Kyle. It was truly heartwarming. Teal had such thoughts. Could he also encounter someone like Julius? during his own journey to the throne? Would he be able to gain such trust and loyalty? To meet such a person, he would have to work harder. Fortunately, it seems he has already met such a person. Isn't he right next to you? Don't you have his first sword? Compared to that, Teal, as per your request, the prisoners were not specially interrogated and were sent directly to the underground prison. Is this acceptable? Evelyn changed the subject. She was referring to the Central Bureau of Machinery agents, captured at the Branchios. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry hadn't figured out their exact identities yet. The White Dragon Cavalry hadn't clarified their exact identities, because originally, the identities of Sigra and the agents were tightly concealed. They were supposed to be interrogated separately, but Teal disagreed. Leave them for now. Just observe them. Soon, you'll see some interesting developments. State. Panic in the face of unexpected circumstances. So you do know who the culprit is, right? Teal didn't answer. He just smiled faintly. Evelyn sighed deeply. She pressed her index finger hard on her temple. What is he thinking? But for now, I will observe according to instructions. But we can't wait too long. The team won't understand. Don't worry. It won't take more than 3 days at most. The fish will bite soon. Teal's eyes grew deep as he fell into thought. With Kong Long's personality, he wouldn't leave his weakness unchecked. No matter how Teal judges, Edgar will act to clean up the mess. So from that point on, the war between Teal and Edgar will officially erupt. So, before the formal war begins, I must ensure that Princess Plum Blossom is on my side. After my swordsmanship lesson ends, I will head to the Plum Blossom Palace immediately. Princess Plum Blossom should be very anxious by now. The last scene she showed of the Sky Flower Rain was unforgettable. So, I was about to head toward the Plum Blossom Palace. Ding. Suddenly, a lot of messages filled the view. Tutorial task only took 18. Not completed yet. Please complete it as soon as possible. If the task is not completed, it will be considered a failure and punished. In case of failure, the player's permissions will be raised and the blocked information will be output again. In case of failure, death. Chapter 76. The elders who once hid together. Mainly living in a certain valley in the eastern mountains. Such good footsteps. It's truly killing me. Lantern heard the sound by her ear. She turned her head and smiled. A young woman sat against the wall, looking down at her expressionlessly. If I had known cultivating disciples was so fun, I would have tried it earlier. I wasted Lantern's observation of an empty building. It was desolate beyond belief. Anyone who sees this would think they found a gifted talent. Gifted indeed. How could I not be happy while teaching? Lantern chuckled as he stood with his hands behind his back. As the disciple of the judge, Weston, Teal showed even more exceptional talent than expected. He already demonstrated the application of the flowing inner power method during the initiation ritual. In another year or two, he will certainly grow significantly. When can I bring Teal back to satisfy my cravings? That's one thing. This is another matter. If I can bring both Teal and Weston back, that would be perfect. What a pity. Lantern truly seemed regretful. He puckered his lips. The woman showed a look of disbelief. In that case, won't you get stabbed in the back? If you want to try, then go ahead, as long as it's not discovered. What can't be tolerated in Lagna? The woman shook her head. Who says Lagna can't tolerate it? How arrogant. And in fact, wasn't it Lady Hilda who would regret most for not bringing Teal back? Is that so? In response to Lantern's question, the former head of the Lagna family, Lady Hilda Lagna, smiled subtly. She still kept her thoughts completely hidden. Lantern bitterly smiled to himself. In fact, he had hidden for over 30 years to avoid Kyle. The only reason he came out was Lady Hilda's summons. At that time, he just thought it was a rare chance to go out for fun. Thus, he met his disciple. The cycle of reincarnation began to turn again. Let's descend the mountain. Lantern. Lantern didn't know what reincarnation was. He only knew it was a natural law that magicians or sorcerers referred to as the heavenly mechanism. But as the last remaining servant of Hilda, he had no choice but to answer the call. At that time, he just thought it was a rare chance to go out for fun. Thus, he met his disciple. He also met many exceptional talents. No regrets. But the greatest fate lies with someone else. Teal Lagna. He may completely change Lagna, the boy with a 1,000-year history, the only boy Hilda cared about. So, are you not going to call Teal over? Didn't you say he is the chosen child of the last 40 years? Yes, but why hasn't he been called over yet? Lantern nodded. He clearly remembered that during the appointment ceremony, Hilda had a spiritual conversation with Teal. At that time, she said they would meet soon. Why is there still no progress? Let's observe a little longer. There are still some things that need confirmation. Lantern was confused, but when he saw Hilda's even deeper smile, he gave a wry smile. He could only hope everything goes smoothly. I only hope Lagna is no longer Lagna. Although he didn't know if the wind would fail and death would follow, Teal couldn't help but smile bitterly upon reading the final message. Although he had guessed, he didn't expect it to be true. In fact, Teal had suspected that the content block during this period might be death. But if it truly wasn't that, how could the same thing happen? This is truly unbelievable. After all, without such a heavy punishment, there wouldn't be so many tasks and rewards. Still, the pressure from guesses and reality is completely different. Clearly, they said they would meet soon, but there has been no news until now. What happened? since I know the secret of the return. It's not just a simple change of heart. Perhaps I should take the initiative to find him. There is no content confirming the punishment or its effect, but because of that, I should act quickly. The problem is, it's hard to determine where Hilda is located. Using his knowledge from his past life, Teal only knows one piece of information related to Hilda. Chief, do you know how to get to the Ghost City? Ghost City. Evelyn was puzzled by the sudden change of topic, but she quickly nodded. Is Ghost City referring to the old city ruins? Yes. The current site of Ragna City is the place where people migrated 300 years ago due to a rebellion. Ghost City was the Now, it has been designated as a forbidden zone for safety and security reasons. It is surrounded by multiple magic circles and barriers. Unless special methods are used, it is impossible to approach. As far as Teal knows, Hilda uses that ghostly place as her dwelling. Anyway, riding a flying dragon around the eastern mountains. It's easy to spot, so I know the location, but I don't know how to approach it. Then at least tell me the location. Although I don't know the details, I understand. Evelyn didn't inquire further. Trust the Lord, and silently protect what she needs to do. This is the virtue of the first sword. Although now it's the relationship between captain and team member, Evelyn never forgot this virtue. When they arrived at Plum Blossom Palace, someone was already waiting for Teal at the main gate. Teal recognized that face too. Long time no see. Although it feels like it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to be here. What are you carrying with you? Natasha helped Teal uncover Felix's mistake of defying Princess Plum Blossom's orders. I bet you've been eating a lot of good things lately. You look great. Is that so? That's great. You're reacting like an old child. So boring. Natasha pouted. The old man beside her said, Natasha, aren't you going to introduce me to this elder? This is Mr. Flincher, the head butler of Plum Blossom Palace. This is Teal, who has just joined the 100 Armor Dragon Riders. Ragna is Mrs. Fozov's head butler. Flincher, the short-haired, white-haired man. Lagna is the chief butler of Madame Froze. Flinch, a short-haired woman with white hair. The old man with the monocle bowed respectfully. Teal was somewhat surprised. He also lowered his head in salute. Lord Spear Demon, I didn't expect to meet you. I am Teal Ragna. In an instant, the eye behind the monocle of Lang flashed slightly. This successor actually knows me. I'm so sorry. If you didn't know the reputation of Lord Spear Demon, that would be more concerning. The Spear Demon is one of the few experts in Ragna who chose the spear as their main weapon. He was originally recommended as a transcendent swordsman, but retired due to age. I thought he had retired, not in the Senate, but in Plum Blossom Palace, still a butler. The Moon Realm has always symbolized nobility and mystery. Of course, the Moonlight Swordsmen who bear that symbol, including the 9 dragons, can only symbolize Ragna. They refused that honorable position and stayed by Princess Plum Blossom. Naturally, it sparked some interest. It's been a while since anyone praised me like this, but I know what to do next. Please come in. The lady is waiting for you. Teal followed Natasha Holland behind, through Plum Blossom Palace. He had never entered the inner Plum Blossom Palace in his past life. There were plum trees everywhere. It felt like walking in a forest. The lady loves plum blossoms too. So every year, when the plums don't bloom much, she always feels regret. Plum blossoms are flowers of spring, you know. You know this. Is that so? Teal chuckled as they chatted, then gave a wry smile at the gazes around him. The stone that rolled in has quite a treatment. Everyone seems full of vigilance. They should also know. At the naming ceremony, Princess Plum Blossom announced taking Teal as a disciple, and with Felix's situation, they've probably heard a lot of bad things. Some people even secretly released killing intent, trying to test Teal. But there was no need for me to submit. Whoosh, skill activated. Low-level dragons might counterattack. All killing intent. The moment those who released the killing intent immediately showed horrified expressions. They all stepped back. Some even turned pale, or displayed more obvious hostility. Pufulan found Till's reaction amusing. She chuckled softly. Natasha, as usual, shook her head. Besides that, Secret 111, they didn't say much more. Lagna's words, Lagna's way. Just prove yourself with strength. This is the place. The lady is inside. You may enter. You can earn double experience. Lantern stopped in front of the training ground. Teal nodded in thanks, and then entered the training ground. Princess Plum was right there, gently touching the leaves of the towering plum tree with her fingers. I've been waiting here for you. Do you have something to say? The 100-Jaw Dragon chapter seems a bit annoying. Princess Plum stood with her hands behind her back and turned to look at Teal. Do you like the gift? She was referring to the plum tree. Teal bowed his head. Thanks to the princess, I found a new path. I'm glad I could be of some help. I understand now. What can be drawn with a sword is not just flowers. Princess Plum's lips curled into a bright smile. As expected, you truly understood. You are right. People only want to finish the flower quickly, but don't care about the process. But that part is more important. Princess Plum reached out her hand. The arrow stuck in the ground flew up and landed in her hand. Slap. I will continue to teach you the mysteries of technique and skill. These are the fundamentals of the sword. When Teal silently nodded, Princess Plum Blossom asked, then let me ask you again. Yes, Would you be willing to become my disciple? Till's heart skipped a beat again, because he had already seen all of Li Ji-mei's thoughts, so he understood very clearly how great Princess Plum Blossom's vision was. If he could fully inherit that supreme swordsmanship, it would definitely pave the way for a new path. Moreover, as a disciple's shortcomings, it could also be completely made up for. But before that, there is one thing that must be confirmed. May I ask you one thing? Feel free to ask at any time. Why do you value me so much? Till continued. I haven't done anything for you. In fact, I may even harm your reputation. Even so, because you are like Kyle. A completely unexpected answer. Till's body stiffened. Is that reason enough? The smile on Princess Plum Blossom's lips deepened. You don't know? But you are very much like Kyle when he was young, originally destined to be without power, but still overcoming difficulties and adversity, and his unwavering adherence to the righteous path is very similar to Kyle, like the words of my father. I recall them in my mind. Princess Plum Blossom continued her explanation. Not only that, you are also like me. Do you know what you look like when you hold a sword? I don't know. You are always smiling. I was like that too. It was so joyful to hold a sword. It was so blissful to swing a sword. You are the same. Because you can once again pursue the unfinished dreams of your past life. Teal cherishes every day. Thus, he clenched his sword more urgently and swung it more happily. That feeling seemed to be conveyed to Princess Plum Blossom. Isn't it natural to develop feelings for the child of me and my husband? Isn't that to be expected? Teal thought. That Princess Plum smile, for some reason, reminded him of Julius. After all, these two are humans. Julius said. He simply returned what Kyle gave to the family. Princess Plum said. Because Teal is like their child, both him and Kyle, so he felt even closer. Is there any answer more human than this? But instead of presenting unrealistic ideals or strange notions of justice, these feelings touched Teal more deeply. Would you like to become my disciple? That proposal in itself was an invitation, not a forceful. The swordsmanship learned from them. You'll definitely reach the throne of power. Any other questions? No? Then, did you hear my answer? Tear nodded slightly and said something. Princess Plum Blossom's smile deepened, like a plum blossom blooming in spring. Life Methods, Chapter 77, Shared Successors 2. She looked like she was in a great mood. After all the training was over, Tear dragged his weary feet as he left the dance arena of Plum Blossom Palace. Suppressing lower-ranked aura wielders nearby, Land Lunch was waiting for Natasha. She's not here, huh? Really? Honestly, this non-stop training wore me out. Though I'm exhausted, there's still a smile hanging on my face. In fact, Lon was right. Physically, I may be tired, but I feel more refreshed than ever. All this time, I couldn't understand it. The various secret techniques I only memorized in my head, whether in theory, understanding, or form. Today, I finally found some clues. As long as I review what I learned today, it feels like a new path will open up to me. Thank you, Lord Tyr. Lon looked at Tyr like that, and suddenly bowed her head respectfully. Why is this happening? Teal was startled. Lon spoke up. Although you may not know, ever since Princess Plum Blossom saw you for the first time, in the central hall, and guided you through Plum Blossom blooming, Princess Plum Blossom has always smiled happily. Teal's eyes widened slightly. So please continue to take care of me in the future. It's I who should be the one. Teal inadvertently lowered his head. He scratched the back of his head. It seems he believes. I naturally became Princess Plum Blossom's disciple. How should I put it? His loyalty to Princess Plum Blossom seems very high. It was hard to easily backtrack. The gap between the White Armor Dragon Riders members. Teal Ragna. Right? Boom. Suddenly, 10 people appeared in front of Teal. In an instant, Teal's gaze sharpened. There were familiar faces in the crowd. Felix. But Felix was just blending in with the crowd, looking somewhat nervous. In fact, there was another leader. Teal knew who he was. He had hair that reached his ankles, a cold gaze. Hazel Koppel. A direct descendant of one of the 6 major families, the Koppel family. He entered the Plum Blossom Palace for the practical experience of the sword. In the original history, he surpassed Felix and became Princess Plum Blossom's true first disciple. His strength and talent were outstanding. After a period of time, he even became an important assistant to a candidate from one of the 5 major families. Why is he here? It's easy to guess. It's probably because he thinks I've taken his place. Like Felix, is he looking for trouble? The head butler Lang seemed quite interested in this situation. It looked like he had no intention of stopping it. Like Felix, is he looking for trouble? Is he trying to cause trouble? The head butler Lang seemed quite interested in this situation. It looked like he had no intention of stopping it. Such few words. No courtesy towards your superior. Hazel seemed dissatisfied with Teal's response. She frowned, sizing him up. Teal chuckled coldly. Superior? Isn't she just a direct superior? Why bother with this? Hazel's face instantly hardened. This little brat. I really can't stand you. The swordsmen beside Hazel angrily drew their swords, and Felix, who had been taught by Teal before, fell into deep thought. Till's eyes flickered with a cold gleam. Do you know what drawing a sword means? What fox? Just as the person about to speak was about to say something, whoosh, 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 out of nowhere. Drake's gleaming blade flashed with cold light. Whoosh slash. Ah, my arm. Henry, this madman actually cut him. The person screaming clutched their severed left arm, letting out a terrible scream. Those who didn't expect Teal to suddenly draw his sword changed their expressions. They tried to lunge at Teal. But boom. The skill anger of the young dragon dominated the battlefield. The killing intent emanating from Teal restrained their steps. Stop, unless you want to die. I only tolerated your outrageous behavior, out of respect for Princess Plum Blossom. But if you're still looking for a fight, then bring it on. But next time, it won't just be a broken arm. Their faces stiffened. Hazel furrowed his brows. His hand moved to the hilt of his sword. You act like you're already Lord Plum Blossom's heir. Even if you're the princess's disciple, don't think we'll obey you that easily. So, because dealing with one trainee is troublesome, you all decided to gang up on me? Looks like talking things out won't work. So, are we fighting then? Between Tyr and Hazel, a long, tense stare down unfolded. The atmosphere grew tense. Clang, Lord Hazel, why this sudden preparation? The swordsman charging out looked at him in panic. Hazel smiled faintly. The tense atmosphere disappeared in an instant. You have more courage than Natasha said. You really are worth princess. The atmosphere suddenly became warm. The swordsmen of Plum Blossom Palace were even more confused. They seemed lost, caught in a dilemma. No wonder I felt you were sharper than I knew. Hazel was someone who in the future earned the respect of many swordsmen. Just like Princess Plum Blossom. Of course, I think this challenge isn't like him, so I just went along with it. Looks like my guess was right. But Teal didn't completely relax his guard, because you never know when something might pop up, like Felix. A guy causing trouble. Those fools' chaotic discipline. I'll deal with them separately later. But I say, I haven't admitted you as the princess's disciple yet. This is no lie. I and the swordsman of Plum Blossom Garden don't even know anyone called T2 Ragna. The style and personality are different. We can't accept you so easily. In an instant, Hazel's gaze turned fierce. On the list of the youngest promotion exam, your name will probably be on it. Even if not, you'll be promoted soon. I'll appear as the examiner then. Defeat me there. Then, we'll have nothing more to say. I'll admit you are the promotion exam. Although confused by the schedule I heard for the first time, I first felt the need to correct Hazel's misunderstanding. Do as you please, but there's one thing I must clarify first. What is it? I never thought of becoming the successor of Plum Blossom Garden, and I won't. Hazel didn't quite understand Teal's meaning for a moment. She frowned. Then she shouted in shock. Are you? Teal smiled lightly. I will certainly accept the princess's proposal, but I have already declined that position. Just about to leave? Hazel and the swordsman of Plum Garden screamed. Even Lon beside them screamed. How was the meeting with Teal? Natasha, as she searched the training ground. Now only the Plum Garden's owner remained. She looked around. The training marks left behind everywhere were quite rough. As expected, all 24 forms of the Plum Blossom sword have been taught. Was the first half of the bus? Considering he himself spent over a month mastering the first half, this growth rate is truly astounding, just as expected. The Plum Garden owner stroked the plum tree, a smile hanging on his lips. Very happy, extremely happy. Finally, it's appeared. The heir who will inherit the Sky Dragon, position of Swordmaster. Congratulations, Natasha bowed deeply. Sky Dragon Swordmaster. This is the Plum Garden owner's hidden second identity. He originally didn't come from Lagna. Since ancient times, he was the heir of a secret martial arts tradition passed down by artists. But the Plum Garden owner had no disciples, and no children. He couldn't find a suitable heir. So Natasha naturally had to link Till's appearance with that of the heir. Looks like that position needs to be found by someone else. The Plum Garden owner's words made Natasha widen her eyes. What does that mean? If I say Teal Lagna. He also rejected the proposal. It looks like this is already the third time, right? He must be the son of Gaoyang, Minghu. But the Plum Garden princess seemed to be in a very good mood. Even though she was rejected, Natasha just felt confused. Why is this not possible? I'll go ask him. No, there's no need. Enough. Although he hasn't become my disciple, our connection is not over. No, it's only deepened. Natasha still couldn't understand Princess Plum Blossom's words. Her eyes widened. Huff, huff, huff. But Princess Plum Blossom's laughter grew louder. Every time the princess cares for me, I am deeply grateful. But becoming a disciple might be difficult. I already have a respected master in my heart. But at that moment, Till's gaze still remains clear in my mind. Can I treat the princess as another mother? Another mother? Princess Plum Blossom couldn't stop laughing. Compared to a teacher-disciple relationship, I prefer a mother-son bond. That's only natural. Heaven didn't allow me to hold my own child in my arms. But being able to welcome a child born from the heart is such a joyful thing. The fact that I now have a child has filled the emptiness in Princess Plum Blossom's heart. But who is the great person in her heart? Princess Plum Blossom thought she would investigate later. 730. 00:20:44, 999. 00:20:44, 999. But who exactly is that great figure in his heart? Princess Plum Blossom thought she should look into it herself later. She glanced at Natasha. Natasha, could you write a letter to the Lord on my behalf? Yes, please tell me what to write. Natasha keenly sensed that between the two of them, a deeper bond had formed, beyond master and disciple. A plan to recommend. Tyr's promotion exam. Natasha looked up in shock. This time, let Tyr soar freely. Give him wings to fly. Tyr Ragna's promotion exam. Recommended by White Armor Courage Captain Rin Slagna. Tyr Ragna's general promotion. Recommended by Princess Plum Blossom. Asa Ragna. Prunus. Kyle glanced at the two reports that had just come in and let out a faint chuckle. 2 promotion recommendations from the 9 dragons. It hasn't even been a month since the blooming ceremony. Everyone's pushing themselves. Forcing fledglings to fly only makes them easier to spot by hunters and more likely to become prey. Ragna's swordsmen are divided into 6 levels. The beginner swordsman who has just taken up the sword goes through the enlightenment ceremony and begins training with both eyes opened. They are assigned to squads, and once they achieve merits or gain experience, they are acknowledged as practical combat swordsmen who can work independently. Those with outstanding strength are called Ragna's upper-level swordsmen, the claws and fangs. They lead groups and are known as Dragon Gate swordsmen, the hands and feet of Ragna. And the higher you go, the more you represent Ragna's face and status. Given this system, Teal is still at the 2nd level, a training swordsman. He just started. A beginner who still needs veterans to guide him in many things. To put it metaphorically, like a scale on a dragon's body, a scale from the tail, which currently has little use. However, according to reports, these scales are not on the tail, but on the upper back where false wings sprout. Julius mentioned Teal in his mission report for his bravery, decisiveness, and accomplishments, and Princess Plum also praised Teal's exceptional talent. If these 2 letters of recommendation are approved, Teal would receive an unprecedented promotion. The buzz from the awakening ceremony has just passed, and an even bigger topic is about to emerge. At that time, the 5 great candidates will have to be more alert. Cuckoo right then. The parrot perched on Kyle's shoulder, chirped softly twice. You're recommending him too? Kyle looked at the canary in surprise. Huang Ear nodded. Cuckoo, cuckoo. G-nomination it is, then. That does sound like a good idea. Kyle took the 2 documents and firmly stamped them with approval. Since you've personally said you want to challenge the throne, and you handle it yourself. Whether you rise smoothly or fall here, it's up to you to prove it. A smile spread across Kyle's lips. His white sharp teeth were clearly visible. He is the way of life. Chapter 78. The 3 elders together. As nightfall fully descended, in the cold night sky, Teal and Umbra were flying across. Umbra, enjoying the freedom of flight after a long time, seemed in a good mood. Letting out an odd. Teal, meanwhile, was reading a document in the air. Promotion exam notification. Already time for the promotion exam. That's faster than I expected. Teal indeed had planned to qualify for the promotion exam as soon as possible, but he didn't expect to receive the task so soon. Usually, this would be possible only after completing a mission first. In such cases, the Central Operations Bureau often conducts a brief review before blocking it. However, after looking at the recommendation list, it feels like approval is inevitable. BC recommended list. White Armor Captain, Magic Dragon Julius Ragna, Princess Plum Blossom, Sword Dragon Osar Ragna, Black Snow Leader, Black Dragon Robert Ragna. Among the 9 dragons, 3 stood out. Even if the Central Operations Bureau wanted to suppress this request, it would be hard to stop now. But why did the Black Dragon get involved? However, Teal could understand why Nullius or Princess Plum Blossom would be involved, but why did the Black Dragon step in? Teal still didn't fully understand. It was the same at the nomination ceremony, up until now in this life. He had no significant connection with him. Was it because Black Snow sent the wrong message? I've heard that Black Snow isn't just tracking Black, but also investigating the behind-the-scenes forces of the entire organization is in an emergency state. So, could they have caused a major incident this time? They're still investigating the forces behind the 3 groups that suddenly appeared. The entire organization is on high alert. So those who almost caused a major disaster this time. It's not surprising to develop goodwill toward Teal. And to think this person is actually on the recommendation list. It's truly puzzling. But the person Teal understands the least is someone else. The Black Iron Squad Captain, Iron Tiger Tokkul. Tokkul of Ragna. Teal really had no idea what he was thinking. Teal knew Tokkul wanted to invite him into the Black Iron Squad, even sending Vice Captain Irons, but at the nomination ceremony, Since there were many powerful people present, he didn't step forward. And in the end, gave up. Isn't that how it went? Still, meeting him wouldn't be bad. Teal carefully folded the notice and tucked it into his jacket. The internal promotion exam is in 5 days. Before then, he must be in top condition no matter what. The promotion exam is conducted by 3 examiners, 1 from his unit, 1 from the Central Bureau of Machinery, and 1 from another division, in the grand duel. As long as he breaks the sword of at least 1 examiner, or gains approval from at least 2 of them, he passes the general promotion. Hazel Copel said, if he wanted to be acknowledged as Plum Palace's successor, he would have to defeat her. Because of that, when she heard he rejected the disciple position, she glared at him fiercely. What if she becomes one of the examiners? What would happen then? Teal recalled Hazel's gaze when he left Plum Palace, and couldn't help but laugh, but he gradually gathered his thoughts, and looked down. It should be around here now. Teal lifted his gaze. The reason he had been walking Umbra late at night was to search for the ghost city, and the moment he found it, Teal's eyes flashed coldly. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary coniferous forest, but he didn't miss the faintly swirling aura, lingering above. He had found the path to Ghost City. 900. 00:25:44, 639. 00:25:44, 639. To find Ghost City, you must pass through this area at midnight. Is there a special reason for midnight? Ghost City is hidden for security reasons. The exact location is blocked by a barrier. It is inaccessible. Not only is it limited to once a day, the only time it can be accessed is midnight. The magic recovery rate increases by 1.5 per second. Yes, it's the night when one day shifts into the next. The magic recovery rate increases by 1.5 per second, which is when the Een energy is most intense. The magical power forming the barrier is also weakest, so it is the best time. When the magical power forming the barrier is weakest, so it is the best time. When asking about Ghost City, Evelyn found out the secret after much inquiry, and told me. And now, it is exactly midnight. Only 2 minutes to midnight. Teal glanced at the pocket watch he borrowed from Cecilia. He tightly... Umbra. Let's go. Caw, caw, caw. Umbra flapped its wings hard, trying to dive towards the ground. Teal checked the time once more, approaching the barrier. When the pocket watch struck midnight, a faint white appeared above the dense pine forest, then disappeared. Now. Teal and Umbra swiftly passed through the barrier, landing on the ground. Thud. Immediately, the air flowing through the forest began to feel different. It became subtle, damp, and eerie. It felt somewhat sinister. Every time the wind blew through the huge pine trees, the sound it made strangely sounded like ghostly howls. Thick mist spread. Even a foot away was hard to discern. It felt like something was blocking the way, disrupting normal perception. At least we found the place correctly. Teal looked at Umbra and said, who knows what might happen? Stay in the sky and wait. Let me know if anything happens. Umbra shook his head firmly. No one knows what might emerge here. Going in directly is too dangerous. Ground combat isn't in your favor either. It's not that I want to leave you behind, but no matter what Teal said, Umbra didn't seem to want to listen. Rather than say he didn't want to leave Teal's side, it was more like he believed Teal might be in danger. What should I do about this? Feeling awkward, Teal rubbed the back of his head. Suddenly, Umbra spread his wings and roared. Then his body began to collapse, or rather, his form sank downward and completely disappeared into Teal's shadow. Faced with the sudden event, Teal's eyes widened. Umbra's satisfied laughter echoed in his mind. The Shadow Dragon's power has awakened. Teal let out a bitter smile. Originally, Shadow Dragons used shadows as their nest. They were excellent at using shadow-based abilities. But since there was no shadow this time, he thought shadow magic might not work. But that clearly wasn't the case. Crackle! Teal's shadow shook violently. Umbra shouted proudly. From here, I can see even more clearly than from the sky. I can help you even more. Yeah, you're right. My thinking was too short-sighted. Let's go together. Umbra's laughter echoed once more at the forest's edge. Swoosh. Teal slowly drew Drake's blade and began to move. It's time to find Hilda. Step by step, Teal continued his walk through the mist. The thick fog made it hard to determine direction, but Umbra said, we're not far now. He guided the way bit by bit, and soon after, on a distant ridge, a faint outline of an ancient castle came into view. It was like a mirage in the desert. A hazy, indistinct place. Ghost City, but to Teal, it looked a little different. Asterisk crackle crackle asterisk. There was the same blue glow he'd seen when discovering the ancient dragon relics. So it really is there. Teal felt a sense of relief at finding the right path. Suddenly, he felt a chill. He quickly turned around. A wailing sound echoed from the forest across from him. Something revealed itself. A girl, 12 years old. No, maybe 13. A small girl was dragging a slender sword. dragging it across the ground as she walked. Teal thought she was some kind of ghost-type monster, and was about to issue a warning. But suddenly stopped. The girl wasn't looking his way. She stared blankly into the empty void with hollow eyes, and not long after, quietly dissolved into the wind. What was that? Teal thought maybe she had gone invisible, preparing to sneak attack him from behind, but he didn't feel any presence. Instead, a similar figure appeared from another direction, about 15 years old. It could have been the same girl, but older. A young woman training hard, gritting her teeth, swinging her sword. Again, her eyes burned with vicious intensity, and soon, she too vanished into the wind. What is this? Then from yet another direction, a woman around 19 appeared, engaged in a fierce battle with someone. She cut down enemy after enemy, mercilessly slicing off the heads of surrendering foes. Her face radiated a demonic killing intent, and she too vanished into the wind. Then, yet another figure appeared. From another direction, women of different ages appeared one after another. They became increasingly ruthless, wielding cruel methods. Until middle age, their faces gradually lost all emotion, as if wearing a mask. There was no hesitation when eliminating enemies, even when facing companions who had been together for a long time. It was the same. It seemed like they were doing something perfectly natural. Not long after, they became elderly, sitting on the throne. No one around dared to look them in the eye. Everyone quickly lowered their heads. This was the result of iron-blooded power. Then a fire broke out in the palace. A rebellion erupted. The woman sitting on the throne faced the rebels alone, as if saying, "Come at me." The rebels dared not challenge her, until someone gathered the courage to strike. Others joined in. The woman laughed wildly as she swung her sword. The castle collapsed in the fire. The scene resembled the ghostly castle faintly visible in the distance. It reflected a life, someone's life. But in this world, it became something that no longer existed. Tyr realized the true identity of the phantom, and once again walked towards the direction of the ghost castle. The phantom began to show new scenes. The 12-year-old child he first encountered appeared, but this time, the child was holding a mirror instead of a sword. It was a mirror, as if the reflection in the mirror screamed in disbelief, and seemingly made up their mind. Suddenly stood up from their seat. From then on, the girl's daily life was completely different from before. She began to carefully apply makeup. Though she hadn't completely given up her sword, she realized her beauty had a deadly attraction to others, and she planned to use it as a weapon. Whether it be men or women, young or old, all were drawn to her fatal charm. Anyone who made him fall, or turned against him, all died under mysterious circumstances. An impenetrable wall of iron and blood formed around him. He began to build a massive castle. A castle so great, none could rival it. But not long after, the castle, surrounded by plots and schemes, came crashing down. This time, it was the followers from his past life who rebelled, especially the betrayal of the man he loved most. That pain was soul-crushing. He sorrowfully asked his lover why he did it. The lover replied with sorrow, "Too many people have died because of you." The woman snapped, "Then I'll make you fear even more. I'll make you so afraid that no one dares look you in the eye again." The illusion faded once more. Then the 12-year-old child appeared again. This time he wasn't panicked. Instead, he seemed familiar with it, calmly standing up, and began doing something. He gripped the sword he had nearly abandoned in his past life. Then he went somewhere. Every time Tyr walked, a different life of a woman appeared in turn. When the woman first opened, she looked like a 12-year-old child. He would try a path completely different from his past life. Praised as a genius, his path was smooth and easy, obeyed by many. He eliminated traitors early on, labeled a wicked woman. She finally ascended the throne. Before her iron-fisted rule, all held their breath and bowed in submission. It was as if the entire kingdom was in her grasp. But that ending always came to the same result. Betrayal, no matter the life she lived. The woman's life always ended the same way, tragic or humiliated. A life of wandering continued. Each time through endless reincarnation, she gained a new chance, achieved greater insight. But in the end, the only one left around her was herself. Did this woman once live like this? Tyr felt something toward this endlessly repeating, infinitely looping woman. But at the same time, he also felt a spine-chilling madness. Madness, yes. This is madness. Relentless collision, until success is achieved. Even if it shatters her, she keeps charging forward, until she completely defeats her enemies. Even knowing she's surrounded by traitors, she still tries to rule them through fear every time, because she must get what she wants. A madness that only Ragna can possess. If I could reincarnate too, would I become like that? With that thought, Tyr looked up, unknowingly. He had arrived at the ghost castle, on a half-destroyed wall. A woman sat, watching in this direction. She had the same face as all the women he'd seen along the way. She wore a smile soaked in madness. How was the scenery along the way? Was it fun? I'm Hilda. Ragna. Chapter 79, The Forebearers. Tyr looked at Hilda. Are you a reincarnator? Of course. I'm a reincarnator too. Back during the nomination, their conversation flashed through his mind. Back then, Hilda said something that could never be taken lightly. Though all the reincarnations I was allowed are over, The word reincarnation. That implies reincarnation can repeat again and again. In fact, the visions Tyr saw seem to remember their past lives every time at age 12. How many times will reincarnation repeat? So the first question Tyr asked was only natural. There's a huge difference between returning once and many times. Hilda's lips curled into a smile too, asking that right off the bat. You really are that guy Carl's son. So rude. Come on in first. Chatting while eating. Hilda stood up from her seat, turned around, and the tightly shut castle gate slowly opened. Chia, for some reason, the space behind the gate was filled with darkness. Tyr slowly walked in. Unlike the ruined exterior, the interior was decorated with luxurious furniture and ornaments. One would doubt whether this was truly an abandoned castle, clearly different from the rumors. Hilda seemed to have made it her home. The place Hilda led him to was the dining room. On a table over 3 meters long were all kinds of steaming delicacies from land and sea. Sit wherever you like. Hilda sat at the head of the table and filled her wine glass with red wine. Tyr carefully sat across from Hilda. Glancing around, he only noticed later that a chef was serving the main dish. It was a familiar face. Master Lantern. How have you been? Never expected we'd meet like this, Master Lantern. Why are you here? Why, you ask? Isn't it natural to guard my master's side? It's been a while since I showcased my skills. Hope it suits your taste. There's plenty of food, so enjoy to your heart's content. Lantern winked at Tyr and filled his glass with red wine, then quietly left. That reclusive senior, why did he suddenly appear as a judge? So this is the reason. Though still a bit flustered, Tyr calmed his thoughts. He felt that his relationship with Lantern, or Hilda, would grow even closer from now on. Though he looked like a stubborn old man, his cooking skills were personally chosen by me. Through over 20 lives. No need to worry. Just enjoy yourself. Hilda tore off a piece of meat with a smile, though it might seem a little rough. But for some reason, he suited that look perfectly. But Tyr was drawn to something else she said. Over 20 lifetimes. So returning really is possible, Tyr said, while cutting the steak Lantern had brought. As he spoke, even though he wasn't used to eating late at night, it would be rude to refuse the host's kindness. Who knows? Didn't I tell you last time? Hilda replied. Please tell me exactly what you mean. To be honest, it's hard to understand why it has to be me. Hilda smiled and wiped her greasy hands with a napkin, then picked up her wine glass with her right hand. Why would I do that? You're the one who needs information. I'm just responding out of kindness. I have no obligation to answer all your questions, right? As her glass swirled, the wine inside danced along with it. Tyr had a strong feeling that Hilda was testing him. Those monarch's eyes, only those born to rule could possess them. Their gaze pierced through Tyr like light. Yes, right now, I can only rely on Lady Hilda's goodwill. So if you don't want to talk, what can I do? There's nothing I can do. Hilda raised one eyebrow in surprise, then couldn't help but laugh at Tyr's words. On the contrary, Lady Hilda will also know nothing about what the previous world was like, or how the future will unfold, how time will flow. Haha, you think? Of course I'd be curious about the future. Why do you think that? I've already lived over 150 years, and if you count past reincarnations, I've lived for centuries. I no longer have much attachment to life, so I have no reason to wonder about the future. No, you must be curious, because you are a reincarnator. Hilda's lips curled into a slight smile. Tyr was certain he was right when he saw this. Reincarnators know the future. The information here is the most important factor when living and making plans. Reincarnators understand the importance and utilization of time the most. Hilda's smile deepened. Tyr continued speaking. Especially someone who has gone through multiple reincarnations must rely on the future. But Lady Hilda, who says her reincarnation has ended, this means knowing the future would definitely make one more anxious. It has nothing to do with attachment to life. In my previous reincarnation, I might have lived to this point, but the information wasn't as important. Tyr shook his head. No, on the contrary, you need my information more. Because of the butterfly effect, the course of history has completely changed. Tyr returned only a decade ago, but the trajectory of history has already started to change drastically. Weston and Erica did not return to their family, but stayed with Ragnar. This is a typical example. If time continues to pass, God will happen. That is, if Tyr no longer interferes with the course of history. History, which has already deviated from its direction, will continue to develop in a completely different direction than the one Tyr knows. 10 or 20 years from now, the traces of the previous history will be completely untraceable. Moreover, Hilda has already looked back at over 100 years of history. Even if she lived to this point in the last reincarnation, the trajectory of that history has already been completely different. The history I experienced and the history Hilda experienced may not be the same. So for the returnees, even those who have reincarnated multiple times, future knowledge is like a drug that you can never quit. Tyr used this information as bait to propose a deal to Hilda. Hilda laughed loudly. She looked very satisfied. 299. 00:08:35, 798. 00:08:35, 798. She looked very satisfied. This generation's returnee seems to be a very clever child. It looks like this is his first return. I only understood after going through it twice. Hilda drank the wine in one gulp, then slammed the wine glass on the table. The glass shattered into pieces. Each fragment reflected Hilda's piercing gaze. Now I finally understand why Kyle only stared at you. This time, Tyr's eyes lit up. He mentioned father again, after Rodbrook. Even Hilda's eyes. What exactly is the secret about Kyle that they know? What is the connection between father and the returnee? It's a big connection. In this world, no one is like your father, hating returnees with such intensity. Hilda's words made Tyr's face harden. Do you know how your father came to sit in his current position? I know he took the position of the previous head of the family, the former head of the family's abdication, and Kyle's ascension to the throne. There was only a 5-year gap. The reason is simple. Kyle staged a coup and removed his father and the previous head of the family. Some call it rebellion. In Ragnar, where the victor is king, this is considered a natural thing. That's right then. Do you know that the former head of the family who was ousted was also a returnee? Tyr's eyes widened. Hilda chuckled and continued. In the broken wine glass in his hand, dropped a red liquid, not sure if it was blood or wine. Drip, drip. Once was also my nephew, the former head of the family. What a madman. Words like tyrant and despot can't even describe his madness. Tyr nodded. The Hall of the Mad Dragon is now just a memory in history. 349. 00:09:59, 839. 00:09:59, 839. The Hall of the Mad Dragon is now just a memory in history. The title of the former family head, the 5 years he ruled, in Ragnar's 1,000-year history, are still counted as a period of darkness. Countless vassals and family members died in war or were enslaved. At the time, the once proud Windust clan of the 9 was reduced to only 6. It was during that time. The problem was, no one could stop the Mad Dragon Emperor's rampage, because he was too powerful. If the Mad Dragon Emperor's strength came from reincarnation, then it makes sense. If that's the case, here's the real question. Then who was the father who overthrew such a monstrous grandfather? So Kyle could no longer endure it. In the end, with like-minded comrades, he launched a coup. If your father was a returner, then his hatred and destruction makes sense. So, was father a returner? Tyr nodded heavily. No, he was not. So your father was a monster. He never returned, never chosen by Lodbrok, nor used relics of the ancient dragon, and yet he defeated a man who had grown strong through countless returns. Tyr's mind conjured an image of Kyle, a massive beam of light tearing through the sky, a phenomenon no ordinary person could create. It was a miracle only those who peered into the divine realm could ever perform. Kyle's vision didn't stop there. Even returners who had once been his comrades, he dealt with mercilessly. Someone noticed Lord Foam. Kyle, Robble. Robble. Do I resent you? Driven into a corner by Kyle and the Black Dragon, he eventually fell into madness and misfortune. The hero, his diary was filled with hatred and resentment. If that was truly the reason, if the returners started with the Mad Dragon Emperor and continued down to Lord Foam, then it makes sense. At the 3rd awakening ceremony, Kyle said to me while looking at himself, that's right. To get to this position, the enemies I defeated, the powerful who threatened this position, the challengers who desired it. The position of head of the Ragnar family is a lonely one, constantly threatened and challenged, a position where you can never let your guard down. I will treat you as a challenger, not as my son. That was his lesson. See for yourself. Kyle realized that Tyr had been to Lodbrok's lair, then pierced Tyr's heart with that terrifying strike didn't feel like a mere trial. If Tyr hadn't overcome that challenge, what would have happened? He'd probably be dead. Maybe the reincarnation fight would have failed. After all, his soul had been pierced directly. Kyle only declared Tyr had passed the trial once he regained consciousness. At that time, his demeanor felt more like he was observing. Even though he looked down on returners like that, when he learned one of his children was a returner, he chose to ignore it. That struck me as strange. That's why I wanted to talk to you like this. Upon hearing Hilda's words, Tyr let out a sigh. The newly learned family history was overwhelming, so much so that he didn't know how to process his thoughts. Then a sudden question struck him. Isn't Lady Hilda a returner too? Then why you? You mean why your father let me be? Yes. Didn't I tell you? My reincarnation has already ended. In Kyle's eyes, I'm no longer a returner. Though I'm not that easy to deal with either. Anyway, you'd better remember, your father surpasses the returners, not just for emotional reasons. It's because he believed returners would hinder Ragnar's victory. Hilda gently waved her hand in the air, and the wine glass placed behind her floated over, landing in front of her. You know it too. Your father is a madman obsessed only with Ragnar, right? That's what makes it harder to understand. Wouldn't future information be even more necessary for Ragnar? Glug Hilda refilled her glass as she spoke, and said, returners are often full of selfishness and stubbornness. In their eyes, the world revolves solely around them. Just a stage play they can control at will. He thought of the vision of Hilda he saw in the forest, a phantom of the past. As the cycles of reincarnation continued, only madness remained. Perhaps the madness shown by the Yellow Dragon Emperor also came from a similar situation. No matter how many times they started over, the results were always the same. No, if all they saw was ever-worsening disasters, then going insane wouldn't be surprising. The path returners must follow and the one you set are absolutely incompatible. Returners will always pursue their own interests. As someone like Cairo who prioritizes his family, he had no choice but to try and banish them and take Lodbrok's heart. That must be the reason. To ensure no more chosen ones appear, Tyr clenched his fists and thought, yet even so, you still spared me. Was it just to observe me again? Who knows? Kyle's sword might aim for my neck at any moment. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. That thought suddenly crossed his mind. And tell me, why didn't the Light Dragon Emperor or Lord Feng return and try to That's the contradiction. After talking for so long, the meat had gone cold. The steak on his plate sat in a pool of blood. It came into Tyr's sight. The face on it was directly facing him. What exactly is a Ritterni? Tyr realized he must return to the root of the problem. Only by understanding everything that happened around the family, the events and secrets. The reason. Could he judge how to plan for his future? The chooser, right? Hilda picked up the wine glass and said, and it is also an artifact left by the ancient dragon, the way of survival itself. Chapter 80, Shared Successors. It's really delicious, right? Hilda seemed very pleased with the wine. She smiled softly. Are you saying that returnees are artifacts of the ancient dragon? Tyr asked eagerly. Robert said. Tyr owns a total of 4 artifacts, but he only remembers 3 artifacts. The dungeon, the moon, the white space, Amon. So he had guessed that something triggering the return might be the remaining one. No. It's the Ritterni, Hilda said with a smile, shaking her head, as if finding it amusing. Tyr's eyes involuntarily widened. Then, the beast's blessing body passed down only to Ragnar. That is the artifact. In legend, we Ragnar are not the true bloodline of Rodbrok, although we share the dragon's blood through the contract. After 1,000 years of inheritance, the bloodline must have been diluted. As a Ritterni and a chooser, you should know this, right? Yes, but why has this trait been passed down? Is it simply because the great Hilda is good at improving traits? Even so, it doesn't make sense. In the Pang family or other families, this trait has never appeared. In past history, there have also been many marriage alliances. Are you saying it's because of the item? That's right. It's the unique blessing of the Ragnar family. Only direct descendants will exhibit this unique bloodline factor. That is the artifact. The ancient dragon's artifact is a mystery, although it's called an artifact. Its form may just be a simple item. It could also be a specific phenomenon. And is there more? Tyr felt. He was completely captivated by Hilda's words. The trait of the bloodline factor sometimes becomes very evident. That is the chooser's return ability. Correct. Glug, glug. Hilda refilled the empty wine glass, while saying, the ability of the Ritterni or chooser that lies dormant in our genes. I don't know the exact conditions for awakening. The number of returns is the same. If we knew these things, we Ragnar would have already conquered the world. Tyr nodded heavily. He now felt his mind finally clear. Those who awaken as choosers will gain the return ability and gain the qualification to make contact with Rodbrok. This understanding is correct. But the more detailed content is still unclear. Then the question here is, how many times can I return? There's another question. Why does Hilda refuse to provide information? It seems like she believes the ability of the bloodline factor is limited to the blessed body and the return. Tyr thought it necessary to probe the number of returns. Maybe only once. Perhaps, actually, such situations have occurred. What? Do you want to know the number? Hilda smirked while twirling the wine glass. Tyr smiled bitterly and nodded. I can't deny it. Yes. After all, every return is an opportunity for you. Of course, it's important. Is there any way to know? Hilda shook her head. No, I don't know, but it feels like there is. And a feeling of nearing the end. You mean not too specific, right? Yes, but even that is not simple. Tyr nodded silently. But in his heart, he reaffirmed his belief. Information is my unique ability. There's no doubt about it. Even if that's not the case, at least Hilda isn't very specific. That statement is the proof. At the very least, Tyr would recall related information. In fact, during the first return, didn't that kind of information appear? It wasn't just information. Status bar, info bar, item bar, shop, everything related to authority. All were gone. Asterisk thump thump asterisk Tyr had to forcefully suppress his pounding heart. Among all the options, his unique ability was undoubtedly a great advantage and weapon. Even from Hilda, it needed to be hidden. Asterisk ding. Asterisk congratulations. You have successfully uncovered the family secret and related events. Tutorial mission completed. Character ID 18. Rating, A+. As a reward, you've received 1 coin, plus 10 additional rewards based on performance. Attribute points increased by 5. All tutorials are now complete. Beginner status has ended. All newbie privileges are now gone. You can now officially begin the story. Tyr looked at the message floating before him, overjoyed. With this, his total stats increased by another 30 points. It felt just like the change that came after completing a quest. But this storyline. What is that? It seems like a new stage of the tutorial. Just as Tyr was about to ask, the storyline is the tale of uncovering the many hidden secrets of this closed world, and moving forward. Clearing them grants rewards and a certain karma rate. Best of luck to you. Karma rate, as expected. Even this message isn't very friendly. Not this time either. But it is easy to predict. This may be deeply related to the family's other secrets that have yet to be uncovered. The ancient dragon's artifact. And the information, especially the newly appeared. It seems to be the central theme running through the scene. This feeling is very strong. Main storyline begins. Mission reached. Intensity increased. Mission alert. Please stay at the center. Resist the temptations and threats of those talented people. Difficulty A. Reward 2 gold coins. Death upon failure. The result of this mission will lead to an important turning point. Tyr read the task window's content. Suddenly, he straightened his back. Staying clear-headed amidst the temptations and threats of so many people, this kind of content suddenly appearing here means only one thing. Tyr turned the wine glass in his hand, while feeling Hilda's gaze on him. Unusual. The gaze of the dragon, staring at its prey, revealing a glimpse of madness that had yet to show itself. Your questions, I've already answered. Now it's your turn to answer mine. Tyr raised an eyebrow. Yes, what are you curious about? Although my life hasn't been long, I'll do my best to answer for you. No, there's no need for that. Hilda slightly lifted the corner of her mouth, her slightly parted lips, exposing sharp fangs that looked especially keen. Because there's a better way. Is this a good way? Become my disciple. Hand over this sword, which has commemorated hundreds of years of power. This sword once made your father hesitate to expel me. It will surely make you covet it. Then, thump, thump, thump. The heart beats violently. If we're talking about realms, the sword forged by Hilda has already reached a higher level than Kyle. At this moment, it is quietly lying before me. Hilda seems to understand Tyr's heart well. He slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. He slightly curled the corners of his lips. She placed something on the dining table. It was a wooden box. A gift. I'm giving this to you as well. What is it? Open it and see. Hilda leaned her head forward. The wooden tray slid across the table, and finally stopped in front of Tyr. Asterisk click asterisk. The moment he opened the lid, Tyr's eyes widened instinctively. A red heart the size of a human head was beating inside. As if in response, Tyr's own heart began to beat along with it. So it really is a familiar face, huh? You figured it out using your knowledge of the future, right? Tyr couldn't deny it. The heart of Garuda? That's right, isn't it? Tyr swallowed his dry saliva. The first time Tyr saw Hilda at the ceremony, he did have the thought of wanting it. But now that it was truly in front of him, his hands began to tremble. It's the legendary divine bird that only chose dragon stars as food, once as famous as the Dragon Slayer's sword. One of the few beings feared by dragons. Of course, the power and spirit residing in its heart would undoubtedly become a great aid in future growth. It was practically like eliminating your natural enemy. However, after becoming a disciple, he not only received sword training, but also rare elixirs. Such extravagant treatment. You clearly understand its value. That makes communication easier. I am your teacher, not your rival. I will never let successors compete against each other. I will fully support the only one who is truly worthy. Come here, Tyr. I will grant you a power no returner could ever attain. Tyr silently stared at Garuda's heart. Asterisk thump, thump, thump asterisk. It felt like the heart was still beating intensely. If it's a being that transcended life and death, then maybe that vitality is being passed along as well. But still. Tyr made up his mind with determination, and closed the lid of the box. Lowering his head, Hilda's confident expression hardened. I'm sorry. Why? Was my offer not good enough? No. For me, it was too much. Then why? Tyr lifted his lowered head, and in his deep eyes reflected Hilda's face. I don't want to be a pawn in your political games. Hilda tilted her head, as if she didn't understand. Political games? What do you mean? You know this too. I gave up the position of family head decades ago. Now is Kyle's era. How could I possibly interfere? Yes. Even if Lady Hilda were to reveal her identity again, it would be difficult to sit on Ragnar's throne. Then why? But isn't it entirely possible to rule from the shadows? He didn't miss the fading emotion on Hilda's face, replaced by another emotion fully revealed. Madness. If my disciple sits on the throne, then the whole of Ragnar would essentially fall under Lady Hilda's control. Hilda still had a strong obsession with power. This was the conclusion Tyr reached from the phantom conversations and past actions he'd seen outside the castle. Why did she give up the family head position before, yet now seek to reclaim power? Tyr didn't know. But there was one common trait, greed. Just like the Light Dragon Emperor, who used returner powers for personal gain, and exploited Ragnar. Hilda too used her abilities, for the same reason. Isn't this exactly what Kyle saw? As the limitation all returners possess, Hilda and Kyle will soon come into conflict, although he had never seen such a thing in his past life. If it were these two, it wouldn't be strange if they had already clashed many times in the shadows, out of sight. Kyle would never let a returner go. Now he's only sparing you because of a momentary impulse, but that knife could target your neck at any time. But under my umbrella, you'll be safe. Hilda no longer hid the conflict with Kyle. Instead, she openly stepped forward. Tyr shook his head. I am someone who wants to grasp power. Without my father's care, and without Lady Hilda's protection, I will stand alone. I see. No wonder Kyle thinks he must pay more attention to you. I understand now. Hilda read the firm will in Tyr's eyes, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Such things cannot be convinced by words, so there's no way. In an instant, Hilda's eyes were overtaken by madness. Tyr instinctively wanted to retreat from the table, but Hilda's hand was faster, slamming the table. Asterisk thud asterisk. Tyr's world flipped upside down. It was pitch black darkness. There were no tables. No Guerrero's heart. No Hilda. Not even Tyr himself was visible. All sensations were swallowed by the darkness. Even the sense of existence disappeared. This was Hilda's glass space. I never spare what I want. Even with multiple challenges. Even if I have to destroy my opponent, I will eventually get it. Hilda's voice echoed around. Would I not be able to get you? Until you change your mind, I will keep you here, Hilda declared. Hilda Ragnar. In the underground prison of the White Knight Dragon Cavalry, the guards hurriedly moved through the corridors. Evelyn was casting invisibility. Would they really act to cut off the tail? Evelyn had been here, hopelessly waiting for 4 hours, although it was because of Tyr's orders that she was here, but in reality, he's not sure if this is the right choice. After all, this is the underground prison of the White Knight Dragon Cavalry, even if the guards are brave. Would they dare to attack here? But as the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Since I've set the trap, there will be no loss, so I'll wait for now. Thanks to this, I've also discovered a new use of the sealed god technique. Sealing the god is a secret technique that covers all kinds of divine magic. If you let the wind erase your scent and body odor, it's also possible to completely erase your presence from the world. This is Tyr's application method. The main focus of his vision is unquestionable. It can penetrate to the core of any vision. So I just need to work towards a higher level, become something he can hold on to when he stands up. Evelyn thought like this. Wow, although weak, it felt like a cool breeze blowing from the outside. This is absolutely something you can't feel in an underground prison. The wind came in the darkness. Evelyn's eyes glinted coldly. 3 seconds of the abyss. Indeed, that's its name. Tyr looked at the surrounding darkness, swallowed nervously. It doesn't seem like I swallowed it. Glass space is the inner heart and will of the caster, a realm manifested in the outside world. Hilda's glass space earned him the nickname of the Abyss of Evil Spirits. It's his signature skill. Just 3 seconds can trap an opponent in the abyss of hell. Those trapped will lose all their senses, as if falling into an eternal plight. Losing all senses means they can't even perceive normally. If there's no external stimulus, the mind will only repeat its imagination, and those imaginations will trigger fear, and fear turns into delusions. Delusions will ultimately consume one's consciousness. Hilda is saying, if you want to leave here, then become my disciple. That way, I'll give you my sword, and Garuda's heart. Of course, Tyr had no intention of being easily swayed by Hilda's manipulations, because skill, young dragon sync activated. Mental barrier protected your consciousness. Lost senses restored. Body functions reawakened. It really worked. As the darkness faded, Tyr saw his own reflection, and cheered aloud. During the third awakening ceremony, he had overcome Kyle's insight, and obtained an unbreakable mental barrier. Because of that, even if Hilda showed signs of activating the glass realm, he didn't need to resist much. After all, from the moment he arrived on Phantom Star, he never expected kindness from Hilda. It wouldn't be surprising for someone who put the former Ragnar on a pedestal to have her own schemes. So just in case, he prepared multiple safeguards, and it was the right call. The first safeguard was young dragon sync. The second was the item inventory. Summon, bomb on. The Dragon Slayer's sword. A flash, light shimmered at Tyr's fingertips. Bauman's figure quickly appeared. Perhaps because of its legend as a dragon slayer, his fingertip stung like a needle prick for 3 seconds. No matter how powerful the abyss, it was ultimately born from Ragnar's illusion, and the glass realm was built on dragon magic. So, Tyr poured all the magic in his Danteon and Dragon's heart into Bauman with all his might, while simultaneously activating young dragon sync, trying to awaken a portion of the consciousness sleeping inside Bauman. As a dragon blade, Bauman's edge would naturally become brittle. The Dragon Slayer Bauman's consciousness was provoked. Insufficient qualification. Consciousness could not be awakened. To awaken its consciousness, You must fulfill certain conditions to be deemed worthy. Only then will you gain access. A large amount of magical power enhanced the skill's effect. A part of the dormant consciousness was forcibly awakened. A brief manifestation, the Dragon Slayer strike effect, the dragon's roar. Baman trembled wildly. The blade flashed with light. Although the power from the weak magical force was too slight, Tyr felt it was already enough. Dragon's Dance. Magic. Crack. Tyr slashed down with all his might. In the boundless darkness, something was hooked. Then a series of cracking sounds followed, like the sound of chains breaking. Asterisk clink 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 asterisk. And then, a crack appeared where the chains had broken. Tyr released the remaining consciousness, and poured it into that crack. What happened? Hilda, seeing Tyr trapped in the pitch-black sphere, furrowed her brows, thinking, if I keep him here for a day or two, would he be more obedient? Then an abnormal phenomenon began to appear, the abyss trapping the pitch-black sphere. A part of the chains had broken. A crack appeared above the sphere, though compared to the real power of the 3-second abyss, this was just a small flaw. But the problem is, such a flaw appearing is a big problem in itself. At that moment, Drake, crash? Hilda's eyes widened. She stared at the smoke rising from the crack. She quickly realized what it was. A swordsman was actually able to control his will. How did he open his mind? Hilda, who knew nothing of Tyr's secret, never imagined this, and that will. Or rather, the purpose of that will was very simple. He was sending a distress signal to someone. Before Hilda could stop it, suddenly, the ceiling collapsed. And the pitch-black sphere exploded. The dining table full of delicacies was completely destroyed. A shockwave kicked up clouds of dust. At the same time, a masked man with white hair and black robes appeared. East Robble. Long time no see. Supreme Patriarch. The black dragon then discreetly glanced behind him. Tyr was panting from exhaustion. He had left a scar on the abyss within 3 seconds, and drained all his magic and stamina. Now he was utterly worn out. Haha, luckily the distress signal reached me, right? How did you know I was out there? Beneath the mask, the black dragon's eyes glinted sharply. In fact, he had been secretly following Tyr all along. He possessed transformation and stealth techniques that could even fool Kyle, so he was never discovered. If the information was leaked from somewhere, that route had to be cut off. Black Crow, could it be the black dragon himself? Isn't it? Answer my question. I asked how you knew I was there. The black dragon's killing intent felt like it could slash through Tyr. Asterisk huff asterisk Tyr took a deep breath, straightened his back, and his eyes gleamed with golden light. Didn't you give me a clue from the start, Lord Black Dragon? I gave a clue. Yes, I originally had no connection to you, or to Black Snow, but you made me an exceptional offer, and said I was a talent suited for Black Snow, didn't you? You wouldn't just give up for these reasons, and assume that I'm stalking you, right? Also, the reactions of the head of the family. Yes, the head of the family has repeatedly shown signs, as if he knows my every move, not just through the spies scattered around Winterlow, watching me, but also seemingly watching me directly by my side. Hey, and also, the head of the family knew from the start that I was a candidate. Considering the importance of the information, I think Lord Black Dragon may have observed me personally. More importantly, the corner of Tyr's eye twitched slightly. Didn't you personally sign my promotion recommendation? If you didn't know by now, wouldn't that be too troublesome? Ting has been completely seen through. The Black Dragon seemed to mutter to himself, slightly disappointed, but for some reason, his eyes behind the mask seemed to be smiling. Although swordsmanship talent is important, the ability to connect scattered information and insight into the overall context and judgment are indeed the talents that Black Snow can. As expected, you're the one we, Black Snow, want to accept. You're too modest. Excessive humility is just deception. The Black Dragon gave a pleasant evaluation to Tyr. Then he turned and left. Today it's finally confirmed. Tyr is not just someone suitable for the White Dragon Cavalry or the Plum Blossom Bow. Although the identity of a Ritter Knee is somewhat tricky, we just need to observe him more from the side. Now I finally understand why the head of the family wants to observe this child more. Other advantages have completely overshadowed the disadvantages. Can you leave on your own? The Black Dragon asked while keeping an eye on Hilda. Tyr smiled. I'm already very grateful for your help. If I can't even do this, how could I dare sit on Radna's throne? That sounds really nice. All right, let me see. At that very moment, Hilda unleashed a huge amount of magic. These guys spill everything in front of me. Rumble and overwhelming pressure swept the area. The skill Young Dragon's Breath eased some of the tension. Just like in the Third Awakening ritual, Tyr gained the move Rune through Dragon Slayer. Everything his father taught him came into play. Kyle couldn't help but admire it in his mind, and shouted aloud, Umbra, now. The shadow stirred. Umbra appeared, carrying Tyr, soaring into the sky, toward Connie's direction. Hilda tried to stop Tyr from escaping, but was knocked back by the Black Dragon's intervention. Boom. Rumble. Sword energy clashed violently. Fragments rained down, Even the rest of the restaurant collapsed. Great patriarch. Why not take this chance to withdraw? Acting through a child. Failure would only bring more disgrace. The eyes behind the mask glowed with solemn sharpness, as if ready to strike at any moment. This deeply wounded Hilda's pride. Her clenched teeth and frenzied expression revealed everything. How dare? How dare you? Did you just say how dare? Boom. The black dragon shoved Hilda away. Its left hand reached for the mask. How strange. Even the head of the family wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Crack, the black dragon, in a cold voice, gently straightened the tilted mask. At that very moment, the aura around the black dragon completely changed. Black mist took on a form, like a masked monster leaping out of the darkness. Let's see whether you're qualified to speak like that. Ragna's soul salvation. Rumble of flashes of light. Flashing. The pressure from both absolutes clashed fiercely, like colliding natural disasters, turning Ghost City into ruins. Chapter 82, Hilda vs. Ragna 2, Dragon Slayer Sword. Balmon's functions have all stopped. Returning to its sealed state, Tyre felt the chill brought by the night wind, which made him clear-headed. It was indeed the right choice to obtain Balmon. It will be of great help in the future when fighting for the throne. Tyre was determined. No matter what, he must unravel the mystery surrounding Balmon. In some ways, it might be even more useful than the relics of the ancient dragons. Thanks to this, he has also obtained. Tyre smiled as he carefully examined the necklace in his left hand, the heart of the Gagaro species. The alchemical material greatly enhances flame resistance. It increases strength by 150% during dragon battles. Magic attribute engraving creates an abnormal state of frenzy. When activated, attack speed and agility are greatly increased. You gain the special revival seed effect. Black dragon appears. At the moment of Hilda's mental confusion, he successfully stole it. Hilda will definitely be furious when she finds out. So what? The relationship has already been broken. Besides, with the appearance of the black dragon, it means my father will know about this soon. He will be under surveillance shortly. Even if Lord Hilda is as tyrannical as ever, she'll have to hold back for now. Because it's clear how much the Gagaro heart's effects can help. Tyre could only laugh louder. This will be the most important key to solving the Balmon mystery. He placed both items into his bag. Kiam Umbra let out a long, eerie scream. It seemed to be warning him to be cautious. That will be something to worry about only after leaving here. Tyre's eyes were sharp. His eyes were filled with determination. On a nearby mountain peak, a Baron stood. It had just come out after delivering a blow to Hilda. As expected, every time I see you, it surprises me. Tyre nervously placed his hand on the moonlight sword. Although most of his magic power was used up, when escaping the triple hell, he couldn't afford to show any weakness. Baron instead sheathed the sword he was holding. What is he trying to do? Tyr didn't understand for a moment. He widened his eyes. Belron chuckled lightly. No need to be so guarded. I don't intend to harm you, though I call myself Lady Hilda's vassal, as a loyal retainer. If the ruler makes a mistake, shouldn't we learn to point it out? Bellerin's smile deepened. Young men like you, strong-willed. No matter how much pressure is applied, you may give in at first, but in the end, you'll still rebel. And besides, I was opposed to this punishment from the start. It's just that the Lord didn't take my advice. More importantly, aren't you the dear friend of my only student? How could I bully you? Nodal moved his lips slightly. Are you alright? What? If you let me go, Lady Hilda won't just sit by and do nothing. You mean the aftermath? Don't worry about that. Though she rages like a demon when angry, she's not a narrow-minded person. If she were, would the Lord have let you take that? But when you're alone, take some time to reflect. Belron lifted his head toward him, his eyes deep, as if they held profound wisdom, like the eyes of a sage. The current Lord led Ragna to a golden age. He truly is a wise ruler. But in nature, he's also a tyrant. A single misstep, and he might plunge Ragna into darkness. A brutal tyrant, even driving his children into fierce rivalry. An iron-fisted reign. I worry about that. That's why I wanted to use Lady Hilda to guide him toward reason. But it seems she might not be the answer either. That's right. But you still have time. You can still return. In the end, you'll be the true victor by making use of Lady Hilda, just like what Lady Hilda did to you. To suggest using your own ruler, ordinary vassals might find that absurd, even disloyal. But Tyr felt Bellerin's words were sincere. Right now, the Lord turns a blind eye because he likes you. But who knows when that might change? So having a backup plan isn't a bad idea. And in fact, someone like Lady Hilda, isn't she the ideal backing you've dreamed of? Will and I will also be your capable assistants. Belron winked. Tyr gave a heavy nod. I understand. Since you put it that way, I'll consider it. To hear you say that, I'm truly grateful. Also, don't hate Lady Hilda too much because of this. Tyr ignored Bellerin's words and flew even higher. Use Lady Hilda. Bellerin's words kept echoing in his mind, and Hilda's overwhelming presence. Congratulations. You've successfully resisted temptation and threats. You completed the story mission. System alert. Grade A+ evaluation. You earned 2 coins as a reward. You also received a large amount of bonus EXP based on your rating. Level up. The dawn wind, veiled by moonlit clouds, pierced the underground prison of the White Dragon Cavalry, and took human form. He had been told the target was somewhere around here. Agent number 4 narrowed his eyes coldly. His mission was to assassinate the captive held here. After all, This was the White Dragon Cavalry's HQ. Assassination or escape would be difficult, but he wasn't worried, because every part of the plan was already prepared in his mind. The patrol routes of the guards, shift times, surveillance directions, prison structure, prisoner location, all of it. This valuable information could only be obtained directly from Ragnar. There was no other way to know it. Seeing all this, Ragnar is really a mess. As someone who has done similar things before, Number 4 couldn't help but laugh when Number 4 reached the target location. He used the prepared key to unlock the tightly secured iron gate. Inside there were 4 prisoners with blurred faces. "Are you Hilda Eberall?" Hilda, sensing the movement, looked up. He gave a bitter smile. He immediately understood what was going on. "The director sent you, didn't he? It seems like you are indeed Hilda Eberall. Don't blame me. I'm just following orders." Color Number pulled out a note from his chest. "So, your family and compensation. Don't need to worry. This is the message for you." "That's really great." Hilda closed his eyes tightly, as if ready to be killed at any moment. He had already expected this. To silence him, Edgar would take action. "Wait, please wait. I don't want to die yet. If you need money, I'm willing to give it." At that moment, one of the prisoners grabbed Number 4's clothing. It seemed that during the time he had been imprisoned, his mind had changed. But Number 4 expressionlessly stabbed downward. Just as the blade was about to touch the prisoner's neck, a gust of wind swept by, a sharp and hidden wind. Number 4's knife was deflected by something. When Number 4 had to straighten his back, he faced the sword's movements, so swift that it could deceive his own senses. For blade-like winds suddenly appeared. Whoosh! Number 4 deflected all the blade winds with his dagger. His body fell backward. He attempted to use invisibility to hide his presence again, but there was no escape. Evelyn was already closing in on Number 4. The terrifying thing about assassins lies in their almost undetectable invisibility. But once detected, the situation would be completely different. Besides, his method of tracking Number 4's aura was far more than just sensing changes in the wind. By reading the paths of wind surrounding him, he could predict which direction he'd moved, and how he would attack, what his habits were, even his intent. Right side ceiling. Evelyn swung her sword hard in the predicted direction. The sword energy at the tip flashed down like lightning, slashing across Number 4's body. Crack, spray, cough. His dagger-wielding hand was severed. Blood shot into the air like an arrow. Smack. Evelyn swiftly grabbed Number 4 by the collar and slammed him to the ground, then reversed her grip and aimed her sword at his heart. Thud, foiling his suicide attempt. Even the tip of his tongue was laced with paralyzing poison. That level of preparation. Number 4 trembled like an epileptic, then collapsed limply. Expressionless, Evelyn ripped open his collar, revealing a deeply hidden tattoo, just as Tyr had said. A snake biting the moon. The symbol of the assassin group, Season of the Serpent, but more well known here as a subordinate group of a certain noble family. Finally, a real lead. Evelyn's eyes glinted coldly. In front of Camellia Palace stood Erica's younger sister. She could have gone straight inside, but Hawk stopped in his tracks, unable to enter. "What are you doing? Planning to stand here for 1,000 years? But what? Look at that. Stomachache. How can I still go in? Tyr Ragnar. You bastard." Hawks pointed at the main gate of Dombois Palace with a trembling hand. Erica didn't know how to process what she was seeing. The main gate of Dombois Palace was packed, but every single one of them was a stunningly beautiful woman. Hawks bit his sleeve in frustration. Tears were flowing down profusely. Indeed, that guy Tyr must be using his face and reputation to seduce women. Does that make sense? He doesn't have that kind of personality. But then again, even if he was really seducing women, would he line them up like that? In common sense, what is this? Maybe they're here for something else. They clearly look like actors or stylists. I still can't forgive Tyr Ragnar. He left me behind, while he's living in such a blissful world. Erica watched her younger brother getting angry alone, and shook her head helplessly. Fine, do as you like. I'll leave now. Wait, let's go together. Sister. Hawks hurriedly chased after Erica. Tyr met Erica with a slightly awkward greeting. What's wrong with you two? Did you train all night last night? Seems like it's perfect for girls to do. Enough, don't you get annoyed? Erica irritably slapped Hawks on the back of his head. She looked at Tyr with concern. Tyr gave a bitter smile and shook his head. I was a bit busy yesterday. Also, those people outside are visitors from my mother's company. Don't misunderstand. Tyr remembered how Cecilia raised funds through Curson and started her own business. He smiled bitterly. Seems like I'm already tired. By the way, what's going on? Isn't today a holiday for mission rewards? Yeah, it is. Although it's all ruined because of someone. Tyr tilted his head in confusion. Erica handed him a document. Take this. What is it? A new mission. Level 1 confidentiality. So I'm quietly giving it to you. Who's the team leader? Tyr. He quickly skimmed through it. Since you asked for trouble, you should clean up after yourself. Tyr examined the instructions, with a sharp gleam in his eyes. Sure enough, at 1:15 a.m. on the 15th, Captain Evelyn Navelle successfully captured the assassin who infiltrated the underground prison. It was confirmed that the assassin might belong to the Season of Serpents. The Season of Serpents is a subordinate organization. It has deep ties with the East. The Troy clan is also the family of the director of the Central Bureau of Mechanisms, Hung Long. Additionally, this incident likely has internal involvement. Therefore, the higher-ups believe the situation is difficult to judge easily. They decided to act quickly and raid the Season of Serpents before the Troy clan takes action. Since Captain 5 reported that this mission was carried out based on the suggestion of Team Member 5, Tyre Ragnar, they decided to assign this mission to him. However, Tyre Ragnar was originally scheduled to take the promotion exam in 4 days, so they decided to cancel the exam and replace it with this mission. Therefore, after receiving this order, he should begin the mission immediately. However, Captain Julius from the White Dragon Cavalry reported that Tyre Ragnar was involved in this operation. So the exam was cancelled, and the mission began immediately. Commander Julius was satisfied with the arrangement. Ragnar's survival method. Chapter 83. Hilda Ragnar, head of the Mechanism Bureau. You did well even in unseen places. But everything you did feels a bit clumsy. Julius put down Evelyn's report. He muttered softly. An inexplicable feeling of unease. What do you think of this feeling of unease, Minister of Intelligence? A black shadow fell before him. What's there to hesitate about? Just arrest the criminal based on the evidence. The Black Dragon chuckled softly. He threw another document in front of Julius. The evidence is irrefutable. This guy is a first-class assassin from the Season of Serpents. Quite powerful. Last year's assassination, the culprit is this guy. Julius was just about to check a new file, but suddenly looked up and asked with confusion, by the way, are you injured? Your left arm doesn't seem to be moving properly. That's none of your business. Just focus on your documents. Julius knew all too well that the Black Dragon wouldn't answer if he pushed further, so he turned his gaze back to the documents. Looks like there was quite the fight somewhere. Did even that monster get injured? But the moment Julius saw the file's contents, all his questions vanished like smoke. A sensational Winter Sonata incident occurred during a mission carried out by the Gale Division. Commander Angia was found assassinated. He wasn't killed in action now, but assassinated while in hiding. If it wasn't for an internal leak, this would have been impossible. They thought there were no clues and classified it as an unsolved case, but that doesn't seem to be the case. That's just the story they spread outside. They had to avoid that snake's eyes and ears. Snake, that refers to Ed, another secret alias of Troy Ann. At the time, the Gale Division was caught in a territorial conflict over the White Tower ruins and waged fierce skirmishes against Troy Ann. They were definitely a headache. So you suspect the Trojan horse? The director of the Central Police Bureau stepped in back then and granted us jurisdiction over the ruins. But according to intel, the head of the Troyden family was furious at the time. Julius let out a low murmur. Though the Black Dragon spoke vague, his implication was clear. He had fully grasped Troyden's secret moves. Blacksnow's intel network had long been the best in the world. And not only that, many of the benefits we were about to pursue or review on our end, a significant portion of them, were already preempted by the Trojan horse and its affiliated groups. They moved first, unless someone was planted deep in our core departments. Even top-level intel we couldn't possibly acquire was mixed in, beneath the mask. The Black Dragon's eyes grew deeper and darker. There was not a shred of emotion, which only made his gaze more terrifying. So who would be the first to draw suspicion? The director of Central Police and the Third Lady, right? The Black Dragon nodded. No matter what they say, even if they publicly sever ties with the Trojan horse, behind the scenes, they're revealing the Pumpkin Seed's true identity. The investigation went on for a long time, until you stepped on their tail. Black Snow being exposed must have reached the group leaders' ears already. Even so, they didn't remove them, but let them stay in their positions. Somehow, Kyle's scheme felt like it reached into faraway places. That thought rose instinctively, as if he could already smell it. The scent of blood, pungent and sharp, to obtain solid evidence. We even planted our own agents near the prisoner. At that moment, Julius's eyebrow twitched slightly. You didn't even give me a heads up, and left shadows in our own HQ? That's what you mean, right? That's my job. So that means he even suspected himself at one point. When necessary, he'd even eliminate loyal allies. A blade that could doubt and strike down all. That's why he couldn't get along with chiefs and officials of various departments. A being who lived only in fear. Black Dragon. The problem is, our agents didn't even get the chance to step in. In that situation, even Julius couldn't help but show some pride. Our Captain Evelyn really is impressive. Is that so? The one who foresaw all this was Tyr Ragna. That's right. It was that sharp and capable daughter of the intelligence minister, whose proposal led to success. Exactly. Slap. Julius widened his eyes, listening to the soft laugh coming from behind the mask. Is this guy laughing? Having worked with Ragnar for decades, this was the first time Julius had seen this side of him. Tyr Ragnar. Don't. I haven't finished speaking. Aren't you going to say those old, cliché things? Requesting to transfer positions within Black Snow, or at least be reassigned elsewhere? Isn't that what you're trying to say? Although, I don't like it. That's mine. If you want to take it, start with my stomach. Julius suddenly straightened up. The Black Dragon said with an incredulous look. Would even a demon dragon do something like this? The black dragon wants to steal my cute child? Don't you want to show your teeth? Don't provoke me. I'll bite you. Helplessly, the black dragon lightly tapped his mouth. As for Julius, he shook his head helplessly inside. It seems I have to be more careful in protecting Tyre from the dangers of various magical beasts. I can't sleep peacefully because of these people. Anyway, the tail has been caught. Start driving. After hearing the black dragon's words, Julius stopped joking. He nodded seriously. All right, let's begin. Clack, clack. 3 carriages raced down the paved road. Black snow seemed to have caught the tail. Inside the carriage, Ed heard the report and slightly lifted his head. Then came the next transmission. Ed chuckled softly. Master, you really are. Then he spoke seriously. Before receiving any other orders, the family should remain in place and report to father. The dragon is about to move. The plan to injure the reverse scales has already failed. Prepare the necessary items. I'll find you as soon as possible. Soon, all the presents in the carriage vanished. Ed half lay in his chair. He closed his eyes. I wonder what action he'll take after seeing this. I'm really curious now. Tyr Ragna. At the far end of the eastern mountains, Tyr arrived at a small wooden cabin that looked like a typical hunter's lodge. Erica and her brother had gone off on another mission. Creak. He opened the door and entered. 3 pairs of eyes turned toward him. 2 of them were familiar. The other was a stranger. Last night. The unfamiliar man stood up and asked, Are you Tyr Ragna, summoned by Nightingale? Yes, that's me. Nice to meet you. My name is Wu Shui. With military-like formality and courtesy, he extended his hand. His hair was short, and his sharp gaze left a strong impression. But what shocked Tyr was something else. Wu Shui was the representative of Black Snow, a special class agent. He must be gritting his teeth inside. Tyr shook the hand Wu Shui had extended. I'm also the commander for this mission, and your examiner. I've heard a lot about you from the minister. I look forward to working with you. And I'll be watching over you as well. The other 2 are old acquaintances, right? No need for introductions. Yes, Tyr nodded, and looked toward the other 2. Evelyn let out a sigh and said, Once you accept it, you're responsible till the end. With the squad leader here, I think I can focus on the mission more smoothly. Are you saying I'd get in the way? Hazel interjected unhappily. That's not what I meant. But if that's how it came across, I apologize. No, I want you to think that way. I'll be keeping a close eye on whether you truly carry out the mission. Hazel made no effort to hide his dislike for Tyr. It's probably because I said I didn't want to be Princess Plum Blossom's successor, and hurt his feelings. Tyr let out a bitter smile. He once said becoming Princess Plum Blossom's disciple wasn't something so easily earned. But now that he's accepted, this is the reaction? Could it be the princess feels slighted? What a troublesome person. Still, Hazel's skills are certainly worth anticipating. White Armor Cavalry, Plum Blossom Bow, and Black Snow. 2 senior swordsmen and 1 equivalent to a combat swordsman are all monitoring me while supporting me. This mission must succeed unconditionally. The purpose of this mission is to cripple Ed's forces before the general promotion exam, because the fight against Ed has officially begun. Losing is not an option. Since the introductions are over, let's begin the briefing. Clay Bella opened his mouth. The other 3 turned toward him. The contents of this mission are mostly the same as what was previously shared. The 4 of us will infiltrate Serpent Plan's headquarters and carry out a complete extermination. The orders from above are clear. Eliminate all targets, no survivors if necessary. Cold Ragnar will never let intruders off lightly. And the evidence related to this case, especially those connected to Troyven or the Central Military Affairs Bureau, all contact must not be brought back to Winter. Any questions? Clay Bella asked. Tyr raised his hand. The Central Bureau Chief is meticulous. He wouldn't overlook what's going on here, would he? Good question. As for that, other operations are already underway. May I ask what kind? Clay Bella raised 1 finger. Simple. First, spread a rumor that the prisoner was already dead when found, and leak it to the Central Bureau Chief. Then he bent a 2nd finger. The second thing is to begin exposing the long-standing corruption the Central Bureau has been hiding within Black Snow. A scheme from Black Snow quickly formed in Tyr's mind. A classic diversion tactic. First, divert the attention of the Central Bureau Chief, then strike and seize the tail completely. Black Snow's goal seemed to deceive Ed at the Central Mechanism Bureau, Troy Clan. In reality, it was directly attacking the Season of Serpents. I suspect a direct link between the Troy Clan and Ed. Time is life. Before the head of the Central Bureau realizes the assassin has been caught, we must act. The minister said you're the most suitable talent for Black Snow. It seems he was right. Are you really only in your teens? Tyr silently smiled. Kleber chuckled and shook his head. Seeing the things firsthand is truly shocking. On the other hand, it also feels like the right thing to do. It seems unreasonable to involve a former practitioner in such a major task. But having this kind of insight is not a hindrance. On the contrary, it's like giving wings. Carefully observe. When necessary, you can pull him over any time. The Black Dragon's words flashed in his mind before leaving. Interesting. I heard that. Tyr and Ed have already become irreconcilable enemies. Looks like it'll be even more interesting. Take this before you leave. Kleber threw something at Tyre. A palm-sized wooden box emitting a holy aura. Tyre's eyes lit up. What is this? This is the reward for this attack. The Clear Mind Pill. A potion that purifies magic power. A potion for clearing magic. Tyre caught the second thing thrown at him. It was an old book with no writing on the cover. The Hunter's Motion. The auxiliary breathing technique of the Thunder Roar method. It enhances the original breathing technique. It helps the clear. I'm also a lightning attribute master. I'll guide you on how to use it on the way. You need to master it before we reach our destination. Chapter 84. Hilda Ragnar, 4th Curson. Because of the unexpected visitors this morning, I'm rubbing my temples. So, yes. Tyre, that bastard. Did our dear grandson send him? Yeah. And he said it would be free too? Yeah. I'm shaking. Gilson's hand holding the pipe was trembling. Seems like I've heard that Unit 5 of the White Dragon Cavalry has a seriously wounded member, but I didn't expect they'd just toss their wounded right at my doorstep. Free? That guy really thinks I'm an idiot. The problem is, he can't complain to Tyr. Tyr's value is still rising rapidly. His business is riding the Tyr craze, and soaring along with it. That guy knows it too. That's why he dumped this on me and ran. Meanwhile, the trainers and wounded, unaware of the truth, exchanged anxious glances. Is this really okay? Let's just endure it for now. Tyr and Evelyn said it would be fine. After the occupation of Branchiose, on the way back. Tyr had told them this. I really appreciate all of you, but will the Basque side really help? Feels unlikely. Why do you think that? We have no money. Something like that must be expensive. If the stables are involved, guys like us with low pay probably can't afford it. Ah, so that's what you were worried about? For us. It's something we have to worry about. Don't worry. Just go and say the word. Just say I promise to do it for free. What does that mean? You'll understand once you get there. They had no idea what Tyr meant. But now they finally understood. They never expected Cecilia's guardian to be that Gilson from the horse stables. Which means Tyr is like a grandson to him now? What does that even mean? Under the hopeful stares of Trainer and the injured. Sigh, fine. There's no way I'm charging my grandson's friends. Right? Ha 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 ha. Gilson finally managed a reluctant smile. And laughed out loud. Upon seeing this scene, the merchants thought, I've heard that the stables really love money and gold, but their love for their grandson seems even deeper. As misunderstandings continued to spread, Curson was racking his brain, thinking about how to use this opportunity. What happened suddenly? Oh, sorry. My ears just itched. Concepts I've already explained won't be repeated. Remember them well. It's swoosh swoosh swoosh. Tyre and the others were moving quickly toward their destination. During the journey, Tyre was listening to Curson's lecture. Can anyone hear me? Tyre temporarily forgot his question. He focused on Curson. There aren't many who have the qualifications of a master in Ragnar. Of course, Evelyn is one of them, but the fields are different. This is a gift from the Black Dragon, so it's not something to miss. What do you think? Ah, the fundamental issue. In daily life, the most intense natural phenomena we can see, or rather, natural disasters. To be more specific, what do you think thunder is made of? Thunder and lightning? Wrong. It's light and heat. Tyre's eyes instantly brightened. Light is fast. The term speed of light didn't come about for no reason. The closer you get to that speed, the destructive power increases proportionally. What about adding weight? That's even better. Light and heat are different. Unlike light running in a straight line, heat spreads outward. And the higher the temperature, the more widespread the impact. Curson's explanation continued. Light can only be improved through training, because it's directly related to swordsmanship. But heat is connected to magic power. The higher the purity of the magic, the higher the efficiency, the more heat it can emit. That's what heat deficiency refers to. In other words, it means the efficiency of increasing mana. Exactly. The reason I gave you both the clarity pill is precisely because of that. The clarity pill and the heat activation formula. Together, they'll amplify the heat of the brain dragon attribute method, and that heat turns into destructive power. Just how powerful can it get? I'm already looking forward to it. Why is that? I wonder. Now, take the clarity pill. Following Clay Bella's instructions, Tyr opened his throat and swallowed the clarity pill whole. The clarity pill melted instantly upon touching his tongue. It passed through his esophagus and was now on the move, which made it hard to absorb effectively. So I'll help you with mana guidance. Yes. In order to help others properly remember the mana flow path, or assist with efficient absorption through similar means. It's called mana guidance. Clay Bella was planning to do just that. He placed his hand on Tyr's back, but suddenly tilted his head. Tyr's mana surged through the aura core, and the clarity pill's presence vanished without a trace. He checked Tyr's mana, but found it no different than before. What the? Nothing? There's nothing at all. Looks like the clarity pill I gave you is defective. Here, take this one. With mass-produced pills like sometimes the ingredient ratios are wrong during production, and defective ones show up. Tear swallowed another clarity pill. Gulp. So this time, is there a problem? Looks like everything I brought is no good. Sorry about that. No, I should be thanking you for your help. Such an upright personality too. Unlike Ragna. This one should be fine. Bella saw the same phenomenon happen again. Cursing the person responsible for the items in his heart, Kleber took out a clear mind pill. Tyre swallowed the clear mind pill again. Gulp. So this time, more precisely, it's a higher grade potion. Originally, I planned to give it to you after all the missions succeeded, acting generously, but now, I have no choice. What's important now is to properly root the robbery ritual inside your body, but its effect is just like the same. Once it enters the body, it disappears without a trace. What kind of potion is this? It dissipates without any effect. This is unprecedented. Kleber's pupils trembled involuntarily. Looks like it really is a potion. I feel a clear refreshment in my head. This was not supposed to have such an effect. Kleber, in Tyre's exclamation, immediately became mentally worried. He didn't know how to respond. Tyre saw through Kleber's thoughts and secretly smiled. 3 of them are real. Or maybe just pretend not to know. In fact, Tyre hadn't anticipated this phenomenon. After absorbing all the external energy, a considerable amount of impurities were cleared away. The purity of the magic power began to clear. The flow became smoother. Efficiency increased. A hint regarding the magic power density appeared. The magic power slightly increased. Muscle fiber tissue was strengthened. Who would have thought that once absorbed into the body, the dragon's heart would release magic power and devour it? Therefore, Kleber didn't know this fact. He just ended up handing over more potions uselessly. The increase in magic power and the strengthening of muscle fibers were effects that didn't originally exist. It was an unexpected surprise. It seems like the core of the dragon's heart has a synergistic effect, which gave these additional effects. Explaining all this isn't easy. In the end, Tyre decided to pretend not to know. Please tell me how to use it. I'll try it out. Although Kleber was a bit stunned, he still began explaining. However, the doubts still lingered in his mind. Heat emission, if combined properly, might be able to create artificial, hot winds. After learning the breathing technique, Tyr was now thinking about how to integrate it with his existing skills. Genius. How does he even think like this? Bella was stunned by Tyr's unbelievable talent. He was truly shocked. Tyr was already emitting heat from his body. The faint mist rising from him was proof. He even broke down the heat condensation formula and created partial application formulas on his own. Gulp Bella swallowed dryly. His judgment. His talent. Now I understand why Black Dragon was so emotional when talking about Tyr. If only this guy were my right-hand man. Our captain's got his hands full again. Black Snow should be completely operational now too. Meanwhile, watching it all, Evelyn remembered the frustrated Julius and smiled. Maybe he really can pass the promotion exam. Hazel, who had only heard rumors of Tyr's talent, clicked his tongue. But he still didn't know. Let's keep watching until the mission ends. And so, the examiners were all amazed. Finally, the group arrived at their destination, the northeastern city of Karlhalan. From dawn, merchants had been lining up at the city gates. This is an artifact, engraved with anti-detection magic. Everyone, put it on. The group donned the robes Bella handed out. The embedded magic activated instantly. With it, they couldn't be easily recognized. We can't leave behind any record of being in Karlhalan, so we'll sneak over the wall. Then strike immediately at the target, breath hill in. Kill everyone inside. Tyr, Evelyn. Hazel nodded. Bella pulled up his hood. Let's begin. With that signal eye. Crossing the city wall wasn't all that difficult, especially for a border city like Karlhalan. The momentum of the assault and the fact that they were wrapped in concealment magic made their covert approach completely undetected. And just like that, they arrived at an inn in the eastern part of the city. It looked so rundown it seemed ready to collapse any second. It didn't look like it would ever attract any customers. Rushed in. What is this? The clerk dozing off at the counter was startled. He shot up suddenly. A flash of light streaked by. Bullets. Those bastards. His companion beside him realized they were under attack. He tried to draw his weapon, but Evelyn appeared just then and chopped off his head. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then Tyr and Hazel dashed forward. Splitting off in opposite directions, Tyr went underground. Hazel headed upstairs. It was a prearranged tactic to leave no survivors. Go. Quick, retreat. She mercilessly cut down the ones trying to climb the stairs. Each time the blade gleamed, a wave of hot wind followed. Black scorch marks were left on the walls and floor. Combining heat condensation with brain dragon technique, she was already radiating heat outward. Magical efficiency increased. Her speed and power seemed to have grown. Even her impact had intensified. TCH, what's with this brat? The ones facing off against Tyr fell like autumn leaves. The assassins were terrified. They only knew how to hide with stealth techniques. Facing him head-on, they were no match for Tyr. Let alone before that overwhelming speed, strength, and those mighty twin blades. Boom. At last, the underground gate exploded in a heat storm. The ones nearby were swept away completely. This can't be. The trembling assassins didn't dare get close. Tyr just stood there, trembling, on the scorched floor. Surrounded by heat, steam and yellow lightning danced around him, like a demon risen from hell. Yasha, Chapter 85, Hilda Ragna 5. It felt like lighting a spark on a barrel of oil. So hot, dragon brain acceleration and heat conduction, used together, produced results far beyond Tyr's expectations. From the dragon's heart to his core, the magic pulsed. As the heat surged, the flames blazed even more fiercely. Combined with hydrogen bright and hydrogen light, it raised the purity of the mana. Either way, if it wasn't released outward, his body would burn from within. Too hot, far too hot. So Tyr channeled the heat into leaking waves. As a result, a terrifying form took shape, wrapped in hot wind, steam, and lightning. Still not enough. More had to be released. In this period of rapid growth, it was truly dangerous. But since the mana was boiling, faster than it could be discharged, he had to find a solution. Any solution. There was only one method he could think of. Defeat the enemies in front of him, fast. Inside the vault nearby, there were surely documents related to Troyban or Ed. Destroy it all. Fortunately, boiling heat usually comes with devastating power. Tyr acted based on memories of his past life. Back then, he was just a low-ranking lackey. But now, he moved on his own free will. Thump, thump, thump. The dragon's heart beat violently, echoing with thunderous shockwaves. The heat surged together. The underground was instantly consumed by high heat. Tyr smashed the ground with ferocity to release pressure. Black scorch marks were left behind. In the blink of an eye, white steam stretched through the air like a tail. A beam of light cut across the ground, then leapt into the sky. Drake's blade began to slash wildly. Dragon claw dance. 5 fierce strikes in a single breath. Tyr hoped to seize this chance, to fully unleash everything he had learned from Julius and the Plum Blossom Princess. During this time, straight lines and curves, speed and illusion, strength and softness, destruction and harmony. The difference between the demon dragon's 6 wings and the 24-style Plum Blossom sword is as vast as night and day, like water and oil, completely incompatible. But between them, there is a single focal point, the beam of light. Kyle brought different realizations to the 9 dragons. Tyr wanted to understand that very sword in the 3rd blooming ceremony, in the way of a single plum blossom, decoding the fusion of body and sword shown by Kyle. Clack! His sword strikes howled like a storm. It wasn't just speed. Scorching winds and overwhelming power brought about immense destruction. Boom boom. Everything in Tyr's path shattered and scattered. Walls cracked. Dust fell from the ceiling. Assassins were blasted away. Their bodies broken. Yet Tyr's sword princess didn't slow down. It only got faster. Thus, 2 more petals bloomed on his sword princess. The dragon's 7 talents. 7 destructive sword strikes released in one breath. Already a catastrophe. Who the hell is this guy? The assassin's faces instantly tensed. And finally, right there, when Tyr reached his target location. We have to stop him here. Damn it. Don't let him through. Hold him off no matter what. To protect the vault, the assassins moved urgently now. They surged forward to completely clear the waves of sword energy. A burst of flashes flared up. But for the first time, Tyr's sword princess was stopped by a middle-aged man, his upper body cloaked in a crimson Zimathian, a kind of cape. He grinned calmly and caught Drake's blade with his bare, pitch-black hand. Priest, father. The assassins were thrilled at the man's arrival, but all of the man's attention was focused solely on Tyr. That unique monk-like aura rushed in like a wave. Oh, I see now. The understanding gained through this is the seed of demonic power. Today, I must unlock the killing ban. Tyr's eyes sank deeply. Blood priest. It seems you already know who I am. Saying this while wearing the holy demon church's robe. Doesn't that feel awkward? Ah, I see. That's true. You are indeed a clever one. The light sect, holy demon church. Soon enough, the apocalypse will come. The savior in the heavens will establish the millennium kingdom, a religious group calling for this doctrine. As for strength, they are comparable to the great noble families the empire is proud of. Isn't that right? In the future, they will become the main cause of the empire's collapse, the instigators of great chaos. One could say their sudden appearance. Their appearance was already anticipated by Tyr. I heard that long before the Great War broke out, they were already active in various places, and have close ties with the Troy Band. The connection between the Troy Band and the Holy Demon Church was only revealed long after the Empire's collapse. But now, things are different. Tyr has altered the flow of history. Tyr plans to reveal to Ragnar the collusion between the Troy Band and the Holy Demon Church, and aids Ding dong, the mission has arrived. Intensify this mission. Number 2, the connection from the past life has met. Stop their conspiracy. Cleanse and win. Difficulty. A. Reward. 10 gold coins. Death and failure, plus the past life's karma. Tyr lifted his gaze. As expected, between the Troy Band and I carry my mother Cecilia's grievances, the one who ran away from home. My own death has yet to be clearly revealed. Tyr, while repairing Drake's blade. The boiling magic erupted. Is there something I don't know? Maybe this is closer to the truth. Drake's blade, gripped tightly, had sunk deep into the bone. Wah! A clear sword cry rang out, steam rising from the blade. At the same time, skill activated, young dragon's wrath. A murderous aura surged skyward. As the tail of the dragon grew sharper than blades, it engulfed the blood fiend. The blood fiend squinted his eyes. You're such a foolish opponent. Even knowing who I am, you still think to resist? Your immature bloodlust will consume you. This too must be God's will. In an instant, red light bled from the corners of his eyes. Let your brilliance be an offering to the gods. The blood fiend twisted his upper body swiftly. The Zimithian wrapped around him fluttered in the wind. With a pitch-black bare hand, he tore through the dragon aura, aiming straight for Tyr's nape. Blood feeders in the cult of the demon god are also granted the right to proselytize. They are born martial artists. Ragnar's combat prowess often exceeds even official combat trials. This opponent won't be easy to take down. Rumble. Drake's blade collided with the dark hand. Sparks flying everywhere. This truly is a remarkable sword. Few weapons can withstand this monk's black iron hand. It must have been forged from iron sand soaked in rare medicinal herbs, a secret technique known only to the holy demon sect, with skin harder than normal weapons. Exposing it openly is extremely dangerous. That blade's too dangerous for a child. I'll hold on to it for now. Tyr ignored the man's nonsense, focusing only on the attack. Demon Dragon's 6 wings. He recalled Julius's sword. What he needed was the demon dragon's power to bring the apocalypse. That instant, the murderous aura around Tyr turned fierce like a demon dragon. Umph. Hasn't the blood fiend noticed it yet? Just as doubt started to rise, a violent strike came crashing down. As the black iron monk dodged to the side, the hot wind swept in. A vortex formed from the floor to the ceiling. The brain surged upwards violently. Sparks of lightning shot out. Boom, boom, boom. The blood priest's hands and feet instantly became chaotic, unable to resist the attack. Clothes were torn from his body. Wounds on his solid body kept increasing. Then, 4 brain dragons appeared in the corner of his vision. It was the voice of death. Rumbling, gurgling sounds, accompanied by a huge explosion. The blood slaughter formation was violently pushed back. The gruesome scene of shredded flesh made one wonder. Is this really the blood sacrifice ritual of the Holy Demon Church? I thought it was a child. So this is Ragnar. Surprising, if left unchecked. It will only become the long-standing root of interference in the divine plan. However, the blood priest did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he appeared quite pleased. From that twisted smile, Tyr once again felt the need to further pressure that guy. But this time, it was the blood serpent who acted first. Perhaps to prove this wasn't just a fluke, the magic emanating from him became even more evident. The blood-colored glow at the corner of his eyes had spread to his entire body without him noticing, radiating brilliantly like a halo. At the same time, the oppressive power seemed to witness, like a battering ram trying to breach the city gates. When it collided with Drake's blade, the ground where Tyr and the blood priest stood sank deeply. It was as if they had prearranged it. They simultaneously turned and faced away, ready for another round of attack. Tyr's strike moved from left to right. The blood serpent's attack came from above, crashing down violently. Tyr instantly realized, as the blood slaughter and various powers clashed, slowly surrounding him, that guy's momentum was changing. Fluorescent harmony. As expected, meeting him in person is really annoying. As the blood slaughter and various powers clashed, gradually surrounding him, that guy's momentum is changing. Fluorescent harmony. As expected, meeting him in person is really annoying. The reason why blood-shifted ones are dangerous is not just their fanatical disregard for death, but also the increasing martial might during battle, which plays a crucial role. They use a secret technique known as divine descent to summon the spiritual body of a deity. The characteristic of this technique is that the longer the battle lasts, not only does the user not feel fatigue, but both physical and magical power increase. The principles behind it remain unknown. It is believed that perhaps the power they gain is merely the price of offering their souls as sacrifices to the gods. However, theoretically, as long as the mental strength holds up, one can nearly exert infinite physical and magical power. Therefore, most forces prefer not to clash directly with them. Tyr focused his spiritual energy into his eyes, observing the magical fluctuations surrounding the bloodshifter. Then the magic flowing out from his eyes rushed up his spine and seemed to burst through his head. Is hitting the forehead to strengthen one's resolve? But usually, doing that would drive someone insane. Tyr couldn't immediately understand the principle of the bloodlight harmony. A mission prompt appeared. He had thought he might gain some insights into the ascension of mental body techniques, but the actual content was filled with things that were hard to understand. Neuroscience remains a mysterious field full of unsolved puzzles. Thanks to Tyr's magic book, Amon, he was able to apply brain patterns. But to truly understand it, it's still too early. However, recklessly using magic to strike would be akin to a suicide attempt. Yet the blood slaughter priest does exactly that with magic, and even manages to enhance both physical and magical power because of it. There seems to be some hidden secret. Using brain patterns to control the violent magic. actually allows him to master it. This could be helpful for me as well. Is there something worth learning from this? Tyr wanted to immediately imitate the movement of that guy, but after thinking about it, it still seemed too dangerous. He shook his head. Perhaps I hadn't anticipated that casually touching the forehead would result in such intense consequences, but I still feel there are clues to be found in this. The enhancement of magic power seems related to the scorching heat that torments Tyr. 349. 00:10:40. 399. 00:10:40. 399. It seems related to the scorching heat that torments Tyr. Maybe I can come up with a countermeasure. Tyr fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his mind drifted elsewhere. Wait, enhanced intent. Doesn't that mean I could also read the enemy's thoughts? If I try using young dragon synchronization, I might find something related to the bloodlight harmonization, and while I'm at it, maybe peek into their plans. Let's give it a shot. Tyr threw himself deeper into the thought. SSSHHH. In an instant, Demon Dragon's 6 wings shifted into the 24-style plum blossom sword. Waves bloomed in the sky like a burst of plum blossoms. The dragon's petals moved even faster now. Do you really think that petty trick can change anything? The blood fiend let out a twisted laugh. He thought Tyr was desperate, making one last struggle. But then, Tyr's figure vanished. He was caught completely off guard. The heat and lightning blurred his vision, and he failed to catch the movement. Tyr allocated his bonus attribute points to agility. His movements became smoother. His attack speed increased. After completing his first story quest, Tyr used all the bonus stat points he gained from leveling up on agility, granting him astonishing speed. Moreover, he was fully embraced by Wind Lightning Array and Wind Shadow Tempest. So when the Blood Fiend turned slightly too late to look for Tyr, Tyr was already rushing in for a quick approach. A lightning-fast hand grabbed his head. What are you trying to do? The blood-eyed one screamed through his fingers. What else? But before the question was fully asked, Tyr had already let out a cold grin. I was just thinking of cracking open your skull to see inside. Skill. Young Dragon Synchronization. Reading hidden thoughts. Tyr's light intersected with that of the blood-stained one. In that instant, crash. Tyr felt, from deep in the priest's eyes, a profound stillness beneath the conscious world. And at that moment, he saw the deepest part of the man's unconscious, from that unfathomable abyss. A colossal presence slowly raised its head. A low, thunderous rumble echoed. Tyr felt his heart sink heavily. It was an overwhelming being, like seeing Kyle or Hilda. What are you? Why disturb my fleeting peace? Episode 86. Grab the tail. A new enemy has appeared. The quest difficulty is raised from A+ to S. S-class difficulty. Considering the last tutorial, this is a serious jump. That difficulty is absurd. It means this is an extremely dangerous entity. Answer me, what are you? A buzzing throb echoed inside his skull. An overwhelming sense of pressure filled his heart. Only then did Tyr realize. This being was the very god worshipped by the holy demon sect. This entity was the mastermind behind all the chaos. The so-called divine connection was no lie, forcing one's mind open through magic to receive divine power. Without great physical and magical strength, it's impossible to comprehend. That familiar aura. This is, so that's it. You are of Ragnar's bloodline, a descendant of the false chosen, and you dare to peek into the mind of my follower? How bold and foolish. A malicious god, forged of fear and hatred, saw through Tyr and finally saw his true self. Thump, 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 thump. Tyr's heart pounded wildly. He had unintentionally uncovered the secret of the blood century, but now, he had to escape immediately. But where should he go? How could he get out of here? It wasn't like escaping from Hilda's grasp. Back then, he still had the Dragon Lord's sword. The Black Dragon had been at his side, but now, those days were gone. Meanwhile, Tyr felt a familiar presence from the evil god. It was like the aura he had seen in the Sea of Magic. The honor of being personally welcomed by Ragnar. Such an honor. As a return gift, I shall grant you the grace of becoming my servant. Something was approaching from that guy's side. A huge hand. It was about to pounce on Tyr. But his heart raced faster. He tried to suppress the terror that was choking him. Just as he reached out for the moonlight sword, a sharp pain suddenly overwhelmed his head. His head felt like it was about to burn white hot. The door in his mind suddenly opened wider. The light flashed, but it was still not the time. But the situation left him no choice. Tyr felt something huge appearing behind him. The familiar voice urged him to turn around. A gigantic dragon appeared, opening its massive jaws. The dragon with an empty left chest. Lord Brock. My companion. That's not the being you should face right now. You are not yet in Sigurd's position. The being capable of facing it. The one being called. Lord Brock's mouth ignited with flames. The fiery heat seemed to embrace the sun. Incredibly scorching. So go back. Come to call me again when you're stronger. Then the sunlight poured down. At the same time, Tyr's consciousness was cut off. Tyr felt his body being pushed back. unconsciously stepping back a few steps from the blood shifter. What's with this blood shifter staring at me? A face full of complex emotions, shock, disbelief, and suspicion. The one who longed to serve the gods all his life could only vaguely sense the divine presence. An atheist like me actually heard the divine command. This fact was hard to believe. But on the other hand, for a mere atheist to hear the voice of a god, it's almost too unbelievable to accept. But on the other hand, a sense of reluctance lingered in his heart. He wished he could see it just a little longer, even just a little more. Just wait a moment longer, and he could witness the true face of the god. But the blood fiend's thoughts didn't last long. Tyr took the chance to draw his white blade and sliced off the guy's head. To avoid being dragged back into the unconscious realm again, the evil god worshipped by the holy demon sect was the very nameless monarch that Lodbrok spoke of. In Tyr's mind, Lodbrok's words from the nest resurfaced. What brings you here? Because of the nameless king, the nameless monarch. Beyond the demonic seas, at the end of the world itself, that is the monster. My duty is to protect the world from it. I've stood watch here for 1,000 years. The eastern mountain range is merely a forward outpost, passing through Lodbrok. The being bound in the cold eastern mountains for a millennium, that name was Tyr. I had never heard of it before, but he left a deep impression in my mind. At last, I've encountered a piece of that being, because besides the sudden appearance of Lodbrok, there was no other force capable of stopping it. The demonic aura I felt from that being was proof of his identity as the nameless monarch. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. Lodbrok once said, I won't last more than 2 or 3 more years. The Great War will erupt in 5 years. If the great broadcast wave that drove the continent into madness was orchestrated by the nameless monarch, then that being's activity began, right after Lodbrok's death. Was that really just a coincidence? Impossible. Tyr was certain. There was no such thing as coincidence in this world. The schemes of Aid and Troy, the upheaval caused by the holy demon sect, the outbreak of chaos. I thought they were all separate events, but in truth, all the major incidents I believed to be unrelated. In truth, everything was closely connected. I think I'm starting to understand the purpose behind the story quests. Ragnar's duty was to stop the nameless king. Therefore, even if the relic marked by this bloodline factor resonated and awakened in response, it wouldn't be surprising at all. Let's keep following the quest line. That'll make things clearer. The quest goal and Tyr's goal are one and the same. Level up. Tyr gathered his thoughts and turned in the opposite direction. Click asterisk. At that moment, something flashed in the darkness. It was the dagger of an assassin who'd been waiting for a chance to strike, but the blade never reached Tyr. Suddenly, the shadows surged upward. Umbra revealed itself and devoured the assassin whole. SSSHHHHH. A death so sudden, no last words were spoken. Under Tyr's praise, Umbra began to cry joyfully. At that moment, Kleiber and Hazel hurriedly rushed down into the basement, only to be shocked by what they saw. The signs of fierce battle all around were horrific. Tyr sat wearily against the hallway wall, holding something in his hand. You're here. Did you catch the blood serpent? But what shocked them the most was the blood-soaked head rolling beside Tyr's foot. 2 more blood fiends appeared upstairs as well. They were desperately trying to subdue their opponents, terrified of any slip-up. But by the time they arrived, it was already beyond salvaging, beyond even cleanup. Yes, before they knew it, Tyr had already taken care of the blood-stained one. Was that really just coincidence? Kleiber shook his head with a sigh, but a faint smile formed on his lips. To be able to deal with the ability tested in actual combat seems to have been proven. I wonder how the beautification team is thinking about it. I agree with Blacksnow's opinion. Hazel could only nod in agreement. The real challenge he faced was just balancing with the blood priest and an equal number of opponents. Thus, he had to rely on Evelyn's help. The white armor vessel has announced approval for 3 test tubes. All members unanimously passed. Congratulations, from now on, you will undergo practical combat tests. This is the shortest promotion record in history. Thank you, Tyr nodded indifferently, although happy. It didn't quite reach the level of being moved. Is it because of the many major events he has gone through? Tyr couldn't understand his own feelings. He just felt like he had done what was expected, but that demeanor seemed rather interesting to Cleve. At that age, he could have flaunted his achievements, but still remained calm. It's rare not to lose composure. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, a talent that complements Black Snow. Tyr asked, what's the situation above? The suppression is complete. Chief Evelyn is handling the aftermath. If we go back now, there are quite a few things to report. Cleve's gaze became deep. The collusion between the Holy Demon Church and the Trojan traitors. Even Black Snow hasn't noticed it. If this is reported, a major revision of the Trojan horse strategy is inevitable. By the way, what's that you're holding? I found a safe. Inside, I found a few interesting things. You've already opened the safe so quickly? How fast was the replacement serum? Cleve smiled bitterly as he took the file from Tyr. One of the files is related to the Holy Demon Church, the Season of the Serpent. It seems to be a disguise organization set up by the Holy Demon Church to hide itself from the public eye. This is enough to serve as a disguise organization created to hide from the public eye, meant to conceal their true identity. That alone is enough to serve as evidence of Troy in colluding with the Holy Demon sect. And then, in the next instant, the corner of Kleiber's mouth curled slightly. On the paper was a completely unexpected name. Series Dingbois. Series Upper Command. Not only the origin of this mission's hostage, but also the link connecting aid. Troyban and the Troyban family. That name appeared. As expected, as he flipped through the documents, Kleiber's expression grew colder. So the Central Operations Director's trail was hidden here. It was a letter of commission sent from Series Upper Command to the faction known as... But although it was called a letter of commission, its tone read more like an order. Someone had used the name of General Series to issue commands under Season of the Serpent. An immediate strike against General Series' HQ was demanded. Tyr's words brought Kleiber's gaze back to him again. It's just us. The opponent is the Central Operations Director. It said Series Upper Command handles huge volumes of intel. Waiting for reinforcements would only reveal our position. Even so, this is undeniably a risky move. It might not compare to the deified families, but the military power of the Series Chamber is no joke. Even so, I don't think we need to force anything. Kleiber quietly watched Tyr. Tyr met Kleiber's eyes in silence. A brief moment of silence passed between them. Then, just like that, Kleiber smiled. It was as if Tyr's words were simply youthful bravado, but Tyr's eyes were calmer than ever. The result of... Though his training performance was decent, his field evaluation was worth more consideration. Hazel Copper. What's your take? I agree completely with Tyr Ragnar's judgment in combat. Tyr Ragnar's field evaluation opinion. If this is true, it would mean that the upper echelon of Ceres has long been planning a rebellion plot. This is a major event that the aristocracy cannot ignore. Moreover, the upper echelons of Ceres have long been under the influence of Ragnar's forces. If they are ungrateful and attempt to stab him in the back, then punishment will inevitably follow. Admit it, Princess. Tyr Ragnar's opinion on the real situation is fully justified. In the current situation, the most accurate insight comes from Tyr Ragnar. Hazel has now made up his mind to acknowledge Tyr. Strength is strength. Judgment is judgment. He knew he wasn't the type to nitpick. In response, Tyr added his thoughts. I guess Black Snow also left a backup, right? How do you know? If you're going to lead a wild dog, you have to leash it. As expected, it's you. Always a surprise. Alright, I'll make my judgment. The opinions from both practical combat tests are reasonable. Extending this mission will initiate the next phase of operations. Cleve folded the file and tucked it into his inner pocket. He said to Tyr, by the way, wasn't it the same people you saved a few days ago from Ceres? Now you're going to put them in harm's way. You really have a dark sense of humor. Tyr smiled. The prey is ahead. A beast-like smile. If they hinder the hunt, it's just a matter of clearing them. Indeed, that's how he is. Cleve also smiled, turning his back to him. Then, that day, in a hotel in the city of Cararon, a fire broke out for unknown reasons, and it was engulfed, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 87, Tailcatcher 2. This has been confirmed. 749. 00:22:19. 839. 00:22:19. 839. Episode. The Black Dragon set down the report in his hand and spoke in a stern voice. Why does this guy keep showing up here? He's such a nuisance. Julius furrowed his brows. Ever since claiming he wanted to discuss the mission and dropping by for a visit, the Black Dragon had been showing up almost daily at Julius's office. The problem was, there were far more stories about Tyr than there were about Aiden, or even... Because of that, Julius was on high alert. The Black Dragon's desire for Tyr was now blatantly obvious. Even now, the report in the Black Dragon's hand felt less like a mission report and more like a Tyr observation diary. The thought inevitably crossed his mind. As expected, Tyr truly is the right fit for our Black Snow. Are you out of your mind? Any human who reads this report would be speechless too. The Black Dragon ignored Julius's annoyance and handed over the emergency report submitted by Kleiber. In the face of the unexpected Holy Demon Sect ritual and the sudden chaos, he didn't falter. He calmly quelled the situation on his own, displaying exceptional composure and decisiveness. He formed conclusions based on fragmented clues. He has a deep understanding of how to utilize Black Snow. Therefore, further approval is required. Thus, all three examiners unanimously agreed to promote trainee combatant Tyr Ragnar to full combatant status. This report's too long. Full of pleasantries. Try trimming it down. It's about serotonin. In that moment, Julius's eyes darkened. These mysterious cults that disrupt the Empire and the continent have long been a source of headaches for Ragnar and are deeply intertwined with Julius himself. So the Central Operations Director is also secretly colluding with the Holy Demon Sect. The Black Dragon didn't respond. The wrinkles between Julius's brows deepened. So you already... But even so, letting it slide means you're letting him go. Anyway, I really don't know who that snake is. No, I don't know. The black dragon nodded slightly and continued speaking. But I've only predicted that there's something else lurking in the dark. The holy demon sect is just one possible candidate. This information, even without it, only he would know these classified details. It's not fully uncovered yet. So we can't jump to conclusions. That's not the point right now. Anyway, what does this have to do with Tyr? 3 blood priests appeared in total. One of them was captured by Tyr, alone. Julius's serious expression suddenly relaxed. Just as expected from our little junior. Always stirring up trouble right after joining. You know why? Because I've been teaching him swordsmanship. He really is perfect for the White Armor Dragon Knights. He deliberately emphasized White Armor Dragon Knights. The Black Dragon pretended not to hear it and continued speaking. And then he discovered the location that commissioned Season of the Serpent was the Ceres chamber. He immediately proposed an assault. Judgment. Decisiveness. Execution. All perfect. At this point, shouldn't we Black Serpents be feeling a little guilty? Guilt? What's that? Julius scoffed. He placed the report he'd just received from Evelyn on the table. Stop saying nonsense. Look at this. Minister of Intelligence. You won't be saying useless things after reading this. Supplemental application method, using thermal node theory in swordsmanship. Soon, the aura will bloom. The understanding of the Wyvern is very high for the surprise attack. Hastily heading to the Ceres Trading Company headquarters. Do you know what that is? We have a guy at the breeding farm named Wimbra. He's 2 or 3 times larger than an ordinary monster. Peel subdued him. Even the self-righteous Wushu is riding him. The swordsman with the plumb bow is also riding him. Everyone gets along well like this. So, the understanding of Blitzkrieg, the utilization of air forces, the ability required as a Wyvern's partner. This is inseparable from the White Armor Dragon Riders. Only with this ability and fate can it connect. Julius slapped the table hard. Suddenly stood up and shouted. The most important thing is, he himself rejected all other proposals. Voluntarily joined the White Armor Dragon Riders. Why do you always move around? Such trivial matters. An eye beneath the mask was rolling. That's just trivial. What else could it be? Do you want to die? If you want to kill, just kill. Julius brutally ripped open the collar of his shirt and reached his hand forward. And try if you dare. It really seemed like they would collide. The black dragon impatiently turned its head away. Let the administration send the orders to Black Snow instead. Although it seemed like he was talking to himself, was clearly directed at Julius. This guy really. I didn't want. This really seems a bit unethical. This isn't a private setting. Watch your words. White Armor Dragon Riders Captain. Oh, our noble intelligence minister. Shouldn't you also use respectful speech? By rank, we should be equals, right? Oh, no response. Originally, the intelligence department and Black Snow were independent from other agencies. So this content doesn't apply. It's an independent agency separate from other organizations. So this content does not apply. Really shameless. Julius looked at the white mask with an unreadable expression. He sighed deeply. Brother, let's stop this. Let's talk honestly. Why do you always try to target our... Originally, Asa used to joke around with Tyr like he was his son, and that bothered me, since getting older. With the heavy titles attached to my name. In fact, Julius is one of the few members of Ragnar, including the 9 dragons, who has the best relationship with the Black Dragon. They were once even sworn brothers. He's also one of the few who knows the true identity of the Black Dragon. Carl, Black Dragon, Julius, Princess Manhwa. These 4 people know each other very well, but one knows. And 2 do not. But one knows, and 2 do not. Brother. The Black Dragon seems to have decided to treat Julius lightly, like a sworn brother. He chuckled while crossing his arms. What is it that I don't know? Originally, when an older brother sees something his younger brother likes, he just takes it. Don't mind that nonsense. The Black Dragon laughed in front of Julius, then quickly disappeared from the office. Whoosh, this time it slipped away again, causing frustration. This is so annoying. Julius rubbed his temples. His body twisted and turned. Tyr and his group, riding Umbra and Langus, Evelyn's partner, quickly moved towards the Ceres upper headquarters. This operation, speed and time are of the essence. No room for delay. But while moving, a quiet reflection was possible. The once fiery, almost untouchable aura had unknowingly been restrained by Tyr. What exactly did you do? A ridiculous expression appeared. After learning the heat binding technique. After mastering the thermal binding technique, immediately release the heat, add lightning attribute, and alter it. He even mastered the method of hiding heat within magic power. To be precise, it's the method of sealing heat into magic. Since heat is energy consumed in the process, just sealing it can drastically reduce inefficient energy waste by adjusting body temperature. He was no longer bothered by heat. Though Ragnar took pride in his blessed body, this was practically cheating. Yeah, but Tyr could only respond with a smile. After all, he couldn't exactly say. He got the idea from the blood priest's use of magic. Correct answer is to maximize the density of magic power. That's what bloodlight harmonization is. Infusing divine power into magic through the forehead, compressing it under intense pressure, and rotating it constantly within. Of course, this uses divine energy unique to the holy demon sect. It can't be fully replicated. But Tyr also possesses a similar trait, spirituality. Therefore, by increasing the viscosity of his magic power, he could raise its density. A great deal of dispersed heat was sealed into his magic. Its fluidity greatly improved. Efficiency was enhanced. If he could harness this better, he might even develop a proper breathing technique and a new application method. Tyr decided to keep studying this subject for now. Of course, the onlookers found it absurd. Was the patriarch like this in his youth too? If the minister saw this, he'd agree the princess made the right choice. Tyr Ragnar will write a new chapter in the history of Plum Blossom Palace. Kleiber and Hazel were certain. They must recruit Tyr. It's going to be a fierce battle. What a shame we won't get to witness it. Evelyn imagined that right now, Julius was probably grabbing his temples in frustration, and she felt a little regretful. Dang it. Just then, flap asterisk, a blackbird, flew over Tyr and the others' heads. It was one of the messenger beasts raised in black snow, used for emergency communication. Kleiber quickly reached out and took the letter delivered by the legendary messenger bird. What is it? Tyr asked. Kleiber replied as he burned the letter with magic. Something interesting is happening. At the top of the series chamber, Tyr and the others all looked puzzled. Over the past 100 years, it has grown into the most prominent merchant guild in the north. The master of this guild has a wish for the guild to be more than just a mere association of merchants, to become a legitimate house of Qi, to become a noble clan in its own right, aligned with the Central Military Bureau, but not a Hound of Aid in Troyan. That's what this is really about. But even so, it's not enough to become a knighted family. They lack history and military. The guild leader, Quadric Series, twirled 2 walnuts in his right hand as he muttered under his breath, even a small terrorist group can push us around like this. That's the current reality of our guild. We must strengthen our military might even more. The recent hostage incident had shaken him deeply, only fueling his desire to build a force of strength. That's why this marriage alliance must succeed. Asterisk thud asterisk Quadric. Rueli's eyes turned to the documents on the table. There was a chart showing connections between people and factions. At the center stood the Dragon King, Aid Troyban. Above him were opposing forces, Kale and Ragna. 2 lines branched from behind Aid. One connected to Troyban, the other to the Holy Demon Sect. Both are blades aimed directly at Ragna's heart. The greatest supporting power behind Aid Troyban is the Ceres Chamber of Commerce. From the right side of Aid Troyban, another branch extended, labeled the Church of the Dragon, and the Ceres Chamber has one unique trait that no other place shares. It is connected to one of the 6 great families. On Ragna's side, connected via a branch, the Buckles family, whose crest bears a bull, among the 6 great families, is known for its aggressive and bold nature. However, the branch connecting them to the Ceres Chamber ends with a question mark. Quadric tapped the question mark with his index finger and muttered in a low voice, no matter what, this wedding must succeed. Therefore, these guys must be eliminated. Our guild will not only become one of the 6 major families, but may even replace Ragnar. Quadric has already decided to betray Ragnar. Considering Ragnar's absolute intolerance, this is incredibly dangerous. As an outstanding merchant, Quadric has made all the calculations. Even the Trojans are no weaker than Ragnar, plus the support of the Holy Church of St. Ma, and multiple other forces are joining together to divide the north. Everything is already part of the plan. There is nothing that forbids our guild from succeeding. Moreover, Quadric's eyes gleamed coldly. After all, isn't there that great person behind him? That great person is the true absolute ruler of the north. This is a game that will never lose. Quadric, recalling the first time he met that great person, he couldn't help but shiver. The spiritual shock he experienced at that time still lingered strongly in his heart. Seeing that scene, how could he defy that great person? Just as he was thinking this, President Buck, the young master of the S family, has arrived. Has the time come? Got it. I'll go out immediately. Hearing the voice of the steward outside the door, Quadric turned over the relationship map and stood up from his seat. The major event was approaching. The Ceres Guild will become the big event of the Ceres family. The end of the Hembax family is near. No matter what, this engagement ceremony must succeed. This will be the only way to prove your worth. Then Buck silently watched as the family member arrived. To be precise, his deeply sunken eyes even flickered with madness. Anyone could easily tell he was under the influence of abnormal drugs. The Hembax family is about to meet its end, although treated as a bastard. But after all, this is a situation where money is sought after. The face of the Night Guardian twisted. He threatened to draw his sword. His hand reached for the sword hilt. But if you want to kill, then kill. That person only sneered coldly. President Ceres. He will definitely like a son-in-law with just a head left, right? Would he really like that? After all, no need to feed or take care of him. Saves money. I heard that the president is very frugal with money. Kid, relax your eyes. Your eyeballs are about to fall out. I know my own abilities. Don't worry. I will serve loyally. I will scour all the money from the series guild and give it to the family. Kiki. The Night Guardian released the hand he had placed on the target's hand. Continuing to discuss this would only be bothersome. The alliance between the Himbax family and the series guild, although both families are vassals of Ragnar, the actual strength of the two is incomparable. The Himbax family, one of the top 6 families, has a long history and tradition, whereas the series guild is just a merchant group established less than 100 years ago. The combination of the two is fundamentally mismatched for the Himbax family. Moreover, the proposed marriage partner from the series guild is not the eldest daughter, but a maid. She doesn't even have a share of the inheritance. And a few months ago, she had her right arm cut off by Tyr. Even so, advancing the marriage means that the Himbax family is in a dire situation. As long as they get through this crisis, the family can rise again. Just endure for now. Just endure this time. I heard the 4th daughter of the series guild will bring a considerable dowry for the Himbax family, which is on the verge of bankruptcy. This will be enough to give them a breather. Anyway, he is just an illegitimate child of the family. I heard his remaining life expectancy is less than 5 years. There won't be any future trouble. Officially claimed to be born of the legal wife, but in reality, he was the child of a prostitute the patriarch encountered on the battlefield. A child of a prostitute. If not for the unique sword style of the Buckles family, he wouldn't have been acknowledged as one of their own. So, they had no hesitation in sending him to the series chamber. Besides, he has one fatal weakness. He can't survive more than 5 days without medication. So the nuisance is taken, and the money is secured. The family can rise again. A guardian knight. To dream of something so foolish. Did they really think this would work? Do they think cunning men like Quadric and Edgar don't see through their ploys? In contrast, they sneer at those family members who know nothing but swordplay. Though it's unclear, this marriage alliance may just be bait. A well-devised trap to swallow the entire Buckles family. Meticulously crafted. Once they bite, by the time they realize, they'll have become food for Drac. Or rather, prey to Aid Troidan. The one who actually recommended this alliance was also Aid Troidan. It may look benevolent on the surface, but in truth, he fully understands Aid's ambition. Most of the family's assets have already been mortgaged to a front organization created by Aid Troidan. Nearly everything is gone. Many family members have already been recruited by them. Only the direct descendants remain in the dark. He knew it long ago, but never said a word. There's no need to tell them. He has less than 5 years left to live. To see the family consumed in flames before then might even be entertaining. From the start, forcing a 15-year-old boy to marry was never something a sane person would do. As he let out a twisted laugh, please come inside. The chamber master awaits you. The steward appeared without a sound. He bowed his head as he spoke. Nabin and the guardian knight silently followed behind. The marriage alliance between 4 daughters of the series chamber and 2 sons of the Buckles family was underway. When Kleiber spoke of the secret he brought from Black Snow, a cold smile formed to commemorate the occasion. Many northern merchant guilds sent envoys to celebrate. The city was becoming lively. The series chamber's intent to swallow the Buckles family and take full control of the Northern Merchant Alliance was all too clear. As for Tyr's assessment, Kleiber chuckled. To see through intent just by hearing the facts, it was truly impressive. He hadn't obtained information from anywhere else. How could he be so sharp? That's right, strength and wealth. He would have it all. Aid Troidan would gain a most fitting Starblade. We must destroy him. Indeed. It won't be easy. You say that. But you look amused. Tyr didn't answer. He just smiled. Kleiber shook his head helplessly. You really do look like an old fox now. Tyr touched his cheek with his index finger, but couldn't think of anything to say. At the same time, he wondered, did the series chamber's takeover of the Buckles family begin from this very moment? Tyr knew all the ins and outs of this affair. Swordbearer series had played a major role in Aid and Axian's rebellion. They absorbed the Buckles family and linked up with the Northern Merchant Union's funds. Ceres became incredibly powerful. If this could be stopped early, Aid Troidan would lose an arm. Tyr felt this unexpected chance was golden. He might even meet that short-lived friend again. The Phantom Sword of Brief Life. Phantom Sword of Brief Life, a name that literally means a ghost blade with a fleeting lifespan. It referred to Ceres' husband, the title that Nabin Buckles would receive. Nabin Bax left a deep impression in Tyr's memory. He achieved extraordinary accomplishments. As a result, the leader of the Gale Sword group died in battle, and many troops suffered losses. But due to his inherent illness, he suddenly passed away soon after. The leader of the Ceres Guild, Kudrak, on his deathbed, left behind a regretful statement, saying that if his son-in-law could live 6 more months, would have been great. Perhaps this time he could win me over. In the distance, Tyr's eyes gleamed sharply, and the city where the Ceres Guild's headquarters was located could be seen. Just as Klebe said, there was a sea of people in front of the guild headquarters. Everyone was carrying several carts or hand carts. Workers had heavy loads on their shoulders. The number of flags fluttering above was beyond measure. The Northern Merchant Union was centered around the Ceres Guild, an organization where northern merchants and associations gathered. It was originally a simple social gathering, established to exchange information, but at some point, it had turned into an interest group. Ragnar was also quite concerned about this. Such a flashy display of power. Hazel looked down at those people, with an unhappy expression on his face. Cleve nodded. Being able to sit in that position, to enjoy the breeze. If it weren't for Ragnar's power, it would have been impossible. Why don't they understand this? Once a person succeeds, they often don't think it's luck, but mistakenly think it's their own strength. Tyr also sneered in response. Cleve smiled and said he was right. Then he shouted loudly, "Everyone descend." Following Cleve's command, Tyr, Evelyn, and Hazel jumped down to the ground. What is that? Something is falling from the sky. Is it a person? But why is it coming this way? Get out of the way. The northern merchants who were originally waiting in line in front of the guild members looked up, and all screamed and scattered in panic. Amidst the crowd, Tyr and his group landed with a crash. "Who are you people? State your purpose." The guild's guards and mercenaries uniformly pointed their swords at them. "Tyr, I'm Tyr." Following Kleiber's instructions, he took a short rod from his coat and swung it forcefully. The lock on the rod clicked open, and it extended taller than his own height. The cloth wrapped around it unfurled in the wind. The flag unfolded with power. Asterisk flap, flap asterisk. The crest of a 9-headed dragon biting a sword. It was the flag of Ragnar. That's our Ragnar. Why would Ragnar suddenly? Though Ragnar represented the north, to the northerners, he was akin to the god of death. The merchants' faces turned pale in an instant. Tyr's hand gripping the flagpole was tense. A flag represented the authority of a great house, and its pride. To entrust such a flag directly to Tyr meant that Kleiber placed immense trust in him alone. Under the banner, Kleiber let out a lion's roar. From this moment, Ragnar's ceremony begins. Those who interfere, those who obstruct, those who try to destroy it, will be deemed challengers of Ragnar's authority, and executed on the spot. Executed. 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 His voice echoed and thundered throughout the area. The merchants, overwhelmed by the pressure, backed away. At the front entrance greeting guests, the steward of the Ceres chamber went pale. Why? Why would a great noble house come to a remote place like this? Kleiber looked coldly down at the steward's head and said, "Are you the president of the Ceres chamber?" No. I'm just the steward here, a mere servant of the upper ranks. Dares to oppose an executioner carrying out the Lord's solemn order? Executioner. Since when did Ceres become this arrogant? The steward's face turned so pale, even Tyr feared he might faint. When the northern dragon moves, the land becomes a sea of fire. All northerners know this saying well. The proverb about not angering Ragnar, and even more so, when it's an enforcer acting under the Lord's orders. I now understand how Ceres views the great houses. I'll see the chamber head myself. Clear the way. Now, please wait. As Kleiber was about to step forward, the steward hurriedly tried to stop him. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk splurt, but faster than him. Hazel dashed forward from the side and slit his throat with precision. Blood sprayed everywhere. Didn't I say clearly? Anyone obstructing Ragnar's will shall be executed on the spot. They didn't expect her to strike so mercilessly, and now no one dared approach them. Neither Ceres' guests nor its mercenaries. Kleiber ordered the gates opened. "Why, yes, sir." "Right away." "Yes, sir." Evelyn and Hazel rushed ahead, blowing apart the main gate along with the wall. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The banner raised by Tyr fluttered proudly above. This is Ragnar's entrance. Episode 89. Pursuit Battle 4. At that moment, Nabin was meeting his future father-in-law and bride. "I'm Nabin Buckles. I'm Quadrax Ceres. This is my daughter Lily. Ceres, say hello." "Nice to meet you." Nabin gave Lily a slight nod. To outsiders, it looked more like arrogance than a proper greeting. The face of the Night Guardian behind them turned red in anger. He was so furious that his face turned crimson. If it weren't in front of Quadrax, he might have struck immediately. Lily wasn't angry, but was appraising him with a critical attitude. She tilted her head in confusion, wondering why she was reacting this way, because this was the first time she encountered such a response. Although he was an illegitimate child, he wasn't bad-looking. Just because he was an illegitimate child, he should still be like this, right? I thought he was 9 years older than me. I expected him to be some pervert, but looking at him now, he's at least acceptable. The Night Guardian clenched his fist tightly. A lowly merchant, who could come from a knightly background, could only be someone from the Himbax family. No one else had the right to speak to him like this. Furthermore, this was considered to devalue the worth of this marriage. So, he originally wanted to protest. That sudden burst of light laughter made the Night Guardian unable to say anything. The Night Guardian and Quadrax gazes turned toward her. Lily, with a strange expression, asked, "Why are you laughing?" "Because there's no need to worry about being thought of as a pervert by your future bride." "Aren't you angry?" "Why should I be angry, even if I'm called an illegitimate child? Isn't that the truth?" She let out a soft chuckle. Lily found this response even more amusing. "Don't you have any self-respect?" "I'm not sold off. If unnecessary stubbornness leads to a marriage falling apart, the family will be in chaos. Do whatever you want. It seems you understand your position quite well." Understanding your position is how you live another day. These words were loaded with meaning. Lily's lips unknowingly curled into a smile. Meanwhile, the Hembak's night guardian was trembling in rage. These two bastard merchants' stupid daughter, an illegitimate child of the family, the way they teamed up, was really unbearable. It was as if they were deliberately trying to embarrass him. But the night guardian knew clearly his and the family's situation. If this marriage fails, the name of Hembak's would be finished. So no matter what, he had to endure this humiliation. One day, as long as the family is restored, then even if they step on Ceres, no one would dare to say anything. Kudrak clapped loudly, livening up the atmosphere. Fortunately, the first impression of these two people, who would soon become husband and wife, was not bad, isn't it? After all, they would spend their lives together, through joy, anger, and sorrow. There's nothing worse than a bad first impression. It's truly the saddest thing. Haha, Kudrak's meaningful words made the night guardian feel a chill down his spine. Did he know that the man was a terminally ill patient? But his mouth couldn't open easily. No matter what. Kudrak turned to look at his daughter. He said, Lily, there are many guests from all over the north who've come to congratulate you on your engagement. They are all very grateful people. Yes, they are truly wonderful. Before the official event starts, do you have anything you want to say to your soon-to-be husband? I say, can I call you son-in-law? Yes, feel free to call me that. If you have something to say to my daughter, just say it. I have nothing special to say. Take your time thinking. Anyway, the wedding isn't for another 5 years. 5 years, that's also the remaining time for him. That does have a certain meaning. Lily looked at the man, who was full of world-weary emotions, and asked, will you love me? The man let out a bitter laugh in his heart. A child only 15 years old, caked in makeup, pretending to be deadly serious. What a farce. I'll try my best. But honestly, right now, it's hard. It's not easy to fall for someone so young. You mean maybe someday? Perhaps. But not now. Then I want proof of your heart. Proof? What kind of proof? Nabin found this 15-year-old, brimming with sarcasm and calculation, very amusing. Finding someone more cynical than himself wasn't easy. And then, suddenly, Lily clutched her sluggish right arm tightly with her left, her face twisting. Bring me the head of the bastard who did this to my arm. She touched her chin thoughtfully. He'd heard the rumors about that huge incident that happened in Dragon Society a few months ago. It really shook up the North, didn't it? And besides, he knew that the culprit was the same person who'd stolen the show at the Enlightenment ceremony. Topal was interested in him too. Recalling a fellow prodigy from the ceremony, he couldn't help but smile. Even Quadrak was caught off guard by that comment, eyes wide. The knight's face froze instantly. Still, she showed no intent to retract that glare filled with resentment. That boy. They say he's Ragnar's most promising talent. Even many among the 9 dragons are watching him. He's short-lived by nature. You want to make him even shorter-lived? That's impossible. Or maybe you're just pulling a bait-and-bleed move to sever family ties. Is that it? Before the wedding becomes real, the groom's house mustn't vanish. I promise, that won't happen. Seems like you're actually a little convincing. Lily didn't answer. She just smiled. Nabin pretended to think for a moment, then gave a small nod. Fine, I'll prove it to you. Whatever my future wife desires, I'll bring it as a dowry. All right. As a crooked smile curved across Lily's face. Master, urgent news, Lord. Suddenly, the door burst open. The steward came rushing in. We have visitors. What's the meaning of this rash behavior? The steward urgently relayed the situation outside. Quadraka's expression stiffened in an instant, but in contrast, Lily's smile grew even brighter. Oh my, I didn't expect to see my future husband's affection so soon. Lily, Nabin, and the others stepped outside quickly. Quadraka's face was stiff as stone. Even northern dragons bowed to their banner. The banner of Ragnar fluttered proudly in the wind. The eyes of Tyr and his group below burned with arrogance. They looked more like occupying forces than guests. The guards of the merchant guild and the swordsmen of House Barks surrounded them, but they looked overly cautious. Over 100 men were being utterly overwhelmed by just 4. Nabin watched the standoff with interest. Lily, meanwhile, noticed among the 4 a face she could never forget. Her expression stiffened. Quadrak repressed his internal turmoil and spoke with a serious tone. What breeze has blown such noble guests to this humble place? If you're here to celebrate our joyful union with House Barks, we'll escort you to somewhere more fitting. Humble, huh? Indeed, we have no business in places like this, Klebe sneered. The words made Quadrak and his men visibly tense. But Klebe was unfazed. He reached into his coat for something. I don't want to say much. Unfortunately, in the group that attempted to assassinate our family, evidence was found linking you to the Ceres Guild. Therefore, we will investigate charges of treason. Please cooperate actively. The faces of the members turned pale. Even the swordsmen of the Hembak's family were shocked by this treason. Ragnar is almost the king of the north. There is nowhere they can go to defy him and survive. Of course, Everyone turned to Kudrak and Lily with dangerous thoughts. They wondered if Kudrak realized that the serpent's season had already unknowingly fallen into Ragnar's hands, grinding his teeth. Lily's pupils also shook greatly. Even if Tyr's head was severed, nothing major would change for Ragnar. So that's what happened. What an interesting situation. 5. The future-in-laws. The mother and son quickly started to manage their expressions, but Nabin didn't miss that moment. He quickly grasped the situation. It seems that the Ceres Guild and the Ad Trojans have been secretly planting pumpkin seeds behind the scenes, and now Ragnar has caught them red-handed. Since you know, step aside. Glebe showed a sharp gaze. Stepping forward. The soldiers above involuntarily took 2 steps back, but don't retreat. Kudrak's low voice made the retreating steps stop. Glebe slightly raised his eyes. Are you unwilling to cooperate with the investigation? I deeply regret this matter, but even if you come from a prestigious family, if there is no solid evidence, pressuring subordinates like this is a violation of rights. Please provide solid evidence first. Isn't there evidence of your involvement? That piece of scrap paper? Isn't it something easily forged? I'm afraid someone is framing us with a conspiracy. So, is Vesta innocent at the top? 649. 00:18:52 for 79. 00:18:52 for 79. Then does that mean Ceres upper echelon is innocent? Where else would you find such loyal subordinates like us? Regarding this matter, our company will conduct a thorough investigation and report to the great houses. Quadrax sneered coldly, his hands behind his back. You've come a long way. This won't be a wasted trip. We'll make sure to give you a warm welcome. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and let them in. Several soldiers stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Unlike others, they seemed formally trained. However, Tyr didn't miss the faint crimson glint in the corners of their eyes, a glow similar to the bloodlust seen in the Bloodstained. Without facing Turdur or the Nameless Monarch directly, one likely wouldn't notice the subtle difference in their aura, because their nature had been refined so meticulously. Klebe, these are blood Sarens, Tyr said. Klebe's eyes instantly darkened. Any proof? Their aura is similar to the one we encountered during the season of serpents. The possibility of being wrong is none, Tyr replied without hesitation. In truth, priests and followers of the holy demon sect are known for their ability to conceal their true nature. They blend seamlessly into ordinary life. Klebe was curious how Tyr saw through it. Still, he harbored no doubt. Tyr must have found the solution. He trusted him completely. Then let's act immediately. With this alone, Ceres Trading Company cannot escape punishment. Once it's revealed that Blood Saran is involved, it'll be over. Klebe conveyed his intent to the other 3 via telepathy. Asterisk clang asterisk. The blade sprang from its sheath. A flash of sword light streaked forth, aimed directly at the Bloodstained's neck. Only those promoted to elite swordsmen could unleash such lightning-fast sword technique. Even aura was concentrated within, radiating with vicious, fawn-like sharpness. 697. 00:20:19, 919. 00:20:19, 919. Such swift swordsmanship can only be displayed by those of elite rank. Even the power of aura was concentrated within. It was as if one could see the fierce edge of a savage dragon's fawn. At the moment when the bloodline system hurriedly drew magic power to respond, a sword suddenly fell from the sky. The sword plunged directly into the ground in front of Klebe. It made a sharp sound. The sword aura carried by Klebe ultimately caused the trajectory to deviate significantly from its target. Klebe stabilized his body, which was about to bounce back. He glared. What are you doing? What is this behavior? On the other hand, the intruder smiled with a satisfied grin. Really hard to find, he said. 9 stone-like claws. 5 Nafon, are you crazy? Where is this place? Still daring to interfere? Interfering with the Night Guardian's telepathic message hurriedly pierced into Nafon's ears. This is to be expected. After all, this is Ragnar's way, and he's also suspected of treason. Although the Ceres Guild is one of the top merchants in the north, if Ragnar decides to act, they will be reduced to ashes overnight. So, as a part of the Hembax family, it is correct not to intervene. However, you only understand one thing. Why is it so hard for others to understand? Really stupid, Nafon sneered. He roughly flicked Klebe aside, aiming at his neck with the sword. What nonsense are you spouting? It seems like you're not lacking money. This is not something a person like you should worry about. If you get caught up in the chaos, don't say protecting the family. You won't even be able to protect your life. If Ceres is accused of treason, do you think our family will be safe? Didn't you say you didn't know what Ceres would get involved in? That's why you didn't want other forces to get involved? The creditors will urge repayment even faster, and perhaps Ragnar's side will also find it suspicious. Do you have the confidence to face this calmly? There was no response. Seems like you've realized something. He said nothing. Looks like he's realized something. It was only then that they realized the seriousness of the situation. The Night Guardian's face became stiff. The news of the marriage alliance between the Hembax family and the Ceres Guild had already spread widely in the north. It was hard not to suspect that it was the Hembax family's doing. The problem was The Hembax family was not exactly known for its integrity. In their hundreds of years of history, there were many shady dealings carried out by Ragnar. There were more than one or two issues worth investigating. The top of series is already a community of shared destiny with the family, but it's better than being involved in a rebellion. Even though this explanation is simple and easy to understand, the name Ragnar still seems to be feared. He said helplessly, as long as this time can be stopped, that's enough. What? Don't you know? Ragnar is not sure about this accusation. If there was solid evidence, they would have brought more people by now, whether it's due to urgency or a casual probe. As long as we can block it this time, it'll be fine. Then later, we'll deal with those I see. And did you forget who is behind series? Our own people are especially cherished. The head of the Central Logistics Bureau. Wouldn't they naturally take care of traffic order? The Night Guardian unknowingly was drawn into those words. Look, over there is the Black Snow. It seems there has been a political struggle between the dragons and the Black Dragons. We don't need to get involved. Let's not be the fish caught in the net. I actually thought the same at first, but the situation is too urgent. I almost acted rashly. Yes, you'll consider it properly, before things get worse. Please let your subordinates take action. Although the Night Guardian was unhappy with the illegitimate remarks, he decided to overlook it for now. The most important thing is, if this crisis can be resolved properly. He felt displeased by the constant overstepping remarks, but this time, he decided to let it slide. What mattered most was whether this crisis could be properly resolved. It seems we could take this chance to gain more. Protect the back swordsmen and the quartet, lords and the Gasals. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The back swordsmen shed their hesitation, and all directed killing intent at Tyr's group, drawing their swords. Fools. Barn looked at those men. Is this the will of the Bax family? Kleiber swept his cold gaze over the room, expressionless. So were Hazel and Evelyn. As swordsmen of Ragnar, such insubordination was absolutely intolerable. Though the Bax swordsmen trembled slightly, they stood their ground. Why retreat? Ceres is merely a falsely accused victim. The great families should investigate before barging in. What do you say? Polite words, but no different from an expulsion order. I heard Bax wasn't doing well lately, but I didn't expect their leaders to go mad. Kleiber's face tensed grimly. He issued a new order. The Bax family will be charged with the same crimes as the Ceres firm. From this moment on, anyone who interferes, no matter who, will be executed. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Evelyn and Hazel moved to the flanks, releasing sword aura, and hurled it forward. Despite being greatly outnumbered, they could not back down. No matter the cost, they must not surrender to traitors, even at a loss. They held an unyielding spirit. In an instant, the courtyard erupted in flashes of blades. Subdue them all. Kudrak, who expected the Bax family to retreat, extended a helping hand. He had doubts in his heart. But soon, like a captain, he calmly commanded the soldiers. He said a lot of affectionate words to Lily, making one wonder if he really had feelings for her. Quite a few of them were priests blessed by the 9 apostles of the Holy Magic Church. A mere ordinary swordsman was not worth mentioning. I will completely defeat you. Tyr and the Bloodslayer sect, disguised as merchants, Hembax spies, were entangled in a complicated mess. In this chaos, Nafon laughed. Haha, they think they're smooth talkers, but they're all heading toward their graves together. How laughable. At this point, the Hembax family has no way back. It's like crossing a river with no way to return. I've seen the downfall of Hembax faster than expected, just as he was thinking about how to add fuel to the fire in this situation. Can you ride properly? Since that's the case. 2 heads. Suddenly, a sharp electric sound pierced the ears. Nafon couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. It felt as though fire was peering into him, deep into the heart he had kept hidden all this time. The feeling of being completely seen through. Boom. Suddenly, a beam of light shot directly at him. He hurriedly deflected it. The other party was a young boy. He looked about the same age as Lily, his fiancée. However, those deeply set eyes made it hard to guess his real age. Tyr Ragnar. Who is this person? He quickly realized. Nafon tried to hide his trembling lips. He said, I don't know what you're talking about. Are you nervous now? But it seemed that Tyr had already seen through Nafon's thoughts. Then his telepathic message continued. Although there are no pleasant, after all, it's your family that raised you. That's when his eyes snapped wide open. Knowing the child is born with illness, but he was never treated in time. His life became as short as a ticking time bomb, and a father who treated him like he was manufactured. What are you trying to say? Nabin Barks. A member of the Barks family, an illegitimate child born outside the region, adopted by the Black Iron Knight commander, Tokal, a hidden star of the Barks family. A tragic genius who set a historic high score, yet due to the family's shackles, he wasted 10 years in vain. He achieved nothing. So you never intended to save the family. You planned to destroy it within your 5 remaining years. One step at a time, you set your schemes in motion. You pushed the family to the brink of ruin. You drew in dangerous elements like Hang Long And now, with this final move. Perfect. Congratulations. The Barks family is now a complete traitor clan. In an instant, the expression vanished from Naben's face. He became expressionless. Like a doll void of emotion. How do you know about my illness? Does it really matter? Tyr's twisted smile widened. What matters now isn't your current enemy, but what help they can offer you. Your incurable illness. I can teach you how to cure it, and I'll take responsibility for the fall of the Barks family. In return. Tyr's eyes burned with resolve. Become my next sword. Naben had never known how to view Tyr's existence. He had appeared suddenly, claiming to know everything about him, even offering what he most needed. It all felt too suspicious. Was this just another ploy by Black Snow, who'd been watching him all along? It felt like being possessed by a ghost. But Black Snow had no reason to do this, and the Tyr before him didn't seem like a vessel that could contain him. Rather, he was the one doing the containing, because both he and Tyr were outsiders. That's why he believed he was better at judging people than anyone. Tyr is sincere, isn't he? Better decide quickly. There's not much time to hesitate in a situation like this. Tyr smiled. 10. When Tyr first opened his eyes after returning, he selected 10 people to place on the throne. The first was Evelyn. The second was Naben. Both had outstanding talent and strength. But because they were born in the wrong era, they couldn't fully bloom. That was what they had in common. Just like Tyr himself. You can cure me? How can I believe that? The hesitation lasted only a moment, before Naben calmly raised the question, as if the sarcasm from earlier was all an act. Of course he would be cautious, though Tyr had already anticipated it. A man who spent his life distrusting others, and secretly maneuvered his own family's downfall, was not one to believe so easily. Tyr shrugged. Just come with me, and you'll know for sure. Then decide whether you want to be my sword or not. That confidence in his tone stirred something in Naben's heart. Maybe there was hope he could survive. Maybe he was finally being understood. Naben never thought he'd experience this. He frowned and thought for a long time, and then finally he nodded. All right, I'll trust you for now. How did you know about me? Also, I look way older than you. Even though I look like this, I'm actually a peer of the Black Iron leader from our awakening days. You're trying to judge if I'm worthy to wield a sword, right? In that instant, Naben gave him a cold look, then turned his back. And with a snap, a blade of sword aura shot out from the cedar leaf. It flew fast, just grazing past Evelyn, who had been arguing with someone. What was that? The Guardian Knight stared in disbelief, convincing them to help the series top, but then stabbing them in the back. That smirk once again appeared on his lips, symbolizing his mockery. At least, you'd need to carry the traitor's head to survive, right? So make sure to see clearly who is standing firm. The Night Guardian seemed to want, but all that came from his lips was the sound of wind. He couldn't say a word. Thud. When he lost his last bit of strength, the blood vessels in his neck were cut. His head flew into the air. Boom. The ground was forcefully kicked, and it charged towards the Hembak's swordsman. Why are we involved as well? Because you're all the same kind of people. After all, these guys are the ones responsible for killing that woman's mother. There's no room for forgiveness. Beep. The sword aura released by him instantly began to shoot out. Quickly sweep and rescue the swordsman. This is a massacre. You made me the second sword. That sharp voice pierced Tyr's ears. The meaning of that sentence is that there is already a first sword. Forget about this opportunity to... The survival strategy 91 illustration has been found. Dozens of dragons crossed the sky. Hurry. Right now, the captain and Tyr should have already reached the top headquarters of Ceres. There might be the Holy Ma sect. So, we must speed up, no matter how hard it is. At the front of the formation, Selford and Aaron took their positions, encouraging their companions. Because they had been scattered across the vast northern region, they rarely gathered together. Though, most of them are here now. I can witness such a scene. Hawks looked at the team members, almost half-drunk. I can gather them all together. Kiki, I'm worried that if this continues, my mouth will stretch to my ears. Erica looked at her brother, helplessly shaking her head. That guy is starting to get full of himself, but he didn't show it. Deep down, he felt just as proud. The self-defense team was more charming than he had imagined. Everyone worked hard, cooperating as one. Although it was a sudden call to assemble, no one had any complaints. After Erica and her brother delivered the order from Tyr about the promotion exam, the task they were assigned was both simple and difficult: to gather as many of the scattered members of Team 5 in the north as possible, to meet with leader Evelyn. 41. 00:01:09. 719. 00:01:10. 799. The goal of this mission was to catch the tail of the Ed Troy band. Of course, during this process, there would inevitably be armed conflicts. Sometimes, it might even be necessary to directly eliminate a few factions. Ed Troy, as the director of the Central Machinery Bureau, had a huge influence in the north. This was not just a mission targeting their headquarters, but if Team 5 gathers completely. The original plan was to begin action through a joint mission, but due to Tyr's, they started much earlier than scheduled. Field Commander Kleiber and Group 5 leader Evelyn both believed Tyr's suggestion made sense, so they made the decision for the youngest, who had to gather his team. The past Fanteon was like hell. He must have memorized the northern terrain by now. If the report is true, that the Seal's Chamber of Commerce has joined forces with the Holy Demon Cult, then dealing with them won't be easy. So we must act faster. Selford and Aaron know this as well, which is why they sped up even more. The exhausted wyverns need to be calmed. Big sister. Erica thought to herself, this brother full of fantasies. What nonsense is he going to say now? She quietly stared at him. If we suddenly show up, will Tyr be surprised? Of course he will. What if he begs me to become his sword? That would be troublesome, if I accept too easily. But if Tyr begs for help again, I can't let my heart soften. Hawks even wiggled his body. He couldn't help much during the last mission, so he didn't get a chance to volunteer as the first sword. This time, he plans to prove his worth for sure. How about marrying a beautiful wife? Someone from Tyr's mother's faction? That would be the perfect life plan. But in the end, I'm still more into Grey. She could only shake her head helplessly. Even dealing with her felt like a hassle. Meanwhile, the squad sped up even more. The sudden betrayal of son-in-law Nabin was a huge shock to the upper ranks of SEALs, though the world doesn't know it. Nabin is actually a high-ranking swordsman. In fact, at one point, he was hailed as a genius rivaling Tokal. If he joins Ragnar's side now, the power gap will only widen further. Nabin lightly shook the blood off his arrow. He gave Quedrak and Lily a cold smirk. Do weirdos need a reason to act? Honestly, I don't even like him. If you're proving your feelings, pick someone else. Lily's clenched fist trembled with rage. Quedrak shouted loudly. In that case, kill them all. Don't let a single one escape. At that moment, the cultists, who had been watching each other, simultaneously activated bloodlight synchrony. Even Black Iron Water was affected. A crimson light engulfed the area. They want to kill us all and erase all traces that we were here. They're proudly declaring themselves traitors. Kleiber understood what Drac was up to and gripped his sword again with a cold smile. But he didn't lower his guard. There are over 10 cultists just here. Did the entire diocese come? If that's the case, they alone won't be enough. Not even Nabin joining would tip the balance. Rumble. Dust rose instantly and clouded the surroundings. In the confusion, Quedrak hurriedly said to Lily, Lily, go to the 4th warehouse. Burn everything inside. They must not find it. But, father. No buts. Go. Now. Lily bit her lower lip and gave a sharp glare toward Tyr and Nabin's direction. Then she turned and ran off. Tyr Ragnar began channeling magic as taught by the Holy Demon Cult. His right arm started heating up again. Tyr Ragnar. Save me. Cut off his right arm too. Toss it to the dogs. Got it, got it. Lily finally looked a little relieved. She stomped hard on the ground. The 4th warehouse Quedrak mentioned. It held not only documents related to aid, but also precious items that must never fall into Ragnar's hands. But a pair of eyes had been watching everything all this time. Over there. Tyr's eyes flickered coldly. Start moving. Wind, thunder god's gale strike. At the center of his feet, a whirlwind seemed to be spinning. Then it erupted. In an instant, Tyr was pushed to the spot where Lily was. This way, Tyr. Tyr Ragnar, block that guy first. Quickly. Drake realized. Tyr had been waiting for the right moment for Lily to act. If we're not careful, the locations of the 4 warehouses could be exposed. How dare you think about it? 2 blood priests blocked Tyr's way. Their bodies were enveloped in bloodlight, their eyes filled with madness. Clearly, they were on the brink of losing their minds. Low-level skills. Dragon Fang Blade's killing intent. Sharpened magical power on the blade. The sword could now channel magic. The blade became heated due to the immense temperature. The Dragon Fang's blade was as if freshly pulled from the furnace, emitting hot steam. With the increasing heat, Tyr's unique signature form appeared. Arthur's cutting edge and light exploded together. Haha, the dragon's claws were swung, with the trajectory of demonic strength, brutally pushing the 2 blood priests aside. Even iron as tough as diamonds was scratched. Shock flashed across their faces instantly, like Evelyn. In Tyr's shout, 2 winds immediately followed. One went left, the other went right, following the blood priests who were blasted away. Both were high-ranking sword masters that Ragnar took pride in. Removing the bloodstains and other things wasn't difficult. Thud, thud. Meanwhile, Nabin glanced secretly at Evelyn. He instinctively knew, let me be the second sword. The first sword must be that person, right? Although the current command system might be Evelyn's. 199. 00:06:12 for 39. 00:06:12 for 39. Even though the current command system might be under Evelyn, is ranked higher than Tyr, but Evelyn's support capabilities are far from simple, and the path the 2 of them cleared helped Tyr quickly close the distance with Lily. Agility plus 10. Agility, 8,999. Movement speed greatly increased. All stat bonuses gained in battle were allocated to agility as well. He reached out toward that guy. Lily's face showed a flash of fear. That's enough. Just as his fingers were about to grab the back of Lily's neck, an uninvited guest came between Tyr and Lily. Rumble, rumble. Even Tyr's sword strikes, heated with energy, were easily deflected by that powerful blow. Tyr was blasted back by the shockwave for a good while. He clenched his teeth to barely regain his balance. Damn. If only my agility stat were just a bit higher. If the coefficient exceeds 100, a new special ability would activate and resist interference. Ragnar's side has a decent little dragon this time. So it's you, the one who knocked Tyr back. His whole body soaked in blood, with crimson hair and eyes dyed blood red. Lily, who had barely escaped from Tyr's grasp, breathed a sigh of relief, her face showing exhaustion. In the holy demon cult's hierarchy of apostles, archbishops, and high priests, the position of bishop, who manages a diocese, can sometimes be more powerful than their superiors, especially since they can directly hear the voice of God. They must not be underestimated. But if we let him go here, he'll become a long-term threat to divine healing, a root of disaster. The reason bishops inspire fear is completely different. Obey the will of God, as the bishop shouted, before anyone realized it. Over 20 bloodstained, powerful cultists appeared on the rooftops around Tyr. Whoosh, 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 the bloodlight they released had already dyed the sky blood red. Please deliver the divine revelation. Please give the command. Voices echoed all around. With the echo, the entire headquarters was dyed blood red. Wherever the blood demon night-walking archbishop went, there were always dozens to hundreds of frenzied individuals, following behind like demons, and they always caused disasters and massacres. People called them blood demons, those madmen. Didn't I tell you to wait, chasing man, not to come out until the signal is given? Kudrak fell into thought. His body slightly trembled, due to the appearance of the archbishop and the blood demons. Other merchants from the Northern Merchant Association on the outskirts of the headquarters also began to realize the true face of the holy demon sect. Originally, they had been summoned to undergo frenzy brainwashing, when all the members gathered. After the brainwashing was complete, if 1 or 2 blood demons were mixed into their return journey to their respective guilds, then every place would be infected. That way, the Northern Merchant Association could fall completely under the control of the Saris Guild. The problem was that those impatient frenzied people rushed out without warning. No matter how he tried to persuade them, those people wouldn't listen. After all, they were madmen to begin with. Kill all the unfortunate ones. Arthur, chasing man, kill all dragon descendants. Arthur, chasing fresh blood to bring joy to the gods. Holy demon frenzy devour. The blood demons, including the snow priest, loudly responded. They were about to charge into the melee. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold swept through Tyr's spine, but the familiar sensation seemed to be conveying something to him. Cough, hey, did Umbra also feel this? The shadow swayed violently. It's over, Tyr laughed. Suddenly raised his head. Arthur, chasing man, seriously above their heads. Above the Saris Guild's headquarters, dozens of shadows began to loom. Tyr raised the flag in his left hand. It was as if saying, here, it feels like it's welcoming. In the eyes of those in the sky, Tyr's flag appeared in their sight. Is that guy holding the flag a newcomer? Yeah, it's my first time seeing him too. I heard he's not just a genius. He's also really powerful. Let's go say hi. After a short exchange, the entire squad descended. The White Armored Dragon Knights, Squad 5 has arrived. Chapter 92, Zhou has been found. Boom, boom, boom. Squad 5's wyverns fired off all the magic bullets, installed in their wings at once. This kind of massive attack, with almost no way to counter it, can only be blocked by major sects like Ragnarman. Other sects don't stand a chance, let alone the Seal's Chamber of Commerce, which doesn't even have swordsmen. They're practically defenseless. Explosions brought buildings down, and flames soared into the sky. Thick smoke blotted out the heavens. The roar and shaking turned everything into a hellscape. And no, this can't be. To Kudrak Seals, the scene looked like the end of the world, the doomsday of his family. Anyone who dares hinder God's work must have wicked intent. What are you doing? Send them to God's embrace, now. The bishop shouted with a twisted face. The attackers all launched shockwaves into the sky, but the wyverns dodged with ease, like they were toying with them, gliding freely through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. One rider from Squad 5 charged in. The wyverns' attacks were just a diversion. The real threat to the enemy's core was always the knight's sharp swords. Protect the captain and Tyr. At Selford's command, the squad scattered. The melee had begun. I know we're supposed to protect the captain, but why's Selford giving orders? Yeah, seriously. Doesn't the captain want to lead himself? Not even a high-ranking swordsman. Hey, the order that just came down was also given by that guy. Is that so? I thought it was given by him back then. Selford is no good. Ah, this. Is he secretly plotting a rebellion? Greedy bastard. We don't want to become such ugly adults. Let's do it this way then. There were complaints among the team members as well. Damn you guys. Then you guys go run around and gather the team members. Selford. While saying this, he swung his sword and severed the neck of the guy in front of him. He frowned. Although he was prepared for any collision, the team members didn't even flinch. Look. That guy must have hit a nerve to act like that. We raised that little tiger to prevent our captain from being ambushed. We must protect it well. This only caused more eye-rolling sounds. Selford knew that no matter how much he protested, he would only receive the same response, so he didn't say much more. Now, he only needed to focus on clearing out the enemies in front of him. Suppressing the Blood Demon Night March was no easy task. Cha. In an instant, the surroundings were completely surrounded by chaos. The young dragon's skills synchronized to track the remaining thoughts. Tyr spread his mind, His mind began to burn with self-combustion, quickly scanning the surrounding situation and tracking the scattered traces within it. There, just as Tyr was about to step into the gale step again, the Archbishop flashed with cold bloodlight. He suddenly charged forward, the smallest one. Tukil's son. I'll start with you. Diamond Water. Just as he was about to crush Tyr's temple, someone interrupted. Boom, clang. But I haven't taken over yet. If you're going to kill, wait until later. What are you talking about? Click, click, click. That guy and the Archbishop clashed dozens of times in an instant. Nabin frowned from the pain, as if cutting through hard stone with his sword. This could break my sword. If this continues, the sword might break. At that moment, Evelyn stepped forward, coming from the opposite direction of Nabin. She approached like the wind and launched a fierce attack. The sharpness seemed to be showing off how sharp the combination of wind reverence and the demonic dragon's secret technique was. Arthur, the Archbishop, was surrounded front and back, unable to move. In an instant, his limbs were wounded more. Blood poured from his torn collar. The Archbishop howled in frustration, struggling. But the combined attack from that guy and Evelyn would not crumble. Finally, bang. The Archbishop's head was severed by Evelyn's sword. His body was sliced in half by that guy's sword. It was a rather miserable death for someone like the Archbishop. Order 5 was to protect Tyr. At that moment, Evelyn, covered in the Archbishop's blood, shouted loudly. Thus, Team 5's morale surged even higher. The formation gradually changed, just like protecting Tyr. They drove the blood demons, including the blood demon leaders, out. They tried to completely seize the advantage, to avenge the Archbishop, tear all the heretics apart. Of course, the blood demons wouldn't be easily repelled. They instead charged even more fiercely. Eliminate the heretics. Arthur, chasing man, eliminate, 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 eliminate. All they had left was reason. The madness had disappeared. Thus, occasionally, a blood demon would break through Team 5's defense, charging towards Tyr. No matter how they tried to shake them off, they clung on like evil spirits, never letting go. With bloodshot eyes, they were filled with increased hatred for the heretics. Even though it was hard to go faster, he gritted his teeth. Move aside. Clear the way. Make way, kids. Lord Tyr is coming through. Why so much useless chatter? Erica and her brother were doing all they could to help Tyr. Erica guarded the rear, while Hawks cleared the front. Go, move, hurry. Are we being chased? Thanks. Hawks suddenly gave a thumbs up and smiled. If you're grateful, then absolutely, absolutely never repay this favor. Tyr had no idea what Hawks was talking about. That guy's been spouting nonsense forever. Move. I only started running again after hearing Erica's voice in my head, just as she said, a friend who always says strange things. That's just who he is. Thump, 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 thump. His dragon heart pounded wildly, pouring magic into his legs. His muscles tightened around his legs, and his agility increased slightly. Finally, the moment Tyr had been waiting for arrived. His agility coefficient broke past 100. A hidden function was unlocked. The ability to instantly accelerate his body. Acceleration mode activated. Special ability, Excel Surge. When activated, dramatically boosts movement and attack speed. Boom. Tyr stomped hard, shattering the ground. Deep footprints were left where he stepped. Heat surged upward. Finding Lily wasn't hard. He only had to follow the trace she left behind. Just navigate through the gaps in the buildings. Just as I thought. Lily stood in front of an old warehouse. Her expression stiffened when she sensed Tyr's presence. But Tyr, on the other hand, didn't even notice Lily's figure. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the blue light shining from the warehouse door crack. It was the same blue glow found in ancient dragon relics. So this is where Ade Troyben's warehouse was. Ade had been gathering relics all this time. This might be one of them too. Tyr Ragna. I'm going to kill you. Because of you. Think of the humiliation I suffered. Lily gritted her teeth and drew her sword, its blade shimmering with blood-red light. The holy demon cult's magic. She hadn't attended the activation ritual, so releasing magic was strictly forbidden. But she clearly didn't care. All she wanted was revenge on Tyr. But Tyr, using Drake's blade without hesitation, swiftly cut off Lily's head. Last time it was her right arm. This time her head. The heat from the blade instantly incinerated her body. Boom! The tightly shut warehouse door was blown open. Its interior was laid bare. On the walls, decorative daggers inlaid with various gems were displayed. Below them, shelves and desks were lined with documents. As Tyr rummaged through them, he found a ring glowing faintly with blue light. The ring was covered in rust, its once red surface now dull and faded. It looked ancient and worn, but you could tell it had been kept in a magically sealed glass tube. It had clearly been treated as a precious artifact. And yet, crackle sizzle. Both the moonlight blade and Drake's sword trembled. At the same time, so did the ring. They were resonating with each other. And not just that. In the glass tube across from it, a pair of earrings was stored, each one decorated with butterfly charms. They glowed with the same blue light. Just 2 relics, huh? If I take them all, Ed's eyes are going to roll back in fury. He could already picture Ade throwing a fit, and couldn't help but smile with joy. He drew the moonlight blade, and destroyed the magical safety seals on both glass tubes. He placed all the relics into his backpack. Congratulations. You've successfully prevented your past destiny, and claimed 2 ancient dragon relics. Story quest complete. Rating: S. You've earned 10 gold coins as a reward. extra rewards based on evaluation, extra 5 attribute points. Tyr was in the warehouse, checking if there were more items worth taking, and placed them all into his backpack. Everything was thrown in, including items like bombs. That gave Tyr an ominous feeling. Items with legends of dragon slaying or related myths. To prepare so many, it must have been secretly collected for a long time. He must have made up his mind. He couldn't just let it go. As Tyr thought this, his footsteps stopped for the first time while searching. A ledger, covered in dust, but the title on the cover was full of meaning. Rose Palace Artifacts Report. The mysterious deaths of Rose Palace in a past life, and Cecilia's grievance. These mysteries might be connected by a thin thread. It felt like grabbing that clue. A cold, frozen sensation in his blood. Umbra saw Tyr like that, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Before Tyr could even realize it, he started flipping through the ledger. Then, thud, thud, thud. Tyr's hand, holding the ledger, trembled with fury. Avoiding the Black Dragon's watch, obtaining the artifacts was necessary. The most troublesome were Cecilia and his son. Tyr, in order to eliminate them, took the following steps. Finally found it. Tyr's hand holding the ledger tightened. Finally, he touched the truth he had been desperately seeking. Thud, 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 thud. Chapter 93 found. Finally, the third young master now could barely recall the past life. At the end of those memories, tied up with ropes, hands and feet bound, his mother gazed down at him with a sorrowful expression, appearing in his mind. 597. 00:18:24, 199. 00:18:24, 239. My child. 598. 00:18:24, 239. 00:18:24, 239. Appearing in his mind. My child. Never follow in the footsteps of your powerless mother. Go and find your own happiness. Thump, thump, thump. It all should have started with that sentence. That's the sentence I should have started with. Sorry I was late. A mother who always finally said something honest. Her words carried warmth. So then, please, let that final wish be your cue to leave this place. It deeply moved Tyr's heart. The moment Tyr fled the family was perhaps the very moment his mother urged him to pursue happiness, to leave the family at all costs. Because he knew it was sincere, he wanted to follow it. But somewhere along the way, he'd let those words be swallowed by life's storms. Through the passage of time, her teachings had quietly faded, but now they resurfaced again. No matter if it's his past life or this one, his mother's thoughts were never understood by this unfilial son. Tyr bit his lower lip hard. Could it be that the artifact, hidden in the rose labyrinth, framed his mother and got her killed? Is that what it meant? The final question from his past life was starting to fade, but afterward, no trace of the artifact was found. And later, the family not only exiled him, they tried to kill him. Those loyal servants had to die unjustly because of it. It was a heartbreaking thought. He could still hear their screams echoing in his ears. And then came another question. But clearly, Ed died during the rebellion with Axiom. My death happened long after that. So what does that mean? Now that I've finally completed the mission assigned by the system, Tyr couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He began calmly examining the remaining content of the records more carefully, and through that, he uncovered new facts. As expected, even after Ed's death, Troyban's influence continued. Troyban had been the end point of all conspiracies, all in pursuit of the ancient dragon relics, all for the sake of obtaining the ancient dragon relics. The conspiracy they planned resulted in the deaths of Cecilia and Tyr. In addition, Ragnar also had to experience countless waves of turmoil. What reason did they have to collect the relics of the ancient dragon? The relics of the ancient dragon were undoubtedly a mysterious item everyone desired, but Tyr understood in his heart that to activate the hidden ancient dragon relic, one must have Ragnar's bloodline. Even if the Trojan horse had collected the data, it would be useless. Even if they originally planned to use the half-blood action, his death made it meaningless, wasn't it? Past life, present life, it's happening now. Is there a prearranged conspiracy behind this? For example, the crabs driven away from Ragnar long ago. Or did they secretly plan internal agents within the family? Were they collecting items related to demon hunting myths, like the items containing Baphomet's legend, to control those small roles? I was speculating on this when a new line of text caught my eye. At the end of the ledger, the following words appeared. Plan to retrieve soon. The relics believed to be Ragnar's last remaining artifact. The final remaining artifact. It was then that Tyr's eyes widened, his vision warped. As the young dragon synchronized and awakened the consciousness hidden within the artifact, Tyr's vision began to distort. Another scene emerged. In the pitch-black darkness, Edgar was writing something quickly, by the faint glow of a campfire. He carefully folded the letter, tied it to the waiting eagle's leg. Tell my father. Then he came back. The eagle nodded. With a flap of its wings, it flew high. After a long journey, it finally reached a castle in the east. A massive castle, grand as a palace. At the top sat an old man. Bernard Troy Tyrdo. Bernard Troy Tyrdo. A very familiar face. The current patriarch of the Troy family. Although his strength may be slightly inferior to Kyle's, in terms of family training, he is the overlord of the eastern region, no less than Ragnar. He He is also the biological father of Ed and Emil, the Troy twins. He unfolded the eagle's nature and read the contents. He couldn't help but chuckle. He discovered an interesting piece of information. Merely absorbed. The Moonlight Demon Sword, which could even devour its master, was already quite a miraculous item. And there's that Dragonfire Demon Sword, which can attach to its master at will, testing strength on its own. Does it really exist? The Ancient Dragon. I've only heard of it. It's truly an extraordinary existence. If I can also obtain the Dragon Soul, that would really be an interesting picture. The old man stroked his beard. He wrote a new letter, and once again tied it to the eagle's leg. The Dragon Soul Magic Sword and the Dragonfire Demon Sword. These two are twin swords capable of competing with each other. Both must not be lost. Be sure to remain cautious. With a flap of its wings, the eagle flew high again. This time it flew north, towards the northeastern region. Now, Tyr was at the headquarters atop Ceres. Quadrak, with great caution, received the whipping. His consciousness ended there. There's still an artifact hidden within the family. Ed and the Troy family must want to take it. What exactly is the Dragon Soul Demon Sword? I'm not sure. However, when I saw Ed and Granada talking to themselves, it became clear. That's the twin sword paired with Bomband. Bomband is already in my hands. The position is confirmed. That thing must be intercepted midway, before Edgar makes a move. Tyr's eyes turn cold. Because the ancient dragon's relics cannot be taken lightly, handing them over to those unworthy of possessing them. Tyr searched through the warehouse for quite a while, and only when he found no further clues did he quietly slip out. Outside, the holy demon cult had already been suppressed. They were arresting the criminals, including Quedrak. No one in the upper headquarters was spared. All were taken in. Anyone who resists may be executed on the spot. Under Evelyn's firm orders, the members of Group 5 widened their eyes and thoroughly searched the premises. The ones most heavily impacted were the members of the Northern Merchants Union. We have nothing to do with this. Please believe us. We had no idea what SEAL's upper management was up to. Really? We were only following orders. They said there was an engagement ceremony between the SEAL's company and the Bucks family, and asked us to attend and show support. Haha. This rebellion. They were just summoned to receive Quedrak. People brainwashed by the holy demon cult. You could even say they're victims. Yet now they're suddenly being suspected of rebellion. Not only are their lives at risk, even their trade groups might suffer. But Evelyn couldn't let them go so easily. Among them could be spies from the holy demon cult, or pawns of Troyan. I understand your grievances. After a brief verification process, your situation will be resolved. Please wait patiently. Though that promise won't be fulfilled immediately, the incident above SEALs is still under strict confidentiality. The key to this operation is speed. Before Ed and Troy then realize the truth, everything must be settled swiftly. A battle of speed. Lord Kleiber. And the Bucks family? Don't worry. The Black Iron Cavalry should already be engaging them. They're probably swamped as we speak. It may only be a distraction, just one of the 6 families, but they're treating it like a trivial issue. Kleiber has recently noticed cracks were beginning to show in the northern region, and they all seem to stem from Ragnar's overly lenient attitude. Because action was needed, he paid closer attention. Thus, he believed pressure had to be applied directly to wake the vassals from their slumber. So Kleiber's gaze turned to Nabin. Even though I'm technically a prisoner, I was on your side this time, wasn't I? Shouldn't I be treated a little better? He grumbled slightly in protest, gently lifting his tied hands, showing the ropes around them. Given the special circumstances, let's leave it at that. But Nabin Bucks, you still haven't cleared your name. Until then, remain on standby. Ah, so this is just my fate, huh? Kleiber sighed and muttered under his breath, but he didn't miss the hint of amusement in Nabin's voice. Despite his family being on the brink of ruin, he seemed genuinely pleased. The Bucks family's second son was apparently an illegitimate child. It seemed the prophecy of deep family hatred had come true after all. A peculiar glint flashed in Kleiber's eyes. Since he couldn't completely dismantle the 6 houses system, then perhaps it was better to eliminate the current leaders altogether and let the rebels become the new heads. Maybe the future would flow more smoothly that way. Kleiber, while seeking opportunity, was plotting a way to control the Bucks family, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted. During the confrontation with Ragna, Nabin had suddenly turned to Tyr and instantly switched sides. Now, the two of them even seemed rather close. What could this mean? Could it be that he had foreseen it? Kleiber felt the back of his head felt like it had been struck by something heavy. Tyr's proclamation during the activation ceremony, his declaration to challenge for succession, came rushing back. For someone with no backing, the Bucks family with a new head could very well be the perfect target for transformation. If anyone hears his guess, they might think it's just a coincidence. But from what Clave saw of Tyr, it was entirely possible. A wild thought made his spine chill in an instant. Clave quickly turned his gaze toward Tyr, just as Tyr walked over. My daughter, Lily, how is Lily? In the night, all dreams and ambitions turned to dust. Quadrak froze for a moment. When Tyr passed by, he finally belatedly shouted. Tyr looked at the guy and quietly sneered. You? My daughter. Quadrak instinctively realized Lily's fate was roaring. Before he could rush toward Tyr, he collapsed again. At some point, Hawks had roughly pressed down on his head from behind. Quiet down, will you? Damn it, he muttered, then looked at Tyr. Smiling, He asked if everything was alright. That expression was a bit chilling. What's going on? Has something happened? Tyr could only nod. There might be someone I met for the first time. I'll go say hello again. I am the newly appointed Tyr Ragnar, assigned to this real combat inspection. Please take care of me. After roughly organizing himself, Tyr greeted the members of Team 5 who had gathered. Those who knew him, and those who had only heard of him all had surprised expressions. Huh? What? I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Real combat inspection? Isn't it a training inspection? Has it already turned into a real combat inspection? Really? Yes. I passed the promotion exam in the previous mission. Wow, what? He passed the promotion exam during the previous mission. Wow, seriously. Does that mean he got promoted on his second mission? Even Tokal Ragnar. Wasn't that extreme? That's insane. It's the highest in history. At least, that's what I heard. What the hell? Still, it makes sense. Didn't you see it? He decapitated a bloodstain all by himself. At that level. He totally deserves recognition, thankfully. Even though the others were shocked, everyone acknowledged it. Of course, he couldn't know exactly what they were thinking, but Tyr felt. Most of them were genuinely happy for him. Because that's the kind of atmosphere Julius fostered. Wow, he actually got promoted. I thought I'd finally caught up a bit, but now the gap's even bigger. Hawk's jaw dropped, his F-bar almost falling off. Erica scratched the back of her head with a wry smile. Even though they were peers, Tyr now felt more and more distant. Especially to Hawks, who was starting to get anxious. If I don't hurry and line up now. The problem is, I never even got the chance to express my intentions. If I could just get a moment alone with him, I could at least drop a hint. But these past few months, Tyr's been swamped. And now that this mission is a success, things will only get busier. Evelyn clapped her hands, trying to ease the mood. All done organizing. I'll be returning to my family now. But this report is urgent. And we have a lot of criminals. So we'll split into 2 teams. Tyr, Selford, Aaron, Erica, Hawks. You 5 will come with me first. That's all dismissed. Yes, ma'am. Roger that. Understood. Tyr responded and drew Umbra from the shadows. And so, the second mission came to an end. Survival Path Chapter 94 found. Finally, Winterler quickly spread a rumor. Tyr Ragnar set the record for the fastest promotion in history. He passed the combat exam. Originally, the record Tyr set at the opening ceremony had already caused a stir in Winterler. Now, a new bait was thrown out. It was like adding fuel to the fire. The combat exam? Can that really count? Isn't that a lie? Hasn't it been officially announced? This is crazy. Wait, come to think of it, wasn't the promotion exam never announced before? When did that happen? It said it was accomplished during a secret mission. If completing a few missions could lead to promotion, I would have already been a high-ranking officer. Is this because he's starting to get attention? Did the higher-ups force it? Of course, some people raised concerns about fairness. But their doubts were quickly dispelled. I heard they caught a blood trail, and they were able to fend off the joint attack of 2 blood serpents. It seems there were plenty of witnesses, not just the White Dragon Cavalry, but even Black Snow and Plum Blossom Archery joined the list of endorsers. It's real, even if he's Ragnar's direct descendant. Such an incredible talent. If it was just the White Dragon Cavalry's endorsement, I might have suspected they were just covering for one of their own. But if other units are involved, then it's a completely different story. The 7th Division is a neutral organization not affiliated with any faction. Their endorsement carries unmatched weight. From the beginning of the doubt, it was already challenging Kyle's authority. As a result, people were both amazed and started raising new topics. Incredible talent. A 15-year-old passing the combat assessment. It drew people's attention. This reminded them of the old days, which not many still remember. More than 60 years ago, when Kale first picked up a sword, didn't he stir up a storm like this? Then he grew at an astonishing pace, eventually pulling the Light Dragon Emperor down from his throne. Naturally, this sparked a new topic. Could the decades-long battle between the 5 heirs be about to change? Among the 5 candidates, including Tokal, none had made contact with Tyr, not even showing the slightest hint of interest, as if they didn't know Tyr existed at all. Only Tokal sent friendly signals to Tyr, but he never met him in person. Public opinion generally believed the 5 candidates were observing Tyr's movements. In fact, like Barks and others, there were many who shined at the opening ceremony, then quietly faded away. But now that Tyr's strength has been proven in actual and his talent is said to rival Kale's, just watching is no longer an option. As expected, Tokal's Black Iron Cavalry made their move, and other candidates were rumored to have secretly gathered their officers. These rumors gradually began to spread, just as Winterall was about to face real turmoil. The one at the center of the rumors returned to the family, and went straight to the White Armor Vanguard HQ. This matter was no small deal. He didn't even have time to rest properly. His face was worn with exhaustion after the long journey. Julius suddenly said something puzzling. Tyr tilted his head in confusion, wondering what he meant. But Julius just smiled faintly. That's your new nickname this time. So, do you like it? Don't I already have a nickname? I do, right? Something like Lightning or so. But only those who knew would know. It wasn't really that famous. Just circulated during the initiation ceremony. Julius smiled even wider. But this time it's different. You handled the blood ritual alone, even though it's still under wraps. But you also stole the director of the Operations Bureau's treasury. Then there was the combat test shortly after. Of course, that's still not enough, right? Tyr awkwardly touched his cheek, not sure what to say. If there's anything he's not used to after coming back, it's this flattery, not cheers. Every time he swings his sword, yellow lightning sparks, white steam rolls, red flames soar, and then his body is covered in enemy blood. It's like a night demon from hell. Did it really spread this wildly? Tyr's face flushed slightly. Livius found Tyr's reaction amusing. He laughed happily. What's there to be shy about? When you first enlisted, you proudly declared you'd become the youngest squad leader. Where did that boldness go? Well, that's true. Our White Dragon Cavalry has obtained a very wonderful treasure. A very wonderful treasure. If you need something, feel free to ask. I'll cover the cost and help you out immediately. If you need a sparring partner, I can help with that too. I'm not showing off, but well, I'm also a dragon. Feel free to ask. For our beloved child, I'll do anything. Look at this attitude. I'm ready to give my all. Tyr secretly glanced at Evelyn, hoping he would help, but Evelyn just shook his head helplessly. It seemed he couldn't do much. He was a bit childish, which didn't match his age. A little excessive. Well, let it slide. There's nothing we can do. Just as Tyr was about to step back, the sound of a roar. I think it's due to our Black Snow's exceptional intelligence capabilities. Suddenly, a black dragon fell from the ceiling, arms crossed. In an instant, Julius, who had been grinning foolishly, suddenly changed expression. His eyes widened. Who is this guy? Where's this place? Even though he shouted like that, the black dragon didn't care at all. He just continued speaking to Tyr. Tyr, when you make your mark in the future, our Black Snow's support will be undeniable proof. Our partnership will be #1 in the world. If you feel interested, come find me anytime. Come on, search. Tyr unconsciously caught what the black dragon threw. It was a token engraved with the black dragon. Silent proof. As he held the token, Tyr's eyes widened. Who even is this guy, seriously? Julius quickly sent him a message mentally. Tyr was holding back for the sake of saving face. Otherwise, he would have grabbed the black dragon by the neck already. Sigh. That's why you're still a rookie. Watch and learn. This is how you lure talented people you like. There's nothing more reliable than a bride. Tyr said, me. I know you don't want to leave the white armored dragon riders. Your intentions haven't changed. You don't need to worry. But why are you helping me like this? Giving me access lists. Teaching me training techniques. It's already too much help. Tyr couldn't understand the black dragon's attitude. In fact, they hadn't shared much emotional connection. To make it more confusing, the black dragon, like Kale, resented returnees. So why would he treat him this way? Like a sneaky little cat thief? When did I ever do something like that? This time too, the black dragon ignored Julius's protests and said, it's just because your actions so far seemed brave and admirable, so I figured I could trust you a bit more. Is that so? Tyr still couldn't understand, but you also stole the Operations Bureau Director's treasury. And then there was the combat test shortly after. Of course, that's still not enough. But if you feel burdened by accepting it, just think of it as a gift from your uncle to his nephew. How about that? Tyr felt a little awkward. After all, he is Kyle's younger brother. Biologically, he's definitely his uncle. But I've never heard of the black dragon judging with personal standards. Anyway, the black dragon continued talking. As long as you have that insignia, not only can you utilize the black blood scattered around the world, but you will also receive active support from the branches. More detailed instructions will be sent to you through Kleber. In fact, it grants you authority comparable to Wuxi. Tyr still couldn't understand what the black dragon meant, but the black dragon's eyes under the mask were just smiling. Livius, who was watching from the side, felt very irritated. I'm right here. How dare you openly act like this? Do you think I'm a fool? Be more careful in the future. There are more people who speak with their eyes like me. Do you really want to fight me? Do you think you can win? Livius felt wronged. Try it then. Wait for it. Whether it's Big Brother or Osa, anyone who tries to harm my child, I'll make them shut up. You think I'll stand by and watch? So try it. Anyway, I'm busy. I'll be leaving now. After stirring up Liviu's anger, the black dragon disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. It was as if it was possessed. Tyr stared at the spot where the black dragon had been. Livius, barely suppressing his anger, forced a smile. He vanished as suddenly as he appeared, as if possessed by a ghost. Tyr stared blankly at the spot where the black dragon had just been, while Julius barely suppressed the anger in his heart and forced a smile, but one side of his mouth. Our dear Captain Han Tion really has it tough. Only Evelyn accurately read through Longlius's true thoughts and let out a soft laugh. Looks like the intelligence director is pleased with you. He even prepared this gift for you. Make good use of it from now on. Depending on how you use it, it can become a sword sharper than any other. Julius didn't think that at all, but Tyr nodded solemnly. To show he understood, he had thought they'd never cross paths again. Well, if that's how it is, then I'll accept it. Just as Julius said, there was no reason to refuse. Tyr decided to acknowledge what he had pretended not to know, that his temperament matched Black Snow's very well, though he still held on to painful memories from his past life, and deliberately kept his distance from Black Snow. He still retained the habits of that time, his view of the world, his way of thinking, his direction and planning, and more. He was confident that he could use the proof token well. Even though his father and other returnees hated the Black Dragon, the Black Dragon had consistently shown him goodwill. There had to be a reason. Julius watched Tyr quietly caress the token of recognition and cleared his throat. Hey. You don't need to do all that. I get it. Evelyn's reproachful voice rang out, but Julius paid no attention at all. Anyway, thanks for making the long trip. As for Konglong's act of betrayal, we've already secured solid evidence, and follow-up actions still need to be handled. In that instant, Tyr's eyes flashed sharply. This was the news he'd been waiting for. Are we finally going to expel the director of Central Arms? Julius wasn't joking. He nodded heavily. Yes, all preparations related to him are complete, and we've received the clan leader's approval. Clan leader's approval. That essentially meant Kale had agreed. Previously, the Central Arms director went out on business for Black Snow. The intelligence director will lead Black Snow in his arrest. That's the reason why the Black Dragon left so suddenly. I will lead the troops with support from the Plum Blossom Duke to occupy the Central Arms Bureau. You're acting while he's away. The Bureau is known for its deep loyalty to the director. It must be splitting off part of his forces externally was part of that strategy. Tyr nodded heavily. Indeed, Julius and the Black Dragon handled this with great precision. That was something he needed to learn. And your task is to suppress the Rose Chamber. Tyr clenched his fist tightly. Finally, Julius patted his shoulder, saying, if not for your contribution in this operation, it would have been hard to pull off smoothly. So the final wrap-up should also be done by you. Tyr realized this was a gift Julius had prepared for him. You're creating a stage for me to establish myself and build up a reputation. The Rose Palace is home to Lady Lawn and Emile Troyban. She is the official lady of the house. But now a concubine's son is arresting someone like Emile for treason. Already famous for his rise through the Enlightenment ceremony and live combat evaluation, Tyr's reputation would now soar even higher, especially since this also involved Ed and the Troyban family. The issue would only snowball from here, and if it escalated into war with Troyban, Tyr would be at the very center of that storm, and in that eye of the storm, his name would be engraved deep into Wintrol. And not just that. Julius was one of the few who knew about the relationship between Tyr and his mother, and the one between Action and his mother. He understood the grudge between them, so entrusting Tyr with this matter was a form of kindness he could never repay, and that was all there was to it. At last, the Black Dragon truly began to open his heart. It meant he was starting to see Tyr as a nephew, rather than a returnee. Julius, the Plum Blossom Duke, and the Black Dragon. Julius, the Plum Blossom Princess, and the Black Dragon. Everyone is helping me out. I've gained such great strength. It's really overwhelming, so I must finish this well. I can't let them down. The lady and the director of the Central Operations Bureau were removed from office. The illegitimate son, Tyr Ragnar, who earned great merits, became quite a topic of conversation. That guy Julius really knows how to use his brain. A black hawk spread its wings and soared high, crossing the sky. Because of fairness issues with other White Dragon cavalry members, no special support could be given, but from now on, Tyr will be the center of all conversations. This way, Tyr can actually become the heir to the White Dragon cavalry. That's probably the idea. That's why he roars at those guys who wish to harm his own offspring. The Black Dragon and the Plum Blossom Princess both show great interest in Tyr. After this matter is settled, Big Brother will call for me. It will be even more troublesome then. After the four brothers took control of the family, they each became busy with their own responsibilities. The relationship gradually became distant. It wasn't because of any emotional distance. Their care for each other remained the same, but they weren't as close as before. They didn't laugh carefreely anymore. It became difficult to toast each other whenever they gathered. Winterler's Northern Empire. The world would tremble. That guy began to gradually gather power without realizing it. Julius and the Plum Blossom Princess finally became more peaceful. The Black Dragon also stepped into this situation. Kyle also began to show interest in Tyr. They started interacting. Although the suspicion and resentment towards the returnees still lingered deep inside. Even so, this was already a huge step forward. So Tyr, nephew, at some point. This is already a huge improvement. So Tyr, you. Nephew. I don't know since when. The Black Sparrow arrived at the destination, surrounded by a glowing aura. Please don't make the wrong choice. Don't force me to personally end your misfortune. Where the shining Black Sparrow vanished, the masked Black Dragon appeared without anyone noticing, landing in Pala. The sound of his collar fluttering in the wind. Klebe and the Black Snow agents already on standby, all bowed their heads. The Black Dragon silently nodded in return, and looked down at a shabby hut beneath the cliff. It was a safe house used by the Central Arms Bureau. The Central Arms Director is inside. Yes. At first, we lured him here under the pretense of a covert mission targeting Mahai. That's how we got him to come. Right now, the Director believes that the head of the Rank family will be coming. He brought with him 20 elite agents. Seems like he's really worried to bring so many people. The Black Dragon sneered mockingly. The Bureau's elite agents are all top-level swordsmen and other strike forces. They would be equivalent to team captains or higher. From this, we can see that Ed Troyban places great importance on his personal safety. And also, that this operation will be anything but easy. But for the Black Dragon, none of that matters. After all, to him, they're just parasites that must be eliminated. Let's go. At his command. Whoosh, the agents all leapt off the cliff. At the same time, Tyr and his sister Erica, Evelyn and Hazel raced through Winterl. Following behind them were 20 soldiers from the White Armor Vanguard and 30 soldiers backed by the Plum Blossom Palace, more than 50 in total. Moreover, flying above them was the banner of Ragna, which meant they were the executors of the clan leader's will. Naturally, the people of Winterl were terrified. What's going on? What happened? Yeah, look at how urgently they're rushing past. It seems like something went wrong. What happened with the White Dragon Cavalry and Plum Blossom Archery? Could it have been a rebellion? Did a rebellion occur? Why are you saying such unlucky things? Sorry, I didn't think it through. The word rebellion is almost taboo in Winterl. Whenever a rebellion occurs, the North is always swept by a storm of blood, whether it's a success or a failure. But because Tyr's momentum is so overwhelming, everyone is busy making way for him. His swordsmen are also heading back to their units. When should I say this? The atmosphere is simply not right for such talk. At the same time, looking at Tyr's back as he raised his flag high, I sighed softly. Tyr's reputation is soaring. Even he sees it. Now is the time to pave the way for myself. But I couldn't find the right opportunity. It's not easy to speak to someone with such a serious expression. Not this time. Such a fool. Speaking like that will only ruin the atmosphere. Irika understood Hawk's thoughts. She clicked her tongue. Through telepathy, she said, "What's wrong with the atmosphere? Don't you know? The relationship between Tyr and that guy, Oxion. It's not great, isn't it? Because Tyr killed Oxion. The third lady is very angry." I see. So you really don't know anything? How could he become a swordsman? Come on, stop hiding it. Just tell me. Listen well. The three of them. What did that woman do to Tyr? Irika then explained in detail what Oxion and his mother had done to Tyr and his mother in the past. In an instant, Hawk's face turned red with fury. Are those guys crazy? They look human but do such things? Yeah, even though Tyr is the son. The family has always been burdened by prejudice. Yeah, even though Tyr is a child of the family. The family has always been burdened by prejudice. Yeah, even though Tyr is a child of the family. It's also because of this. Lady Cecilia was treated as a pawn. But Oxion. You bastard. When you were alive, I really should have smashed your head. Hawk said, steaming with anger. Then he suddenly asked Irika, confused. But sis, how do you know all this? Aren't you always in seclusion training? Brother, anyone who wants to wear the crown must bear its weight. What are you saying? How heavy is the weight? Will my neck break? Anyway, I can't talk to such a fool. Sigh. Irika gave up trying to talk to her muscle-headed brother. What she expected wasn't just the position of head of the rank family. It was to establish the rank family as the number one in the North, even the number one in the world. If that can't be achieved, then assisting him in this process is Irika's ambition. Of course, understanding Tyr fully and temporarily forming an alliance with him was part of the plan. Initially, it was to measure Tyr's character, but after learning about his past, her thoughts completely changed. Indeed, my judgment was correct. Tyr is the companion I will have for life. This is not just a rational concept, but someone I can trust to walk by my side, whether Tyr intends it or not. The place where the third lady and the director of the Central Guard were removed will now have Tyr's name engraved there. So, of course, I must be there by his side. That's why I reminded Hawks not to act rashly. For now, all we need to do is protect him from the side. Don't try to comfort him foolishly. That will only make things worse. So, let's just wait and watch. Hee hee. I'm busy anyway, so I'll leave for now. I know all this. Because I'm a fool. Because I'm a fool. That's why you're more worried about your little brother. Jeez. Hawks felt wrong for Eric, but said nothing more. Now, as long as he does as she says, and stays by Tyr's side, that's enough. Before they knew it, the group had already reached the lady's residence. Tyr's eyes were filled with depth. Decades of his past life spent here. This place was all too familiar to him. Now he had returned to take back what was his. The enforcers were all assembled. Tyr raised the banner high. According to Julius's orders, he now held full command. At the moment of arresting the rebels, the elites from the White Armor Vanguard and Plum Blossom Palace charged in. Snowpine leaves turned into beams of light, trying to leap over the walls. The girl in front unleashed magic, blasting open the front gate in one strike. Boom! The gate exploded. 50 elites surged in at once. What is this? Ragna? It's Ragna's banner. Why is it here? The remaining servants and maids panicked. Find the traitor Emil. Any Troiban who resists or refuses to cooperate. Kill them without mercy. Evelyn's roar shook the halls. Traitor. Lady Emil. From the first to the third floor, the suppression troops were blocked by another group. They were agents sent by Edgar, 3rd Deputy Chief Sean, and his men. What the hell is going on? This is the residence of the third lady, part of the clan lord's inner court. Please mind your manners. Morgan couldn't finish his sentence. A sharp blade suddenly slashed at his throat. Clang. Morgan hurriedly deflected it and staggered back a few steps. Evelyn glared at him fiercely. Didn't I say it already? Anyone who defends the third lady will be treated as a traitor. The Central Arms Bureau also took part in the rebellion. So it makes no difference. What? Morgan's eyes trembled. What's going on? Where was the leak in our intel? Edgar and the Central Arms Bureau had long dreamed of one thing, using Troyban as a hidden blade to fulfill their grand ambition, but they never thought of it as rebellion. They simply believed they were correcting a wrong. They truly believed everything would return to its rightful place, so they had been prepared. Where was the leak? Could it be that the Black Dragon had been tailing us? If there's a clue, it must be that one. Edgar and the Black Dragon had been locked in a political struggle for years. Morgan's mind was in total chaos, and only one thought kept echoing in his mind, the director. The director is in danger. He only cared about Ed, who left at the Rank family's request, being safe. I won't listen to any defense. No excuse will work. You've all been judged guilty, and your crimes are unforgivable. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Evelyn couldn't care less what Morgan thought. She once again turned into a raging storm and charged at him. SSS, stay back. Morgan's hands and feet began to tremble. Agents, protect the third lady. Guard the lady with your lives. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted everywhere. It wasn't gunpowder. It was power awakened by will. The fury of reverse blizzard strike. Everyone burned their lives to block the suppression force. For Troyban. For the truth. Clang. Sword energy raged wildly. The clash between suppressors and rebels grew fiercer. Tyr raised his banner high and stepped heavily through the battlefield. Erica and Hawks guarded his sides, knocking back and deflecting all the agents charging at them. Though none of them were ordinary cultivators, it's something they can easily deal with. But the sense of duty to protect the flag and the responsibility to help Tyr take revenge gave them strength. Emil has few places left to hide. Tyr knows the structure of the rose bough like the back of his hand, so he knows exactly where Emil might hide. He opened the first door. Not here either. Click. This one's not it either. Tyr walked all the way to the third floor. By the time he passed through, the place was unknowingly covered in blood, so there's only one place left. Tyr stood in front of the last door. The top floor used to be the room where Cecilia lived. With a forceful kick, Tyr broke the door open. The door shattered. The interior scene was revealed. Inside, trembling maids and butlers were seen. And Emil, holding Oxion, laughing with a goofy smile. My baby, are you hungry? Yes, yes. Just a little more patience. Mama will make something delicious. You like mushroom soup, right? Your grandmother just sent over some really nice mushrooms. Crazy, trying to avoid reality? Emil looked completely out of his mind. Even though he encountered such hateful Tyr, he didn't even look over at them. Such a weak person. The humiliation my mother suffered all along. Tyr swung his sword. He cleaved Emil's head, and it fell to the ground helplessly. Roll, roll, look at that state. Tyr quietly closed his eyes. A mix of emotions surged in his heart. Survival Path 96, Night ×1. Recently, I've been troubled by the constant influx of groups. This is because of the vision Cecilia has recently started. So this part needs to be revised like this. Design tailor. Where did the tailor go? The size is off. Get some pins. What about the things on rack C31? What? Did another team take them first? You idiot. Didn't I tell you to stand by first? Where's the model? They were scheduled for this time. When exactly will the model arrive? Go send someone to check. We're running out of time. There are people walking around the palace everywhere. You can't even tell who's who. The butlers and maids are overwhelmed, only focusing on replenishing snacks and drinks. So the guests won't go hungry. Why is it getting more chaotic here? Gilson entered the East Palace with a large team from the workshop carrying goods. He couldn't help but give a bitter smile. There's not even a servant to greet new guests. And business hasn't even officially started. It's already this busy. Is this really going to work? Right before the upcoming social party at the ladies' palace, dresses and formal wear were being finalized at the last minute, which only added to the chaos, right? Totally. Cecilia's outfits, even those seen online, were praised for both design and material. Even someone as picky as Gilson was impressed. The issue was the sales strategy. No matter how good the product is, if the marketing fails, it could all fall apart. Especially since Cecilia was part of haute couture Tyr. Reputation was everything. Landing that very first client was crucial. Though Tyr's reputation wasn't something to worry about, there were still major risks. Gilson puffed out smoke as he approached. His mother, Cecilia, finally noticed him, a bit slow. She walked over looking a little tired, dark circles under her eyes, but still full of energy, just like back then. The first time Gilson saw her on stage, Cecilia's eyes had captivated him. Right from that moment. Yeah, I brought everything you asked for. But that big payment from last time is almost at its limit now. You know that, right? I've said it again and again. I never default on my payments. Yes, I'm well aware of that. There's a large social party in a few days. The store will officially open by then too. Once we start taking orders, our cash flow should ease up. We've already received quite a few early quote requests. Well, since you've handled everything yourself, there's not much more I can say. Clearly, Cecilia's startup was off to a strong start. She was doing very well. But parents always worry about their kids' business, don't they? Cecilia seemed to sense what Gilson was thinking, and said with a light laugh, I would never overwork myself. So please don't worry. If I really run into trouble, I'll definitely come ask you for advice. Since you put it that way. Another thing all parents have in common is, even when their kids are grown up, they still can't resist being doted on. Gilson looked a little shy, though he coughed to cover it up. the corners of his mouth still curled up slightly. By the way, are you sure it's okay for you to stay here? Gilson suddenly thought of something and quickly changed the subject. Cecilia tilted her head in confusion. Is something wrong? Or are you saying you've already completed the healing task for the young lord? No. I'm still working on the neural restoration. That's not the issue. It's about the Rose Palace. Haven't you heard the news? Cecilia's eyes twitched slightly. As expected, she really didn't care much for the outside world. Still, it was her son, who had become the center of attention now. Nothing happened to him, right? Cecilia suddenly grabbed Gilson by the collar. Cough, let me go. I told you already. That guy's got like 10 venomous snakes in his belly. Someone like that. What could possibly happen to him? Well, earlier today he chopped off the third lady's head and accused the Central Security Director of treason. Gilson muttered, pipe hanging from his lips. And even charged the Central Security Director with treason. Gilson lightly bit down on his pipe. He continued, So it's getting noisy outside. You better be careful. People are flocking like a pack of dogs. Is that right? Is it? So, does that mean the wolves were not injured? Hey, I heard it's like this. Gilson narrowed his eyes. Cecilia's reaction was unexpected. He thought she'd be obviously pleased, but instead, she seemed indifferent. Such luck. Thanks for the info. I have a meeting to attend next, so I'll take my leave. After nodding her acknowledgement, Cecilia re-entered the palace. Her demeanor, as usual. Gilson, holding a broom, stood lazily at the door, his head tilted back. Emile has passed away. As Cecilia walked toward the meeting room, her mind was in turmoil. She tried her best to appear indifferent in front of Gilson, but she really couldn't. In fact, there was no meeting to attend. Emile had died. After ordering no one to enter, Cecilia sat alone in the empty meeting room. Memories of the past, and the various hardships caused by Emile's actions, flashed through her mind. She had relied on Kyle, even severing ties with her mother. Upon entering the Rose Palace, Cecilia was severely injured by malicious rumors, painted as a witch. She had been pushed aside, and Tyr, who hadn't shown his true power, was mocked as worthless. The Central Bureau had even plotted multiple assassination schemes to drive them out of the Rose Palace, to protect Tyr. Every day was like walking on thin ice. Perhaps it was because of this that she became so strict with Tyr. If I, this useless mother, were to die one day, if one day this useless mother of mine were to die, who will protect my child? Who would protect my child then? What will you do then? What do you plan to do when the time comes? When did it begin, I wonder? Cecilia instinctively realized that her life had little time left, whether due to darkness or some unknown illness. She might not live to see the new year. That thought slowly surfaced in her mind. And because of that, the atmosphere surrounding Tyr and Moza felt so extraordinary. Sometimes she dreamed of her own execution, standing on the guillotine platform, with Tyr watching her, eyes filled with sorrow. My child, please don't follow the path of your useless mother. Go seek the happiness that belongs to you. That's the line I should have started with. I'm sorry I'm late. So please, leave this place. Run, my child. But perhaps it was your son who changed that fate. That once seemed inevitable. To reach this point, how much hardship has your son endured? At that thought, tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. And at that moment, please use this. Someone beside her suddenly handed her a handkerchief, even though the headmaid had clearly said no one was allowed to enter. Yes, that was my intention too. The headmaid smiled slightly, sneaking a glance toward the door. Mr. Gilson insisted that this must be passed on. Cecilia finally remembered that faint bitter smile on Gilson's face. Mother. You've long known exactly how your unworthy daughter truly feels. Cecilia accepted the handkerchief from the headmaid. Inside was a small folded note. Don't cry. It doesn't suit you. There's only one version of you that truly shines. When choosing this path, just like back then, always act with unwavering confidence, and look down with arrogance upon the world, because in that moment, you're at your most radiant. That's why you are Gilson's one and only daughter. The corners of Cecilia's lips lifted faintly, and before she realized it, even she had broken into a smile. Then cry for this pitiful grandmother, whose purse is always emptied by her unfilial grandson. Stuff like that. I'll just turn a blind eye now and then. That feels like the most sincere thing to do, doesn't it? Only then could Cecilia finally shake off her heavy heart and rise from her seat. Before she knew it, all thoughts of Emile's had in her mind had vanished completely. With the Central Operations Director's attempted rebellion and the rumors surrounding Tyr not yet settled, new gossip swept through Wintrol like a storm. A rebellion among the 9 dragons. If that rebellion was tied to the Central Security Bureau, it would mean it reached the very core of Ragna. It was definitely not something that could be ignored. Some tried to dismiss it as mere rumors, but the row of heads hung at Ragna's front gate soon sparked an uproar in public opinion, including Emile, Lady Troyban and other noblewomen, Deputy Director 2, Morgan and other top officials of the Central Operations Bureau, and Kadra of the Ceres Trading Guild. All their heads were hanging there. Drip, drip, fresh blood dripped from freshly cut hair, staining the ground bright red. Along with the heads was a written statement, bluntly revealing the details of the incident. All listed criminals were said to be colluding with Level 1 criminal Ed Troyban, illegally extracting confidential family information for years. But the most shocking part came at the end of the letter. It claimed that in this rebellion, The Eastern noble house Troyban was suspected of colluding with the heretical holy demon cult. What the hell is that? Troyban and the holy demon cult working with the dragons? No, wait, isn't Konglong just a lackey of Troyand and the cult? How disgusting. He was favored by Ragna, yet how could he do something like this? Troyban is the main house of Xianglong. Putting that aside for now, what's going on with the demon church? It's an evil cult that even the royal family has denounced as heretical. Has Long gone mad? What about the family head? Doesn't the family head have anything to say? The head of the family is silent. The commotion is deafening. The numbers keep growing. Regarding this, Laguna inquired with the Trojans and the Holy Demon Church. What exactly are you planning with Laguna? I will give you 72 hours of grace. Based on your answers, the extent of the Eastern Lord's wrath will be decided. This is no less than a declaration of war. The statement sent a chill down everyone's spine. War has broken out. War could break out at any moment. The dragon's wrath will soon turn the east into a sea of fire. Somewhere, it feels like a gust of wind is coming. A winter's tale is stirring. The protagonist of the rumors is undoubtedly Teo. He revealed Action's execution, Emil's execution, and Ed's betrayal. People are facing him. This truth is now exposed. New rumors about him have been spreading wildly. Some say he may be close to the throne like the fifth candidate. People are already suggesting. But in reality, the protagonist of the rumors, Tyr, faces news he doesn't want to hear. You mean Ed Troydan is missing? Evelyn nodded heavily. I just received news from Mr. Claybell. Lord Black Dragon personally attacked the location where they summoned the anti-dragon, but it said the place was already empty. He left his own brother as bait and then escaped. Is that really the case? Before Ed could realize, he planned to resolve the situation quickly, but it seems he's already sensed it. He left the scene early. Such a ruthless character. No matter how urgent, he shouldn't have done that, but it seems he already sensed the situation like a sly old fox and left the scene ahead of time. What a ruthless character. No matter how urgent it is, that's just too much. How could he just abandon his brother and subordinates like that? No, actually, did no one here notice that guy escaping? If that's the case, then Ed had planned it all from the beginning, to use them as sacrifices at a time like this. A sudden thought struck. Wait a minute. He said he was chasing that guy within Black Snow. Let's wait a little longer. Wait, what's going on now? The first armory? The armory that no one may enter, except the family head? What the hell happened? Evelyn wondered. Why would he suddenly say something so strange? But she believed there must be a reason, so she nodded. Let's check it out first. Moments later, the fire was already out of control. Everything was in chaos. Why isn't it under control yet? Tyr covered his face with his hand. Too late. The first armory was a place where Duke Edgar poured his heart and soul, and also where the dragon soul sword he longed for was kept. The situation was critical, so they launched a swift assault to recover the artifacts first. Luckily, the earring and ring were recovered, but eventually all of them must be retrieved, just as Tyr thought that. The mission notification arrived. Story mission alert number 3, past life karma. They stole relics that were rightfully yours, but your current strength is not yet enough to reclaim them. Use the 2 recovered relics to prove your power. Level increased. Current completion rate, 0-2. Difficulty, A+ reward. Ownership of 2 relics. Failure penalty, death plus. At that moment, his backpack trembled, as if urging him on. Path of Life, Chapter 97, Night Raid 2. To level up, you must earn the recognition of a relic. Could it be? Even the dungeon is open now? That's why, more than anyone, everyone understands the benefits involved. After all, a place where you can gain both practical experience and experience points is rare. Such places are not common. When I opened Elise Drake, the key I used was still in my backpack. If it weren't for this, I might have been pulled into an unconscious world like when I first picked up the moon white sword. Tyr first opened his backpack, checking his inventory. He first took out a copper ring and placed it on his left index finger. The ring seemed to be made for him, perfectly fitting. Very fitting. Click. In that moment, a mechanical sound of a device engaging rang out. The ancient dragon relic, Desert Ring. You are about to enter the second dungeon. Tyr felt his spirit being pulled by some force, dragged to an unknown place. Whoosh. Again, when he opened his eyes, before him was a vast, arid desert, with the scorching sun blazing down as if a knife was stabbing into his skin. It feels like even my breath is being devoured. Completely different from the environment where Tyr lived in Winterler. A starkly opposite environment. And yet, I ended up in a place like this. This is my first time stepping into a desert, across all my lives. Facing this unfamiliar environment, I feel completely lost. You have entered the scorching desert. Please survive here for 72 hours. It says 72 hours, but the timer is already ticking down fast. 71:59:59 71:59:58. No good. I need to find a visible camp first. Whether these missions are real or illusions. If Tyr fails to complete them, he'll still face actual death as punishment. So of course, this one is no exception. Even if that weren't the case, Tyr doesn't want to waste his regression chances. Starting from the second regression, my father and the Black Dragon will definitely no longer hold the same expectations of me. Considering how much they resent regressors, this would be meaningless. More importantly, those two have the power to expel regressors. If Tyr is hit by that power, everything will be over. So for now, I need to move. With that in mind, Tyr slowly took his first step. His foot sank into the sand. It felt like even his courage was being drained away. Whenever he felt thirsty, he repeatedly bought water through the shop window. After walking just a few steps, what's going on? Tyr felt a faint movement in the desert. He came to a halt. At first, he thought it was a heat stroke-induced illusion, but the tremor grew stronger and stronger. Something massive was drawing near. And at that moment, Tyr noticed. The sand within a few meters around him started swirling. It was being sucked downward. The area kept expanding. In the blink of an eye, it grew from a few meters to over 10. The tremor intensified further. Things were happening too fast. Tyr couldn't find a way to escape. It was like sinking into a swamp, like the feeling of sand sliding downward. Looking down, a massive void over 10 meters in diameter opened its gaping maw. Dozens of sharp teeth could be seen, along with a red tongue on the other side of the void. The Desert King had appeared, proud of its size and mass far surpassing that of sandworms, just like Drake and the Wyvern. It too belonged to the lesser dragon species. Survive for 72 hours. That seemed to mean that 89 had to survive the desert worm. Insane. Even someone like Evelyn or Kleiber, high-level sword masters, would struggle to take this elite monster on alone. Before the giant maw could close, Tyr swiftly moved the death blades with telekinesis. Whoosh whoosh. 4 death blades whooshed, creating steps in midair for him to dash on. He leapt high. Click-clack. At the very last moment, the desert worm's gaping mouth slammed shut, grinding like massive gears. Teeth and deadly acidic fluid splattered everywhere. Ha! The desert worm seemed frustrated that its prey escaped. It stretched its massive body outward, chasing after Tyr. Damn it! Tyr cursed as he stepped faster on the death blades, but the desert worm was even faster, nearly grabbing Tyr's ankle. If only I could summon Wimbra, but it hasn't worked since earlier. Tyr thought he would really be caught like this. So he swung Drake's blade with all his might. Boom! The magic squeezed out of the dragon heart, mixed with the power in his dantian, blasting outward in a hot, white steam and yellow lightning together. Exploded across the desert worm's face. On the desert worm's hardened shell, wounds of all sizes appeared, but it wasn't enough to stop its movements. Instead, it only made it angrier. It tried even more fiercely to stick to Tyr, but even so, he couldn't just give up. Tyr clenched his teeth. He swung Drake's blade even faster, releasing a blinding light. Each time his heart pounded, a faint ripple surged through the air. Dragon Claw Dance, difficulty level. At last, the light tore across the desert worm's face in an instant. A faint mist spread around them. Click. The desert worm writhed in pain. The desert trembled violently. When the worm, covered in blood, tried to attack Tyr again, Tyr had already disappeared, along with the faint mist. Ah! The desert worm's enraged roar echoed. As expected, if I stay still, it won't find me. Tyr hid in a pile of rocks not far from the worm, observing it. This whole time, my footsteps must have been vibrations in the ground. That's how it sensed me, and pinpointed my location. From what Tyr knew, these worm-type monsters mainly lived underground. Their vision was terrible. Their hearing too. He kept thinking it. How did it pinpoint his location? Then a thought struck him. Could it be that it had an organ that detects footsteps alone? The sound of wind-blown sand and footsteps had different rhythms. If it could detect that irregular rhythm, even if it couldn't precisely locate the target, it could still swallow the whole area with the sand. That would be more than enough. The desert worm, of course it had a big enough mouth to do that. So Tyr made up his mind, disrupt its senses as much as possible and hide. Just as he expected. The problem is, I can't stay here. Tyr stared tensely at the ground. Concentric circles of various sizes kept appearing in the sand. Besides that creature, there are more desert mites. At least a dozen. The vibrations were sensed, and other desert insects scattered across the sands were quickly converging here, like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Asterisk rumble rumble asterisk. The tremors grew more intense. 69 hours, 44 minutes, and 38 seconds underscore 66. Tyr had to quickly consider how to escape this hell swarming with desert mites. At that point, even if he wanted to escape, it'd be hard. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What if I start another relic mission before finishing the current one? As if reading his thoughts, the edge of his retina lit up, and the inventory window popped open. Let's try it. Tyr instinctively reached into the inventory. A butterfly-shaped earring. He quickly put it on his left ear. Click. The stabbing pain in his earlobe was sharp. Then, with the ancient dragon relic frost flower butterfly equipped, he would be transferred to the third dungeon. Tyr's vision began to shake. But the second dungeon mission is still in progress. The third dungeon can't proceed. The two missions are in conflict. The two ancient dragon relics fought for priority. The ring and earring shook violently, as if fighting to go first. The quarrel began. Meanwhile, the once clear blue sky began to shatter. Cracks instantly spread across the sky. Due to the mission conflict, the dungeon fell into chaos. Its durability dropped rapidly. As expected, Tyr curled his lips into a smile. All the relics he had encountered before were guarded by wardens. If not acknowledged by them, they would never relinquish ownership. They were extremely arrogant. But thinking about it, relics themselves must have strong pride too. A clash. If two missions are triggered at once, they won't yield to each other. It's an easy guess to make. The two dungeons kept colliding. trying to encroach on one another. The dungeons began to mix together. A third dungeon began to emerge. Through the cracks in the shattered sky, a frigid chill burst forth, completely out of place in the desert. Whoosh, the cold instantly filled the sky. The desert heat rapidly cooled. Thin mist and clouds spun together. A storm began to rage. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. At the same time, in the steam, a massive butterfly-shaped summer thorn dragon appeared. It directly controlled the weather. A fairy dragon that brings blessings to humans had arrived. At that exact moment, a dozen desert mites burst out from the sand. They bared their fierce fangs at the new enemy. Crack. The fairy dragon unleashed a wave of ice on them. A new conflict had begun. You've entered an iceberg blanketed by eternal snow. Survive under the attacks of the fairy dragon. 72 hours. Reset to 72 hours. On the other side of the desert, the iceberg flickered like a mirage. When the iceberg appeared, the storm and hail pouring from the sky intensified. When it vanished, the desert mites grew more savage than ever, as if they were about to bite down on the fairy dragon at any moment. Among the summer dragonkin, it was considered one of the most powerful monsters. The dungeon became total chaos. Tyr seemed to have become a thorn in their side. Or perhaps they intended to test Tyr after settling their battle. In any case, both relics were now going all out. At this point, Tyr had to make a choice. Should he escape? Or try to profit from the chaos? Or perhaps, what if he captured both when they're exhausted? Neither mission is about hunting guardians. They're about survival. Something that should have been impossible, but now it feels completely within reach. If these things truly exist, then I'll try to tame them like subduing flying dragons. What a shame. At that moment, his eyes sank deeply. Tyr suddenly felt something trembling violently at his waist. It was the moon-white sword. To be precise, it was that guy, Sergio, inside it. Once again saying, let me out. Those guys' necks should be snapped too. Let them see for themselves that I, by Zuinshin, am far superior to them. Neither the desert worm nor the fairy dragon compares to me. Such pride. Fine, do whatever you want. Tyr chuckled lightly and reached for the moon-white sword. It was as if the moon-white sword was waiting, trembling violently, emitting a faint silvery moonlight. Asterisk Path of Survival. Chapter 98. Night times 3 asterisk. His hand vibrated so hard it felt like it would fall off. The spirit inside the moon-white sword, Sergio, seemed about to go berserk. Magic from the dragon's heart and his dantian was being wildly drawn in, but even that didn't satisfy the sword. It pulled in the shattered moonlight from the sky. Right as the two dungeons collided, day turned to night. The moon shattered. The light spilling out was fully absorbed by the moon-white sword, forming a massive vortex. A brilliant ring of moonlight spiraled around the full moon's edge, as if it had descended directly to the ground. In that moment, Tyr vaguely understood why this sword was called Moonbreaker. He had successfully glimpsed a part of the myth hidden within the moon-white sword. The guardian Sergio's potential was further enhanced. A powerful energy surged violently into the blade. Ding dang, ding dang. No, it's not time yet. Tyr quickly pressed down on the moon-white sword, which was leaping from its sheath. At the same time, his eyes calmly followed the fairy dragon and desert worm. Just a little longer. As the clash between the two intensified, Tyr noticed the confrontation between the fairy dragon and desert worm had become much looser than it was at first. Their stamina is running out. Now, Tyr slashed the moonlight sword upward with all his might. Boom! From bottom to top, a massive beam of light tore through the void. The moon will rose with it, enhancing the brilliance of the beam. Even the moonlight scattered on the ground glowed brighter, as if the moon itself was guarding the moonlight sword. Crack! The beam struck a spot not far from Tyr. One of the desert mites that had clashed with the fairy dragon and was already seriously injured couldn't react in time. Thud! It lost its head and collapsed helplessly. The cut was so clean that barely any blood flowed. Only then did the others realize the beam's presence and began to grow wary. But swoosh swoosh swoosh, the moonlight sword seemed to mock them, slicing swiftly across their heads. Where the light passed, illusions of a lion-finned beast appeared, a creature with the body of a lion, tail of a dragon, and wings of an eagle, leaping elegantly under the moonlight, biting and clawing at the necks of the desert mites. Was it because hunting again felt fun after so long, or was it simply the thrill of predation? The griffin even let out a long howl at the shattered moon, as if declaring this place as its domain. Once most of the desert worms had been eliminated, the griffin turned its gaze to the fairy dragon. Human, I came to help you. So why would you do this? The fairy dragon understood. Its gaze turned toward Tyr. It conveyed its thoughts telepathically, though it tried to stay calm. Tyr couldn't ignore that creature had been heavily injured and worn out from prolonged combat. Forget helping. It could barely stay up. Helping? Don't be ridiculous. Tyr sneered. Instead of speaking, he let the arc of the moonlight sword be his answer. His mana was rapidly draining. Stop it. The fairy dragon roared furiously, unleashing all its storms toward him. But bang! The griffin instead used the wind as a springboard and soared upward, biting down hard on the fairy dragon's neck. You are the chosen one. You should understand my value clearly, so I hope you'll make a wise decision. Among all the guardians, I'm known for my intelligence. I also have deep knowledge of magic. I can assist you in critical moments. Wait, was that line out of order? The fairy dragon eagerly tried to convince Tyr, but Tyr coldly interrupted with a sneer. Moreover, I am the king of Ragna, inheritor of the primordial dragon's will. A light fiercer than that of a griffin pierced through the fairy dragon's trembling pupils. So if you want to live, you'd better submit first. To dare bargain with a king. What utter disrespect. Then pay for it with your life. The fairy dragon's protest didn't last long. The griffin tore off the neck it had bitten, then it chewed and swallowed the fairy dragon, even smiling as it did. The fairy dragon is dead. All desert worms are now incapacitated. You have achieved a great feat beyond your current power level. You have gained a massive amount of experience. Your level has increased. Congratulations. You have completed scenario task number 3 with a score far above expectations. Rank S+. You have obtained ownership of 2 items. You also gained 50 bonus coins for your rating. Based on your total coins held, previously locked categories will now be unlocked. New functions have been updated. Please check. Fear felt like his body had been pushed back. His mind felt suddenly invigorated. At some point, the moon-white sword in his hand began shaking violently. From the pitch-black blade, a dark aura began to seep out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The aura wrapped around Fear's right arm like flames. Fear. Evelyn cried out in panic. From Fear's sudden change in presence, she sensed a dreadful aura. Stop. Fear even forgot to use forbidden words on Evelyn to forcibly silence her. His entire focus was locked onto the moon-white sword. Cold sweat streamed down his cheeks. So you're full, and now you want to test your strength? Tear stared back with a gaze full of spirit. Malice rapidly spread toward his core and heart. The moonlight sword was a demonic blade full of vicious intent from the start. It instinctively craved to be wielded without restraint by its master. It possessed a unique nature. That's why in his previous life, only the black dragon could truly command it. I want to eat you. I will once again chase the moonlight. But now that it was finally fed, its instincts returned. So lashing out at Tear was only natural. But are you stupid? Or do you really want to try me? Tear knew the moonlight sword and its twisted nature very well. That's why he never trusted them. If you want to survive, then obey first. Didn't I make that perfectly clear? Tear's heart was pounding faster than ever. Blood rushed through his entire body. Thanks to the demon spirit effect, his mana flow was incredibly smooth. Asterisk snap. Asterisk. At the same time, the earring and ring both emitted the same dazzling light. When will you kill us? Only come to us when you need us. The thoughts of the fairy dragon and desert mites echoed in his mind. The hatchling synchronization skill activated with force, awakening the slumbering guardians within the ancient dragon relics. Tear's mind was clearer than it had ever been. Then came the searing heat. He invested all remaining attribute points into intelligence. INT 4257. Consciousness field expanded. The minds of the fairy dragon and desert mites fused into one. Speak properly. I didn't come looking for you. You were the ones given the chance to serve me. After raising his intelligence stat, their thoughts became even clearer. What? You beat us with tricks. You think that means anything? I already told you. I'm Lodbrok's only companion, and also the descendant of the one who created you. Fafnir, how I treat you is entirely up to me. Isn't that right? Fear could feel it. As the number of relics he possessed increased, he needed to clarify the hierarchy. Otherwise, things would spiral into chaos later. Just like how the moon-white sword was already plotting rebellion. King and subject. Master and tool. That relationship must be established from the beginning. If I dislike you, you're free to refuse. I won't force someone who hates me to become my subject, and I won't seek you out again in the future either. The choice is yours. What will you do? Will you fully submit to me, or refuse and return to your relic? Fear forced them to make a choice. Obey. I don't want to return to endless slumber. The fairy dragon and desert worm's answer was simple, despite resisting at first. From the moment they lost to Fear, they had already acknowledged his strength. Even if that strength was aided by Sergio, it was still his power. They did not deny that fact. They believed it would further strengthen themselves. Guardian Fairy Dragon acknowledges you as its true master. Reward acquired. Skill, Fairy's Blessing. Guardian Desert Worm swears loyalty to you. As a reward, you've acquired. Skill, Might Devourer. Ding ding. Plus 1% proficiency in Fairy Blessing, rank C. Effect, Blessed by Fairies. Increased immunity and resistance. Magical aptitude improved. Additionally, Devourer, rank C. Plus 1% proficiency. Its effect scales inversely with the enemy's remaining HP. Attack power increased completely. They are both buff type and attack type skills. Fear actively activated both skills, trying to suppress the moon-white sword. Zap! His earring and ring burst into dazzling light, even brighter than the moon-white sword. Skill Fairy's Blessing activated. With enhanced immunity, it dispelled the demonic aura. Skill Devourer of Insects activated. Attack power increased. Asterisk clack, clack asterisk. The combined force of two relics quickly drove the demonic aura out of the moonlight sword into a green glow. Without realizing it, it had stained the moonlight sword. Like this, asterisk crack crack asterisk, the rescuer let out a desperate cry and began sinking into the depths of unconsciousness. The boiling thoughts calmed down. The guardian, the lion-fin beast, bowed its head again in tension. Whimpering, 3 fully submitted relics trembled slightly. maintaining a mutual wariness. From now on, even if one grows stronger, none of them alone could pose a threat to Tyr. The other two would bite it down instantly. Phew. Tyr let out a breath of relief. At the same time, realizing he had full control of the relics, he smiled in satisfaction. Only Evelyn still looked at him with some hesitation. Half-sword wielder. Kale walked with hands behind his back among the graves. He looked back with a soft smile. You actually got hit by that rumble. A black owl stood atop a sword. Its face clearly annoyed. This time didn't go your way, did it? But you nearly had Eddie by the collar. And let him slip away right in front of you. Ha ha. Kale let out a rare hearty laugh. The black pine crow's blunder greatly amused him. On the contrary, as the black pine crow, this was absolutely infuriating. Wrath. It flapped its little wings furiously at the ground. It looked extremely angry. No need to take it so hard. You know who's behind Eddie. Better than anyone. Eddie Troyban. Behind him is the great Troyban family of the East, not to mention the Holy Ma Church, and even more importantly, an even more powerful presence. That's also why Kale is bound to Winterler. Ho ho ho. Since you know all that, why are you still doing nothing? Are you playing dumb? Or just pretending not to know? Kale stroked his chin. The playful expression he used to tease the Black Pine Jay had vanished without notice. Barria's voice was now serious. Even the once noisy Pine Jay suddenly fell silent. Barria, a childhood nickname almost no one remembered. You know it too. I want Ragna to live on forever, just like in the past, to keep shining into the future. That day under the peach tree, you and I, Julius and Asa, made a vow together. That promise still drives me today. Kale clasped his hands behind his back again, strolling through the half-arrow hall. So those things are also key to Ragna's continuity and brilliance. Without a crisis, decline is inevitable. The Black Pine Jay remained silent. This man really was different. His perspective was unique, though it had always known. Today it felt that truth more intensely than ever. And besides, you know this too, right? If they grow stronger, in the long run, it will also be a part of Ragna's growth. The Pine Jay no longer caught, so I won't be their enemy. Nor will I abandon what once lay in my arms. That would only betray the vow I made long ago. Kale smiled faintly once more, gazing at the Black Pine Jay. So even if I don't do things your way, even if I continue to let them be, please don't resent me. I don't want you to hate me too. The Black Pine Jay could no longer meet Kale's gaze. It quickly turned its head away. Gurgur. It looked like it was grumbling quietly. Kale couldn't help but laugh. Rather than these heavy topics, why don't we talk about Tyr instead? It seems your worries about him have vanished into thin air. You're way too smitten. Grumble. The Black Pine Crow let out a faint grunt when he heard the word Nullius. He muttered something under his breath and grumbled a few lines. Kale, pleased by this rare good news, smiled with joy. To think the child who captivated his brothers turned out to be his own son, it filled him with... For now, at least, he passed the test. He genuinely hoped he could maintain this feeling. Of course, he knew that wouldn't be easy. Now that he had the card of regression, anyone would be tempted to use it, but if he did that, the trust he painstakingly built with the Black Dragon would crumble to dust. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he last saw him. Perhaps it was time to catch up again. As long as he didn't abuse regression, Ragnar would become a flawless weapon. Kale stroked his chin with interest, unaware that there was a faint smile on his lips. Chapter 99, Night Times 4. Father, are you calling me? Tyr was startled while checking relic functions. His father rarely ever called him personally like this. Did something have happened? Especially with the Eddie situation. Tensions within the family were already high. So naturally, he assumed his father wanted to ask for his opinion. I'll head there right away. The sword wielder who brought the message lowered his head and silently left. Of course, it's the Lightblade Guard. They're like shadows of my father. They always stand watch over Kale, and their strength rivals that of the white armored dragon knights or the black iron cavalry. That alone surprised Tyr. Tyr immediately prepared to head to the sword-bearer estate. Heavy. That was the first feeling Tyr had upon arriving. Unlike during the third awakening ceremony, this place now gave off a strong, oppressive aura. It felt like the broken swords were staring at him. Tyr couldn't help but wonder, was Kale testing him? And no, it's not like that. It's because I can feel so much more than I could back then. But Tyr quickly realized Kale was even more unreadable than before, because a place like the Arrow Hall naturally gives rise to intense malice. The fact that monsters haven't gathered here yet was almost unbelievable. If someone with magic training came here, this might be the perfect place to link power. Tyr felt a bit relieved. Compared to the awakening ritual, he could sense so much more now, but at the same time, cold sweat broke out unconsciously. If it were his father, how much malice could he perceive and still remain unfazed, even enjoy it? Training relentlessly even after reaching that level, endlessly honing himself, that relentless drive, that insatiable desire. Perhaps it was that made Kale able to hold the position of absolute for so long. That made him truly great. Someday, I want to reach that height too. That desire ignited in him once again. You've never stopped working hard, have you? Most people called geniuses tend to grow self-absorbed. You've never stopped working hard, have you? Most people called geniuses tend to grow self-absorbed. It was around that time Kale appeared. Looking like he was fascinated, he stared at Tyr standing there, his eyes filled with genuine interest. Fear thought for a moment, then decided to reveal his true thoughts. I know full well that everything I have now was thanks to luck. So I can't get complacent. Kale smiled gently. If someone else had heard that, they probably would have mocked him harshly. In their eyes, words like that would only come off as fake and pretentious. It doesn't matter how others see it. That's a good mindset to have. Kale nodded in agreement. The reason Tears spoke of luck was because he had experienced regression, the chance to face new challenges, the chance to start over. That truly is a privilege, one that others could only dream of, but never possess. Tear understood that deeply. That's why he never slacked off. He worked to make the most of the opportunity, and he never let his guard down, even knowing that he might get another chance. He always held on to the belief that this could be his last. He grasped it tightly. Kale agreed with that mindset. In the end, it was all part of the trial. Tear could sense, if he failed to answer properly here, then the Dragon Clan's blade and Moonlight Sword would be plunged into his back. Kale's suspicion and test. How long will this last? A small sense of unease stirred within him. Even when granted privileges and second chances, those who squander them are just putting on a show, or worse. Most people use those chances to seek comfort, and those who do will never truly rise. Kale loosened his posture and raised his hand to the air. That's also your talent, so be proud of what you've accomplished. Tear could feel it. Kale's words dispelled the unease like magic. He was finally gaining his father's recognition. That fact made him truly happy. And then, suddenly, one of the swords near Kale trembled violently. Then it floated gently into the air and was firmly grasped by Kale's hand. What? You want to test my swordsmanship? Tear reached out for the blade of Drake, when suddenly, clack, Kale's sword began to twist and deform. Tear's eyes widened in confusion. What is that? At that very moment, he was drawn into the depths of darkness and ultimately transformed into a massive iron sphere, a fragrant, steaming iron ball. Eat it. Kale handed it over to Tear. Is this what you mean? Isn't this a bit sudden? Did I startle you? No, Tear quickly shook his head, responding to Kale's soft chuckle. It was only natural. In fact, I've been mulling it over for a long time, wondering what I should give you. You already seem to have so much. Kale's gaze swiftly scanned up and down Tear's body. The relics, including the moon-white sword, all stirred slightly. Those guys tensed up at once. Had they sensed the aura of a dragon slayer? So even if I gave you something ordinary, it wouldn't aid your climb toward the summit. What I wish to give you is something that can serve as your stepping stone. This is the leaf, a vessel that once carried the famed Absolute's leaf. Fear could feel Kale's gaze piercing through him, as if it could see every corner of his soul. You were born with immense strength, not just raw power, but the vivid ability to control that power. You pursue overwhelming speed to crush your foes and expand your lung capacity, pushing for faster, longer-lasting destructive swordplay. Kale seemed to already understand the swordsmanship Tear sought to master. Thanks to that, your body can contain many things. You've already absorbed the demon dragon blade, the dragon blade, and soon, the black dragon blade too. Beyond that, you've absorbed many other forces. One could even glimpse some magic in you. For a swordsman chasing perfection in swordplay, magic is an incredibly difficult domain. It must be mastered with care. As Kale said this, he added one last remark. So go ahead and eat this iron ball. This gift will remain in your subconscious. When all that you possess begins to merge as one, it will be of tremendous help to you. You could call it a guide. Who was the owner of this sword? I can't tell you. If I told you, it would be too easy. You'd fall into fixed notions instead, and bind yourself by them. Whose page is this? You'll have to find that out yourself. Fear silently gazed at the jewel on the arrow, a page of an absolute whose identity remains unknown. Inside flowed a slow, intoxicating madness. Just as Kale said, it may be a shortcut guiding Fear to his destination, but at times, it might also become a trap of madness, a wall even the absolute could never overcome. He could not provide a way past that wall, only stand before it. Kale used this burden to grow stronger quickly. But don't let it bind you. Use it as a stepping stone. I see. So that's what you meant by a gift as a... One more thing. Your brothers and sisters each receive their own burden from the Shrine of Trials. Each one matched their chosen path, perfect as a stepping stone. Bottom, dump. Fear's heart pounded violently in an instant. The brothers and sisters Kale mentioned didn't just refer to those of blood. To Kale, being a child had only one meaning. Those strong enough to be candidates for succession were the ones he acknowledged. Only those worthy to inherit him could be called geniuses. The so-called 5 great candidates. Bottom, dump. That line. Didn't you once ask for a chance to prove your worth? Please give me a chance. That was Tear's answer when asked about the throne. Then take it. This will be your first opportunity. With trembling hands, Tear respectfully accepted the jewel from the sword. But you must be prepared. You still have many brothers and sisters above you. They were born before you and have already taken their places, laid the foundation. You must seriously think about how to surpass their obstacles. Tear's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. His intense will rippled across the surface of the orb, quietly expanding. That weight of force. It's not just them. There are still many aiming for Kale's position, even if not of my direct bloodline. Your expression already shows it. Even among the elders of the treasury, there are those seeking power. Even the crabs that left Ragnar, or those who seem unrelated on the surface. Even the Troiben you drove out are among them. And even more. Kale's explanation stopped halfway. Tyr looked up, and their eyes met. The weight of the power there was far greater than any he'd ever felt inside a steel orb. I have it too, Kale smirked. In the end, I too must surpass. Tyr's heart pounded violently. A chill ran down his spine. The one even Lord Brock couldn't defeat. Even the Light Dragon Emperor couldn't best. This monster said he would surpass him. A monster himself saying it. It sounded like raw danger. But yes, it can be done. Tyr was smiling. Kale's eyebrow twitched slightly. Someday, I'll surpass my father. From the smile on Tyr's lips, Kale sensed only one thing. Ambition. Competitive spirit. Before this overwhelming feeling, perhaps once his own, Kale couldn't help but laugh. Fine. Give it your best shot. Kale withdrew his hand from the orb-covered sword and clasped his hands behind his back again. Tyr bowed in gratitude, then lifted the orb to his lips. It melted as if it had been waiting for this. It liquefied instantly, flowing down his throat from the corner of his mouth. Tyr sat cross-legged at once and began to circulate his mana. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk, asterisk pop, crackle, asterisk. A faint steam rose from his head, then quickly turned into yellow lightning energy. Kale watched Tyr in silence. Asterisk rumble rumble, asterisk. Soon, a powerful fluctuation spread outward from Tyr, centered on him. All the relic swords around began to resonate in unison, as if they had found their new master, or were jealous of one another. At that moment, the black pine crow landed quietly on Kale's left shoulder and settled down in silence. Reup. Of all the swords you could have picked, why that one? RRRR. The black pine crow lowered its head in worry, but Kale was unfazed. Of course it had to be. You saw it too, didn't you? He wore a faint smile on his lips. When I acknowledged him as my successor, he smiled. Among the 5 top candidates, even those no longer in this world, Kale believed, most of them reacted with joy or tears. But Tyr was different. What he showed was pure competitiveness. He looked like a child, wanting to defeat his own father. And Kale couldn't resist that fire. Among all the children who, only that one smiled alone. Kale's lips also curved into a smile just like Tyr's. They were destined to become rivals, born from a son's desire to surpass his father.